Chapter 1, After Rebirth, I obtained a romance assistance system. Where did you give this to me? When Chenxi woke up, he was stunned for a long time as he stared at the wall, which looked like it had been through the Iraq War. If it weren't for the relatively new overhead fan and the air conditioning, he would have almost thought he had been abducted to northern Myanmar while drunk. Where am I? Why is this a broken wooden bed? Where are my twin sisters? I picked up my phone from the bedside table and glanced at the time, August 27, 2011. The price surged so much that the iPhone 16 Pro Max was reduced to the iPhone 4. He lay back down, but he was wide awake, and a terrible thought arose in his mind. He remembered that he and a group of partners were in a shopping mall, and they had almost finished having fun. He was scrolling through videos of beautiful women while waiting for the project payment to arrive when suddenly a pop-up window exaggeratedly filled the entire screen. You're given a chance to be reborn at 18 and experience youth on campus. Would you accept? Chenxi looked disdainful. He had been working in society since he was 18, and after years of hard work, his net worth had now exceeded 10 million. He was waiting for several million in project payments tonight, and the entire bill was only 6 figures, yet he was being asked to go back to being an 18-year-old loser? Is it because Xiaomei on the left isn't sexy enough, or Xiaoli on the right isn't wild enough? It seems that the two of us sisters aren't charming enough, and Mr. Chen is still looking at other beauties. President Chen must not like our type. You guys are so slutty. Listening to the delicate complaints of the twin sisters beside her, Chenxi smiled slightly, turned off her phone, took the wine from Xiaomei with one hand, and reached down Xiaoli's leg towards the hem of her skirt with the other. After downing 2 more glasses of wine, Chenxi's mind became even more muddled, and he withdrew his hand. My hands feel fucking stinky. To be honest, he didn't particularly like these kinds of occasions. In the world of business, people often have to play along, and sometimes they are not in control of their own lives. It has become the norm. Based on your collection preferences, we are creating a Start Your Life Anew plan for you. As the mechanical sound began, a dizzying sensation swept through his mind, and Chenxi immediately lost consciousness. It seemed like fate had played a cruel joke on him. He was really reborn? Chenxi opened her eyes and stared straight at the ceiling. The fan above her head creaked and groaned, and the wind blowing on her cheeks felt exceptionally real. After walking around the room, Chenxi noticed the bunk beds with desks underneath, the narrow aisles, and the dirty balcony. It was undoubtedly a university dormitory room that Chenxi had never been to before. The logo of Jiangcheng University is still pasted on the edge of the bed. Wow, he's from a 985 university. So he, Mr. Chen of AAA Building Materials, returned to the age of 18, which was completely different from his previous life, and became a freshman at Jiangcheng University. But what's the point of a 985 degree? You're no different from any other poor loser. Besides, he's never studied here, so what's the point of him playing around? Despite saying she disliked a life of debauchery, Chenxi was suddenly thrown back to her poorest state, which caught her completely off guard. After thinking for a while, Chenxi called his childhood friend Deng Bin. Hey, Bin, where are you? At school, someone is sniping at point A. Normal university? Of course. What's wrong? I need to talk to you about something. Okay, I'll wait until I have time. I have something urgent to attend to right now, so I'll hang up now. What the hell? Chenxi immediately wanted to curse. He clearly heard the other side calling out point A, as well as the clattering of keyboards and the sound of bullets. Weren't they playing CF? So you're in a hurry to defuse the bomb? Chenxi was quite helpless about this. Deng Bin had become so depraved he really had no idea how terrible his life would become afterward. He was expelled from university after only 2 years because he played too many games and failed too many courses. He then went to work in his father's factory. A few years later, his father died in a car accident, and he was forced to inherit his father's aluminum and iron factory, timber factory, 3 houses, and dozens of acres of land. Aside from occasionally visiting the factory, he usually stays at home playing video games. Such a life is simply a drain on one's will. It's pure torture. It was dull and boring, and you could see the end of it at a glance. Chenxi sometimes really felt sorry for him. Ding 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 ding. Just then, Chenxi's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After the call was answered, a cold female voice came through. Junior Chenxi, are you up yet? Who are you? I am Xia Yuqian. We made an appointment to meet today. I don't know her. She sounds like a senior I'm meeting for the first time. Oh, good morning, senior. Chenxi spoke with a tone of sudden realization, But the other party didn't waste any words. I'm working in the undergraduate department now. Come find me later. That's bold, and that's cool. Okay. Although still confused, Chen Shi hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Since Deng Bin was busy, she could try to find out more from this senior student. Although Chen Shi did not study at Jiangcheng University, he had worked in Jiangcheng for more than 10 years and was somewhat familiar with the university. As Chen Shi walked out of the boys' dormitory area, a senior female student suddenly rode by on a bicycle in a hurry, and a gray number floated above her head, 50. Chen Shi thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes for a while. Then he saw a young couple walking quietly on the road. The girl glanced at him, and the number above her head jumped from 50 to 51. It startled him. What is this? Further ahead, several girls came towards them. One of them met Chen Shi's gaze, then quickly lowered her head, the number above her head jumping from 50 to 53. As he moved forward, more and more gray numbers appeared, constantly flashing in Chen Shi's vision. Until the Jiangda Archway Square, where the crowds were densest, it was filled with newly enrolled students and tourists. The gray numbers on the ceiling were densely packed together as the crowd surged. Chen Shi felt like he had entered Dungeon 3D online. The graphics and special effects were top-notch, and the screen was filled with health bars and damage text that were so numerous that it made him feel nauseous. Just as Chen Shi felt unwell and even broke out in a cold sweat, the chaotic pile of numbers quickly disappeared, and his vision returned to clear. He walked through the crowd, and as he approached people, the gray number reappeared like a ghost, fluctuating between 50 and 55. He didn't know what the numbers meant, but even though he was watching them pass by, it felt as if he were walking alone in a dark forest, with pairs of cold eyes watching him from the shadows, making him tremble and uneasy. Chen Shi lowered his head, quickened his pace through the crowd, and left the Archway Square. He was then in the quiet undergraduate college. Only when he could no longer see the gray numbers that seemed to pollute his mind did he finally catch his breath. Looking back at the Archway Square, it was still bustling with people, but there was no trace of any gray numbers. The world had returned to peace. I must be hallucinating from exhaustion, Chen Shi comforted herself. He didn't forget the purpose of his trip, so he took out his phone and called back. Senior, I'm downstairs at the undergraduate school building. Which office are you in? Wait a moment, I'll come downstairs to find you now. The other party hung up the phone decisively. 2.5 minutes later, the light tap-tap of footsteps came from the corner of the stairs, and Chen Shi subconsciously raised her head. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of straight and slender legs, outlined in alluring curves by black stockings that extend past the knees. The girl turned the corner and took 2 steps, and she came into Chen Shi's view. Their eyes met, and in just one glance, Chen Shi was impressed by her beauty. She walked up to Chen Shi and generously extended her right hand. Nice to meet you, Junior Chen Shi. Ding! Xia Yuqian overall score for looks, figure, and temperament, 97 points, favorability, 55 takes the initiative to greet you. The romance assistance system is activated. When the target's favorability reaches a certain level, the host will gain a special ability. Currently, the favorability is low, so please work hard to increase it. Here comes the system. Chen Shi's heart skipped a beat. He saw that the number 50 above Xia Yuqian's head had instantly changed to 55, and the gray color had turned pink, shimmering with a dazzling light. It turns out the number above their heads represents their favorability rating for complete strangers. It's 50. Just a dating assistant? Shouldn't it be a system for showing off and slapping faces, or a system for god-level talents? Chen Shi felt that she probably didn't need any help in her relationship. Nice to meet you, Senior Xia. Meeting Xia Yuqian's gaze, Chen Shi reached out and gently grasped the fingertips of the other man. After a short while, Chen Shi finally got a proper look at Xia Yuqian, the senior student. They were all dressed in uniforms with ties, and wore pleated midi skirts, giving them a somewhat capable look. Thanks to her long, flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, which added a touch of elegance, she didn't appear so formal. She has long, straight black hair, a quiet and beautiful appearance, and a tall figure. Chen Shi quickly absorbed the above factors into his mind. No wonder she received a 97-point rating from the system. She's of higher quality than any other woman he's ever met. As Chen Shi thought this to himself, his gaze unconsciously drifted to the girl's chest. What caught his attention was a small badge standing tall, with a large study character in the center, surrounded by the motto of Jiangcheng University. Judging from her appearance, this senior student Xia Yuqian must be a student leader. Xia Yuqian had already withdrawn her hand, her eyes slightly narrowed, and she pondered for a moment. Is this the top-scoring student? Although her clothes were simple, they were clean and neat. Her forehead was not covered by her hair, which made her facial features appear more defined, and overall she looked refreshed. It was quite unexpected for her. Shouldn't the top scorer in the college entrance examination be a nerdy guy with glasses, a slightly chubby figure, greasy hair, and an unkempt beard? After all, seeing this junior's college entrance exam registration photo, he still had a bowl cut and looked listless. Why is he sporting such a sleek slicked-back hairstyle now? He looks quite tall and handsome. But his eyes seem to be focusing on something a little off. Xia Yuqian took the initiative to start the conversation, saying, "Junior, you just arrived at school yesterday. Are you familiar with the campus environment yet?" Ding! Faced with the pretty senior's hints, the initial quest to increase your affection level is triggered. What is your response? Option 1, it just arrived yesterday, what do you think? Option 2, I've been here before, so I'm quite familiar with it. Option 3, I haven't had time to get familiar with the area yet, how about you show me around the neighborhood, senior? Chapter 2 Senior, please let me explain. System notification, Xia Yuqian is a decisive and strong woman. She prefers to associate with straightforward and open-minded people. The host can choose to take the initiative. I haven't had time to get familiar with the area yet. How about you show me around the neighborhood, senior? Chen Shi chose option 3 without hesitation. Although Chen Shi is a typical straight man, he's not so foolish as to choose the first two options. Xia Yuqian didn't expect Chen Shi to be so direct. She pursed her lips and smiled, "No problem, I'll treat you to a meal later." "Then I'll have to trouble you, senior." The initial favorability quest is complete. Xia Yuqian's favorability has increased to 60, and the host has gained the special ability, Consumption Rebate. Whenever Xia Yuqian makes a purchase for the host will receive a 100-fold consumption rebate based on the favorability level. After leaving the undergraduate school, we arrived at the school's archway. Xia Yuqian explained that this is one of Jiangcheng University's iconic landmarks. The front of the archway is inscribed with National Jiangcheng University in traditional Chinese regular script, while the back is inscribed with the 6 characters arts, law, science, engineering, agriculture, and medicine in small seal script. Since meeting Xia Yuqian, the gray numbers above the girls' heads no longer appear. Unless Chen Shi stares at them closely, their favorability rating will reappear, making his visual experience much more comfortable. The same applies to Xia Yuqian. Unless you deliberately look for her, you can't see her favorability rating at all. Next, walk a few kilometers along the main road known as Despair Slope, and you will arrive at Cherry Blossom Avenue. Climb to the top of Cherry Blossom Hill, which serves as the doctoral student dormitory, and visit the school history museum. After descending from the top of Cherry Blossom Hill, visit Jianqin Lake and Wanlin Museum. Finally, take Ziqiang Avenue to the 912 playground and get acquainted with the school administration building. These are basically the main sites of Jiangda University. Xia Yuqian's introductions to each place were very organized, and it was clear that as a student leader, she had a very clear mind. After walking around for a while, it was lunchtime, so the two found the nearest cafeteria. After ordering, Xia Yuqian offered to swipe Chen Shi's card for her. Beep 10 yuan. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Chen Shi's mind. Xia Yuqian proactively spends 10 yuan for you, increasing your favorability to 60, triggering a 6,000x rebate, and you receive 60,000 yuan. Chen Shi trembled slightly and, in front of Xia Yuqian, pulled out the hard thing next to her thigh. The new text message he received on his phone showed that there had been an extra transfer of 60,000 yuan to his bank account. No way? Junior Chen Shi, Xia Yuqian said, putting down her tray in a corner of the cafeteria, you have a pretty good understanding of our school now, right? The campus radio music began to play, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas in the treetops. Outside the window, the lush wisteria swayed in the wind, and sunlight streamed through the window, casting a slanted shadow on the table. The little yellow flower in the story? Has it been floating since the day it was born? It was a sunny and peaceful midday. Chen Shi's mood was anything but calm. More or less. Almost what? He was completely focused on Xia Yuqian's body and got nothing out of the picture. If a beautiful, well-built female senior walks in front of you with legs longer than your own, how can you possibly appreciate the scenery? Moreover, the system's consumption rebate stunned him. He immediately thought of a shameless way to do it. If he gave the other party money and made her keep spending money for him, wouldn't he be able to become the world's richest person in a week? However, it was just a thought in the other party's eyes. Wasn't this blatant fraud? Alright, now that we're familiar with each other, as the president of the Jiangnan University Student Union, I formally invite you to join our student union. Xia Yuqian looked at Chen Shi with a dignified and serious demeanor. Along the way, Chen Shi learned the general situation. As the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Hubei province, he was specially invited to join the school's student union. It was quite absurd for him in his previous life. He had barely read any books during high school, yet after transmigrating, he had become the top scholar in the imperial examination. However, he wasn't interested in student clubs, so he calmed himself down and asked, "Can I refuse?" "Okay." Xia Yuqian responded readily, casually adding as she ate, "I'll submit my confession to the school's confession wall." "Help, sisters. A junior from the computer science department named Chen has been staring at my chest and following me the whole way. I'm so scared, what should I do?" "Junior, you don't want to lose your student status, do you?" In an instant, Chen Shi's expression became incredibly interesting. "Senior, please let me explain." Chen Shi wanted to explain the situation, but Xia Yuqian just smiled, remained silent, and watched calmly without saying a word. Chen Shi felt a little awkward as no one responded. He. Xia Yuqian covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. "Don't be nervous, I'm just kidding. I won't force you to join the student council." She didn't take it seriously at all. Besides, it's a boy, so it's understandable. According to surveys, when men face a woman coming towards them, the part of their eyes that lingers the longest is her chest. This is the desire to climb to the top that lies hidden in the male heart. As she spoke, Xia Yuqian leaned forward slightly, looking towards Chen Shi. Chen Shi felt that this woman was really skilled. "We can't afford to mess with them. The tables in the cafeteria are very small, barely big enough to fit 2 plates, and they are placed right next to each other. If 2 people lean forward at the same time while dining, their heads risk bumping into each other. The legs, too, can only be staggered, posing in a Chen stance." Chen Shi and Xia Yuqian are currently very close to each other. Xia Yuqian wore light makeup, but even through the makeup, Chen Shi could see that her face was flawless. Her slender, delicate eyebrows and slightly upturned eyes, along with her subtly red lips, exude a cool and elegant aura. A small beauty mark under the right corner of her eye adds a touch of charm and allure. An oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, and snow-white skin with a slight rosy glow, all these elements combine to create a classic image of a Chinese beauty. Needless to say, her figure was also very striking. When Xia Yuqian sat down, her uniform naturally tightened a bit, immediately highlighting her best features. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed, as the order of the positions below had become Chen Xia Chen. "However, senior, I need to correct something." Chen Shi cleared her throat and said seriously, "At the time, I was just looking at the student council badge on your chest, which had the words self-reliance, perseverance, truth-seeking, and innovation around it." Chen Shi's gaze never left her face, yet she described the details of the badge one by one, which made Xia Yuqian pause for a moment. This guy has such a beautiful school beauty right in front of him, and the thing that attracts his attention the most is that badge? Are you even a man? What about the desire to climb to the top? Wow, Xia Yuqian suddenly doubted her own charm. Are you serious? It really is, even more real than pearls. I still prefer looking at legs. This. After receiving a response from her junior, Xia Yuqian finally withdrew and smiled with relief. "It seems that you don't interact with girls much." "Well, I wouldn't say that, would I?" "Oh, so you've never been in a relationship?" "It's hard." The fist under the table hardened. "Isn't that utter nonsense?" "I didn't, that's not true, don't talk nonsense." Chen Shi raised her voice several decibels. "He's dated quite a few girls, you know, but the relationships were rushed, and they broke up the next morning before they even had a chance to get to know each other." Xia Yuqian rested her chin on her hand, smiled slightly, and said nothing more. But then again, do boys these days feel ashamed of never having been in a relationship? She hadn't talked about it, and she didn't know anything about it. She didn't think it was a big deal. If you can't find someone you really like, there's nothing wrong with being single your whole life. Ta-da! Suddenly, a cell phone rang. "I need to go to the office later." Having just finished eating, Xia Yuqian cleared her plate and stood up, displaying her long legs to Chen Shi. "However, I would like to add one more thing. After all, you are the top science student in Hubei province this year and you chose Jiangda University. Don't rush to answer whether you want to join the student union. Think about it later." "Well, we'll talk about whether to join or not later." Having said all that, Xia Yuqian didn't insist any further. Aren't you leaving yet? Senior, you go first, I'll rest for a bit. Alright, then I'll take my leave. Xia Yuqian gently patted Chen Shi's shoulder as she passed by. Watching Xia Yuqian's departing figure, Chen Shi could still faintly smell the lingering fragrance in the air, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. He dared not get up. Chapter 3 Maternity Solo. After calming down, Chen Shi returned to her dormitory. Information Science Department National Software C6. Chen Shi walked along the narrow alley of the National Software Campus. On one side, tall sycamore trees blocked out the sky, and on the other side, low retail stores stood in a jumble, like a complex urban-rural fringe. Occasionally, the stench of swill could be heard in the air. It's hard to imagine that this is a corner of the campus of what is hailed as the most beautiful university in China. I was just unlucky my dormitory was located near a dilapidated shantytown. On the way, one could often hear freshmen complaining that they had finally gotten into a prestigious university, but were instead living in some remote corner. Chen Shi, however, didn't seem to care. Upon arriving at the door of dormitory 228, before Chen Shi could even insert the key, she heard a series of snap 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 sounds coming from inside, accompanied by strange howling noises. Chen Shi pushed open the door and saw three boys playing cards around a table in the middle, all three pairs of eyes staring straight at her. Hey, Chen Shi is back. A boy dressed in designer sportswear was the first to greet him. Hello, my name is Li Haoran, I'm from Guangzhou. This guy speaks standard Cantonese, but his Mandarin is a bit accented. There was also a short man wearing glasses, only about 1.6 meters tall, named Songyu, from Tanzhou. The tallest and strongest man at the very back was Wang Peng, who jokingly said he was from some backwater in northeast China and had a strong northeastern accent. In the morning, there was only Chen Shi, but after only a few hours, 4 out of the 5 dorm rooms were occupied. It seems that they have become familiar with each other. After introducing himself, Li Haoran took out a pack of Fu Rongwang cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Chen Shi with a smile. Old Chen, where are you from? Yiling. Chen Shi, who had intended to quit smoking for the rest of her life, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse. The other party even kindly lit it for her. Wang Peng, standing behind him, looked displeased. Damn it, Hausi, you're not being fair. You didn't even share a single strand with me. Let's split it, everyone gets a share, okay? Actually, Li Haoran had already split the cards several times during the game, but he didn't mind and tossed a card to Wang Peng and Songyu. Wang Peng immediately chuckled and casually took Songyu's penis, saying, Little you isn't very skilled, let me help you. Ignoring Songyu's eye roll, he puffed out smoke and said, Now that almost everyone's here, let's line up the order of seniority among the brothers. I repeated a year of high school, so I'm probably older than all of you. As the eldest brother in the dorm, I'll take care of you guys from now on. Who's going to be the second eldest? You're the second oldest, you son of a bitch, Li Haoran said dismissively, a cigarette dangling from his lips. What era are we living in? Still playing these old tricks? Hey, we've been best buddies for 4 years. Li Haoran ignored him and sat back in his seat. Chen Shi was also unimpressed and began to tidy up her bed. Wang Peng felt a little awkward and turned to Songyu, who was writing something in his seat. Xiaoyu, are you working so hard? No. Songyu shrugged. I'm filling out the student council application form. I almost forgot, but I also wanted to join the student council to improve my abilities. Is he trying to pick up girls? Li Haoran had just become interested when Wang Peng retorted, and the two started arguing. After arguing for a while, Li Haoran simply laid his cards on the table. This year, the student council president in charge of our college is Xia Yuqian, a senior student in the School of Economics and Management with the highest GPA, and also the #1 beauty on the school's beauty list. Chen Shi looked puzzled, wondering if normal schools even had such a thing as a school beauty. He'd only ever seen school beauties in domestically produced selfies. However, Xia Yuqian is quite famous. She's already the subject of discussion among her roommates since the start of the semester. Seeing that his roommates were all looking at him, Li Haoran opened his phone's photo album. Here, a photo of my senior. In the picture, Xia Yuqian wears a snow-white wool sweater as an inner layer, a light pink mid-length coat as an outer layer, and a beige crop skirt that slightly reveals her fair calves. Paired with white sneakers, she exudes a sophisticated aura and complements the blooming cherry blossoms in the background, creating a wonderful atmosphere. Not only is she tall and slender, but her appearance is also captivating. Her facial features are almost flawless, and the combination of them on her face makes her a true beauty. The photo wasn't very clear, but Wang Peng kept yelling about it, saying he wanted to join the student council to improve his abilities. Song Yu unconsciously swallowed twice, then said, "Thank you." Chen Shi was the only one quietly packing his luggage. Li Haoren quickly held up his phone to him and asked, "Old Chen, out of 100, how many points would you give this woman?" 87 points. Chen Shi glanced at it. It looked pretty good, but she was even prettier in person. Why 87? Because the remaining 13 were not seen. Damn, you still want to see 13? Li Haoren was embarrassed. Seeing his lack of interest, he couldn't help but ask, "Old Chen, you're not even interested in the school beauties photos? Do you have a girlfriend?" Chen Shi shook her head. "I've never been in a relationship." "What do you mean? You are a person from the moment you are born." He. Upon hearing this, the other three immediately grinned. Li Haoren said calmly, "Actually, having dated isn't anything special. I dated 3 in high school, but they were all too easy to get, so I didn't feel any sense of accomplishment." "What about you guys?" Wang Peng quickly chimed in. "High school romances were all minor squabbles. After the college entrance exam, I found long-distance relationships too troublesome, so I decisively broke up with him." "What about Xiao Yu?" Song Yu spread his hands. "I had a girlfriend in high school. She was so clingy and only affected my studies, so I dumped her." Then Li Haoren looked at Chen Shi with concern and said, "Old Chen, although having a girlfriend is optional, a college life without a relationship is incomplete. As someone who's been there, let me share some of my experience with you. From the moment you first meet her, you should chat with her frequently, sending her good morning and good night messages every day, so that she gets used to your presence. You should also show more concern for her life, such as bringing her breakfast or gifts. Girls are actually very simple-minded. If you treat her well, she will naturally have feelings for you. The key to pursuing a girl is persistence. You must be willing to spend money on her. As long as you have patience and perseverance, you can basically win her over." After listening to Li Haoren's speech, Chen Shi's forehead creased with a few black lines, thinking to herself that this script sounded very familiar. He has a friend who pursued a girl for 4 years when he was in school. He was very willing to spend a lot of money, even skipping meals to buy her an iPhone. He called himself the most affectionate person in Jiangcheng. He did nothing productive all day but send messages to girls to say hello. He finally got together with a girl when he was about to graduate in his senior year. But the next day, he found that the girl was walking out of the hotel hand in hand with a dark-skinned sports student. From then on, people called him Jiangcheng's biggest sycophant. "Anyway, if you want a date, you can't go wrong by asking me for advice." Li Haoren patted his chest, looking confident. "We'll see." Chen Shi had never had a serious relationship in his previous life, but he was never short of women around him, and romance was not a necessity for him. Besides, Li Haoren is probably just bragging and unreliable. However, when he turned around, he found Wang Peng and Song Yu staring at Li Haoren with burning eyes. Under the guise of exchanging experiences, they kept trying to get information out of Li Haoren. "Brother Hao, tell us how you met your girlfriends." "High school classmate, let's do this first, then that, and we'll be together." Li Haoren was playing on his phone, making small talk. He had barely finished one sentence when his face suddenly lit up with a smile. "Hey guys, wanna grab some lunch this afternoon? I have a few girls I'm dating." "Hey girl, where did this girl come from?" Wang Peng hurriedly leaned over to look at Li Haoren's phone, but Li Haoren dodged him. Li Haoren's lips curled up. "My girlfriend and her roommates." "What?" Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. "With your obsequious behavior, you actually have a girlfriend? Chapter 4. Have we met somewhere before? After a moment of surprise, Chen Shi smiled with relief. It made sense. Girls in this era were still relatively naive, and those who were deeply affectionate weren't called simps. Upon hearing that Li Haoren had invited him from his girlfriend's dorm room, Wang Peng's eyes lit up, and he put his arm around Li Haoren's shoulder. "Brother Hao, are there any pretty girls in your girlfriend's dorm room?" Li Haoren proudly raised his chin. "That's your sister-in-law." "Hey, I can't exactly be one of Brother Hao's buddies, can I? You motherfucker." Seeing Wang Peng raise an eyebrow, Li Haoren thought this guy was really vulgar and couldn't help but curse. She couldn't be bothered with him anymore. How should I know? I'll find out once I get there. Are you two going? Song Yu nodded vigorously. Absolutely, I'm most enthusiastic about these positive and uplifting social events. Which school do they go to? Chen Shi asked. It's also at Jian University, in the School of Humanities. Are you going? She nodded in agreement. He had to give his newly acquainted roommate some face, and he couldn't let the team down on their first group activity. Besides, he didn't dislike these kinds of activities. Social gatherings are the best way for male and female students in the class to get to know each other quickly, especially with a glue like Li Haoren bringing male and female dormitories together, which is equivalent to organizing blind dates in disguise. Even if Shi wasn't there to find a girlfriend, the atmosphere would still be great when a group of young men and women get together. What time are you going out? I want to buy some things later and then take a shower when I get back. Shi had been out for a few hours and was a little sweaty, so she wasn't feeling particularly comfortable. No rush, it's still early. They said we can go in the evening when it's cooler, and we can go check in this afternoon, Li Haoren said. In the evening, the 4 students from dormitory 228, led by Li Haoren, walked to the west gate of the school and found a shady corner to wait. In August, Wuhan was as hot as if it were in a furnace. Even after the sun had set, the air was still filled with a stifling heat. The school gate is bustling with both new and returning students of Jiangnan University, their long, white legs exposed to the air, attracting the attention of passers-by. Wang Peng's eyes and neck were practically stretched out, as if he wanted to stick his face to the other person's legs, which Li Haoren called a country bumpkin. Wang Peng wasn't angry at all. He said with a smile, "Women in big cities dress so coolly. I didn't even pay a penny, and I got a pretty good look at them. Look, their shorts are almost showing their butts. The worst part is that he has a really loud voice." Li Haoren really wanted to stay away from him. He pointed to Shi, who was playing on his phone, and teased, "Look at old Chen, he doesn't even glance at her. I bet if a woman stripped naked in front of him, he wouldn't even flinch." She was speechless. Actually, who doesn't like to see long legs and beautiful women on the street? It's just that at first glance, there were a lot of non-mainstream outfits, which were really hard to appreciate. Wang Peng pursed his lips, thinking to himself, if I had a phone to play with, I wouldn't be looking around like this. He waited there for a long time without seeing anyone, and he got impatient. "How's he? Where is he? Did he get stood up? How is that possible?" Li Haoren said dismissively, but he was actually a little flustered inside. "He sent me a QQ message a dozen minutes ago, but I haven't received a reply yet." She sent another message, "Fei, where are you now? We've arrived." Grin. Wang Peng stared at Li Haoren's phone. The screen was huge, a touchscreen, and it seemed like it could even send pictures. His own old Nokia keypad phone could only make calls and send text messages. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "How's he? What kind of phone is this?" "It's pretty good. I'd like to buy one too. Samsung Galaxy S2, around 3,000 yuan, I guess." Seeing that someone had finally noticed his new phone, Li Haoren launched into a long explanation of its various novel features. Wang Peng was dumbfounded. He had no interest in listening to what he was saying. He said that his monthly living expenses were less than 500 yuan, and even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take him half a year to afford it. He glanced at Shi on the other side and asked, "Old Chen, what kind of phone are you using?" Shi raised her eyes and replied casually, "Apple." "Put." Wang Peng almost burst out laughing. "Why don't you call your iPhone a pineapple phone?" It didn't sound like anything good, so I pretended not to ask. He gritted his teeth, thinking that he might as well take on a few jobs after school starts and try to get a Samsung phone like the one in the series. Li Haoren looked scornful. "Apple has its own system, which is incompatible with many things. There's only one button in the middle, so going back is inconvenient. The battery can't be removed, and charging is super slow. Its performance is less than half that of Samsung. And this is called a smartphone? It's pure IQ tax. She said leisurely, "Then you haven't seen a real smartphone. It doesn't have a single button on the front, it can be fully charged in 20 minutes, it can be thrown into water, it can be run over by a truck and still work, it can still make calls even without a signal, and it sells for more than 6,000 yuan and people still say it's a tax on intelligence. Look, you're in such a hurry again." Li Haoren laughed. "I originally thought Shi was quite sophisticated, but I didn't expect him to break down after just a few words. He was also very good at bragging." She couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Just then, a charming female voice rang out, "Hello handsome guys, sorry to keep you waiting." 5 girls were coming towards us. It was quite a coincidence that, since dorm rooms usually house 4 people, these 2 dorm rooms were next to the power distribution room, and the dorm rooms were also larger. The girl in the lead was tall and slender, with long blonde hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a sexy tank top with a cardigan over it, paired with denim shorts. Her makeup was radiant, making her a stunning beauty. Li Haoran was overjoyed when he saw the girl. "We just arrived, not long ago." "Are you talking about handsome guys? Don't flatter yourself." The girl crossed her arms, looking displeased. Wang Peng immediately realized that the young couple were flirting and said shrewdly, "Sister-in-law, brother Hao represents our dormitory." "Who's your sister-in-law?" The girl frowned, staring at Li Haoran. "Did you tell them something nonsense? What's going on?" Wang Peng whispered in Li Haoran's ear, "Didn't you say she was your girlfriend?" Unfortunately, he couldn't stop his voice, and everyone heard it, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Li Haoran kept giving him meaningful glances. "Fei is my childhood sweetheart, don't misunderstand." Chen Shi laughed until he was numb. He said to himself, with Li Haoran's sycophantic attitude, it would be a miracle if he could find a girlfriend. However, this was just a minor incident, and neither the girl nor Li Haoran paid it any mind. The two groups found a buffet restaurant, sat down, and then introduced themselves to each other. Li Haoran's so-called girlfriend is named by Xu Fei. The two lived in the same old town when they were young and were high school classmates. Li Haoran has been pursuing her for 3 years and is currently still in the probationary period. The other dormitory had 5 people, and besides Bai Shuefei, there was also a tall girl who was about 1.73 meters tall, which was refreshing. The girl's name is Zhao Yuner. She has delicate features and a quiet and elegant temperament. She is dressed simply in a loose t-shirt and jeans, but it is hard to hide her well-proportioned legs and ample bosom. In terms of both figure and temperament, she is better than Bai Shuefei. If we were to rate Shenxi, Zhao Yuner would score over 90, while Bai Shuefei would only get a little over 80 at most. If it weren't for Bai Shuefei's flamboyant entrance and the awkward little incident, the brothers' eyes would have been immediately focused on Zhao Yuner as they walked towards them. As for the other girls, they didn't leave a deep impression. Zhao Yuner was truly eye-catching, and Shenxi couldn't help but admire her a few more times to show her respect. "It's really big, I even suspect it's padded with something." However, after only a couple of seconds, Shenxi noticed that Zhao Yuner's gaze had fallen on her without her noticing. He quickly glanced away. Damn it, he'd forgotten to turn off the automatic minesweeper. Zhao Yuner's soft and pleasant voice came from somewhere. "Excuse me, haven't we met somewhere before? Let's meet one alone in Chapter 5. Zhao Yuner overall score for looks, figure, and temperament, 95 points, favorability, 56 greets you first, triggering the favorability introductory task. Your response is: Option 1, hey, this guy's way of flirting is so outdated. Option 2, young lady, you look quite familiar to me. Option 3, a slight smile, sorry, you might have mistaken me for someone else. System notification, Zhao Yuner is sincere and generous, and very persistent. It is recommended that the host act prudently. Shenxi felt the hint was a bit unnecessary. He wasn't some loser or greasy guy. He simply smiled slightly at Zhao Yuner and said, "Sorry, you might have mistaken me for someone else." "Really?" Zhao Yuner didn't react much, and replied with a slight smile, "Then I'm sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else." The initial favorability quest is complete. Zhao Yuner's favorability has increased to 64, and she has gained the special ability Spending Rebate. But clearly, Zhao Yuner's initial favorability and favorability increase were higher than Xia Yuqian's, but Shenxi was certain that he had never met this girl in either of his lives, so she must have mistaken him for someone else. This is all harmless. Upon arriving at the buffet restaurant and sitting down, since we were all unfamiliar with each other and the atmosphere hadn't quite warmed up, everyone was running around getting food. Considering it was a buffet and there were many people, each person took only a small amount. Only Wang Peng carried several plates full of beef rolls, along with lots of fruit, a bunch of desserts, and cooked food, quickly filling the table. "Wang Peng, you." Shenxi wanted to say something, but Wang Peng acted quickly, smiling as he handed out several dishes to each girl. "Beef is a good thing, eat more to nourish your body, old Chen, what do you want to say?" "No." Shenxi remained silent. Without exception, every girl was stunned for a moment, and Bai Shuefei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Haoran was speechless. Why would they need to order chicken feathers when they were already eating at a buffet? But since Bai Shuefei was amused, he didn't say anything. Bai Shuefei is the kind of girl with a bold personality. Except for being a little cold to Li Haoran, she is quite warm to others and plays the role of enlivening the atmosphere at the table of 9 people. Since they were all young people with no inhibitions, the hot pot simmered, the barbecue was grilled, and after a few beers, the two groups became very enthusiastic and chatted animatedly. Wang Peng and Song Yu, in particular, always tried to find ways to chat with Zhao Yuner, a busty girl. "Hey Zhao, wanna eat some barbecue? It's almost done." "No need, thank you. I'll put a slice of beef roll for you. You eat it." Zhao Yuner had a sweet smile on her face, but her replies were all one-to-one, as if she was engrossed in the conversation, yet there was a sense of absent-mindedness. Wang Peng and Song Yu noticed Zhao Yuner's reserved demeanor and didn't go too far, occasionally shifting the topic to the other girls. Li Haoren had a clear goal. He kept serving food to Bai Shuefei and trying to please her. The latter did not refuse and even ordered Li Haoren to bring her tea and water. Actually, boys and girls think the same way. Boys want to chat with beautiful girls, and girls want to talk to handsome guys. Shenxu was undoubtedly the most handsome among the boys present, but he didn't talk much and was occasionally playing on his phone, so the girls felt they couldn't connect with him and could only clink glasses with him when everyone raised their glasses. Not long after, Shenxi noticed that the bottle in front of him was empty. Just as he was about to open a new bottle, a fair arm reached out to him and poured him a glass. "Shenxi, let's have a private chat too." He looked up and saw Zhao Yuner smiling at him with her red lips pursed. "I'll do it, you can do whatever you want." When a girl offered to clink glasses with him, Shenxi naturally acted generously, downing the entire glass in one gulp. Zhao Yuner slowly drank half a glass. She was aware of her own alcohol tolerance, and she wouldn't refuse Shenxi's offer of help. They had drunk several cups in total. After the sip, Shenxi noticed a faint blush rising on Zhao Yuner's cheeks. Her soft hair cascaded down her shoulders, making her face look exceptionally alluring in the dim light. Just then, everyone else was engrossed in their conversation and no one was paying attention to them. Shenxi said with concern, "It's just the two of us, so drink slowly." Zhao Yuner's smile extended to the corners of her crescent-shaped eyes. "Why don't you drink slower?" Shenxi didn't mince words, "Your face is all red." Zhao Yuner still smiled and said, "I'm the kind of person who blushes as soon as I drink alcohol. My face turned red after the first glass." "Yeah? You were chatting with them and didn't notice. It's my fault, I'll punish myself with a drink. I can drink a little too." Zhao Yuner didn't give Shenxi a chance to show off his chauvinism. She raised her glass to him again and clinked glasses. This time, she tilted her head back and drank the rest of the wine in one gulp. Her bold and unrestrained manner was not at all out of place with her previous elegance. It was a sight to behold. I have to say, it's really comfortable to be around a girl like Zhao Yuner. By the way, I didn't even know where you were from, Shenxi. Zhao Yuner gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her lips with a tissue, her gaze lingering on Shenxi. "Yiling, what about you?" "I'm from Western Shu, but my maternal grandmother's family is also in Yiling. Half a fellow villager. We're practically from the same hometown." As they spoke, the two raised their glasses at the same time, and this time neither of them yielded to the other, drinking the entire glass in one gulp. Whether it was from having a few too many drinks or meeting someone from her hometown, Zhao Yuner's watery eyes seemed to hold a hint of intoxication. "Let me tell you, when I was little." Before she could say a few words, Li Haoren suddenly excitedly put his arm around Shenxi's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Old Chen, you never even glanced at the girls on the street before. I was worried you were just playing on your phone. Turns out you just hadn't met a girl you liked. The pleasant atmosphere was ruined just like that." Shenxi's forehead was covered in black lines, while Zhao Yuner was quite pleased. Seeing his speechless look, she covered her mouth and let out a silvery laugh. "Zilong, you two come over and chat with everyone. Don't drink alone and get drunk." Bai Shuefei nudged her, and Zhao Yuner readily agreed. Shenxi didn't refuse either. After Shenxi came over, Bai Shuefei suggested playing Texas Hold'em. "You all know how to play, right?" Everyone else had no objections, but Zhao Yuner smiled shyly. "I only know how to play Dodiju, a card game. Playing Texas Hold'em is very simple." Bai Shuefei proudly raised her chin as she explained the game rules, while simultaneously dealing and arranging the cards as a demonstration. Shenxi remained silent, listening quietly to her explanation. Each player is dealt 3 cards. The dealer calls out the bet first, and the other players raise the bet according to their hand, raising at least half a cup each time. Players who fold drink half a cup. Of course, simply drinking isn't fun either. The biggest loser can choose from 3 options: drinking, dare, and truth or dare. The rules of the game are very simple, and anyone can play. However, those who have never played before may be hesitant to participate. How about it, Shenxi? Do you dare to play a couple of rounds? Bai Shuefei's eyes seemed to carry a hint of provocation. While they were drinking, she could tell that Chen Shi was avoiding alcohol, but how could she let such a handsome but somewhat uninhibited young man go? She had to teach him a lesson. Chen Shi smiled without saying a word. In his opinion, these drinking games were like children playing around. It was fine for entertainment, but if he joined in, it would just be bullying children, which would take away a lot of the fun. His meaning was already quite clear, and Bai Shuefei suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Coward, a man who doesn't understand romance. Everyone's joined in, so it would be a bit awkward if some students didn't fit in. This remark left everyone speechless. Li Haoran knew that Bai Shuefei was a girl who cared a lot about her image and always had a lot of people to obey her. Chen Shi not joining the group she organized was equivalent to disrespecting her. Since they were all newly acquainted classmates and roommates for the next 4 years, he quickly smoothed things over, saying, "Old Chen, Feifei is just being straightforward, she doesn't mean anything by it, please don't take it to heart. Feifei, it's normal that Lao Chen doesn't know how to play since he's not from the south. There are so many of us playing, it's all the same." Li Haoran's words eased the atmosphere somewhat, and Zhao Yun'er stepped forward again. "Actually, I didn't quite understand how to play either." Before the atmosphere could change, she looked at Chen Shi for her opinion and asked, "How about we share a place, okay?" Chapter 6 Beginner Buff? Zhao Yun'er has gone to such lengths to smooth things over for her, so it's no longer reasonable for Chen Shi to pretend to be an outsider. "Anyway, I'm just playing support for Zhao Yun'er, so it shouldn't be considered bullying a child, right? I'm fine with it." Chen Shi nodded, then looked at the determined Bai Shuefei. "Is it okay, sir?" Bai Shuefei pouted her bright red lips and readily replied, "Anything is fine." She doesn't care how others play, the important thing is that everyone participates. There are 9 people on the field. 1 girl is not participating. 2 girls form a team, Chen Shi and Zhao Yun'er. There are a total of 6 groups of cards, and each group is dealt 3 cards. Zhao Yun'er received a pair of jacks and a king, but before she could even consider the value of her hand, Bai Shuefei quickly shouted, "2 cups at the bottom." "No way, Sister Fei? You're already playing this big game right from the start?" Wang Peng's lips twitched. "So, are you in or not?" Bai Shuefei grinned confidently, casually tossing her golden hair, exuding an alluring charm with every move. "Fine, I'll go for it, and add half a cup." It was only the first round, and Wang Peng wasn't intimidated at all. Song Yu and the other 2 girls were frightened. They were offered 2 or 3 cups right off the bat. No one could handle it, so they chose to fold and each drank half a cup. "Zilong, your silence means your hand is pretty good too. Are you going to raise?" "Ah." Zhao Yun'er was also a little confused. She felt that her hand was not bad, so she agreed, "Okay, let's raise then." She didn't notice the strange smile that appeared on Bai Shuefei's lips. Li Haoran had a pair of 10s and an ace of spades, giving him a chance to gamble. But as he kept staring at Bai Shuefei, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As someone who's been there, it was Bai Shuefei who introduced him to playing Texas Hold'em. He either cheated or got dragged into the trap, and his rhythm was completely controlled by her. The first time he played, he drank so much that he was vomiting and had diarrhea, and he couldn't even sit up on a plastic stool. After that, every time he drank and played cards, he was completely subdued. She was an insurmountable obstacle for him. He knew that Bai Shuefei was definitely planning to scam someone again. "I fold." "Damn, you're such a coward," Wang Peng said disdainfully. He only had a small pair, but he couldn't afford to lose his momentum even if he lost the hand. Anyway, losing just meant drinking. Li Haoran wasn't angry, he just chuckled to himself, thinking, "You'll get what's coming to you. Since you've already raised the stakes, let's show our cards. I have a pair of aces and a queen. Let's show our cards, everyone." Bai Shuefei stood up casually, putting one foot on the chair. Her legs were already long and slender, and Chen Shi happened to be sitting opposite her, which meant that her legs were obviously on the table. "Wow, Fei Jia, you're cheating, aren't you? You're the one pretending. Hurry up and reveal the cards." After Wang Peng dealt his cards, he had a pair of 6s and a jack, which was lower than Zhao Yun'er's hand, so he was certain he would have to finish all 3 cups of wine. "It's just 3 cups, no big deal." Wang Peng poured 3 cups of wine and drank them down in one gulp without stopping, without even blushing or skipping a beat. Brother Da Peng is truly generous. Bai Shuefei clapped her hands and cheered from the side. This kind of praise made Wang Peng feel flattered. He patted his chest and said, "We Northerners have never been afraid to drink." Alright, Zilong, do you choose to drink 3 cups of wine, or play truth or dare? I'll choose truth, Zhao Yuner said with a shy smile. Bai Shuefei didn't make things difficult for her, but simply asked Zhao Yuner to introduce herself. When someone asked to introduce themselves, all eyes turned to them. Zhao Yuner sat gracefully in her seat and introduced herself with poise. I am Zhao Yuner. You should all have a deep impression of my name because my grandfather was a fan of Zhao Zilong, so he gave me this name. It left a deep impression on me. But what's most impressive is your long, straight legs and your milky white skin. Several boys had the same thought. Because I didn't do very well in the college entrance examination last year, I enrolled in a preparatory course. I am very honored to be classmates with you all this year. My grades in foundation are much worse than yours, so I may have to ask you for help in my studies in the future. Please don't mind. Since I've spent an extra year at Jiangnan University, if you have any questions when you first arrive, feel free to come to me, and I'll do my best to help you. By the way, I enjoy sports in my spare time, and we can all exercise together sometime. Zhao Yuner is very modest. Her gentle voice is like a spring breeze, captivating both boys and girls. Wang Peng's eyes lit up as he listened to her talk about sports. What a coincidence, Zhao Yuner. I didn't know you liked sports too. How about we get together sometime? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and showed off his muscles. Zhao Yuner maintained her smile and said calmly, when I have time, definitely next time. Well. Wow. At this moment, Wang Peng was overjoyed. He had heard people say that college life was great, and it was indeed true. He's only just started school, and his spring has already arrived? Actually, there's an even more coincidence that Wang Peng didn't mention. Like Zhao Yuner, he was in the same graduating class in high school, but he had to repeat a year because he failed the college entrance exam. He just felt that repeating a year of high school because of poor grades was shameful. He wasn't as generous as Zhao Yuner, and he didn't say it in front of these girls because of his pride. Given the many coincidences and her stunning beauty, Wang Peng immediately developed a strong interest in Zhao Yuner. Alright, let's move on to the next game. In the second round, everyone else had terrible hands and folded. Zhao Yuner got a pair of aces and a 10. She thought she was in good shape again and raised with Bai Shuefei, but was beaten by Bai Shuefei's flush. Ha, Zilong, your cards were just a little worse than mine, you lost again. This time, Bai Shuefei said that they couldn't play truth every round, so they had to drink. She forced Zhao Yuner to drink 2.5 cups, and Shenshi had to drink the same amount. In the following rounds, Zhao Yuner became traumatized, almost always folding and drinking quite a bit, her pretty face flushed. She looked at Shenshi somewhat embarrassedly. She keeps losing, she's really lucky. Shenshi smiled and shook her head. They're just trying to scare you. Let me do it. Shenshi thought Zhao Yuner was still too young, so she decided to take the stage herself. As the new round began, he looked at his cards and exclaimed with delight, 3 cups. Bai Shuefei was startled and quickly said, Hey, I won the last round. I was the one who called the bet first. Oh? Is that so? Yeah, the winner of the last round will be the dealer in the next round. Sai, I'm folding this round, my hand isn't very good. Bai Shuefei seemed to be talking to herself, her voice lowered. I'm not doing too well this game either, I'm giving up. The cards are terrible, let's play the next round. The others weren't stupid either, and they all folded. Shenshi won easily and smiled as she spread out her cards, saying, Luckily you didn't call, otherwise you would have drunk a lot. I have a flush. Everyone looked and saw a 4 of spades, a 10 of spades, and a 7 of clubs. What the hell is this flush? 3 spades. Oh. Why is there a club? Sorry, I misread it. Wow. Everyone was speechless. What kind of eyesight did they have? They had just wasted their time drinking that round. They were totally at a loss. When I first joined, I thought I had a good hand and I was quite excited. Shenshi said with a smile, and no one paid much attention. 2 more rounds were played, and everyone else had really bad cards, so they all folded. Shenshi had a pretty good hand and won 2 rounds. After Shenshi received his cards in the next round, he stared at them and hesitated for a long time, arranging the cards several times before he heard Bai Shuefei urging, Shenshi, hurry up. I'm getting impatient. Okay, half a glass of wine then. I'll have another cup. I'll have another one. Hee, I'll add 2 more drinks. You guys don't need to reveal your cards, just drink them all. Bai Shuefei slammed her cards onto the table, AKQ straight of spades. Damn it. Li Haoran and Wang Peng's faces darkened immediately. They thought Chen Shi's hand was weak, so they followed suit without considering Bai Shuefei's side at all. The two of them wanted to compare the size of their cards, but Chen Shi slowly spread out the cards. Wait a minute, shouldn't 3 of a kind be higher than a straight flush? 3 is IXS, a triple kill. In an instant, Bai Shuefei's arrogant and domineering expression from just a second ago vanished, and her entire face turned red. If you're a leopard, why are you only ordering half a glass of wine? Well, I was just worried that someone else might have a bigger hand, Chen Shi said innocently. Damn it, you're betting the minimum on a leopard hand? Is it really necessary to be so cautious? Bai Shuefei was completely bewildered. It was bad enough that her hand was already bad, but she lost so badly even with such a good hand as a straight flush. She has always been unbeatable among her peers, and she is no less formidable than her own parents. So what's wrong with this guy in front of her? She keeps losing as soon as they start playing. Does this mean first-time players get some kind of newbie buff? She refused to believe that this guy's luck could last long. Wait a minute, she's going to teach Chen Shi a lesson. Chapter 7 didn't say I couldn't play. Bai Shuefei had already lost several rounds, and this time she lost 4 cups of wine. She couldn't drink anymore, but fortunately she was the biggest loser in the game, so she chose to tell the truth. Chen Shi didn't make things difficult for her and asked her to introduce herself as well. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuefei's slightly depressed mood vanished instantly. Her family was quite well off, and her self-introduction revealed a sense of superiority. She talked about her summer vacation. After the college entrance examination, she went abroad to travel, and when she had free time, she would go out shopping and eating with her best friends. Several people present looked on with envy, especially Wang Peng, who was stunned. What was Starbucks? He had never even heard of Balenciaga. Bai Shuefei enjoyed the way people looked at her. She became more and more engrossed in her conversation and even winked playfully, saying, I was an art student in junior high school. Singing and dancing were my specialties. Wang Peng finally understood and smiled, flattering her, Sister Fei is so talented, how about showing us your skills sometime? Li Haoran was extremely possessive of his food. He thought to himself, who do you think you are? I haven't even seen it myself, why would I show it to you? He said unhappily, go back and wash up and go to sleep. Why should I show it to you? Bai Shuefei's face immediately darkened. She had hoped that after Wang Peng, that big oaf, started, others would continue to praise her, but Li Haoran, that idiot, forcibly interrupted her. What's it to you? Bai Shuefei glared at him. Are you jealous? I'm not even your girlfriend yet, and you're already trying to control me like this? Don't you know how to respect a woman's independent personality? Several question marks made Li Haoran nervous. No, that's not what Fei meant. So what do you mean? Li Haoran was speechless and wanted to slap himself for being so out of touch with reality. Never mind, she's had too much to drink. Let's continue chatting, shall we? Chen Shi said with a sympathetic expression. You're the one who's drunk. You've only won a few rounds, huh? Bai Shuefei ignored her and started the next round by shuffling and dealing the cards herself. Li Haoran realized he had made a mistake, so he tried to cooperate more with Bai Shuefei. He would fold when he had a good hand and call when he had a bad hand. As a result, the game became quite crazy, with each round involving at least 3 or 4 bets. However, Chen Shi won more often than he lost. While the others drank until their stomachs were bloated and they had to go to the toilet several times, he remained as if nothing had happened. Bai Shuefei, in particular, was puzzled. She felt that Chen Shi's cards weren't particularly good, but she was always just a little short. She was thinking that she could get back at him in the next round, and before long, she was so drunk that her head was spinning. Again. Deal the cards. Originally there were 6 teams, but now only 3 remain, Zhao Yuner, Chen Shi, Bai Shuefei, and Wang Peng. After receiving her cards, Bai Shuefei had a straight JQK, which was a pretty good hand, and she was delighted. At the same time, Chen Shi showed Zhao Yuner the cards, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. This scene was witnessed by Bai Shuefei, who immediately sensed something was wrong. 3 cups, anyone want to join? Wang Peng immediately chickened out. Consider yourself lucky. Seeing the two laughing so happily, Bai Shuefei wasn't stupid, so she obediently poured herself half a glass of wine. Chen Shi smiled without saying a word, put away the cards, and was about to shuffle them when Bai Shuefei snatched them away. What's the rush? I haven't even seen what card you have yet. When all cards are folded, the dealer does not have to reveal their cards. Bai Shuefei, having drunk a certain amount, became alert. When she looked at Chen Shi's cards, she saw that they were the 7 of diamonds, the 5 of clubs, and the Jack of spades, without even a single pair. What a terrible hand. How dare they call it 3 cups? You stole the chicken. Bai Shuefei's eyes widened as she pointed at Chen Shi. Didn't you say you didn't know how to play? I didn't say I didn't know how to play, Chen Shi said, spreading her hands with an innocent look on her face. Bai Shuefei was both angry and annoyed. She finally realized that she had been tricked and that Chen Shi was just making fun of her. If I had known he knew how to play, I wouldn't have lost so badly. But the other person wasn't lying, he hadn't intended to play and I had dragged him in. Zilong. How could you lie to me along with him? I don't know either. Zhao Yuner laughed awkwardly. At first, she really didn't know how to play. She only realized later that Chen Shi was cheating, but she couldn't very well say it out loud. Bai Shuefei had just tried to bully her, a newbie, so Chen Shi got revenge for her. It's a little naughty, hee hee. Despite her anger, Bai Shuefei had no way to vent her frustration. She could only glare fiercely at Chen Shi. Playing dumb to fool others is a dishonorable way to win. If you dare, keep going. Chen Shi found this little girl quite interesting and thought he was just teasing her casually, but he didn't expect her to be so competitive. Sure, but you still owe me a few drinks. Chen Shi pointed to several bottle caps on the table. Humph. It's just a few drinks. Bai Shuefei suddenly stood up, raised her glass high, and gulped down a large mouthful of wine. After finishing one glass, she quickly took the second one. Fei, drink slowly. What's it to you? Ugh. Bai Shuefei was about to curse Li Haoren when she suddenly felt a churning in her throat and vomited all over the place. Zhao Yuner quickly squatted down, gently patted Bai Shuefei's back, poured her some hot water to drink, and then gave her tissues to wipe her mouth and nose. The other girls took turns taking care of her and asking her if she was alright. Bai Shuefei shook her head. She had just spoken too quickly and drunk too fast, which made her feel nauseous. After vomiting, her nasal cavity felt hot, and she became much more sober. Wanting to find the culprit, he discovered that Chen Shi had already disappeared. He could only grit his teeth and curse angrily, that despicable guy, how dare he trick me? Find him for me, I want to fight him for another 300 rounds. Seeing her disheveled appearance, Li Haoren felt a pang of heartache, but for some reason, he also felt a secret thrill. He never expected that Bai Shuefei would also have a setback. He complained, that old Chen is really something, he doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all. Fei, I'll teach him a lesson for you when you get back to the dorm. You think you can help your mother, you newbie? Bai Shuefei was already indignant, and Li Haoren's words made her think it was utter nonsense. Who did he think he was looking down on? They still want to act wildly and cause a ruckus. Zhao Yuner took her hand and comforted her. Okay, Fei, let's leave it at that for today. I saw Chen Shi walking towards the restroom. She's been there for so long, she's probably throwing up in there. Really? Really? Zhao Yuner handed Bai Shuefei to another girl and said to the others, you guys take her out for some fresh air first, I'll go settle the bill. Although it was a buffet, the cost of the meal was settled at the end because some beers were charged separately. Wang Peng gave her an okay sign, remember to take the bill, we'll pay you back another day. Zhao Yuner smiled and said, I'll treat you, don't be shy. Ha? Isn't this a bad idea? What's wrong with that? Zilong, let's go after you pay the bill. Bai Shuefei felt much better after hearing that Chen Shi had also vomited, and said lazily, leaning on another girl's shoulder. Sister Fei, I think this meal should be split equally. What's so great about paying? Just ask someone else next time. Wang Peng frowned immediately. How could he let the girl he liked spend money? It was clearly Bai Shuefei who drank the most, and not only did she take advantage of the situation, she also made her pay for the meal. And who knows when the next time will be. He finally realized that this woman had always liked to act on her own initiative. Once she comes up with an idea, others will follow her train of thought. A generous and kind girl like Zhao Yuner will definitely listen to her and obediently treat everyone to a meal. In the future, she might be bullied in many more places. Xiaoyu and Haozi, as grown men, it's not appropriate for us to let a girl treat us, is it? Wang Peng puffed out his chest, displaying a masculine air. Songya nodded in agreement, and Li Haoren also thought it made sense, saying confidently, that's right, we guys can split the bill, you girls don't need to pay. Nima Wang Peng was immediately dumbfounded. Not letting girls treat you doesn't mean you have to pay for them. This meal alone would cost at least 50 yuan per person. There was one more girl than boy on the other side, and wasn't Bai Shufe Li Haoren's girlfriend? Why should I help her share the burden? Wang Peng was heartbroken, but he had already said the words. If he went back on his word, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? Well, alright then. Seeing that the boys had reached an agreement, Zhao Yuner didn't say anything more. She planned to pay the bill first, and then refused to accept the money when they offered it to her. But when Zhao Yuner walked to the front desk, the cashier didn't even glance at them. Hello, could you please settle the bill? Only after I greeted them did the other person slowly raise their head. She glanced at her, then at the door, a puzzled look on her face. Didn't that handsome guy at your table just pay the bill? Chapter 8. You're pretty fast. Ding. Zhao Yuner's favorability has increased to 70, granting the special ability Hand of God. The host can choose to copy one of Zhao Yuner's special skills or talents and adapt and enhance them to themselves. Zhao Yuner's special skills or talents, outstanding athletic abilities, is this something that can be replicated? During the meal, Zhao Yuner's favorability rating unknowingly reached 70, and Chen Shi silently confirmed it in his mind without hesitation. If it's something like dance, he'll have to consider it. Improving one's athletic ability is definitely not a bad thing for a man. The adaptation process is expected to be completed during nighttime sleep. As the group walked out of the restaurant, they saw Chen Shi playing on her phone and getting some fresh air outside, clearly having been gone for a while. Zhao Yuner came to his side and asked, Chen Shi, did you pay the bill? How much was that meal? We'll transfer the money to you. No need, let's go. Chen Shi waved her hand and walked ahead alone. How much money is this? In my past life, this amount wouldn't even buy a decent woman. Today, I'm just teasing Bai Shufe, this silly girl, and with such a beautiful girl like Zhao Yuner by my side, Chen Shi is in a really good mood. Wang Peng, who was still feeling some pain, was completely bewildered. Now, hearing what Chen Shi said, his ears involuntarily burned. Li Haoren's drunkenness subsided considerably in an instant. He was stunned for a while before speaking. That old Chen, he didn't say so earlier that he was going to pay the bill, making that girl hesitate for so long. To be honest, Chen Shi's decision to pay the bill early without prior notice surprised everyone. Perhaps he felt bad for having drunk too much and played too wildly. I already said, why bother with all that trouble? Bai Shufe didn't react much, and walked out nonchalantly with her hands behind her head. Don't be so petty, go back quickly, it's getting late, and you still have to wait in line for a shower later. Bai Shufe was initially very upset and resentful that Chen Shi had tricked her, but now that she put herself in Chen Shi's shoes, she realized that she had also tricked people at the dinner table before, and everyone had a good time, right? Her previous frustration vanished, and she suddenly felt that Chen Shi was quite sensible and interesting. Compared to the other two, oh dear, one is terribly tongue-tied and can't speak properly, while the other is a country bumpkin who wants to show off. They're both nothing special. Hearing Bai Shufe say this, the others quickly followed. Chen Shi walked quickly ahead, with Zhao Yuner following beside him. She took out her wallet and said sincerely, Chen Shi, this meal must have cost a lot of money. We agreed that it was my treat, so I'll give you the money. It's not much money. Seeing that he didn't even glance at her, Zhao Yuner tentatively suggested, you drank quite a lot just now, it must be too much pressure for you to do it all by yourself, how about we split the bill? Chen Shi didn't say anything. Zhao Yuner knew he didn't want to continue the topic, so she simply gave up, then I'll treat you to a meal alone next time. Good. Chen Shi did not refuse, but of course, he still did not look at her. She leaned closer and asked curiously, Chen Shi, are you reporting to your girlfriend? Chen Shi turned off the screen so she couldn't see the content, and casually said, no, he's just an elder. Zhao Yuner asked with a gossipy look, really? He can chat with an elder for so long. Are there other girls involved? Do you really believe there's only one person? Chen Shi gave an enigmatic smile. Ha ha. Zhao Yuner didn't say anything, but nodded and suggested, let's add each other on QQ, so it'll be easier to contact you next time and I can treat you to a meal. Can. The friend request was accepted instantly. I am Chen Shi. I am Yuner, please take good care of me from now on, naughty. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. At 7 o'clock, Chen Shi, who was still half asleep, was woken up by a series of urgent alarm clock rings. Just then, the first rays of morning sunlight shone through the bathroom mirror onto his face, feeling hot and scorching. After returning to his dorm last night, he took a hot shower first. When he came out of the bathroom, his 3 roommates were already fast asleep. Wang Peng's snoring echoed throughout the dorm like thunder. On the other side, Li Haoran's snoring was long and drawn out, as if it were echoing Wang Peng's, like a folk song duet, one high and one low, one long and one short, rising and falling. This made Chen Shi, who was already unaccustomed to communal living, even more miserable, and she couldn't sleep at all. They were still sleeping soundly, completely undisturbed by the alarm clock. Despite not having slept well last night, Chen Shi felt quite energetic. He got up, went to Li Haoran's bedside, and turned off the alarm clock. I looked at myself in the mirror for a long time while brushing my teeth. In his previous life, he had bad living habits and a bit of a belly, which was supported only by his face. After a night of transformation, his muscles were clearly visible. He couldn't be described as having an explosive physique, but he could be described as pleasing to the eye. It wasn't just her figure, her entire demeanor transformed from gloomy to vibrant and energetic. She was completely rejuvenated from head to toe. I was so young back then. Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh. After washing up, he changed into sportswear and headed to the Information Science Department's sports field, which was 1 kilometer away. Since school hasn't officially started yet, even though it's almost 8 a.m., there are hardly any people on the playground, just scattered in 2s and 3s on the track or the court. Ironically, most of the people exercising at this time are not students, but rather elderly or retired faculty and staff. That's good too. A spacious track allows you to run more freely. Chen Shi first walked briskly around the track, and then started to speed up and run. Not exactly jogging, but running at a speed that would get a perfect score on a university physical fitness test. She ran 5 laps. The 5 laps only took about 6 minutes, which was considered half of her morning exercise. As he slowed down to a steady jog and passed the storage rack near the entrance to the playground, a gentle female voice reached his ears. "Chen Shi, good morning." The voice seemed familiar, but Chen Shi was also a little confused. He shouldn't know anyone at Jian University, right? I stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. A girl with a pretty face was sitting on the bottom step of the shelf, looking at me with a bright smile that extended to the corners of her eyes. Zhao Yuner? Zhao Yuner had her hair tied in a high ponytail, and her delicate features were fully displayed in front of Chen Shi, making them more direct and three-dimensional. Compared to her charming appearance under the night lights with her long hair down yesterday, she had a completely different flavor, and for a moment he almost didn't recognize her. She was wearing a tight-fitting vest with a long-sleeved ice silk coat over it, which further accentuated her ample bosom, making Chen Shi very certain that she recognized the person who had come from the front. What a coincidence! I didn't expect you to be here exercising too. Zhao Yuner greeted Chen Shi warmly when she saw that Chen Shi recognized her. It has to be said that Zhao Yuner has a really good figure. Even when she is sitting, her waist, which is exposed under her vest, is full and plump without being cumbersome at all. She is the dream waist of countless girls. The same goes for her long legs, which are straight yet fleshy, with a smooth and natural overall curve when wrapped in black yoga pants. Her looks and figure would be considered exceptional on any one person alone, but when combined in one person, she is a natural beauty. It's absolutely captivating. If only I were wearing shorts, Chen Shi thought. He was curious about what those beautiful legs look like when exposed to the air. If only I could carry it on my shoulders, cough cough. That's going too far. It's no wonder Chen Shi's mind was racing. The great writer Zhou Shuren once said, "The moment I see shorts, I think of long legs, then I immediately think of nudity, then I immediately think of genitals, then I immediately think of sex." Lu Sun, ever the polite one, stepped forward. "Your mother, I think I really did say that. When did you arrive?" Chen Shi asked. Zhao Yuner pursed her lips, tilted her head and said, "I just sat down after running 2 kilometers and saw you. I saw you run several laps in one go. I didn't expect you to be so fast." Chen Shi rolled her eyes. "Miss, please watch your words. Don't just casually call a man fast." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuner's expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. Although I got along quite well with Chen Shi last night, I still felt a little uncomfortable with a guy I had only known for a short time telling me jokes. "I was praising you," Zhao Yuner said irritably. "I meant you're very capable." But as soon as she said it, she unconsciously linked it to the previous sentence, as if it had become ambiguous again. With Chen Shi looking at her with that ambiguous smile, her pretty face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. "You seemed so serious yesterday, but it turns out you were just taking advantage of someone you know." Zhao Yuner puffed out her cheeks and gently patted Chen Shi. Chen Shi didn't reply, but just glanced at the playground. "How about we have a competition? What's the prize?" "You want a prize? How about the loser buys breakfast?" Sure, but you have to go easy on me. Zhao Yuner had just witnessed Chen Shi's strength. As she spoke, she ran out first, and even turned back to give Chen Shi a playful smile. Looking at Zhao Yuner's sunny and beautiful appearance, I thought that this must be the most beautiful look of a girl in her youth. In the past, the girls around Chen Shi were all after his money, and they all had a worldly air about them. Wearing a school uniform would only make them look even more provocative. He never had the chance to be with a pure and sunny girl like her. It was truly a rare occurrence. He felt as if he had become several years younger. He took a step and chased after them. Chapter 9 was beaten to it again. Because there were few people in the morning, Chen Shi was able to run side by side with Zhao Yuner without affecting others. However, the two just ran silently without saying a word, and there was no sign of a race at all. After running about 5 laps, Zhao Yuner began to slow down, adjust her breathing, and gradually relax. I give up. She gave Chen Shi an admiring look. You're really amazing. I'm embarrassed to say I like sports in front of you. After all, there are differences between men and women. You've already done a great job. Breakfast is on me. Zhao Yuner remained non-committal. It was normal for Chen Shi, a boy, to be physically stronger than her. It wasn't that he didn't let her run, it was just that she got caught up in his rhythm and couldn't run well. Walking back to the shelf, Zhao Yuner opened her thermos and slowly took a sip as she walked. As the sun quietly rose, a ray of sunlight illuminated her beautiful, delicate jawline, creating a play of light and shadow that made her skin appear as white as snow. The warm light fell on Zhao Yuner's hair on her pillow, emitting a gentle golden glow, with faint traces of fragrant sweat, revealing a unique charm. On the sycamore-lined path leading to the second canteen of the School of Information Science, beams of sunlight pierced through the treetops, casting a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow on the ground. Zhao Yuner pushed a bicycle, keeping pace with Chen Shi. Since the height difference between them was less than half a head, they only tilted their heads slightly to look at each other, making communication very comfortable. Chen Shi looked puzzled and asked, "You should live in the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, so why are you running in the Faculty of Information Science? You live near the border of the two faculties, and the sports field is even closer here. I was wondering why you didn't mention that you like sports yesterday? You just said you like sports, and I said I like sports too. That sounds like I'm trying to pick you up." Huh, no way. Zhao Yuner said dismissively, then covered her mouth and chuckled. You mean your roommate? Wang Pon? His name is Wan Pon? That should be it. I don't have the habit of being two-faced after only knowing someone for a short time. Chen Shi spread his hands to indicate that he didn't mean it that way. What you're implying is that you're taking advantage of someone you know well. Forehead. Chen Shi was speechless. Seeing his discomfiture, Zhao Yuner laughed heartily, which could be considered a comeback. Upon entering the cafeteria, Zhao Yuner ordered 2 small custard buns, 2 small steamed buns with filling, and a small cake. Chen Shi, being a carnivore, ordered 2 large meat buns and a plate of dumplings, each accompanied by a bowl of soy milk. When it was time to pay the bill, Zhao Yuner said, "Auntie, let's pay together." Just as I was about to swipe my card, Chen Shi beat me to it and successfully paid with a quick beep. I said I'd treat you to breakfast, Chen Shi said. If Zhao Yuner were to pay, he could probably get a rebate of tens of thousands of yuan. But even without the system, Chen Shi could make money himself. He wasn't short of money right now, nor was he in a hurry to make money. A few tens of thousands more or less didn't make much difference. He could get it back sooner or later if he let it go this time, so it didn't matter. Zhao Yuner actually disliked male heroism, but Chen Shi's actions only made her smile slightly. He beat me to it again. Thank you, Chen Shi, you're so kind. You're welcome, it's just a few dollars. Zhao Yuner rolled her eyes instantly. What a spoilsport, is it really about a few dollars? The way she rolled her eyes was quite cute, and Chen Shi was amused by her. Next came Chen Shi's awkward moment. Every time he saw the cafeteria tables, he would complain in his heart that they were too small. Especially since Zhao Yuner and he both had long legs, sitting face to face would likely cause their feet to rub against each other, and their legs could only be staggered, which was deliberately awkward. After sitting down, Zhao Yuner asked curiously, "Have you been to Jiangda before? You seem quite familiar with it." "No, a senior student showed me around," Chen Shi said casually. "Oh." Zhao Yuner chewed on a custard bun, let out a long "oh," and then said with interest, "You have quite a wide network of connections." "I wouldn't say that. She's just a senior student I met yesterday." "So?" The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Perhaps it was because the two of them had only just met and didn't have much to talk about, or perhaps they were hungry from exercising. They were both focused on eating their breakfast and didn't say much more. However, Chen Shi occasionally glanced at Zhao Yuner. The girl's elegant manners while eating, coupled with her pleasing appearance, seemed to increase his appetite. Could this be understood as a type of carbon-based pickled mustard tuber? Chen Shi finished eating quickly, while Zhao Yuner seemed to have ordered too much, as she couldn't finish the last steamed bun. Zhao Yuner smiled apologetically. Sorry, it seems we ordered too much. If you don't mind? No way. Chen Shi certainly didn't mind. He grabbed her little steamed bun and put it in his mouth. It was soft and fluffy with a faint milky aroma. The red beans on top were still a little juicy and sweet, leaving a lingering aftertaste in his mouth. Zhao Yuner sipped her soy milk, watching Chen Shi devour a steamed bun in no time. She tilted her head and smiled, thinking to herself, he really is a boy. At that moment, Chen Shi noticed a thick white liquid oozing from the corner of her mouth, without her noticing. So he took out a tissue and gently wiped Zhao Yuner's mouth. Chen Shi's action was sudden and without any warning. Zhao Yuner felt Chen Shi lightly touch her lips, catching her completely off guard. The two were very close, less than the distance of a table. Chen Shi's sunny and handsome face clearly came into Zhao Yuner's view, and the smile on his lips was gentle, pure, and natural. In an instant, Zhao Yuner's entire body tensed up, and she stood up uncontrollably. It's getting late. I should go now. You take your time eating. Zhao Yuner's mind went blank, she couldn't even speak clearly, her watery eyes wide open, and she quickly left. The reaction was so strong that even Chen Shi was taken aback. Looking at the tissue in her hand, she could still smell a faint fragrance. They slipped away pretty quickly. Could they have offended someone? Chen Shi considered sending a message to explain, but after thinking about it, she felt it would be a bit abrupt and it wasn't a big deal. After packing several breakfasts, I returned to my dorm. It was almost 9 o'clock when Song Yu got back to his dorm. He had just gotten up to brush his teeth and was standing on the balcony looking at the scenery outside the window. Their dormitory was on the edge of the dormitory building, with no view whatsoever. Outside the window was an abandoned football field overgrown with weeds, where hardly anyone exercised except for the dogs of nearby residents who would play and pee there. However, once the window was opened, the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms from downstairs drifted in with the morning breeze, instantly making the air feel much fresher. Seeing Chen Shi come in to take a shower, Song Yu smiled at him with a toothbrush in his mouth. Chen Shi nodded and replied, "Breakfast is on your table." "Thank you, brother Chen." After showering and changing into casual clothes, Song Yu had already finished breakfast, while the other two pigs were still fast asleep. As soon as he came out, Song Yu came up to him. "Brother Chen, how much did you spend last night?" "I'll give you the money." Chen Shi said it wasn't much money and didn't need it. After a few unsuccessful attempts to persuade him, Song Yu had no choice but to give up and return to his seat to fiddle with his club application form. Chen Shi asked curiously, "Is it that complicated?" "No." Song Yu shook his head and explained, "There are several clubs, and I want to try them all. Many university club activities are quite complicated, so you'd better coordinate your club activities and coursework well." Song Yu responded softly, "I know, brother Chen." Chen Shi only gave a brief reminder and didn't say much. He had just glanced over and inadvertently discovered a book on C programming fundamentals, so he picked it up and started reading. Chapter 10 Theory is not as good as practice. Chen Shi read the professional books for a while, but his knowledge level was not even comparable to that of a junior college student, and he had some difficulty understanding the programming-related content. University life isn't that easy either. He read a book for a while, played on his phone, and then took a nap. Li Haoran and Wang Peng didn't wake up until after 4 p.m. Chen Shi thought they were incredibly awesome. Wang Peng brushed his teeth outside after taking a shower, while Li Haoran took a shower inside the bathroom. "Howsy, can I borrow your toothpaste?" "Damn it!" Li Haoran cursed angrily from the bathroom. "You can't just lend toothpaste to anyone." "Oh dear, I forgot to buy it. I'll use this first." Wang Peng didn't even ask for his permission, and then he used it with a grin. "I'm really impressed with you. You didn't go with old Chen when he went to buy groceries yesterday." Hee, I'll definitely make it up to you once I buy it." Wang Peng looked completely unconcerned, while Li Haoran felt like throwing up after hearing this. "You want to compensate me? Do you think I need your little bit of toothpaste?" In less than 2 minutes, Wang Peng finished washing up and returned to his seat. He saw 2 steamed buns and started eating them without thinking. Old Chen, did you buy this? Remember to buy hot food next time, it's all cold now. Question mark. Chen Shi didn't reply. Just then, Li Haoran came out of the bathroom and saw that there was also a portion on his table. He clicked his tongue and said, Old Chen, you're treating us to dinner and buying us steamed buns. I didn't realize you were so rich. Old Chen, you'll have to take good care of us brothers in the future, Wang Peng said shamelessly from the side. No, Zhao Yuner invited her, Chen Shi said, ignoring them and simply making things up. Zhao Yuner? That long-legged, big-breasted girl from last night. Wang Peng perked up and hurriedly asked Chen Shi, you met her today? We bumped into each other in the cafeteria. I see. Wang Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief, then asked curiously, by the way, what do you guys think of Zhao Yuner? It's alright, it's quite tall, Li Haoran said casually while chewing on a steamed bun. Last night, his mind was entirely on by Xu Fa. He only remembered that they said Zhao Yuner was a girl with a good figure, so he didn't pay much attention. If he ran into her outside, he might not even recognize her. Don't you think her figure is amazing? Wang Peng raised an eyebrow and gestured with his hands in front of his chest. Damn, you're really going all out. Li Haoran thought so too, but Wang Peng's actions were so despicable that he felt extremely ashamed. To be honest, Wang Peng said nonchalantly, standing up abruptly and declaring confidently, brothers, I've made up my mind. I'm going to start pursuing Zhao Yuner today. Puff. Li Haoran couldn't help but burst out laughing, and Song Yu also turned his head to the other side with an awkward smile. No matter how you look at it, Zhao Yuner is a girl with great temperament. Where did this idiot get the confidence to say such a thing? Why are you laughing? You're acting like you've never been in a relationship before. Li Haoran's mind worked quickly, and he was too lazy to criticize him. You're already thinking of pursuing her after just one meeting? From the first moment I saw her, I knew she was my destiny. And don't you think we're a good match? Whether it's our figures or our interests, it's like fate arranged for us to meet at this school. Look, she even brings us breakfast, which means she has a certain fondness for us brothers. At this moment, Li Haoran was completely suppressing his disgust. Damn it, how could this person be so shameless as to say such shameless things? Chen Shi regretted it too. He shouldn't have brought up Zhao Yuner earlier, it gave him goosebumps. Just then, Zhao Yuner sent him a message. Yuner, I had to leave in a hurry this morning, sorry. Playful. Chen Shi smiled. She hadn't explained to her, but the other woman had taken the initiative to defuse the awkward situation. How do you plan to pursue her? Li Haoran asked Wang Peng. I really have no idea, Wang Peng said with a fawning expression, rubbing his hands together. Brother Hao, you have more experience in dating, can you give your brother some advice? Li Haoran actually started sharing his experience with Wang Peng, saying that being more attentive, sending more messages, and being willing to spend money were his real experiences, while making attractive gestures in crowds from time to time was nonsense. Wang Peng told him to speak slowly and took out his notebook to write it down. Chen Shi suspected that Li Haoran was making fun of Wang Peng, and wanted to say something, but didn't say it. Well, this can be considered as helping Zhao Yuner avoid a potential problem. He suddenly developed a wicked sense of humor. Dawn, it's alright, may I ask you something? Yuner, what's wrong? Dawn, someone in my dorm wants to date you, can you give me some advice? Smile. Yuner, huh? Old Chen, aren't you coming to study? I'm not interested, and besides, theory is not as good as practice. I can tell you're just obsessed with your phone, Lao Chen. No matter how powerful you are online, it's all fake. Don't get too addicted to it. Wang Peng laughed heartily. Old Chen, the girl who was playing on her phone last night is called Feng Bauer. I think you two are a good match. You can talk to her first. We'll see. Chen Shi said absent-mindedly. He hadn't paid attention to what anyone was doing last night, and he couldn't remember their names. Damn it, keep talking. You're not even proactive in dating, so what exactly do you want to be proactive about? There are so many people who want to work hard. This statement earned him eye rolls from both of them. Song Yu was extremely frustrated. Why did Chen Shi and Feng Bauer have to be a couple? He couldn't drink anymore last night and wasn't feeling well, so only Feng Bauer showed him any concern. He just happens to like Feng Bauer's type, and Wang Peng is just randomly pairing people up. In his opinion, Chen Shi and Zhao Yuner are a better match, you're not good enough for him. However, he dared not say these words aloud and could only keep them to himself. As the group was making a ruckus, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open, and a stern-faced boy dragged his suitcase in. He was the last one to arrive at the dormitory, and his name was on his bed. Si Kongming frowned as soon as he entered the dormitory. What a bizarre university dormitory that requires 5 people to live in. Sure enough, a small place is a small place. Hey, brother Si Kong is here. Li Haoren greeted him warmly and offered him a yellow crane tower cigarette. Si Kongming responded but didn't take the cigarette. He walked straight past him, put his suitcase next to the bed, and immediately left the dormitory. This sudden and elusive maneuver left everyone a bit bewildered, especially Li Haoren, whose hand was frozen in mid-air, feeling incredibly awkward, all within less than 10 seconds. Damn it, why are you not giving my brother Hao any face? Wang Peng spoke first. It was unclear whether he was being sarcastic, expressing his dissatisfaction, or both. What the hell? Li Haoren angrily threw his cigarette on the ground and spat out a mouthful of smoke. He could be considered a second-generation rich kid from a big city. He thought he was pretty good at interpersonal relationships and that people would give him face wherever he went. He had never seen such an impolite person. He just put down his suitcase and left without saying a word. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Oh my god. Wang Peng quickly picked up the cigarette that had been thrown on the ground. It was deformed, and he carefully wiped away the dust. Brother Hao, calm down. You can't take your anger out on this precious thing. Damn, I've never seen such an idiot. Li Haoren lit a cigarette and generously offered one to each of the others. Song Yu didn't take it, which meant Wang Peng got 3 cigarettes at once. He was overjoyed and held Li Haoren up, saying, at worst, we'll just ignore him from now on. We'll isolate him together and see if he'll still pretend. Yes, Lao Chun, Xiaoyu, we must stand on the same side and never tolerate this kind of person. I think so too. Song Yu nodded firmly, showing his unwavering support for the organization on this point. Old Chen, you haven't given your opinion yet. This is a very serious issue. Although her new roommate was a bit strange, she didn't mess around with them. She looked at the messages sent on QQ and replied silently. Dawn, just kidding. Even if I wanted to pursue you, I couldn't ask you directly, right? Yuner, knock, I knew it. How could that be? Luckily, my mother always told me that men's words are deceitful, so I didn't fall for your trick. Dawn, surrender. Yuner, by the way, shouldn't your college's freshmen also have their first class meeting at 6:30 tonight? Dawn, Who are you chatting with? Seeing that she didn't react much, Li Haoren and Wang Peng came over. Classmates, she turned off her phone and stood up so they wouldn't see it. It's getting late, let's get ready for the class meeting. Chapter 11. There is only one truth. Li Haoren and Wang Peng's gossipy desires were dashed. They were both secretly wondering which girl she was chatting with. Let's go have dinner first, the timing is just right. Oh. As Wang Peng walked out of his dorm room, he was still thinking that if he had a smartphone, he could chat with the girl he liked anytime, just like Shenxi. He became increasingly eager to buy a mobile phone, and even considered using his food money to cover the cost first, since he had brought some money with him when school started. The brothers laughed and went downstairs. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory gate, they saw a brand new white Audi parked straight in front of the gate. In the passenger seat was a beautifully dressed woman wearing black stockings, who looked incredibly sexy. And sitting in the driver's seat was none other than his roommate, Si Kongming, whom he had just met. He rested one arm on the windowsill, puffing on his cigarette, drawing the attention of every passing student. When Shenxi and the others saw Si Kongming, he had just finished smoking his last cigarette, threw away the butt, and sped off without even glancing outside, disappearing from their sight. Holy crap, an Audi, a luxury car! Wang Peng exclaimed, completely surprised by his new roommate's extravagance. When Li Haoren first saw the Audi, he wanted to say something. In this day and age, it's already rare to have a car at home, let alone a luxury brand like BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi. But upon seeing that the car owner was Si Kongming, he immediately lost interest. It's just an Audi A4, what kind of luxury car is that? Li Haoren scoffed. Isn't Audi considered a luxury car? It's just the bottom of the BBA Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi group, Li Haoren commented with an air of knowledge. We Guangzhou people don't care about Mercedes-Benz, BMW, or Audi. We drive Honda, Toyota, and Nissan cars, which are high performance, reliable, and fuel efficient. My family owns a Camry, and my uncle's family drives an Accord. The price difference isn't much more than that of an Audi A4, but the Camry has a much better price-performance ratio than the Audi, right, Lao Chen? Li Haoren felt it was pointless to talk to a country bumpkin like Wang Peng, so he nudged Chen Shi. Actually, I don't know much about it either, Chen Shi gave an ambiguous answer. A4 should be pretty hard, right? He doesn't really know much about the A4. He's only seen a video on Douyin of a woman in a trench coat crashing her A4 into a semi-trailer truck on an elevated highway. He's never driven a Japanese car before. The cheapest Audi he's ever driven is probably the A6, and he's also driven a performance car like the RS7, but he felt it was just so-so. His daily commuter car is mainly a new energy vehicle. Li Haoren's lips twitched. This was the first time he had ever heard someone use hard to describe a car. Seeing that no one could respond to him, he could only wave his hand and say, well, all you need to know is that the car we just saw is just an ordinary car in Guangzhou, maybe even a rental. I'll get one next time and take you guys out for fun. Wang Peng couldn't understand, but he felt that Hao Ge was very impressive and kept praising him. Song Yu curled his lip in disapproval. He clearly saw that the Audi didn't even have license plates. How could it possibly be rented? Taking back his previous words, Song Yu glanced cautiously at Li Haoren, considering whether he should stay away from him, in case Si Kongming misunderstood his relationship with him. Around 6:20 p.m., after having lunch, Chen Shi and the other three walked towards the classroom. The road from the School of Information Science canteen to the classrooms is lined with tall plane trees. At the other end of the road are the girls' dormitory and a row of shops. This time of day is the peak time for girls to take showers, and the air is filled with the pleasant scent of shampoo and shower gel as you pass by. Many girls walk around downstairs in the girls' dormitory, wearing cool floral dresses and slippers, their hair still wet and tied up, their faces bare, pure, and beautiful. Some of the less fussy girls even have budding breasts, full of youthful energy. Li Haoren and Wang Peng, those two lecherous guys, were pointing and gossiping on the road. I'm telling you, that slut definitely wasn't wearing a bra. I don't believe you. I'll give you $100 so you can go ask her. I'll give you $200. Chen Shi felt embarrassed to be associated with these two, so she kept her distance. You said you've had your fill, but you're shouting so loudly, aren't you afraid of disturbing others? Can you take responsibility if there's no more to watch in the future? Hey Lao Chen, do you know where the classroom is? We've arrived. After passing the girls' dormitory, you'll find the playground of the School of Information Science and Technology. Next to the playground is the teaching building of the School of Information Science and Technology, which is called the Green Building by teachers and students because of its overall blue-green appearance. A group of computer science students went to a brothel for a class. What were they learning? Basic Computer Science University Computer Fundamentals. That's pretty funny. Chen Shi quickly found the classroom, which was full of people and could hold about 60. There were over 50 students in the class, with about 20 girls. At first glance, Chen Shi felt that the quality of the students was average, but they looked youthful and energetic, with clear eyes and a strange kind of foolishness. There were two other students on the podium doing something. They were probably teaching assistants or senior students. The front and middle seats were almost all taken, so Chen Shi and his three companions found seats in the last row. Wang Peng and Li Haoren sat inside, looking around and commenting. I think the girls in our class are pretty good, but there are just too few of them. Even if the price doubles, it won't be your turn. Damn it! The boys in other dormitories were also gossiping about it, as were the girls. They were all freshmen, full of anticipation for everything. Because Chen Shi arrived late, he attracted everyone's attention as soon as he entered the door. When they saw such a tall and handsome boy come in, many curious eyes secretly glanced in the direction of Chen Shi and his group. Wow, I never expected there to be such high-quality handsome guys in the STEM field. It's so wonderful to be able to study with such a handsome guy. Some girls were just swooning over him. If there hadn't been so many people around, they probably would have picked at him on the spot. Feeling the gazes of the women, Wang Peng excitedly nudged Li Haoren's shoulder. Haozi, did you see that girl smiling at me just now? The one in the sundress, she's got a big chest. He just smiled and turned around. Why are you so narcissistic? When Li Haoren walked over, he saw the girl with big breasts. Their eyes met briefly, and feeling a little guilty, he made up a story. She was also thinking, what if he started pursuing her? She only had eyes for Fei Fei. Is that so, Xiaoyu? Wang Peng didn't refute it, but just patted Song Yu on the shoulder with a smile. Song Yu's small frame was so sturdy from the patting that he leaned slightly to the other side. It seems like what they said isn't quite right. He felt the girl's gazes in the air, then secretly glanced at Chunshi beside him, and pushed up his glasses with his fingers. The light from above shone on the lenses, and the white reflection made it impossible to see the eyes below that were analyzing and thinking. He always felt that things weren't that simple. Chapter 12 is too high a level for you to reach. At 6:30, the senior students on stage began to host the class meeting. University class meetings are nothing more than everyone taking turns to introduce themselves and going through the motions. Afterwards, you can't recognize who is who at all, and you might not even know all the people in your neighboring dorm room during your 4 years of university. First, the second-year student introduced himself. He was just an ordinary guy named Li Ping, and he didn't pique anyone's interest. When it was the senior's turn to introduce herself, the class's mood suddenly became excited, and Chen Shi also took a good look at her. Hello everyone, I am Zhao Min, a junior. I am very happy to be your class assistant. I will guide you on the right track for your university studies and life during the freshman stage. My current GPA is 4.0, which ranks first in the entire college. I am the only student with a perfect score. If anyone wants to do scientific research in the future, please feel free to contact me. Her tone was very approachable when she introduced herself, but there was no doubt that it carried a hint of arrogance. Zhao Min is about 168 centimeters tall, which is quite outstanding among girls. She has a pretty face, fair skin, and excellent grades, which naturally attracts the attention of younger students. The boys admired the senior's beauty, while the girls looked up to her, fantasizing that they could become like her. Chen Shi lost interest after a couple of glances. He felt that Zhao Min's outfit was a bit out of place. Her thick bangs covered her forehead, she wore large round-framed glasses, and her clothes were loose and it was hard to tell what was underneath, as if she was trying to hide herself. Her outfit doesn't match her looks, which makes her less appealing. Wang Pang and Li Haoren started discussing it again. One of them is so small that I wouldn't even dare to look up at it. Another person said it was incredibly unsophisticated and couldn't compare to a single hair on my Fei-Fei's head. Son Yu was speechless. Did they force him to watch it and criticize his senior? Our freshman counselor, Mr. Gong Wei, also attended this class meeting, so I won't show off anymore. I'll leave the time to him from now on. Zhao Min gave up the podium to a young man in his 20s. Gong Wei is actually a master's graduate who hasn't been out of school for long. It's his first time mentoring students, so there's no generation gap between them. He told them they could call him Lao Gong or Brother Wei, and he also gave them some tips. The campus is completely open, so please pay attention to your personal safety and property security. It is recommended that you act in groups before you are familiar with the campus environment. Girls should also pay attention to the distance between themselves and the instructors, and the same goes for boys. At this point, the audience burst into laughter. Gong Wei then said, "Don't laugh. Here's an example. It's no exaggeration to say that every year some girls end up with the instructors. Some run away after military training ends, and some girls find out they're pregnant but can't find the father. The girls below didn't care at all." After explaining the precautions, Gong Wei said that each class would need a temporary class leader and a youth league secretary to help manage the class during the military training. Everyone would take turns introducing themselves first, and the two class assistants would organize the election later. He would go and visit the other classes first. Then, students took turns introducing themselves according to their student ID numbers. There are all kinds of people in college. Some boys are quiet and reserved, never saying more than a few words, like Song Yu. There were also some who were quite eloquent and talkative, like Li Haoren and Wang Pang, who would sing in unison and even flatter each other. Chen Shi's speech was unremarkable, but his good looks and height still attracted the attention of many girls. The female contestants were more eye-catching, with a few girls who had some unique characteristics vying for attention. So that girl in the tank top is called Zhang Yuqian. She looks pretty good from the front. Too sexy. Zhang Yueling is still better, with long, white legs. Li Haoren thought Zhang Yuqian was alright, but when she went on stage to speak, she exuded a vulgar air, and he instantly lost interest. Howsy, you're still young. You should have some meat on your bones. Being plump is true beauty. Bullshit, only slim figures are beautiful. You have a beaker of aesthetics. Wang Ping was speechless. This Xiao Haozi's tear ducts were connected to his bladder, and his eyes were leaking urine. He found everything he saw lewd. The two argued endlessly about their respective body image standards, each finding the other's opinions uninteresting and trying their best to persuade the other, while both remained steadfast in their own views. He had no choice but to seek advice from others. "Old Chen, which one do you think is better looking? Chen Shi thought they were both just average. One had a mediocre foundation and knew how to do makeup, but she was too glamorous. The other had a decent foundation but didn't know how to do makeup and her makeup would cake up. One could score a little over 70 points, while the other could only score a maximum of 65. It was like the difference between the eldest and second eldest brothers. They each have their own merits, he said casually. Damn it, old Chen, what kind of eyesight do you have? They're not even in the same league. Song Yu had a vague idea of his own and said weakly, is it possible that Brother Chen means he doesn't like any of them? Impossible. Besides being taller, better built, and more handsome, what else does old Chen have? Why does he look down on other women? I get it, Lao Chen. It must be because you've never been in a relationship before. You think every girl is nice, but you're afraid of being rejected, so you don't dare to make a move. Wang Peng suddenly realized. Yes. Chen Shi thought he was right. Li Haorun then chivalrously said, then I'll help you find a matchmaker and introduce you to Zhang Yueling. But Zhang Yueling is too high a level for you to reach. Seeing that Chen Shi did not object, they made the decision, and soon it was time to elect the class monitor. Because the class has a higher proportion of males, the class monitor is elected from among the boys for easier management. The girls were more enthusiastic, with 3 girls running for class monitor. In the end, a girl named Lin Jing stood out. The other 2 said things like, let's make progress together, while Lin Jing said she would try to help students who wanted to date find a partner, which was a bit cheeky. This girl gets a 70 out of 100. To put it simply, her figure, looks, temperament, and voice are all decent, but none of them are outstanding. She's a very average girl. As for the boys, no matter how much the teaching assistants tried to persuade them saying they could get extra credits, have priority for joining the party, and have an advantage in taking the civil service exam after graduation as student leaders, not a single one of them spoke up. Howsy, why don't you become the class monitor? You can take good care of our dorm and all the benefits you get, Wang Peng whispered, trying to persuade him. Only an idiot would become class monitor. It's a thankless job, just adding a few credits, exhausting you to death, and wasting so much of your time. Li Haorun said with a look of disdain. The stalemate lasted for 10 minutes. Other classes had finished their class meetings and were passing by the classrooms of Class 1 and 2 one after another. At this time, Counselor Gong Wei came over to inquire about the situation and then encouraged everyone to actively participate in the election. Chen Shi was getting a little bored, so he leaned back in his chair and stretched. But he noticed that Song Yu next to him was staring intently at the blackboard, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, looking very nervous. It was as if they were struggling with something, or making a decision. Chen Shi suddenly realized that this was the kind of person who wanted to show off but didn't dare to, and was always indecisive. He found it amusing that Song Yu, who hadn't missed a thing while hanging out with them, had let them down at the crucial moment. So he patted Song Yu on the back and said, Xiao Yu, if you want to be the class monitor, just go for it. What are you afraid of? Song Yu was somewhat surprised, but still cautiously said, Brother Chen, I'm scared. What if I don't do a good job as class monitor and mess things up? What if they laugh at me? What are you afraid of? We're still here for you. We'll support you. If you really mess things up, with your brother Dapeng around, who would dare to laugh at you? But there aren't that many buts in life. You don't have that many spectators in your life. Song Yu clenched his fists even tighter, his palms were covered in sweat, and his body was almost trembling. He gritted his teeth, as if he had made some kind of decision. Just as Song Yu was about to stand up to run for class monitor, Gong Wei broke the awkward silence. Since no one is willing, how about this? Isn't this year's top scorer in the Hubei Province College entrance examination in our class? Chen Shi, why don't you be the class monitor for now? Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Chapter 13. You were given a chance but didn't cherish it. The top scorer in the college entrance exam is in our class? Gong Wei's words caused a brief moment of silence, then, like a bomb dropped into the deep sea, they stirred up a huge uproar, with discussions resounding in every corner. Is that the handsome guy in the back? He looks really smart. He has such an air about him, he's not like the top scholar I imagined. Why would the top scholar come to our area? The girls all turned their gazes toward Chen Shi, their curiosity and interest growing stronger. The top scorer in the college entrance examination was also a handsome man. How could a man be so perfect? Wang Peng, who was standing next to him, was terrified. He got in with 20 extra points on his college entrance exam and the policy bonus. This guy must have scored several tens of points higher. Li Haoran was dumbfounded. He thought this unassuming guy was as ordinary as could be, but it turned out he had this other identity. Although some people wondered why the top scorer in the college entrance examination from northern Hubei province would choose Jiangnan University, they couldn't possibly guess what the top scorer was thinking. Maybe he's a local and didn't want to be far from home. Old Chen, you kept this from us so well. You have to treat us to a meal later. Li Haoran's first words after regaining his senses were to offer to treat us. Chen Shi was so embarrassed that he almost dug his toes out of the 3-bedroom apartment. He felt a sense of shame that he was not worthy of his position, but he managed to control his emotions quite well. No, isn't it unfair to the students who want to be class monitor? Chen Shi said. Gong Wei looked around. Is there anyone else who wants to run for class monitor? Chen Shi gave Song Yu a look and even shoved him from below, but Song Yu just chuckled and shook his head, the desire in his eyes gone. I tried pushing it several times but it wouldn't budge. But thinking about it, it makes sense. With the top scholar standing before him, Song Yu would have little presence when he stepped forward at this time, and it would probably be difficult to convince the public. Chen Shi was also somewhat helpless. Seeing that no one responded, Gong Wei said, let's settle it like this for now. We'll trouble Chen Shi to temporarily take over as class monitor during the military training. After the announcement, enthusiastic applause erupted, and many people openly began to scrutinize the class monitor. Chen Shi had forced him to accept the title of class monitor, and refusing at this point would have been awkward for both of them, so he had no choice but to accept it silently. That's great, Lao Chen. Being a squad leader has a lot of advantages. You must take good care of us brothers from now on. Li Haoran whispered, urging. Wang Peng curled his lip. Didn't you just say that only idiots become class monitors? Did I say that? You must have misheard me. Haozi, you disgust me. Alright, class monitor and branch secretary, you can stay here. The rest of you can go back. Meet at the playground at 8:30 tomorrow morning. The class assistant will take you on a tour of the campus to familiarize yourselves with the environment. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed out of the classroom like horses that had broken free of their reins. Old Chen, we'll head back now. Good. Li Haoran greeted them and then dragged the two brothers away from the classroom. Song Yu said, Brother Hao, shall we wait for Brother Chen? Wang Peng chimed in, yeah, that's really unfair of you. Li Haoran looked at him with disdain and contempt. What do you know? This is to give them a chance to be alone. I'm even going to call the girls from the party secretary's dormitory away. Here, I'm giving you a chance to meet girls. Oh my god. Wang Peng and Song Yu then realized what was going on and started praising him, saying, no wonder we can't compare to Brother Hao. Brother Hao is so experienced. We'll have to rely on him for guidance in the future. Song Yu immediately said, Brother Hao, you're a true friend. Li Haoran was flattered and said, of course. Using Li Haoran's methods, he actually managed to coax and trick the 3 girls from the dormitory of party secretary Lin Jing into leaving, and they chatted happily along the way. After everyone left, only Chen Shi, Lin Jing, and Gong Weijia, 2 senior students, remained in the classroom. Zhao Min smiled at Chen Shi, saying, I didn't expect our college to have a top scorer in the college entrance examination. You're really amazing, Junior. I believe that someone as outstanding as you will definitely achieve great things in college. I hope you can take care of me in the future. What she said was probably just polite talk, but Zhao Min's admiration for Chen Shi was genuine. Ding! Zhao Min overall score for appearance, figure, and temperament, 90 points, favorability, 54 takes the initiative to greet you, triggering the favorability introductory task. Your response is. Option 1, calmly stated, just a top scorer in the college entrance exam, nothing too difficult. I just hope my university studies won't disappoint me. Option 2, he humbly replied, being the top scholar is just a past achievement. Who knows what I'll achieve in the future? I still need to work harder. Option 3, respectfully replying, I dare not accept such praise. Senior, you are my role model. I hope you will guide me in the future. System notification, Zhao Min is strong-willed and arrogant, looking down on those who lack ambition. She admires the strong and dreams of being conquered by an even stronger person. Chen Shi stared at Zhao Min for a moment, then chose the first option, just a top scorer in the college entrance exam, nothing too difficult. I hope my university coursework will be more challenging. He had previously thought that Zhao Min didn't meet his 90-point aesthetic standards, but upon closer inspection, he found that this senior's features were quite delicate. She didn't wear makeup, didn't have any acne, and her skin was very smooth. She might just lack a bit of charisma, but if she dressed up properly, she would definitely be a goddess. Maybe they're so focused on scientific research that they don't care about superficial things like appearance. Zhao Min pursed her lips, her admiration growing stronger. I look forward to my junior's future performance. The initial favorability quest is complete. Zhao Min's favorability has increased to 63, and she has gained the special ability spending rebate, but Zhao Min wasn't there to chat with Chen Shi. The group stayed behind to reiterate some important points, share some leadership experience with the class monitor and the branch secretary, and make some polite remarks, asking Chen Shi to be more understanding. The group also created a QQ group, asking them to persuade other students in their dorms to join, so that it would be convenient to notify each other in the group if anything happened. Lin Jing was very enthusiastic, and Chen Shi had no problems either. After giving their instructions, Gong Wei and the senior students left. Lin Jing gently brushed a strand of hair from Chen Shi's forehead and said, Chen Shi, why don't we go back together? Good. Chen Shi did not refuse. After all, he passed by the girls' dormitory on his way back to his own. Class monitor, how did you get the top score? That's amazing. I don't know either. Class monitor, this is my first time being a class officer. Do you think I can handle it? It's up to you. Class monitor, let's communicate more about class matters from now on. Actually, I don't know either. Along the way, Lin Jing seemed very excited, chattering incessantly beside Chen Shi, but Chen Shi mostly just gave her a few words in response, or remained silent and let her entertain herself. During this time, he also received a message from Zhao Yuner. Yuner, Fei Fei and the others elected me as the class's youth league secretary. I've never been a class officer before, I'm so nervous crying. Dawn, it's okay, you're so talented, you'll definitely be fine. Yuner, sad. Yuner, what about you? Are you running for anything? Dawn, I'm the class monitor. Yuner, wow. You're so amazing. Yuner, class monitor Chen Shi, please share your experience with me if you have the chance. Clasped hands. Dawn, let's communicate more, shake hands. As they approached the girls' dormitory, Lin Jing reluctantly said goodbye to Chen Shi before entering. Class monitor, I'm going in now, see you tomorrow. Chen Shi reminded her, remember to add the girls to the group. Okay, class monitor, be careful going back alone. The girls' dormitory was only a few hundred meters away from the boys' dormitory. Chen Shi returned to her room in no time. As soon as she entered, Wang Peng came over with a gossipy look. Old Chen, you came back with Lin Jing? Did you say anything to her when you came back? He didn't say anything. Seeing Chen Shi's calm demeanor, Li Haoren knew he hadn't thought that way. He shouted in exasperation, Old Chen, you've really let us down. We created such a great opportunity for you, and you failed to cherish it. Forehead. My God. Li Haoren felt that Chen Shi was hopeless. It was highly unlikely that Chen Shi would have a girlfriend during his university years. Chapter 14 Eternal Cherry Blossoms, A Fleeting Bloom. You guys should join the QQ group. Chen Shi pretended not to understand, not wanting to mess around with them. I can't just openly say that I don't like these women, can I? After sending the group number to Li Hao, I went to other dormitories to invite classmates to join the group and get to know the members of each dormitory. After browsing around, I found that everyone except a very small number of people who didn't have QQ had joined a QQ group, and the group immediately became lively with chatter. Excuse me, seniors, is it okay to wear leather shoes during military training? Can the school accept US dollars? I just got back from the US. Oops, I accidentally posted a selfie in the group chat. It's just so please don't look at it. Dude, you're both roguish and handsome, so let's call you Rogue Face. When Chen Shi returned to the dormitory, Wang Peng couldn't log into QQ on his phone, so he waited behind Li Haoren's seat and begged to borrow his computer to log into QQ. Li Haoren said he could only borrow it for 20 minutes because he needed to download the game and play it later. Wang Peng excitedly sat in Li Haoren's seat and logged into QQ, which had been dormant for a long time. As soon as he logged in, there was a series of beeping notifications and coughing reminders, and the icon in the lower right corner of the desktop kept flashing. At the same time, a pet penguin nestled in a blue eggshell appeared on the desktop. Dad, you haven't been online for 28 days. Chen Shi glanced at his ID as he passed by. Browsing through a personal profile page, the historical signatures also exude an air of arrogance and domineering. Of all the weapons, none is more deadly than tearing open a wound. The real killer is Lai Sao. Wang Peng quickly scrolled through the group chat messages. The groups were full of the same old, tired jokes. Awesome. Everything else is just fluff. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. I'm not playing a game, I'm playing loneliness. The group chat was filled with photos of fishing. Stare at the picture of Ms. Song without blinking. After 5 seconds, her clothes will automatically fall off, and then immediately turn into a ghostly face. Wang Peng was so scared that he cursed his parents. Undeterred, he continued sliding down the bridge, where he could see beautiful scenery, only to find a hanged female ghost, who then began cursing and swearing again. Pretending to know the answer. All the posts on QQ Space are about Zhang Jie crying because he made a bet with Koreans that if this post gets a million reposts, the Koreans will apologize. If you don't repost it, you're not Chinese. Also, today is Ma Huateng's birthday, and you can get 10 QQ coins by reposting this post and tagging 10 friends. It's true, I just got my hands on those coins. Chen Shi sat by the chair and watched Wang Peng's alternating laughter and angry shouts, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. Thinking back to my own youth, even though I didn't go to university, I went through something similar at this age. Everyone's youth is pretty much the same. It's so wonderful to be carefree. 20 minutes passed quickly. Wang Peng was still planting vegetables and hadn't even had time to steal his friend's vegetables when Li Haoren returned. Are you done yet? I'm going to play games. Wait. Li Haoren urged, you're only level 10 or so, what's so fun about that? It'll take forever for you to finish picking the vegetables. Not really. Wang Peng also felt that stealing vegetables wasn't fun, he was just waiting. He scratched his head sheepishly. I just added Zhao Yuner on QQ, but she hasn't accepted yet. Can I borrow it again? Upon hearing this, Li Haoren was no longer in a hurry and said with interest, not bad, Depeng, you even got Zhao Yuner's QQ number. Hee, do you think I don't have some tricks up my sleeve? Wang Peng laughed somewhat unnaturally, and said anxiously, I've applied twice already, but I haven't seen her approve it yet. What's going on? Maybe she's busy. Li Haoren suddenly thought of something and offered, I'll ask Fei Fei what she's doing for you. Hey, thanks a lot, brother Hao. 5 minutes passed after Li Haoren sent the message, but Bai Shu Fei still hadn't replied. He could only shrug and say, since Fei Fei hasn't replied, she's probably busy in her dorm. It should be. Chen Shi looked at her phone. Zhao Yuner had just sent her a message, sharing all sorts of funny stories about her classmates. It wasn't just about everything, it was all topics that piqued Chen Shi's interest. Oh well, everyone has experienced puberty, let Wang Peng indulge in his youthful fantasies alone. Many people applied to add Chen Shi on QQ, mostly girls. He immediately accepted the applications from 2 class assistants, the counselor, and several roommates. The applications from the others were delayed for a while before he accepted them one by one. The boys simply added Chen Shi on QQ without saying a word, while some of the girls greeted her. Hi, class monitor Rose. Hello, class monitor. I'm, name, grinning. Squad leader, why aren't you replying to my messages? This is too much to bear. Emojis weren't popular these days, so they sent Chen Shi the most popular memes of the moment, very dated, but they failed to make Chen Shi laugh. Alright, Da Peng, I'm going to play games now. Li Haoren was getting impatient, so Wang Peng said, then you can keep it up for me. Remember to let me know when her application is approved. Good. Li Haoren first opened his QQ homepage, clicked the QQ music icon, and played a Jay Cho song. When Chen Shi saw his nickname, she was also shocked and felt her scalp tingle. The Scars of Death. Personalized signatures are also rich in meaning and have a contemporary feel. Even, R, holds, 9. Love is still 8 years old, just a painful and distant thing that has trapped people. In this era, games didn't have one-click login. Li Haoren opened CF and entered his account and password on the startup screen. Chen Shi could tell what his password meant at a glance. 13145520BXF. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was just like the antics of boiling sheep. Li Haoren looked at Chen Shi, who had been standing there for half a day, with a puzzled expression. Old Chen, what are you doing? Watching you guys play on the computer. Did he also want to borrow my computer to log into QQ? Doesn't he have a cell phone? Li Haoren didn't care anymore. It was his fault for not speaking up earlier, so now he could only wait until he finished the game before saying anything. Li Haoren's ID was a Japanese name, which gave Chenxi a chill. Because Li Haoren didn't play Crossfire much in high school, his level was only V and his skills were average. He would just randomly snipe and switch weapons to show off with a big bird, but he couldn't actually snipe anyone. He got killed by other people's rifles from a distance several times. Your father's dying moments, golden headshot, Sakurajima Ida. Play games with a smile. Oops. Oops. I'll punch this SWAT guy to death, he's disgusting. Damn it, I'm so angry. Seeing how smoothly the game ran, Wang Peng asked curiously, Brother how much did you pay for this computer? It feels even smoother than the ones in internet cafes. When I bought it 2 weeks ago, it cost a little over 6,000 but less than 7,000 yuan. Li Haoren spoke calmly, but inwardly he was extremely pleased with himself. He didn't want to show off in front of Wang Peng, but since the other party brought it up himself, he felt bad and decided to subtly show off in the dormitory. Wang Peng was completely dumbfounded and didn't ask any further questions. Li Haoren is both terrible at the game and loves to play. His performance on the transport ship map was so bad that Wang Peng couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that Li Haoren was even worse than Wang Peng and insisted on playing with him. The two argued and bickered, and Li Haoren didn't hold back. They took turns playing a round of bomb defusal, and whoever died would call the other a noob. At 10 p.m., the boys' dormitory was quiet in some places and noisy in others. Songyu had set up a bed curtain on his bed and seemed to be looking at his phone, but no one knew what he was looking at. The excitement belongs to them, I have nothing. With nothing to do, Chenxi called 2 numbers in her contacts, only to find they were both disconnected. She sighed, went downstairs, bought 2 packs of cigarettes, and sat on the balcony, smoking one after another. In a sense, tonight is Chenxi's first night truly spent in this school. Some things have changed a lot from her previous life, but many things are the same as in her previous life, running along the same trajectory. History seems to have changed only a tiny fraction of Chenxi's life in the vast ocean. At this moment, Chenxi is not here, and all the freshmen are in their respective dormitories, quickly warming up with their roommates. Some share their past, some talk about their present, and some plan their future. Everyone is living out their own unique story of youth. Li Haoren and Wang Peng were tired of arguing when he noticed a solitary figure outside the window. They pushed open the door and approached Chenxi. Old Chen, why are you smoking here all by yourself? Li Haoren stared at the cigarette in his mouth for a long time, then clicked his tongue in amazement and said, Yellow Crane Tower Soft Treasure, what a fine cigarette. I'm not smoking cigarettes, I'm smoking loneliness. Chenxi took a deep breath, exhaled a smoke ring, and then slowly smiled and responded, randomly handing one to each of them and lighting them in turn. Wang Peng was overjoyed. I also want to experience the loneliness of Jiangcheng. 3 young men, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, leaned against the iron railing of the balcony. From the open balcony, the entire boys' dormitory building seemed even noisier, with sounds of splashing water, fighting, shouting, and occasional bursts of laughter coming from upstairs and downstairs. Chenxi's side was unusually quiet, no one said a word, and only the sound of cigarettes being exhaled could be heard. On this special day, a very talented senior from the School of Computer Science was also playing and singing his original songs on his dormitory balcony. Eternal cherry blossoms, flowers for a fleeting moment. Yesterday's beauty, let's pluck one and keep it. The ancient castle, and him in his youth. Outside the window of yesteryear, the spring breeze awakened the painting. Ah, the long-lost fragrance, the familiar home. Yesterday's verses still sparkle. The face of youth, melting away silently. Her former lover stands there in the dim light. It was September, and the weather was still a bit muggy. Behind the dormitory building was an abandoned playground, and beyond that, there was only wasteland. The night breeze was refreshing. The melodious music was carried away by the night wind and gradually faded away. At this moment, people's joys and sorrows are not shared. The junior downstairs just thinks what the idiot upstairs is playing. If you don't have any skills, don't come out and disturb the peace. He has never heard of this melody before, and it's fucking awful. Li Haoren and Wang Peng were unusually quiet, smoking one cigarette after another with Chenxi, while listening to their senior playing the piano upstairs, which was indeed quite enjoyable. Just then, Li Haoren's phone rang. Instead of hiding, he openly chatted with his family in front of his roommates. His family told him that if he needed more money, he should ask them for more. Wang Peng watched for a while and then called his family. The call was connected, but he remained silent for most of the time, and even when he did speak, his voice was very soft. His family asked him if he missed home, and he said no. After a while, he said that he did miss home a little. His family told him to study hard at school, listen to his teachers, and hope that he would succeed in his studies and earn money to support his parents. Around the time Li Haoran hung up the phone, Wang Peng also hung up. They then asked Chen Shi if she wasn't going to call her family. Chen Shi smiled and said, "We already fought it." "Oh, I see." They wondered why Chen Shi was suddenly alone on the balcony. It turned out she had made a phone call and was homesick. Li Haoran said to himself, "The four of us in the dorm will be living together for the next 4 years. It's fate that we've come together from all over the country. We are roommates who stick together for warmth, but we are also friends. We are good brothers who will be unforgettable for the rest of our lives." Wang Peng responded with a hint of resentment, "I told you yesterday that we're a bunch of good brothers, Howsy, and you're still talking about me? You don't want to play the dorm buddy game anymore. Roll." Chen Shi suddenly found the two young men quite interesting. He took the last puff of his cigarette, exhaled a breath of stale air, and felt much more relaxed. He then stuffed the cigarette butt into the rusty opening next to the stainless steel railing. "And there's Si Kong Ming too. There are 5 of us in our dorm. TCH. Li Haoran scoffed. That guy didn't even go to class meeting tonight. He was so arrogant during the day, acting like a complete idiot. He's such a loner. Yeah, I can't get along with people like that. I don't think he even has basic manners." Wang Peng also didn't have a good impression of him. Chen Shi didn't care, maybe he has some special circumstances. Anyway, he will definitely live with everyone in the future, and things will be fine. "I'm tired, I'm going back." Li Haoran and Wang Peng didn't think so. They disliked Si Kongming from the bottom of their hearts, but they didn't refute Chen Shi's words. Seeing that Chen Shi had returned to the dormitory, Li Haoran and Wang Peng also put out their cigarette butts and stuffed them into the gap in the railing. When Chen Shi came out of the shower, Song Yu had also gotten out of bed at some point. The three of them sat side by side at Li Haoran's table to watch a movie together. It was about a Japanese teacher tutoring several students. "Hey Chen, come watch this. The female lead is amazing." They urged Chen Shi to come and watch with them, but Chen Shi found it amusing. "Don't watch these vulgar films. Watching too many will ruin your brain." "You're wrong about that, Lao Chen," Li Haoran said seriously. "I can't distinguish between art and vulgarity anymore. All I know is that the moon is perfectly round right now. If you don't look at it, it makes you seem unromantic." Wang Peng said indifferently, "No matter what kind of movie it is, any movie that can help you learn a foreign language is a good movie." Chen Shi was exhausted. He hadn't slept well last night and got up early this morning, going to bed around 11 a.m. He wanted to sleep, but the computers of the people below had the sound playing loudly, and loud groans could be heard from time to time, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. To be honest, he had never lived in a dormitory before and was not used to communal living. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely move out and live on his own. After finally waiting for them to finish watching the movie, Wang Peng logged onto QQ again, added Zhao Yuner on QQ again, and muttered to himself, "What's going on? They should be done with their work by now, right? They're probably all asleep. Maybe you'll get it approved when you wake up tomorrow." Li Haoran was also going to bed. He had just received Bai Shuefei's message and had already turned off his computer, so Wang Peng had no choice but to give up. At the same time, Chen Shi suddenly received a message from Zhao Yuner. "Yuner, screenshot, did you give my QQ number to your roommate? He added me several times. I thought it was just someone I randomly found online, but he just confirmed who it was in the verification message." Speechless. They immediately withdrew their message, but Chen Shi still saw it. "Dawn, no. Yuner, huh? I didn't mean anything by it, don't misunderstand. Yuner, do you know what he wants to talk to me about? Dawn, I don't know. Yuner, okay, I don't even know whether to approve it or not." Chen Shi simply said, "If you don't want to add him, I won't accept your request." Yuner, then I won't accept it. I only add people I know on QQ. Dawn, I'm going to sleep now, I have to get up early tomorrow. Yuner, Good night. Zhao Yuner was initially a little resentful. How could someone give out her QQ number without her permission? It's not good to be harassed by strangers. Her first thought was that Chen Shi had leaked it, and she wanted to send him a message to scare or tease him, but as soon as she sent it, she realized the tone was too harsh, so she deleted it. Judging from Chen Shi's tone, it had nothing to do with him at all, and now that she thought about it, he wasn't that kind of person. Will Chen-Shi think I'm framing him? So annoying. Who did this? It's outrageous. Zhao Yun'er gritted her teeth, now she was really angry. Chapter 15 Guess Who I Am? The sun shines brightly, and the flowers laughed joyfully. Chen-Shi listlessly brushed her teeth at the sink. She hadn't slept well again last night. He thought things would be quiet once those guys were in bed, but less than 5 minutes later, a strange, intermittent friction sound came from somewhere, which was very unpleasant to hear. After about 10 minutes, the dormitory finally quieted down, but then Wang Peng's thunderous snoring began, disturbing everyone's peace. Chen-Shi didn't know when she fell asleep, but it must have been very late. She stayed in bed for more than 10 minutes after the alarm rang in the morning. At this moment, loud noises could still be heard coming from the dormitory. Holy crap, why is there a wad of paper in my shoe? Li Haoran joked, I bet this isn't ordinary paper. It's paper from the state of Lu, and it even has the character gene inside. Screw you. My paper isn't like this. Did you do it? You're kidding me? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Seeing that Li Haoran was completely calm and composed, Wang Peng was puzzled. He was the only one whose bed was next to his own. Who else could it be but him? Could it be Chen-Shi from the other side? Or Xiao Yu from the diagonal side? He thought Song Yu was more likely to be the culprit, and with a mischievous grin, he pinched Song Yu's shoulder and said, Xiao Yu, did you do something bad last night? What did you say? I don't understand. Song Yu's eyes darted around. You're still pretending. Seeing Song Yu's shifty eyes, Wang Peng's teasing tone intensified. He was about to say something when Chen-Shi interrupted him. Go brush your teeth, you're going to be late. Oh, okay. Wang Peng still doesn't know the name of the person who threw paper into his shoe last night. After washing up, the four of them had a quick breakfast and then gathered at the School of Information Sciences playground right on time. At this moment, the class monitor Lin Jing had already counted the number of people. When she saw Chen-Shi and the other three coming over, she smiled and said, Class monitor, only the four of you from your dormitory are missing. Sorry I'm late, thank you for your hard work. It's okay, it's just the right time. Chen-Shi felt somewhat ashamed that Lin Jing had taken on all of her work so diligently. Seeing this, Zhao Min teased, with such a capable wife, our class monitor should cherish her. The crowd immediately burst into laughter, joining in the teasing from the senior student. Lin Jing blushed, but secretly thought to herself, Senior, don't talk nonsense. This is what I should do for the class monitor. Since the party secretary has said that, shouldn't you, Junior, do something in return? Chen-Shi had no choice but to surrender. Senior, please spare me. Seeing his pathetic state, Zhao Min covered her mouth with a laugh and stopped teasing him, leading the group on a tour of the campus. Around 8 a.m., the sun was shining brightly, neither too bright nor too dry. Everything in sight was bright, the dew on the branches was just beginning to dissipate, and the air was still slightly damp and smelled fresh and pleasant. It was a perfect day for sightseeing. The atmosphere was even more intense during the day than at night, with the girls in Class 1 dressed up in their finest attire, chatting and laughing as they went about their business in their dorm rooms. Yueling, it seems like the boys in our class aren't very good. Remove the feeling and scenes from it. Zhang Yueling maintained a cool expression and made no comment. She got up early this morning and carefully put on makeup, applied blush, and blow-dried her hair to make it a little more fluffy, making her look more stylish and her face more delicate. However, her makeup skills are quite average. To maintain social distance, you can see the powder caked up if you get too close. But I think the guys in the class monitor's dorm are alright. A petite girl named Guo Qing shared her opinion. She is only about 1.55 meters tall, but has a cute face and looks like a porcelain doll. Squad leader Zhang Yueling's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. Yesterday, she vaguely overheard Chen-Shi and a few others discussing who was prettier, herself or Zhang Yuqian. Chen-Shi implied that they were both quite good-looking, and she was speechless at their taste. How can Zhang Yuqian, that slutty and promiscuous woman, be compared to me? Guo Qing gave a meaningful smile. I heard that the class monitor is planning to pursue you, Ling. Ha? Zhang Yuqian asked in surprise, how did you know? Song Yu from their dorm told me that the class monitor has never been in a relationship. Of the boys in the class that Zhang Yuqian remembered, only Chen-Shi and Li Haoran were interested in her. She'd be lucky to date either of them, but suddenly there were one less target, and her mood immediately dipped. She forced a smile and said, Congratulations, Yu Ling, you already have a suitor right after the start of the semester. This is my first love. Zhang Yueling's face beamed with pride. Now that he's with me, doesn't that mean I have to take care of him? Actually, my first impression of him was okay. But think about it, he got the top score in the college entrance exam and didn't go to Tsinghua or Peking University but came to Jiangnan University instead. It must be for the generous scholarship. This shows that his family's financial situation is average. A single lipstick of mine costs more than 5 or 600 yuan. How can he have the financial means to be with me? That's true. He'd be worried about spending money on a simple date, let alone giving you a gift, Yuling. Zhang Yueling's analysis was very logical, and the 3 girls in her dormitory all thought it made a lot of sense. Zhang Yuqian felt that her opportunity had come again. However, it's okay to date for a while and then have some fun. The entire trip was a whirlwind group tour. Chen Shi and Lin Jing chatted intermittently, but Chen Shi talked more with her senior, Zhao Min. We mainly talked about possible future plans, joining clubs to develop social and management skills, conducting scientific research and competing to enrich our experience and improve our professional level, starting a business to accumulate social experience, or wasting 4 years playing games in the dormitory. Chen Shi felt that this senior was quite capable and didn't have any airs of a senior, so she could get to know her better. When they arrived near the Cherry Blossom Avenue, everyone was free to move around. There were many new students who came to visit, and they were all full of energy and curiosity. Before long, they separated Chen Shi and her roommates who were losing interest. That's fine too. Chen Shi leaned against the railing in a corner of Cherry Blossom Peak, enjoying the lonely scenery all by himself. From Cherry Blossom Peak, one could see the ancient buildings of Jiangnan University, Jianxin Lake, Cherry Blossom Garden, and other beautiful views of half of Luojia Mountain. Yes, the scenery is nice. Chen Shi casually took a picture, completing the daily check-in task for a normal man. Zhang Yueling and her 3 roommates had just come down from the old library at Yingding when they stumbled upon Chen Shi, who lived in a secluded corner. Hey! Isn't that the class monitor? Zhang Yueling took a closer look and saw Chen Shi leaning against the stone railing playing on her phone. She exuded a maturity and melancholy that was beyond her years, which was extremely attractive to girls her age. Yueling, let's go over and have a chat with him, and while we're at it, we can ask him if he really likes you. Guo Qing, who had a bit of a social butterfly syndrome, grabbed Zhang Yueling and quickly walked towards Chen Shi. It's not that it's impossible. Taking the initiative to greet someone doesn't mean taking the initiative to pursue them. Zhang Yueling straightened her bangs slightly, thinking about how to greet them. To put it bluntly, hey, Chen Shi, do you have feelings for me? To be a little playful, hey, class monitor, I found out your little secret from your roommate. To be more subtle, hello Chen Shi, let's be friends. She was more playful, and she could already imagine Chen Shi blushing and fidgeting, unsure of what to do, after being teased by her. The smile on her lips was harder to suppress than AK's. The 4 women walked briskly to Chen Shi's vicinity. Just as they were about to approach and greet him, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind Chen Shi. She covered Chen Shi's eyes with her hand, and said in a gentle voice with a hint of playfulness, Chen Shi, guess who I am? The girl's hand did not directly touch Chen Shi's eyes. Her body remained at the same level as Chen Shi's, and her beautiful face was displayed without any obstruction in front of Zhang Yueling's 4 roommates. A sweet smile graced her delicate face, and her clear, bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with gentle light, appearing especially tender in the morning sun. Not to mention the other person's figure, it's damn big. I don't know what they ate to grow up like that. Just one look made the 4 women feel inferior on the spot. Yuling, should we still go say hello? Zhang Yueling, who had just been feeling extremely good about herself, suddenly froze with a smile. Girl, who the hell are you? Chapter 16: The 3 Elements of Photography. Why even bother saying hello? This woman is really something. Can't she have avoided showing up so suddenly? It's so awkward. Zhang Yueling gritted her teeth and looked at Guo Qing. Didn't you say he'd never been in a relationship? That doesn't prove anything. They don't seem very close. They probably haven't known each other for very long. And they're even trying to guess who I am. Chen Shi was also stumped by this sudden question. Are you Bei? No. Duo? Wrong again. Then you must be Xiaoli. Roar. Zhao Yuner finally lost her temper. She stormed up to Chen Shi, put one hand on her hip and pointed the other at his nose, saying, Chen Shi, it's only been a day, and you don't recognize my voice? Chen Shi looked at the girl quietly. She was quite cute, and couldn't help but laugh. Just teasing you, Yuner. TCH, you think I don't know? Zhao Yuner pulled her arms back and crossed them over her chest. She had guessed that this was Chen Shi's wicked sense of humor. She then said with a smile, "But who were you talking about just now? Your female friends? You have quite a few." "They are not my female friends." "Who is that?" "It's the name of my neighbor's dog." "Ha ha. So it's your dog-like friend." Zhao Yun'er burst out laughing, but after a while, she realized something was wrong and her expression suddenly changed drastically. "Well done, Chen Shi. How dare you call me a dog?" He was about to chase after Chen Shi when Chen Shi darted away to the other side. It seems like their relationship is quite unusual." Guo Qing glanced at Zhang Yueling and noticed that her face was terribly sour, and the flesh on her cheeks was so taut that it was almost angular. Although Zhang Yueling had a high opinion of herself, she was still aware of her own limitations in front of a beauty like Zhao Yun'er. She looked at Guo Qing with icy eyes and asked, "Are you sure he would want to pursue me?" "Son, you said it. I thought Chen Shi's roommate would be reliable, but who knew? Maybe they're just playing matchmaker in their dorm. That's not without reason. That's just like the current situation, where the girls in my dorm have also set fire to me and Chen Shi." Zhang Yueling was so angry she was practically deformed. The original script was supposed to be that she was a high and mighty princess, giving a chance to a down-on-his-luck prince who had worked hard to climb up from the bottom. But now it's become that they are a perfect match, and she, an ugly duckling, wants to interfere. Damn it! Luckily, Chen Shi didn't find out just now, and I didn't stupidly say anything stupid that I was imagining. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing to be slapped in the face. Zhang Yueling's embarrassment unknowingly turned into sadness. It's hard for her to get over this. With all my advantages, why do I feel like I'm not even worthy of greeting a boy in my class? Zhao Yun'er and Chen Shi chased and played around for a while, and the sun gradually got warmer. In the end, Chen Shi gave in and the two of them found a shady corner to sit down. "Why are you all alone?" Chen Shi asked. "Then why are you all alone?" Zhao Yun'er retorted. "My roommate and I got separated by the crowd." "Me too." "What a coincidence." Zhao Yun'er was quite surprised. "He doesn't think I was deliberately trying to flirt with him, does he?" Zhao Yun'er was in a pretty good mood at the moment. She was worried that Chen Shi would be a little angry because of what happened last night, and that he would think she was framing him. But it seemed that he didn't take it seriously at all. That's true, how many guys would be so petty with girls? Zhao Yun'er was sitting quietly when suddenly a dark shadow flashed before her eyes and landed straight in front of her, startling her so much that she screamed and quickly dodged to the other side. "What the hell is this?" When she jumped out, the little rabbit in front of her also jumped suddenly, shaking violently in front of Chen Shi, making Chen Shi's eyes widen. He was the one who was truly startled. "Holy crap! What the hell is this? I really want to go in and find out what's going on." Chen Shi looked at the ground and felt a little embarrassed. It was just a small green worm. "It's just a little bug." "You're a grown man, why are you afraid of such a tiny thing?" "You don't understand, girls are most afraid of bugs." Chen Shi casually picked up a small twig from the ground, squatted down, and gently poked the little green worm on the ground. Its body immediately curled up, and one of its cute big eyes was shining. "Look, even the small ones are cute." Chen Shi chuckled and couldn't resist teasing the insect a couple more times, his movements gentle, with no intention of harming it. "Ha! Where's the cuteness in that?" When Zhao Yun'er saw a plump, green worm shrink and keep wriggling, goosebumps rose all over her body, and her face had the same expression as an old man on the subway looking at his phone. This insect has such a delicate body, it must have been in a lot of pain falling from the sky, believe it or not. I feel so sorry for it. You are not an insect, how can you know the pain of an insect? You are not me, how can you know that I do not know the pain of insects? Chen Shi said, taking out his phone to take a close-up picture of the insect and posting it on his QQ space, saying something like, "The green worm is curled up in panic, which is the pain of fish." Zhao Yun'er read his post and thought it was so childish. She couldn't help but laugh like a silver bell and even gave it a like. Boys are such strange creatures. Even insects get photos taken, but I don't, Zhao Yun'er said casually. Okay. Chen Shi readily agreed. Come on, I'll take the picture for you. Ah. Zhao Yun'er was secretly delighted. She had only mentioned it casually, but she didn't expect the other party to be so willing to help. You said it, I'm very picky. If you don't take good pictures. What if it doesn't look good? If you don't look good, then I'll make you look good. Don't worry, I have great confidence in my skills. When Chen Shi wasn't particularly wealthy, he dabbled in photography for a while. Yes, it really required a lot of effort, and he honed his photography skills to a high level. It's worth mentioning that Zhao Yuner wore a black tank top with a long-sleeved shawl over it and a leather-pleated skirt. Her long, shapely legs shone white in the sunlight, and there wasn't a single blemish on them. They were as flawless as delicate porcelain. Chen Shi was thoroughly satisfied. Legs like these deserved to showcase the full potential of a photographer. Come on, lean against the edge of the wall, relax your body, stand casually, raise one hand, touch your fingertips to your face, snap. Change your posture, sit on the steps, bend one leg 7/10, bend the other leg over the board, tilt your body a little, make a domineering expression, look up and then look down at the camera, cut. Hide your head in the leaves of the cherry blossom tree, showing half of your face, smile, but don't smile too much, close your eyes slightly, and relax your expression. Within a mere 10 meters of her, Chen Shi took no fewer than 10 photos of Zhao Yuner in different poses, including sweet, languid, and innocent styles. Zhao Yuner was so surprised by the photos on her phone that she couldn't close her mouth. My God, Chen Shi, you're such a great photographer. Zhao Yuner could hardly take her eyes off the photos. She was extremely satisfied with every single one. She felt that she had good looks, but only Chen Shi could bring out her beauty in photos, even without photoshopping. She's the kind of well-behaved girl who, with Chen Shi's guidance and the right angles he found, can still pull off a cool and sassy mature woman style. Those legs are beautifully photographed, and so is the face. I almost doubt if I'm that good looking. Your photography skills are good enough to charge for a fee, Zhao Yuner praised sincerely. Chen Shi shook his head and said, my skill level is very average. I mainly mastered the 3 elements of photography. What are the 3 elements of photography? Beautiful woman, very pretty woman, beautiful woman with a great figure. These indecent words came from Chen Shi's mouth, and Zhao Yuner lowered her head, her watery eyes sparkling, and a blush quietly crept onto her fair face. Chapter 17 is best opened when you're alone. You're so unserious. Zhao Yuner gently patted Chen Shi, then changed the subject. Why don't you send me the photos? Chen Shi sent over 13 photos in total, and Zhao Yuner chose to post them all to her QQ space with the caption, "Thank you to today's photographer, Teacher Chen, for your amazing photography skills. Go and like my latest post." Zhao Yuner urged Chen Shi. Chen Shi opened her profile and wow, less than a minute after posting, there were already 10 likes and 2 comments. It seems this girl is quite popular among her friends. I also gave it a like. Sigh, all that hard work, and not even a name appeared. Chen Shi sighed. Ha? Zhao Yuner was stunned for a moment, then quickly tried to salvage the situation. Then I'll delete the post again and put your name back in. No need, a lot of people have already liked it. Chen Shi was just joking with her, but she didn't expect her to take it so seriously. What's the point of liking it? I don't even know those people. Didn't you say you'd only add people you know? Sometimes people add me in front of you, and I feel bad refusing. Zhao Yuner smiled rather embarrassedly and was about to delete the post when Chen Shi stopped her. It's too late to make amends now. You have to compensate me in another way and also thank the photographer for his hard work. Okay. I'll treat you to a meal another day. I already owe you 2 meals. Zhao Yuner replied sincerely, her eyes clear. Let's set a time now. We'll see, Chen Shi said, not in a hurry at all. We're all busy preparing for military training. The two wandered around the neighborhood for a short while, and soon it was 11 o'clock, time to meet up with their respective classes. That's right. I'll have a brief meeting with the instructors this afternoon, and military training officially starts tomorrow. Are you ready? Zhao Yuner asked. Chen Shi said casually, what's there to prepare for? University military training is something everyone has to go through. Are you nervous? No, that's not it, Zhao Yuner said with a serious expression. I'm talking about the essentials for military training, like sunscreen, shoe insoles, water bottles, etc. And since you're the class monitor, you can prepare some glucose for your classmates. If anyone has low blood sugar, you can add some sugar to their water to relieve it. Also, bring some essential oils, throat lozenges, band-aids, etc. After listening to Zhao Yuner's long explanation, Chen Shi felt that it all made a lot of sense. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He'd just bring a water bottle to military training and somehow ended up as class monitor. Little did he know there would be so much to consider. Seeing Chen Shi standing there dumbfounded, Zhao Yuner earnestly suggested, I don't have a water cup or glucose, but I have extra sunscreen, medicated oil, and foot pads. I don't need them all, so I'll give them to you. Chen Shi, a grown man, doesn't use sunscreen much. If his roommates find out, he might be ridiculed. I was about to say, then you can give them to your roommates, but seeing Zhao Yun'er's sincere expression, I thought about it and realized that it wouldn't make sense to say such a thing. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. We're about to gather. I'll contact you again at noon. At 11 a.m., the sun was blazing and the ground temperature was gradually rising, making it no longer suitable for sightseeing. Zhao Min gathered the students from computer class 1 together, reminded them to meet the instructors at the playground at 3 p.m., and then announced that the class was dismissed. Where did you go, Lao Chen? Li Haoran asked excitedly while eating lunch in the cafeteria. We mingled with the students from class 2 and found a super pretty girl in their class. Instead of answering, Chen Shi asked, how beautiful. Naturally beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a graceful figure. I can't tell how pretty she is. If you don't believe me, ask Da Peng. Wang Peng didn't react much. Her face is pretty, but she's too petite, not my type. She's about 165 centimeters tall, is that considered petite? Those 2 lumps of flesh on her chest are too small. All you ever think about is those few ounces of fatty meat. Li Haoran felt that this man didn't know how to appreciate beauty and was only interested in women's bodies. He didn't want to talk about this anymore and instead asked Chen Shi, old Chen, what were you doing meeting with the instructors this afternoon? I don't know either, it's probably just to let the instructors get acquainted with each other, like lining up or something. We shouldn't have to go straight into military training, right? I don't know either. I don't think we need to, Song Yu, who hadn't said a word until now, spoke up. We haven't even received our training uniforms yet, so we can't really train. I bet our dorm will have to go get our uniforms this afternoon. Damn it! I didn't even get to enjoy the benefits of being the class monitor's roommate, and now I'm stuck doing all the hard work. Li Haoran reacted quickly, complaining incessantly. Wang Peng scorned him, you want to benefit without putting in any effort? Dream on. We haven't received any notification yet. Chen Shi's lips gradually curled up. But you definitely won't be able to escape moving things. After lunch, Chen Shi didn't go with them. She said she was going to buy some military training supplies and reminded them to buy essential items like water bottles. Oh right. I need to go buy some sunscreen, Li Haoran said. Wang Peng's face was full of disdain. A grown man like you, why would you use sunscreen? A tan is what makes a real man. Following Zhao Yun'er's suggestion, Chen Shi first bought a water bottle, glucose, and band-aids at a nearby supermarket before passing by her dormitory building. When Zhao Yun'er came downstairs, she was carrying a black plastic bag and handed it to Chen Shi with a smile. There's sunscreen, insoles, and medicated oil inside. I'm giving them all to you. It's best to open them when you're alone, so your roommate doesn't see them. Chen Shi deeply agreed, thinking that if Wang Peng saw that he had brought back a bunch of protective equipment, he would be expelled from the male community. He noticed that Zhao Yun'er was smiling unusually happily at the moment, and asked curiously, what happened to make you so happy? I'm not telling you, you can guess for yourself later. Without looking back, she skipped and hopped into the dormitory building, like a lively little imp. Baffling. When the students in dormitory 228 saw Chen Shi return with bags and packages, they were all puzzled. Old Chen, it's just military training, is it really necessary to bring so much stuff? Let me see what you bought. These are for you guys, these are my own things. Chen Shi tossed the black plastic bag onto the bed and threw another bag at them. Li Haoran opened it and immediately understood, wow, I didn't expect our class monitor to be so thoughtful. Wang Peng clapped and chimed in, not bad, Lao Chen. You're definitely a sweetheart. Keep it up. Girls love your type. You still have a chance to find love in college. You're the real warm guy, warm guys are second to dogs. Chen Shi got into bed speechlessly. Opening the black plastic bag Zhao Yun'er had given me, I found a bottle of sunscreen, a bottle of spray, a L'Oreal gold bottle estimated to be worth 200 or 300 yuan, a 2 yuan bottle of medicated oil, and... Chen Shi took a closer look and wondered if she was seeing things. A pack of Sophie elastic insoles? Not the insoles she was supposed to see. He suddenly realized. Zhao Yun'er said with a smile, it's best to open it when you're alone, so your roommates don't see it. I'm not telling you, you can guess for yourself later. Well, Chen Shi is a little confused now. Chapter 18 The first girl to faint during military training. If the morning sun is gentle and the wind is not harsh, the afternoon sun is like a giant fireball, mercilessly scorching the earth and causing the plastic track to emit waves of heat. There wasn't a breath of wind in the air, even the air itself seemed stagnant. The clouds in the sky didn't appear to move an inch. This may be attributed to the fact that students have lost all sense of the passage of time, which makes them feel tormented. The playground was quiet, the only sounds echoing were the instructor's commands and reprimands, and almost everyone's mind was in complete chaos. Well, we were supposed to have a quick meeting with the instructors and then stand at attention. Damn it, everyone thought. Hey boy, what are you doing with your hand? Reporting, instructor, I can't hold on any longer. Shouting so softly, haven't you eaten? Do you want to go home and have your mom breastfeed you? Even if you can't hold on, you have to hold on. A bunch of good-for-nothings, their physical fitness is terrible, they've wasted their education. The instructors invited to Jiangda's military training were all students from a military academy in Jiangcheng. In fact, they were not much older than the freshmen. Due to differences in management style and group quality, some conflicts broke out during the initial training. Most of the instructors were fairly normal. Shenxi's class and the neighboring class formed a company together, with two instructors training the company together. The instructors in the first class were of very low quality. If any of the soldiers made the slightest mistake, they would be severely criticized, cursed, and subjected to personal attacks at the drop of a hat. Damn this idiot instructor, can't he speak properly? Li Haoren couldn't stand guys who looked down on others just because they had some skills in their field. I could take on two of these kids. Wang Peng's nostrils practically flared up. You're full of it. If you've got the guts, go up there and beat him up. Heh, I wouldn't dare break the rules alone. If you dare to step forward, I'll beat him to a pulp. Old Chen, let's rebel against him together. Li Haoren tried to persuade Chen Shi to fight for everyone's rights, but Chen Shi ignored him. In fact, it wasn't just Li Haoren and Wang Peng who harbored resentment. Other companies also had troublemakers who actively emerged, not only protesting but also wanting to challenge the instructors. Without exception, they were all subdued by the instructors. Chen Shi felt that the intensity was acceptable. It wasn't particularly tiring, just a bit hot and annoying, so he just drifted off into his own thoughts. Damn it, Lao Chen, are you even a brother anymore? It's so unjust. At this moment, the instructor shouted at the two of them, you two, what the hell are you muttering about? Get out here. Li Haoren and Wang Peng exchanged a glance, then decided not to back down and lazily walked out of the group. Seeing their nonchalant attitude, the instructor's face turned unusually cold. Judging from your expressions, you seem quite unconvinced. The two brothers remained silent, especially Wang Peng, who stood tall with his chest puffed out, looking down at the instructor who was just over 1.7 meters tall. The instructor saw through Wang Peng's provocation and couldn't help but laugh. Kid, wanna have a go? You think I'm afraid of you? Wang Peng reached out to shove the instructor, who was less than half a meter away, but the instructor reacted quickly, sidestepped and grabbed one of Wang Peng's hands, kicked him in the back of the knee, and knocked him to the ground, where he was unable to move and cried out in pain. The whole process took no more than 5 seconds, and the boys below were completely dumbfounded. Li Haoren shrank back. Damn it, he'd run into bad luck. You two, go run 10 laps around the track and come back. The instructor kicked Wang Peng away, and the two brothers immediately shut up and ran away. The instructor then looked at the group. Is there anyone else who's dissatisfied? Reporting, instructor. Are there more experts? The instructor looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl from class 2 lying straight on the ground. He secretly pursed his lips, thinking to himself, women are so delicate. The quickest to react was Chen Shi, who immediately caught the girl as she fell. The girl was about 165 centimeters tall, but her body was very light, probably weighing less than 80 pounds. At this moment, her face was terribly pale, her lips were bluish, her forehead was soaked with fine beads of sweat, and her body temperature was low. What's wrong? Su Xian, the class secretary from the next class, also quickly came over. It's probably low blood sugar and a bit of heat stroke. Chen Shi helped the girl to a shady spot, poured glucose into her water glass with hot water, and fed it to her in small sips. After taking a couple of sips, the girl slowly opened her eyes and vaguely saw an unfamiliar but handsome face. Then she heard the voice of the village secretary. Su Xian, you sure, are you alright? Secretary. It's probably not very good. Let her rest. Chen Shi saw that she couldn't speak clearly, so she told Su Xian not to disturb her. The two instructors came over to check on them, and seeing that it wasn't too serious, they asked Chen Shi and the other person to take care of the students while they continued training them. Chen Shi had Su Xian wipe the sweat off the girl, then opened a bottle of medicated oil and applied it to her temples and forehead, and also told her to drink more water. Before long, the girl's complexion improved significantly, and her eyes regained their sparkle. "I'm sorry to have caused you trouble." The girl's voice was weak, and her face showed a guilty expression. "No way, you should thank Shinshi, the squad leader next door." The girl quickly thanked Shinshi. "Thank you, Shinshi, for your trouble." Ding! A system notification sounded at this moment. He used your overall score for appearance, figure, and temperament, 92 points, favorability, 59 takes the initiative to greet you, triggering the favorability introductory task. Your response is: Option 1, it's not troublesome at all. Thanks to you, I can finally get some rest. Option 2, you're welcome. It's nothing. You haven't fully recovered yet, so please rest well. If you have any problems, just let me know. Option 3, System notification, Yusher is introverted and has low self-esteem. She is afraid of causing trouble for others and feels anxious and apprehensive when others offer them help. Chen Shi responded softly, and openly began to examine the girl. Yusher's complexion was much rosier, and her skin was as white as a delicate white lotus. Her oval face and almond-shaped eyes gave her a pure and innocent look, and her slightly furrowed brows and small nose made her look even more pitiful. Her face is indeed very beautiful, meeting Chen Shi's aesthetic standards, which explains why she scored 92 points. It's just that her body is a bit thin, otherwise, Chen Shi's evaluation would have been even higher. Yusher was also secretly observing Chen Shi. Her first impression was that he was very handsome, with a perfect balance between freshness and ruggedness. His eyes were cold and domineering, just like his words, which were only one word, very aloof. Chen Shi looked at Yusher with an aggressive gaze, and Yusher could only steal glances at him. Every time she met Chen Shi's eyes, she felt very uneasy. When she thanked someone, it was the first time she'd ever seen someone reply with just an which was really strange. Chapter 19, You're Such a Faker. The initial favorability quest is complete. Yusher's favorability has increased to 65, and she has gained the special ability, Consumption Rebate, but Chen Shi's original intention was just not to scare her, but unexpectedly it aroused Yusher's curiosity, and her favorability towards her improved, which was equivalent to a word being worth 1,000 pieces of gold. "Yusher, is there anything else that's bothering you? Should we take you to the school clinic?" Su Xian asked with concern. "No, I'm much better now," Yusher quickly waved her hand in refusal. "You probably didn't eat much for lunch, did you?" Chen Shi casually remarked something, and it turned out to be correct. Su Xian reacted even more strongly than the person involved. "Yusher, are you having any difficulties? If so, tell me and I'll report it to the counselor to help you resolve it." I just... Seeing Yusher stammering with her head down, unable to give a coherent answer, Chen Shi waved to Su Xian and said, she probably didn't expect military training to start directly this afternoon, so she just dealt with it casually at noon. As he spoke, he took out a loaf of bread from the supplies, tore open the packaging himself, and handed it to Yusher. "Wow, this really is a treasure trove!" Su Xian exclaimed in amazement. Yusher paused for a moment, then whispered a thank you before burying her head and eating her bread in small bites. The promised simple meeting with the instructors was taken almost entirely by everyone, let alone any preparation for the military training. Adding to the unusual heat this afternoon, almost every team had people fall down, and Chen Shi's first and second rows also had people fall down one after another. Just then, the military officers and a group of school and college leaders, counselors, and others arrived after finishing a meeting and found a large number of people collapsed. There was no school doctor or hot water prepared on site. Everyone was sweating profusely and immediately called for a halt to the meeting. The leaders thought it was just a meeting with the instructors and didn't make any logistical preparations. They didn't expect the training to start so quickly, so they had to ask the counselors to arrange supplies and medical care. The unit commander also had a plan. He originally intended to have a simple meeting with the leaders and let the soldiers train a little before gathering to speak. However, the leaders talked more and more during the meeting and he forgot about it. The key point is that he did not expect that these students from 985 universities had such terrible physical fitness. The regimental commanders were severely criticized by their superiors, and then went to the companies below to reprimand each instructor, saying things like, "Who told you to train them for so long? Do you think these students are the same as you ordinary soldiers?" The instructor of Chen Shi's class muttered to himself, didn't you say that once you come to military training, you'll be one of my soldiers? The group leader kicked him hard in the butt, making the students laugh. At this point, Li Haoren and Wang Peng, after running 5 laps, simply stopped running. Seeing their instructor's miserable state, they immediately clapped and cheered, as this was definitely the happiest thing for them that afternoon. But soon they encountered the saddest thing of the afternoon. When they returned to their camp, they found that Chen Shi was sitting next to a very pretty girl, and they seemed to be chatting. "Howsy, isn't that the girl from the next class we ran into this morning? Damn, old Chen acted that fast?" They all looked like they'd seen a ghost. Only after asking Son Yu did I learn what had happened. "Look, the things old Chen bought at noon have already come in handy this afternoon. I envy Lao Chen for being able to be with a girl like that." Son Yu chuckled and muttered to himself, she must be envious of that girl, being taken care of by Brother Chen. Forehead. Son Yu was also a little overwhelmed, so he reported to the instructor that he should be the first to step out of the line to rest. He used the glucose that Chen Shi bought to make water and applied some medicated oil, which made him feel much better. Not only him, but other students who were not feeling well also benefited to some extent from the supplies brought by Chen Shi. Su Xian, the secretary of Class 2, was the kind of girl who talked a lot. She said, "Your class monitor from Class 1 is so thoughtful. Your class is so lucky to have such a monitor." Many girls in Class 2 cast admiring glances at Chen Shi, whispering among themselves about how their class didn't have a class monitor like him, handsome and considerate. They felt lucky to be taken care of by someone from the next class. They were so angry at their class monitor for giving them face. Chen Shi's newly formed class already lacked cohesion, not to mention that the class monitor wasn't democratically elected, making it difficult for him to gain the respect of the students. As a result, Chen Shi was so considerate of his classmates. He was the first to step forward after a girl from the next class fainted. The top scorer in the college entrance examination was both talented and considerate, which made people admire him. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but gravitate towards Chen Shi, the backbone of the class. "Squad leader, let me buy you a drink." "Class monitor, have you and that girl from the next class known each other for a while? You two look so good together." "You sure, the class monitor from the next class is taking such good care of you, why don't you hurry up and repay him with your body? Guess if you sure's heart is fluttering? Look, you sure's even blushing." The conversation among the students in Class 1 and 2 gradually veered towards Chen Shi and He Yushur. He Yushur was so shy that she was like a steam girl and didn't dare to get close to Chen Shi. She quickly hid to the side and covered her face. Chen Shi felt somewhat helpless and said not to spread rumors and bother the girl. They also said that Chen Shi was very responsible and would take the initiative to think of others, taking all the blame upon himself. He was speechless and said that they were overthinking it. "Chen Shi, are you single?" A pretty girl from the next class was chatting quite happily with Chen Shi. "You guess?" "He's single." Wang Peng chimed in, offering his support. "How about you consider being my boyfriend?" "Heh, you think you can date me just because we did military training together? You're being too presumptuous, you ordinary girl." "I'm such a bastard." "You're such a faker." "Actually, I don't like you that much either." It's manageable if 1 or 2 girls try to tease him. Chen Shi can barely manage to get them back to their senses. But if there are too many, he really can't handle it. Li Haoren stood to the side, feeling incredibly envious. He sighed, "I should have run for class monitor. I never imagined that being class monitor would allow me to interact with so many girls." Incorrect. Wang Peng put a lot of pressure on him, "You can't be as thoughtful as others. Comparing yourself as a squad leader to the squad leader next door is like comparing the squad leader next door to old Chen." Accurate, insightful, and to the point. Son Yu gave a thumbs up. "TCH. Who do you think you are?" Li Haoren said sourly. After the rest was completed, all the students were gathered together to listen to a speech by the military officer in charge of the area. He gave a long speech emphasizing the importance of military training. Although they couldn't run around, it was much more comfortable than standing at attention. Then the instructors from each camp emphasized the precautions for tomorrow, etc. Today was only the first day, and it was almost time to go, so they let the people go back. Of course, when the class monitor and the branch secretary had to move the military training uniforms, the students from other classes were not very enthusiastic. Only the boys in Chen Shi's class were very enthusiastic and volunteered to help. Half of the boys were mobilized at once. The college leaders were very satisfied with this. the students in this class are very cohesive and will be an outstanding group in the future. The main reason is that their core members are outstanding. Counselor Gong Wei had already learned about the situation from the instructors and reported it to the college leaders, who nodded repeatedly. Yes, he is excellent in both character and academics. If there is an opportunity in the future, we should allocate more resources to this student. After receiving their military training uniforms and having a meal, the 4 people in room 228, except for Chen Shi, were all exhausted. They were all dirty and crawled onto their beds, lying there half dead. It would be a lie to say that military training wasn't tiring. Chen Shi took a hot shower to relax a bit. The other 3 lay on the bed, complaining listlessly. Li Haoran said his feet hurt terribly, so Sonya suggested he go buy some sanitary napkins. Wang Peng immediately laughed and said, Xiaoyu is right. Haozi is like a woman. He really should use sanitary napkins. I heard from other girls that you can use sanitary napkins to stand on. I heard Fei say that too. I'll buy 2 packs another day. I haven't used them yet. Wang Peng was dumbfounded. Why didn't any girl remind him to buy sanitary napkins? When Chen Shi came out of the shower, she just heard Wang Peng say, "That's strange, I didn't see Siko Ming come to military training today." He asked his counselor for leave. Chen Shi casually replied, then sat down and played on her phone. She noticed that Su Xin and a few girls from the next class had added her on social media. She put it aside for a moment and then opened the card game 3 Kingdoms Kill. Damn it! Li Haoran exclaimed unhappily, what's the point of a guy asking for leave during military training? If he's on his period, I'll suspect he's pregnant. I should really buy him 2 packs of cigarettes. I heard that you can't be awarded an honor if you don't participate in military training. We'll report him for not participating in military training and give everyone else a fair chance. Song Yu calmly said, it's probably all just to scare you into obeying. How about we take leave and sneak away too? Actually, whether he takes military training, goes to school, or even what he wants to do is probably irrelevant to someone like him. Do we dare to gamble? Silence reigns in the dormitory tonight. Chapter 20. I'm single, so I'll eat your rice. Chen Shi played a game of 3 Kingdoms Kill and lost. Suddenly, she realized that there was no sound in the dormitory except for Wang Peng's snoring. It was only 7:30, and the sky had just begun to darken. Chen Shi didn't know if they were all asleep, but she knew she definitely couldn't sleep at this hour. After approving the applications of several girls from the next class in batches, he put his phone in his pocket and left. I've been at school for several days now, and the nights without nightlife are quite boring. But it's really not appropriate for him to go out and have fun, and he wouldn't be able to get into it anyway. It's better for him to stay relatively sociable. He browsed the computer mall near the school, intending to buy a computer to use for entertainment in the evening. He ended up spending time at Luojia Computer City in Huazhong Information Plaza near Jiangda University, only to be ripped off. The average markup was over 300 yuan, and the phones were probably refurbished or second-hand, only good enough to fool newbies. The decline of future Computer City is therefore understandable. Chen Shi decided to buy it online anyway. Although the delivery wasn't as fast as in later years, it only took about 5 or 6 days to arrive. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with those few hundred yuan, but rather that he felt it was unnecessary. Having money and being a fool are 2 different things. He didn't come out for nothing. He bought a few more expensive outfits at a nearby shopping mall. Although he wasn't short of money at this age in his previous life, he certainly wouldn't spend money extravagantly on clothes. There was a reason why the slightly more expensive clothes were expensive. After circling around, Chen Shi arrived at the rundown snack street next to the west gate of the school. At the end of the street was the south gate of the school, and across from it was the normal university. His thoughts suddenly drifted back to more than 10 years ago. Around the same age, after graduating from Yiling High School, he came to Jiangqing alone to make his way in the world. He met up with his childhood friend Deng Bin to hang out. He couldn't remember the details of the meeting, but Chen Shi remembered that there was a pretty good barbecue restaurant nearby that was so popular that people would linger there. However, when he returned a few months later, the barbecue restaurant had already been sold, leaving only memories. I wonder if that shop is still there, Chen Shi thought to himself. As Chen Shi approached the south gate of the school, she saw a barbecue restaurant called Old Street Barbecue, which occupied a large area and was undoubtedly the one she remembered. He walked into the store, looked around and found that there weren't many people. He thought that he hadn't seen Dangbin since he was reborn, so he wanted to send him a message to ask him to come out and catch up. But a familiar and pleasant voice interrupted him. Chen Shi. Looking up, I saw that senior student who was very high level. Her naturally beautiful face is always stunning, and the tiny beauty mark at the corner of her eye adds a touch of charm. Even the simple white shirt, jeans, and white sneakers she wears cannot hide her elegant and mature temperament. What a coincidence, Senior Xia, want to come over for barbecue? I guess so, are you alone? Chen Shi decided against inviting Dangbin at all. What was the point of even doing so? I don't believe Xia Yuqian would leave me all alone. What are you doing? Clearly, Xia Yuqian came with two other girls. The two girls were chatting with the receptionist, while Xia Yuqian stood idly to the side. Let's find a place to sit down first, Xia Yuqian naturally invited Chen Shi, and they found a corner seat for 4 people to sit down. She explained, this is to prepare for the Golden Autumn National Day and New Year's Eve party in advance, which requires a considerable amount of money, so I brought 2 student union officers here to solicit sponsorships. She also said that every year at this time, student council members would solicit sponsorships from shops near the school, such as milk tea shops, hot pot restaurants, barbecue restaurants, and even bookstores. These shops would give a sponsorship fee, and the student council would then advertise for them at the welcome party. It's worth noting that most of the customers in this area are students from Jiangnan University, so advertising at the welcome party would be a highly sought-after opportunity. Unfortunately, the 2 old streets near Jiangda University are mostly occupied by small businesses. Not every shop has the financial resources and qualifications to invest, and large chain stores don't need to waste huge sums of money on advertising. Securing high-quality sponsors and making real money with minimal investment is not an easy task for these college students. After getting a general idea, the 2 student council members happened to arrive and shook their heads helplessly at Xia Yuqian. Senior, this doesn't make sense. Xia Yuqian remained calm. It's all right, please sit down. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Shi, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination from northern Hubei. Shi means stream. Then, Chen Shi was introduced to 2 senior students, one named Zhang Mingjie, who was the head of the secretariat, and the other named Chen Shangnan, who was the head of the sports department. They had entered the university as sports students. Zhang Mingjie is pretty and has delicate features. She stands out among girls. What's particularly eye-catching is Chen Shangnan, who is 1.8 meters tall and very strong. Chen Shi felt a sense of pressure when he walked over. But she also has a baby face, and when she smiles, she reveals a pair of tiger teeth, giving her a very sweet and girly style. Her body and face are a stark contrast. She's definitely a muscle Barbie. Xia Yuqian is already a great beauty, and she looks a little petite sitting next to Chen Yanan. The 2 senior students were surprised to hear that Chen Shi was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. With Xia Yuqian's help, the group quickly became friends and mainly talked about sponsorship. The boss said he plans to quit the barbecue business and wants to sell the land to start his own business in the next few months. If he sponsors it now, he won't be able to break even in a short time, Zhang Mingjie said, spreading her hands. Chen Shangnan curled her lips and said, this boss is really something. My senior gave him so many advertisements before, but now that he's moving out, he won't give her a single penny. He has no humanity at all. Xia Yuqian laughed at her words. You're trying to talk about personal relationships with businessmen? Isn't that right? My senior used to bring people to his business all the time. I just think the food here is good, and it's a win-win situation. We need funds for our business, and they want to maintain their customer base. Now that they don't need customers anymore, they naturally won't invest in us. Isn't that like crossing the river and then burning the bridge? Xia Yuqian smiled without saying a word. You're not even in a cooperative relationship, so how can you talk about crossing the river and then burning the bridge? Besides, isn't it common practice in the business world to discard those who have helped you after you've served your purpose? Chen Shi was also quite surprised. She didn't expect Xia Yuqian to be so calm. Most other people would have sighed and complained, which would be normal. She didn't know if Xia Yuqian was indifferent or confident. He leaned more towards the latter. His intuition told him that this woman was extraordinary. Chen Shi, what about joining the student council that I mentioned last time? What have you thought about? I haven't decided yet, Chen Shi said. Hey, senior, such an outstanding talent, we must recruit them into our student union. We're just worried that our secretariat doesn't have enough excellent people, Zhang Mingjie said excitedly. By the way, Chen Shi, are you single? He is. Before Chen Shi could even speak, Xia Yuqian answered with a smile, leaving Chen Shi completely confused. Why does this guy keep bringing up people's single status? I'm single, so I'll eat your rice. Chapter 21 Time Management Master. Upon learning that Chen Shi was single, Chen Xingnan's eyes gleamed mischievously. Then you can join our sports department. There are a lot of hot female students there. The sports department is also responsible for the work of sports students. With your looks, you're sure to be able to find a great girlfriend. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Being close to the water tower is advantageous. Looking at Chen Xingnan's muscular physique, Chen Shi felt a little embarrassed, chuckled, and shook her head. Forget it, I'm already feeling a bit overwhelmed as class monitor, and I don't think I'm very suitable for student work. The two female department heads were pulling at each other, and it was suspected that they were after Chen Shi's looks and trying to persuade him to join their department, while Xia Yuqian said she wouldn't force him. The owner is actually quite considerate. Chen Shi's table's barbecue had clearly arrived earlier than the other tables. Xia Yuqian and the other two girls chatted while eating barbecue, and the topic was no longer about Chen Shi. Chen Shi felt that it was still as delicious as she remembered, but it was a pity that the owner was about to move away. It was a barbecue that she could only eat once in her life. If I remember correctly, this old alley will be renovated next year, gradually expanding and transforming from a dilapidated food street into a bustling commercial street over the course of a few years. It wasn't just this alley. Chen Shi witnessed the dramatic changes that took place throughout Jiangqing back then. He dreamed of opening a milk tea shop when he was young. When he started his business, he opened a milk tea shop in Optics Valley, Jiangqing, thinking that he could also do some baking and desserts. He worked in an elegant and quiet environment every day, which was very pleasant. It was indeed quite pleasant, but due to frequent construction and road changes, Chen Shi's shop was completely blocked, and no one came at all, so it went out of business in no time. Why don't we just rent this barbecue restaurant while it's being sublet? The thought had barely crossed her mind when Chen Shi immediately dismissed it, finding it rather amusing. This barbecue restaurant is about 300 square meters, so using it to open a milk tea shop would be a waste of its potential. Moreover, he is not the Chen Shi who started his business with dreams. In this second life, what's the difference between him and a salted fish if he doesn't make money? How much money can he make by opening a milk tea shop? Be bold, why not just buy the store and the land? The price of this land will double next year anyway. This area is considered an old neighborhood with a complex land use structure. The average land price is estimated at around 4,000, and a 300 square meter shop would cost more than 1 million. Unfortunately, Chen Shi only had about 400,000 yuan left to him by his parents. Alright, plus the 60,000 yuan he got from Xia Yuqian last time, but it was still far from enough. He could only take out a loan, but he couldn't think of any reason why the bank would lend him money. Forget it, Chen Shi figured there was no rush. Anyway, he was already cheating, so he could just take advantage of the pretty girls he knew later. We're almost done, Chen Shi, is there anything else you'd like? Xia Yuqian asked, wiping her mouth with a tissue. I'm all better now. Then let's go back. Xia Yuqian took the initiative to pay the bill, so Chen Shi didn't need to pretend to be a gentleman in this situation. The four of them ate a total of 132 yuan. The owner said he was really sorry and would wipe it for them, so he would only charge them 120 yuan. As Xia Yuqian made the payment, a notification appeared in Chen Shi's mind. Xia Yuqian proactively spends 30 yuan for you, increasing your favorability to 63, triggering a 6300x rebate, and you receive 189,000 yuan. Chen Shi was secretly pleased. See, the funds have arrived. And even if he doesn't actively make money, the money will come on its own, as sure as a rock. But the next second he was annoyed. This boss is such a bot, why is he offering such a discount? He made me lose more than 10,000 yuan for nothing. That's how people are. Finding $100 on the street might only make them happy for a moment, but losing $10 would definitely keep them up at night. On the way back, having at least gotten a free meal, Chen Shi said politely, "You've really worked hard, senior. You had to get sponsorships and mentor juniors, and even though you didn't get any sponsorships, you still had to spend money." Xia Yuqian couldn't help but smile. Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't want to join the student council. You have to pay for the work yourself. I'm almost out of money for food. Why don't you transfer the money you just spent to me to help me recover? It's not impossible, but not now. How so? I'll treat you to a meal next time. Dream on. The line of people wanting to ask me out to dinner could stretch from my dorm to the school gate. Then ask me out. This guy has a pretty big face. Xia Yuqian was speechless and found it kind of funny. Okay, let's add each other on QQ and I'll ask you out another day. Zhang Mingjie and Chen Shangnan followed at a distance, whispering about the two people in front of them. Senior Xia, who never showed any interest in boys, was chatting so happily with Junior Chen Shi they seemed like a good match. I bumped into something. Guo Qing had just returned to school from the food street outside the campus when she unexpectedly saw Chen Shi walking side by side with a girl, chatting and laughing, looking very close. Although they weren't very close, it was certain that this wasn't the girl who covered Chen Shi's eyes on the Cherry Blossom Summit this morning. Guess what I just saw outside the school? Back in her dorm room, Guo Qing didn't wait for her roommates to respond before embellishing what she had just witnessed. It said that Chen Shi was on a date with a girl he'd never met before. He was incredibly witty and charming, making the girl laugh frequently. He flirted with one girl after another, truly a seasoned player in the dating scene. He even told his roommate that he wanted to pursue Yue Ling. This morning I saw him being very intimate with a girl, this afternoon he was flirting with a girl from the next class, and tonight he went on a date with another girl. He's a master of time management. Having just experienced a setback that morning, Zhang Yueling was too lazy to pay attention to Guo Qing's inaccurate rumors, which had caused her to embarrass herself in front of her other roommates. But then he realized that Chen Shi's desire to pursue him wasn't entirely unfounded. Is he going to pursue just anyone? Scumbag. A girl named Sun Yu, who shared a dorm room, was tall and thin with a gaunt face. She spoke quite harshly, he's cheating on his wife with several women. I curse him to suffer the same fate as Chang Gu. Who is Brother Chang? A male protagonist in an anime, who is a bit of a mess. I can't understand the private conversations of anime fans. As soon as Chen Shi entered the dormitory, he saw Li Haoran playing Crossfire. When Wang Peng saw Chen Shi returning with bags and bags of stuff, he laughed and said, "Old Chen, who did you go out gallivanting with? You didn't even call the brothers?" Chen Shi gave an irrelevant answer, "I bought a few outfits while preparing for the change of seasons." Samyu put away his phone, thinking that Chen Shi was hiding it well, not saying a word about going out, afraid that saying too much would lead to trouble, and that he might reveal that he had gone out on a date with a girl. She even said she'd never been in a relationship. He's probably the grandmaster of romance. He didn't dare to say it out loud, but just hid in bed and chatted secretly. Wang Peng didn't pay much attention and nudged Li Haoran's shoulder, saying, "Haozi, are you done playing? Can you check if Xiao Yuner has accepted my friend request? Don't move." With that push, Li Haoran was sniped to death. I was already frustrated from losing the game, and then he kept bothering me, which made me impatient. "Aren't you annoying? How many times have you asked? If I wanted to pass, I would have already." Seeing his strong reaction, Wang Peng awkwardly touched his nose. I was a little impatient. "Sorry, take your time." My mood immediately sank. Yes, if they wanted it approved, it would have been approved long ago. Perhaps because Wang Peng was no longer bothering him, Li Hao played the next few rounds very well, winning several rounds and feeling extremely happy. He happily shut down his computer and ended the live stream. After washing up in the bathroom and getting into bed, he noticed Wang Peng leaning against the wall, staring at his old keypad phone, rummaging around without saying a word. Da Peng," Li Haoran sighed inwardly, then said hesitantly, "Don't take what happened earlier to heart." Wang Peng looked up at him and asked, "I was just thinking, is it because he doesn't have feelings for me that he doesn't want to add me as a friend?" "Hey!" Li Haoran said nonchalantly, "You've only met once, it's normal that she doesn't want to add you as a friend. To be honest, I added my Fei Fei for a month before she accepted my friend request." "Real?" "Yes, girls are very reserved. If you meet them a few more times and add them on QQ in person, you'll have a sure thing. Next time, I'll ask Fei Fei in her dorm to meet up again." "Oh, okay." Wang Peng's fighting spirit was rekindled, but he still hesitated. "Then do you think there's a good chance for me and Zhao Yuner?" "That's hard to say, it depends on your performance later on." "Xiao Yu, what do you think?" Sangyu said tactfully, "Brother Peng, it's hard to pursue girls outside the class. I suggest you pursue the girls in our class instead." "Where's old Chen?" After careful consideration, Chen Shi chose to speak frankly, "I don't think Xiao Yuner is suitable for you. You should give up as soon as possible." "Oh." Wang Peng reacted calmly and simply remained silent. He could tell that the two of them didn't think highly of him, especially Chen Shi, who insisted that he was not good enough for Zhao Yuner. This kind of roommate is really boring. Wang Peng made a decision, He would buy a smartphone whenever he had time in the next few days, add Zhao Yun'er on QQ, and let them all be envious. Chapter 22 Super Narcissism. The next few days of military training were so hot that the location was moved from the drill ground to the tree-lined path next to it. Even so, the air was still so stuffy that not a breath of wind could be felt. The cicadas kept chirping summer, summer in the treetops, but to the students it sounded like so hot, so hot. The white magnolias, already on the verge of withering, drooped under the scorching sun. Military training time passed very slowly, especially when standing at attention, which was quite grueling. However, after a few days of getting used to it, almost everyone was able to complete the daily training. After spending a few days with the instructors, they became less of a fool and started to cooperate with some of the slackers, adding a bit of fun to the otherwise tedious military training. Li Haoren was always up to his old tricks, and after the instructors discovered him, he was pulled out of the group for separate training. He kicked his shoe as he marched, and a limp sanitary napkin floated out, causing a burst of laughter. This guy was usually placed at the front of the line as everyone's model. On this day, various student clubs from the school came to recruit new members. The freshmen in Class 1 and 2 stood at attention obediently while the upperclassmen promoted the clubs and entertained them with delicious food and drinks. A female senior student waved several cups of milk tea in front of the male students, saying, "It's so hot. Milk tea is so delicious, do you want some?" "It's not that I don't want to share, it's just that the instructors won't let you touch it." Suddenly, the instructor gave the order, "Attention, everyone! Free time!" The poor senior was immediately surrounded and attacked by a group of thirsty juniors. Shenshi sat to the side watching the group of classmates fooling around, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. "You sure, go ahead, don't be shy. It was just to express my gratitude. Go ahead, we support you." Several girls from Class 2 pushed He Yushir toward Shenshi. She stumbled, and Shenshi looked at the timid girl standing next to her, holding a bottle of mineral water, with a puzzled expression. Seeing Shenshi staring at her, He Yushir blushed and quickly handed over the bottled water with both hands. "Shenshi, have some water." For some reason, He Yushir didn't come to military training a few days ago. If it weren't for this, Shenshi would have almost forgotten about her. "Thank you." Shenshi was also a little thirsty, so she took the water and drank it directly. "Ah, you're welcome, He Yushir said haltingly. Seeing that Shenshi didn't seem inclined to respond, she clenched her hands, hesitated for a while, and finally said, "Thank you for what happened that day, Shenshi." "It's alright, don't worry about it, you can go back now." Shenshi could tell that the girl was a bit socially awkward, so she didn't want to bother her. When He Yushir saw Chen, she turned her face away, leaving only a delicate profile. She blushed again and quickly ran back to the girls' group in Class 2. "Hey, Shenshi." Before Shenshi could even have a moment of peace, a boy from Class 2 approached him again, standing right next to him and looking down at him. Shenshi looked puzzled. This guy was Ma Jiechi, the class monitor of Class 2. This guy is fair-skinned and has a pretty boyish face. He even speaks with a slightly effeminate tone. I shouldn't have any interaction with him, but he seems like he has a grudge against me. "Did you go shopping with a woman a few days ago? Does that mean I didn't steal his girlfriend? You've mistaken me for someone else. Still pretending? All the girls in your class have heard that you were playing very intimately with one girl this morning, and then went shopping with another girl tonight. You're blatantly juggling multiple relationships. Do you think no one has found out?" Shenshi roughly understood the situation. "I'm also wondering, who's so gossipy?" He didn't react much. "What business is it of yours how many relationships I have?" "It's none of my business, but please stay away from He Yushir in our class." "Oh?" Shenshi immediately became interested. "What's your relationship with her? Does she know you want me to stay away from her?" "I'm his class monitor." "Come on, I want to stay away from them, but they might not want to stay away from me." "You're just being nosy." Shenshi was speechless. These people really had a vivid imagination. They saw him with different girls and immediately suspected something was going on. This sissy is something else. He's interested in a girl, but he doesn't dare to pursue her. Instead, he blames outsiders. Upon hearing this, Ma Jiechi blushed and almost lost his composure. Seeing Shenshi's nonchalant attitude, which was clearly a scumbag's attempt to change the subject, he was about to argue when suddenly a very pleasant, soft voice came over. "Shenshi, what a coincidence, you're here for military training." She was a very tall and slender girl with a great figure. Her thick, black hair was braided, giving her a pure and innocent look. Her big, watery eyes were full of spirit, and she stared at Chen Shi with a smile. Zhao Yun'er, carrying several cups of milk tea, sat down next to Chen Shi and handed her one. "Are you tired? Here's some milk tea for you." Chen Shi took the milk tea, her gaze fixed on the student council badge on her high, firm chest. Pointing, he said, "The student council hasn't even started recruiting yet, has it?" Zhao Yun'er smiled, her lips pursed, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. "I'm the top student in the entire preparatory class this year, and I've been specially invited to join the student council." He even made a peace sign with his fingers. Showing off. Impressive. Impressive. Talented woman Zhao Zilong. Chen Shi clasped her hands in a joking manner and praised her. "Oh, not at all. I can't compare to a certain top scorer in the college entrance examination," Zhao Yun'er said, pouting and glancing sideways at Chen Shi, as if to say, "You're hiding things from me, you're not a good friend." Chen Shi smiled without saying a word, inserted a straw and took a sip. The icy cold milk tea flowed down her dry throat, feeling extremely comfortable. Zhao Yun'er has very long legs. When she sat by the low curb, her long, white legs leaned against the curb, very close to Chen Shi's line of sight. With milk tea to accompany her, it was simply delightful. "Let's try another one by ourselves." Zhao Yun'er also opened a glass and secretly clinked glasses with Chen Shi. Ma Jiaqi was left standing there dumbfounded, her eyes darting around. "The student council senior? Oh shit. What is the relationship between this beautiful girl and Chen Shi? Even when drinking milk tea, you have to clink glasses. Grass." Seeing the two of them acting like they were showing off their affection, he felt incredibly awkward. Not daring to offend the senior student council member, he turned around and left, both angry and annoyed. Seemingly sensing the strange atmosphere, Zhao Yun'er asked quietly, "Who is that person? Did I disturb you?" "He's just an idiot, meddling in other people's business." "Why are you meddling in other people's business?" "I can't stand seeing girls bringing water to handsome guys." Chen Shi teased as she recounted the general events, and Zhao Yun'er covered her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. "You're so narcissistic." They were just expressing their gratitude. "Am I not handsome?" "Extremely narcissistic." Wang Peng was extremely excited when he saw Zhao Yun'er. He wanted to go and say hello, but he found that she sat down next to Chen Shi and the two were chatting and laughing as if they had a close relationship. He suddenly became agitated. When did these two become so close? Or perhaps Wang Peng pondered, could it be that she just happened to see someone she knew, and that's why she started chatting with him? Absolutely. So he mustered his courage and moved closer to Zhao Yun'er, but was stopped by Li Haoran. "Hey Da Peng, where are you going? Have you seen Zhao Yun'er? She's over there. I'm going to ask her for a milk tea." Wang Peng said with a grin, and walked straight over. "You?" Li Haoran was stunned for a moment. He exchanged a glance with Song Yu and saw the helplessness in the other's eyes, so he simply let him be. Well, it's best to put an end to his hopes as soon as possible. Chapter 23, An Indirect Kiss. Zhao Yun'er and Chen Shi were chatting happily when suddenly their vision went dark. Unable to contain his joy, Wang Peng got straight to the point. "Zhao Yun'er, it's been a long time." "What a coincidence." Upon seeing such a large figure approaching, Zhao Yun'er was immediately startled and unconsciously moved closer to Chen Shi. "Who are you?" "I'm Wang Peng, don't you remember me?" "Oh. Wang Peng." Zhao Yun'er was genuinely taken aback. Seeing this, Wang Peng chuckled and said, "I was wondering why I couldn't add you on QQ, turns out you just forgot. Remember to accept my request later, let's be friends." Zhao Yun'er looked at Chen Shi with some difficulty, feeling a little embarrassed to refuse, and could only laugh awkwardly. "Why don't you add me now? I'm afraid I'll forget again later." "Ah." Wang Peng's face changed, realizing he was in trouble. He thought to himself, "I should have bought a smartphone a long time ago. I can't even log into QQ now. How about I add you back later? I forgot to bring my phone today." "Okay then. I'll add you when I get back at noon." Wang Peng was very guilty, and his words were mumbled. He glanced at the several cups of milk tea in her hand and chuckled dryly. "These cups of milk tea are for everyone who sees them?" "Ha? No, 1 cup is for myself, 1 cup is for our senior, 2 cups are for the instructors, and the last cup is for the other girls. Chen Shi, could you hold this for me?" Zhao Yun'er felt awkward chatting with Wang Peng, so she stuffed her cup of milk tea into Chen Shi's left hand, picked up a few cups of milk tea, and got up. Seeing this, Wang Peng's smile became very unnatural. He glanced at the milk tea in Chen Shi's right hand, then at the milk tea in his left hand, and his feelings began to become complicated. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't utter a word. Chen Shi noticed his state of mind, but didn't say anything. She just watched him leave silently, hoping he could think things through and get rid of his unrealistic ideas. You've worked hard, senior. Here's a milk tea for you. Zhao Yun'er handed the milk tea to the student council officer who came to recruit new members. The officer raised his eyes slightly, glanced at her indifferently, and pushed her hand away to indicate his refusal. Milk tea contains a lot of trans fatty acids, which are converted into cholesterol in the body. Drinking too much will increase the risk of cardiovascular disease. I have bottled water, don't be shy. Beneath the gilded frames, a pair of intelligent eyes flashed with shrewdness. Zhao Yun'er's smile froze, and the milk tea she was holding in mid-air came to a standstill. Isn't that a bit much? Yes. It depends on individual constitution, but it's true that drinking too much milk tea can easily lead to weight gain. If you need to gain weight, drinking more milk tea is an excellent way to do so. Want to gain weight? Nobody says otherwise. Zhao Yun'er was speechless. What's wrong with this senior student? Why is he so malicious towards girls? You're the kind of senior who'll never find a girlfriend. She even sensed a subtle hostility from this senior. Oh, right. Before he finished, the senior suddenly remembered something and added, I wish you could drink more milk tea. I have a friend who's obsessed with pursuing you, Junior. He stopped doing research and spends all his time indulging in unrealistic fantasies. He even asked me to play matchmaker, but I refused. Anyway, that guy isn't a good choice as a boyfriend. I suggest you have a drink every morning, noon, and night. Once you get fat, he won't be interested in you anymore. Then he can continue doing research with me. As he said this, the senior's calm expression gradually became uncontrollable, turning into fervor. Zhao Yun'er took a step back. So that's why this person doesn't like me. Turns out I've affected his friendship. You're busy. Zhao Yun'er slipped away, figuring it would be a waste to leave the cups empty, and gave the milk tea to the instructors of several nearby platoons. The instructors were essentially students too, so it's not like they didn't drink junk drinks. This cup of milk tea put them in a great mood and gave Chen Shi and the others more time to rest. The instructor from the neighboring class 2 saw that the girl came from Chenxi, so he decided to play a trick on her and secretly gather a group of girls for private lessons. Then, unexpectedly, the girls from class 2 shouted in unison, He Yu Gang, are you here yet? The students in class 1 were completely bewildered as to why the students next door were suddenly calling their instructor's name. Meanwhile, the instructor of class 1 panicked, thinking, damn it, a sneak attack. All that could be heard was the second class instructor shouting at the top of his lungs, He Yu Gang, come on. The girls in class 2 continued to shout. 1, 2. Hurry. 1, 2, 3. Hurry, hurry, hurry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we've been waiting so long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we're getting so impatient. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, do you even have any of these? If I tell you to sing, then sing. That's so fussy and hesitant, it's not proper. Like what? Like a girl. He Yu Gang quickly retorted, if you want me to sing, I'll sing. Where does that leave my pride? The women opposite laughed and said, it's like a winter melon peel or a watermelon peel. Why are you being unreasonable and cheating? No matter how hard He Yu Gang shouted, the enemy had been trained before launching the surprise attack, and he was no match for a group of people. Moreover, his own soldiers were urging him to go first, and the usually fierce man's face turned red. Li Haoran got along best with the instructor, and he said with a grin, Instructor, why don't you do one? The instructors on the other side were making fun of me. I can't sing at all. He Yu Gang was extremely embarrassed. Hey, it's just singing a song, I'll help you find a stage. Li Haoran patted his chest righteously and shouted to Class 2, the east wind blows, the war drums beat, Class 1 is not afraid of anyone when it comes to singing. I'll go in for our instructor. Wait for me to get the props. While everyone was cheering, Li Haoran quickly ran to the nearby library and retrieved a guitar. He Yu Gang was extremely surprised, your library allows you to borrow guitars? I knew there would be a talent show segment, so I left my guitar in the library a long time ago. Impressive. So Li Haoren stood in the middle of the two classes, first pretending to test the notes and playing a few chords, which immediately caused a bunch of infatuated girls to scream. Let me sing you a song from my childhood. On the banyan tree by the pond? Are the cicadas chirping, signaling the arrival of summer? On the swings by the playground? Only butterflies landed on it? On the blackboard. Li Haoren said he had studied guitar, and he had indeed studied it, but his skill level, well, he managed to finish the song, but he made a few mistakes with the chords, and he wasn't very skilled at the relatively simple strumming, so it felt intermittent. It sounds a bit forced, plus the song Childhood is somewhat outdated for students of this age. After the song ended, although there was applause, the overall enthusiasm was not high, which relieved the instructor's predicament. During this time, Zhao Yuner had already sat back down to Chen Shi's right and took the milk tea from his hand. I took a small sip. It was icy cold and sweet delicious. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt that the milk tea tasted better and sweeter than before. As time goes on, the ice melts, and the flavor should become less intense. Perhaps watching Li Haoren's performance made me feel better? However, the show's effect was rather average. Bai Shufa had previously complained that Li Haoren was only half-baked in everything he did. She didn't hesitate and asked with a smile, Chen Shi, do you have any special skills? Chen Shi was watching Li Haoren's performance without looking to the side, and naturally took a sip through the straw. I thought to myself, I have a special talent. He shook his head, no. Zhao Yuner stared intently at Chen Shi's profile and encouraged her gently, it's okay. There are only a few performers on stage. Everyone has their own unique characteristics. Your learning ability is something that others can only dream of. You are outstanding. Chen Shi remained silent, while Zhao Yuner chuckled inwardly. Boys always fantasize about being the center of attention and receiving cheers. As Zhao Yuner was thinking this, she noticed a very interesting detail: the straw was deformed before it went into Chen Shi's mouth. So it turns out boys also like to bite the straw when drinking milk tea. Chen Shi is quite cute. Zhao Yuner happily lowered her gaze and turned to her straw, only to make an unexpected discovery. The tip of my straw is smooth and flat, without a single wrinkle. Her smile froze instantly, her pupils contracted sharply, and faint blushes appeared on her fair face. She remembered that when Wang Peng came over, she was so nervous that she bit her straw twice. There should be traces. But now, his own straw didn't bite, but Chen Shi's straw did. Ah! What is this? Between. They kissed indirectly. Chapter 24 of the book often describes a delightful evening. Zhao Yuner's gaze wandered back and forth between Chen Shi and her own straw. When Chen Shi drank her milk tea, she did so slowly and deliberately, her lips tightly wrapped around the straw, her cheekbones remaining completely still. He doesn't bite the straw when he drinks milk tea, but the straw gets deformed. Zhao Yuner originally wanted to find evidence to prove that Chen Shi bit the straw himself, but instead found evidence that he didn't bite the straw. A surge of heat rose in Zhao Yuner's heart, and a large blush spread across her cheeks, burning hot. Ah, I'm dead. Are you all right? Your face is so red. Just as Zhao Yuner was experiencing a complex mix of emotions, Chen Shi noticed her unusual behavior, stretched out a hand, and waved it in front of her. Well, I'm fine. Zhao Yuner raised her head, her voice hesitant. Especially when she saw Chen Shi's slightly moist lips, her heart pounded and she felt nervous. My lips and Chen Shi's lips have touched each other through the exchange of mediums. He probably didn't notice, right? You're not suffering from heatstroke, are you? Chen Shi asked gently and with concern. No, it's just a bit hot. I'm not in military training, how could I get heatstroke? Zhao Yuner calmed herself down a bit, gently fanned her rosy cheeks with her palm, and gave Chen Shi a reassuring smile. Judging from his expression, he probably didn't notice that the milk tea had been switched. Since he didn't notice, then let's just assume it was a simple exchange of salivary enzymes. It helps lower cholesterol, offsetting the side effects of milk tea. Don't you have to do military training? Chen Shi asked, puzzled. No need, I have to help with student council work. Oh. Seeing that she didn't seem to have any problems, Chen Shi focused her attention on what was ahead. While Li Haoren was performing, the instructors of Class 1 had already trained the girls in their class, and it was their turn to launch a counterattack. Who is the hero? Who is the good man? Let's have a singing contest. From Class 2. Give me one. The other side seemed to have prepared a response, as one of the boys replied, the singing in Class 1 is so tacky and outdated. You're a real man. Don't back down. Alright then, as the class monitor of Class 2, I declare war on your Class 1 on behalf of Class 2. Wow! The speaker was Ma Jiechi, the class monitor of Class 2, and immediately both sides erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. The second class instructor, always eager for chaos, chimed in, declare war. What do you want to compete in? Ma Jiechi's lips curled up high, and he said smugly, seeing the students from Class 1 playing the guitar, I got the urge to play and sing a song. Class 2 can perform whatever they want, it just depends on whether their class monitor dares to accept the challenge. These words were highly provocative and were aimed directly at Chen Shi. Ma Jiechi observed that Chen Shi kept watching Li Haoren's clumsy performance, and knew that he definitely couldn't play the guitar, and probably didn't have any special skills at all. Since playing the guitar is my forte, I'll show off my skills and I'm sure I can outshine him. Let He Yusher see that Chen Shi is nothing but a clay chicken and a clay dog. The instructor of Class 2 asked loudly again, Class leader of Class 1, Class leader of Class 2, do you dare to accept the challenge? Squad leader. Give me one. Chen Shi. Give me one. The girls in Class 1 were also silly, being led by the nose and constantly shouting Chen Shi's name. Zhao Yun'er felt nervous for Chen Shi and was a little angry inside. That class monitor from Class 2 is so annoying. He must be bullying Chen Shi because he has some special skills. Chen Shi, how about? It's just performing a talent show, what's there to be afraid of? I agree. Zhao Yun'er was about to say that she could replace Chen Shi when Chen Shi agreed first, and the girls in the row cheered again, saying that their class monitor was awesome. Ma Jiechi was worried that he wouldn't dare to accept the challenge, so this way he could finally show off his skills. He patted Li Haoren on the shoulder and simply took the guitar. Dude, can I borrow your guitar for a bit? Who the hell are you? Li Haoren was reluctant to lend it, in case the other party performed better than him, wouldn't his performance be overshadowed? But if someone else has already taken it, how can you possibly take it back? Ma Jiechi picked up his guitar, his movements looking much more dashing than Li Haoren's. His fingertips swiftly strummed the strings, creating a light and lively rhythm. Yes, I see sunshine everywhere. Is happiness floating in the city? Did the new century arrive like a dream? It makes me feel so warm and cozy. It's Pushu's new boy, with a much more upbeat melody than the original. Ma Jiechi's skill is truly impressive. He seems to have infused the song with youthful exuberance, and a group of 18-year-old boys and girls hum along to the lively rhythm. Moreover, this song is a slow rock genre, which allows for excellent display of individual skills. Throw it away. Your old school bag? Oh, my international cool playboy. After he finished singing, he whistled at the group of girls, and another group of infatuated girls started screaming wildly, saying, Ma Jiechi, we like you. Ma Jiechi's amazing physique. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, a stark contrast to the grandeur of Li Haoren's performance. The results are worlds apart. In addition, Ma Jiechi is a young and handsome man whose appearance is very much in line with the current aesthetic of girls, and they all have stars in their eyes. It seems like they play better than you, the instructor of Class 1 complained. Li Haoren's face darkened. He was disgusted with Ma Jiechi, that pretty boy. Why did he have to step on someone's foot? Although he was annoyed, Li Haoren knew that Ma Jiechi was highly skilled, and his eyes were full of sympathy as he looked at Chen Shi. My brother in distress. Your turn, class monitor of Class 1. Ma Jiechi stared at Chen Shi with a provocative look. Su Xian, the class secretary of Class 2, didn't sense the tension in the conversation and said with a smile, Chen Shi, it's your turn to perform. What talent will you show us? Chen Shi replied calmly, I'll just play and sing a little bit too. Haozi, go get your guitar. Ha? Li Haoren was surprised. You're going to go head to head with someone this strong? But I still happily ran over there. Zhao Yun'er acted like a curious child. You can play the guitar? Chen Shi remained calm. I can play a little bit, but I haven't played in a long time, so I might be a bit rusty. Li Haoren quickly retrieved the guitar, and Chen Shi, too lazy to walk too far, sat on a slightly higher ledge nearby, holding the guitar and casually strumming it to test the sound. The students from both classes moved to surround Chen Shi. Let's see which class monitor is more capable. Notes leaped from between Chen Shi, the prelude began, and it was another sunny morning. Cicadas were still chirping in the treetops, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves. Chen Shi said she had no special talents, which is a lie, especially in music, where she has received instruction from renowned teachers. The little yellow flower in the story? Has it been floating since the day it was born? Swinging on a swing in childhood? Has it been swaying with my memories until now? Chenxi's voice is deep and gentle, paired with the melodious guitar sound, like a summer breeze gently caressing the heart, bringing peace and tranquility. It was as if a breeze had truly arrived, bringing with it the rustling of leaves. The September sunlight bathed Chenxi's profile, painting him with a serene and sacred hue. Re so si do si la? So la si la so? Wow! That guy playing guitar is so handsome. It's a sunny day. You played so beautifully, the sound is so gentle. Many people were captivated by the song, gently swaying their heads to the rhythm. Girls from other companies came running when they heard the noise. They saw that Chenxi's smile was gentle yet cool, and they didn't dare to stare at him for long. It looks like it'll explode if you look at it even once. When the weather cleared up, I think I still said goodbye. After singing the first verse, the voice abruptly stopped. Before anyone could react, Chenxi turned slightly towards Zhao Yuner beside her and couldn't help but flick her hand. Jay Chow's sunny days, Karen Mok's cloudy days, Stephanie Sun's rainy days, none of them can compare to the summer we spent together. Woohoo! A group of girls couldn't resist the alluring scene and were so excited that they dared not make a sound to disturb it, making a rattling sound like a hand-operated tractor being lit. Zhao Yuner's lips parted slightly, her expression suddenly frozen, and before she could react, Chenxi continued singing. The book always seems to describe evenings filled with unexpected joy. The bicycle they were riding and their conversation. The boy loves to see the girl wear white clothes. So many plot points. So many of them are romantic. Chapter 25 Slowly falling in love with you. I just kissed you, and you liked it, right? Otherwise, why would you keep holding my hand and not let go? Chenxi had just said some flirtatious words a moment ago, and the next second, she started singing without warning. A gentle and delicate rhythm emanated from the room, and everyone unconsciously held their breath to listen. What song is this? I've never heard of that. Could it be an original work? That sounds so comforting. It's not even halfway through the game, and the Ma family is already dumbfounded. Just listening to Chenxi play Sunny Day makes it clear that his guitar and singing skills are absolutely profound. He can play and stop at will, demonstrating superb playing and singing techniques. That's bad enough, but they even have to sing an original song? Ma Jiaqi is really something else. It's not that Ma Jiaqi is bad at the music, it's just that he ran into a brick wall. Plus, love songs are more likely to resonate with listeners, so his song choice was a mistake from the start. When Chenxi first entered junior high school, he saw his class's music teacher playing the guitar and thought it looked cool, so he called one of his uncles, a district head, and said, "Uncle, I want to learn the guitar." His uncle arranged for him to have an excellent music teacher in the city overnight. She was a young auntie with a great figure, beautiful looks, and a very elegant demeanor. Every day after school, her aunt would drive her BMW 7 Series to pick up Chenxi from school so they could go to her house for dinner and music lessons. Later, for various reasons, her aunt and uncle moved abroad to settle down. Whenever Chenxi thinks about it, she misses those days very much. Chenxi played the guitar and sang, a faint smile always on her lips as she looked at Zhao Yuner. When Karen Mok was mentioned, he unconsciously started singing Slowly Like You from 2018. At that time, the rise of short video platforms made this song extremely popular, and Chenxi even practiced a few lines of it. That captivating voice, so pure and clear, struck right into the depths of my heart, almost making me tremble. And with that handsome face staring at her like that, Zhao Yuner's face turned completely red, her cheeks puffed out, she was so nervous. Look at Chenxi, he keeps staring at her, how naughty of him. That must be his girlfriend, right? Oh, I'm getting shy. Seeing that Zhao Yuner's pretty face was still flushed and delicate, Chenxi became even more smug, his smile widening. I'm slowly falling in love with you. Slowly becoming intimate. Let's talk about ourselves slowly. Walking slowly alongside you. I'll gradually want to cooperate with you. I'll slowly give myself to you. Woohoo! This song must have been written for that girl, how can it be so seductive? I wish I were the girl next to him. I really want to have his babies. The infatuated girls started making the hoo-hoo sound of a handheld tractor again, their eyes glistening with tears, practically overflowing with starlight. If there hadn't been so many people around, they would have picked him up on the spot, or even pounced on Chenxi and started his automatic mode. Yusher watched Chenxi's performance quietly in the crowd, her eyes fixed on her, her big, bright eyes filled with envy. This sweet scene flowed into her heart and touched her soul. Girls love to fantasize about romantic scenes, but Yusher was thinking that Chenxi, such an outstanding boy, was a perfect match for this beautiful and elegant girl. Zhao Yun'er's face burned as red as a blazing fire, like a delicate and beautiful peony. She didn't dare to look at Chenxi anymore, and weakly lowered her head, her two little hands twitching and twitching. Oh my god! How could he do this? Despite her shyness and fluster, Zhao Yun'er felt an overwhelming joy. It secretly stuck out its tongue and playfully licked Chenxi's lips. Seeing this, Chenxi smiled, paused for a moment, stopped teasing her, stood up, and faced the group of girls, singing with deep emotion. I'm slowly falling in love with you. Slowly reminiscing. I'll slowly grow old with you. Because taking it slow is the best reason. The sound stopped abruptly, and the girls nearby immediately burst into thunderous applause, even shouting. So exaggeratedly, even the instructors from the company further away came over to see what had happened. Some of the bolder girls went straight up to Chenxi and asked for his contact information, not giving him a chance to breathe at all. Chenxi quickly slipped away under the pretext of going to the toilet. Li Haoran then chimed in from the side, I have Chenxi's QQ number, 5 yuan each. And damn it, people actually bought from him. While Chenxi was in the bathroom, his QQ kept buzzing with friend requests. He was puzzled and wondered what was going on. He had no choice but to mute his QQ. The more exaggerated the reaction, the more Ma Juqi wanted to crawl into a hole. Chenxi's performance was so sensational that everyone forgot about Ma Juqi's earlier performance and naturally forgot about this match where the skill gap was huge. The girls in Class 1, including Zhang Yueling, Zhang Yuqin, and Guo Qing, who had met Zhao Yun'er before, completely gave up their fantasies. With such a beautiful girl like Zhao Yun'er by his side, Chenxi couldn't possibly fall for other girls so easily. The idea of having multiple partners is utter nonsense. Even if he's dating several women at the same time, it's not incomprehensible. A man as outstanding as him must be surrounded by countless beautiful women. Su Xayan, the class secretary of Class 2, patted Yusher on the shoulder and said with a grin, Yusher, you must cherish such an outstanding boy. Yusher said solemnly, Secretary, jokes are fine, but some things shouldn't be said carelessly. Forehead. When Chenxi returned, most of the other companies had already returned to their units, and the students in his own company also began their talent shows. Zhao Yun'er had calmed down and tried to chat with Chenxi in a normal mood. Chenxi, you sing really well. You said you don't have any special talents. It's alright, Chenxi said, keeping a low profile. That song, was it your original composition? Yeah, I wrote it in high school, Chenxi said, making it up. Chenxi would never admit to plagiarism, nor would he feel guilty about the original work. Since he traveled back in time and sang it first, it is his song. There is no such thing as first come, first served. It was written in high school. Well, Zhao Yun'er didn't think that Chenxi had only known her for a few days, yet he wrote a song for her. Whether he sang for any girl before, whether he wrote it for any girl, or whether he sang it for himself on a whim this year, doesn't seem to matter that much at this point. She wanted to ask why he sang this song for her, but considering that Chenxi hadn't said anything to her, Zhao Yun'er wisely refrained from asking. Asking such a question would only spoil the fun. The lyrics are great, and the melody is also very good. It will definitely become a hit online, Zhao Yun'er praised sincerely. Forget it, Chenxi said listlessly. Whether a song becomes a hit or not is not necessarily determined by the song itself. Packaging, promotion, market, and even luck can all affect whether a song can become a hit. A song from 2018 might not have been popular in 2011. Even Jay Chou's In the Name of the Father didn't have many fans when it was first released in 2003. In addition, Chenxi is not the kind of person who likes to be in the spotlight. Not to mention whether he can become famous, he is afraid that becoming famous will cause a lot of trouble. When you're showing off, you don't actually need that many spectators, just the one most important person is enough. Alright, Zhao Yun'er said, and then fell silent. In the company, girls performed peacock dances and other unique dances, while boys performed street dance and ghost steps, which were the most eye-catching performances of that era. Some students from the north even performed crosstalk, making everyone very happy. Some people even have truly outrageous special skills, some can even speak elephant language. The instructors taught everyone to sing Green Flowers in the Army. The cold wind blows and leaves fall. Is the army a green flower? My dear comrade, don't you miss home? Don't think about mom? Although none of those present were soldiers, most were children from all over the country leaving their hometowns for the first time to study in another place. Their feelings of missing home were the same. In addition, the instructor was genuinely moved, and his faint sadness infected everyone present, making them all miss home. Zhao Yuner had calmed down. There were soldiers in her family, and hearing this familiar song made her homesickness even stronger than others. Upon seeing Chenxi return to the group, she couldn't help but say, "Chenxi, I miss home." "What about you?" Chenxi remained calm. "I'm fine." "All right." Zhao Yuner puffed out her cheeks again, pretending to be angry. Shouldn't this guy be comforting the girl at a time like this? Chapter 26 has fallen? Zhao Yuner pretended to be angry, but Chenxi ignored her completely, mainly because he didn't notice her strange state, which made her look like a hamster. Zhao Yuner surrendered immediately, proving he's definitely a straight-laced man. The talent show provided a short half-hour break, but ultimately it was time to return to daily training. Zhao Yuner came with a mission. After Chenxi continued her training, she said goodbye and headed to the next location. The training in the morning wasn't very intense. When Li Haoren returned to the dormitory, he exclaimed in surprise, "Old Chen, look! Your singing video has been posted on the school's online forum, and there are hundreds of comments on it." He was using a computer. Back then, the video quality on Baidu Tieba was still very low. Even so, you could still see Chenxi's handsome face and Zhao Yuner's pretty and shy face. The video features songs and singers who are popular. Someone asked, "What's the song title?" Another replied, "Me too." The person who asked the question replied, "Thank you." Someone praised the song and asked for a clear audio file. Another group of people said, "The first thing you notice about a man is this thumbs up. Seeing this woman, I give her a thumbs up or two. Old Chen, everyone says you're the school heartthrob, and Zhao Yuner is the school beauty. A school beauty and a school heartthrob, their love will last forever. You should win her over soon." Li Haoren said, giving a thumbs up. Although he envied Chenxi, he had to realize the gap between himself and Chenxi at this moment, and there was no need to compare himself with this freak. Moreover, Chenxi had stepped on Ma Zheqi's foot, which made him feel great. "You're overthinking it. I've only met her a few times. You think we're that close? We're just ordinary friends." "Yeah, just friends, I'd say just casual sex." Li Haoren raised an eyebrow, a lewd expression on his face. Chenxi felt ashamed, glanced at it twice, and returned to his seat. Seeing that Chenxi wasn't really paying attention to him, Li Haoren felt extremely disappointed. Normally, Wang Peng would have been agreeing with him at this point, but Wang Peng went back to his dormitory early and lay down, but he didn't sleep and remained silent. A sense of frustration welled up inside him. He wanted to sigh, but he held back, afraid that his roommates would look down on him. He seemed to realize at once that no matter what, he was no match for Chenxi. He was a poor kid, poor, not as handsome as Chenxi, not as good at academics, had no talents, and couldn't even log into QQ on his phone to add friends. He stared at his old, broken keypad phone, at a string of Zhao Yuner's QQ numbers, which meant absolutely nothing to him. It must be because Chenxi added Zhao Yuner on QQ that things turned out this way. If I had added her on QQ from the beginning, would the outcome have been different? Thinking about this, he found it funny why would anyone be interested in him. But Chenxi is really quite boring. He gets along well with Zhao Yuner, but when he sees me rushing headlong into the fire, he doesn't say a word. Does he just watch me laugh at him from behind? After Li Haoren got into bed, he noticed Wang Peng's melancholy and wanted to comfort him, but Chenxi was also in the same dormitory, and he felt that speaking up at this time would only make things more awkward. Moreover, he didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only remain silent and let Wang Peng process it on his own. Let alone other people, even your own affairs are not necessarily reliable. I've been at school for several days now. Apart from the first 2 days when Bai Shufa talked to me a lot, our conversations have been sporadic. I always feel like she's very busy. We're in different departments, so we can't see each other every day like we did in high school. This left Li Haoren feeling rather frustrated. "Feifei, do you know that Zhao Yuner came to our class today?" What's going on?" Upon receiving a reply from the other end, Li Haoren immediately became excited, his fingers flying across the screen as he embellished the story about Zhao Yuner, Chenxi, and Wang Peng. "I suspect they've met up alone a few times already?" Li Haoren guessed. "Why?" Li Haoren said a lot of things, a completely new version that Bai Shufa had never heard before, and she thought about it while replying. "Why do you think that?" She was originally hoping to have some fun, but unexpectedly, Wang Peng, that big oaf, gave her Zhao Yuner's QQ number, and she couldn't even accept the friend request. However, it's understandable. When they were drinking that night, Bai Shuefei thought Wang Peng was incredibly low class, so it's not surprising that Zhao Yuner felt the same way. If we analyze it this way, Zhao Yuner, who seems as pure as a white lotus on the surface, is actually not simple at all. He's been acting all mysterious all day, he doesn't come to military training, he disappears early in the morning and only shows up during rest time. Could it be that he really went on a date with Chen Shi? Of course, Bai Shuefei was just thinking about it. A girl of Zhao Yuner's caliber wouldn't be in such a hurry. Li Haoran's words are rarely reliable. To be honest, Chen Shi was indeed much better than the other guys that night, but Bai Shuefei felt that he wasn't that attractive and just a scoundrel who bullied girls. Thinking of this, Bai Shuefei gritted her teeth in anger. She would definitely get her revenge next time she had the chance. Li Haoran said, I feel that his attitude towards Wang Peng is different from his attitude towards Chen Shi. Without any evidence, Bai Shuefei's interest waned considerably upon hearing this. What business is it of yours what other people's attitude is? She thought to herself, isn't this normal? Chen Shi paid the bill that night, and Wang Peng was so stingy, it's already good enough that Zhao Yuner was willing to talk to him. She would have had the same attitude. Bai Shuefei believes that Chen Shi is quite manly in this respect. Yes. Seeing that Bai Shuefei replied to the message very promptly this time, Li Haoran figured she must not be too busy, so he pressed his advantage. Feifei, let's not talk about them anymore. How about we have a meal together sometime? We've been in Jiangcheng together for a while now, but we haven't made a date by ourselves yet. What's the point of having dinner with you? It's not out of the question to invite everyone, let's do it together like last time, both of our dorms. Remember to invite Chen Shi too, this time I'm going to get my revenge. When Li Haoran saw the first sentence, his heart sank, but the second sentence immediately cheered him up. It was a pity that they couldn't meet alone, which left Li Haoran somewhat disappointed, but at least he could be with Bai Shuefei, so it was still acceptable. When would you like to meet? After military training is over, I'm busy lately. Okay. Grinning face. After sending the last message, Zhao Yuner returned to her dormitory, looking radiant with joy. Did Li Haoran actually get it right this time? She wasn't the kind of woman who could tolerate gossip, she just couldn't be bothered to gossip with Li Haoran. Bai Shuefei raised an eyebrow. Zilong, where did you go today? The student union is recruiting new members, so I went to do the promotion. Is it fun? It's alright. Eek. This woman is putting on an act. Zhao Yuner's smile is sweet and sincere. Bai Shuefei felt very comfortable with her before, so she got along best with her. This is almost unbearable to watch. The smile looks so fake, and the person seems very calculating. So what if I just got along well with Chen Shi? There's nothing wrong with saying it out loud. Do you want to develop the relationship secretly, so that if it falls apart, you can pretend no one knows about it and your next relationship will be your first love? Zilong, after military training, let's have another get-together with Chen Shi in his dorm? Bai Shuefei said. Zhao Yuner maintained the same expression as before. Okay, I'm fine with anything. Oh. They agreed quite readily. Bai Shuefei remembered that when they first went on a social gathering, Zhao Yuner didn't really have any particular interest in it. It was only because she dragged her along that Zhao Yuner showed her some respect. When it comes to other boys, Zhao Yuner isn't so easy to talk to. When boys in her class add her on QQ and want to chat, she doesn't reply at all. People say she's pretentious. Last time, a senior from the student council called her directly and asked her to help him with something, but she refused outright. Bai Shuefei remembered something and opened Zhao Yuner's QQ space. A few days ago, she saw a post that read, "Thanks to today's photographer, Chen, for his amazing photography skills." Oh my god. Why didn't I think of that at the time? Who else could this student Chen be but Chen Shi? What is it about Chen Shi that makes her so charming? We've only known each other for a few days, and she's already fallen for him so quickly? Bai Shuefei couldn't understand it. Lying on the bed, she unconsciously closed her eyes, and the image of Chen Shi appeared in her mind. Chapter 27 Chen Shi's background. The delivery in 2011 was faster than Chen Shi had expected. She placed an order for a computer on Monday night, and it arrived on Saturday afternoon. At first, Li Haoran didn't pay much attention when he was unpacking packages in the dorm. But when he found a laptop in the package, he curiously went over to check it out. Hey Chen, you bought a computer too? Holy crap! An Alienware. Li Haoran was startled when he saw the alien logo on the computer case. He felt that Chen Shi's family was fairly well off, but he didn't expect them to be so extravagant. This computer could buy 3 of his own Dell computers, which cost over 6,000 yuan each. Old Chen, why did you buy such an expensive computer? Li Haoran asked, puzzled. While sorting through the express delivery trash, Chen Shi casually replied, I wanted something that would run games smoothly and also be useful for programming, so I chose one with good performance. Does programming require such a high-end computer? I don't understand the world of academic geniuses, Li Haoran said, speechless. It's not that he can't afford this kind of computer, but he feels it's a bit unnecessary. If he wants to play large-scale games, he can spend 5 or 6,000 to build a desktop computer with better performance, and another 5 or 6,000 to build a laptop for office work. Wouldn't it be better to use the remaining few thousand to eat, drink and have fun? He urged, quickly download the game. What are you playing? I'll play with you. Okay, let's download CF and DNF. Chen Shi bought the computer to play games for entertainment, and after downloading the necessary software, he started downloading the games. However, the internet speed was incredibly slow back then, with the campus network only a few hundred kb per second, taking several hours to download. So Chen Shi decided to log into QQ to plant some vegetables and play games like QQ Pet Battle. As soon as I logged into QQ, I heard a series of coughing sounds, and the bottom right corner was full of friend requests. Chen Shi has become really popular on the campus forum. His rendition of Slowly Like You is all over the place, and naturally, many people have gotten his QQ number through various channels. Of course, Chen Shi didn't accept any of the strangers' requests. Many classmates and friends I know also sent me messages. Zhang Yuqian, class monitor, you sing so well, I love it. Suxian, Chen Shi, is the girl sitting next to you when you're singing your girlfriend? Are you Rin, are you there? Ah Ben, damn, Lao Shi is awesome. His videos of picking up girls have even reached our school. When did he find such a beautiful girlfriend? Zhao Min, Link, thumbs up, I didn't expect my junior to be so talented. Besides Deng Bin and Zhao Min, Chen Shi also replied to some classmates who asked him are you there, to which one replied, I'd like to be friends with you. Asking yourself if you're even there and then spouting this bullshit, I'll never be friends with you. Chen Shi was racking his brains trying to figure out how to deal with these oddballs when suddenly a pair of warm hands landed on his shoulders, making him impatiently say, What? Chen Shi. When Chen Shi heard the voice, she turned around and found her counselor, Gong Wei, looking at her with a half smile and a somewhat complicated expression. Teacher Gong, what brings you here? Chen Shi was a little embarrassed. Let's take a look at your living conditions. Most of them are exactly the same, Gong Wei said with a smile, gesturing to his computer screen. You're a bit special, you're very lucky. But you should focus on your studies in college. Although the women are very attractive, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle dealing with so many people. Chen Shi? I actually find them annoying. Li Haoran and Song Yu both burst out laughing, looking at Chen Shi with schadenfreude. Don't laugh, you're pretty much the same, Gong Wei said, looking at the two of them. Remember to protect your partners, or someone else might steal them away. Li Haoran and Song Yu, what the hell? Alright, Chen Shi, come out here for a moment, I need to talk to you about something. Chen Shi was puzzled. After turning off the computer, she went with Gong Wei to an empty public laundry room. Gong Wei said that he was called out to talk about the freshman scholarship, but because it involved privacy, it was not convenient to tell other students. There is a limit to the number of places available for the freshman scholarship. At most, 1/5 of the 50 students in a class can receive it. Chen Shi's class had exactly 10 places. However, 4 spots were actually reserved, and the proof of financial hardship had already been submitted to Gong Wei at the start of the semester. One family consists of 2 working adults with 6 children in school who receive minimum living allowance. Another is a single-parent family with 2 children and 2 elderly parents who also receive minimum living allowance, and the third is an orphan living with his grandparents. All 3 are registered impoverished households. And the last one is you, Chen Shi, Gong Wei said, his voice softening slightly. Without even thinking, Chen Shi said directly, I don't need it. Leave it for other students who need it. Ha? Gong Wei was taken aback. If the list from the school is correct, you should be an orphan, right? Yes. Chen Shi nodded in affirmation. Chen Shi's parents died in the line of duty when he was young, leaving him a large sum of money in compensation. He has also received his salary and subsidies over the years, so he is not short of money. In fact, he is richer than most people. Of course, he didn't need to explain this so clearly to Gong Wei, an outsider. Chen Shi then explained, however, I have no financial pressure and do not need a scholarship. Seeing that he didn't seem to be being pretentious, Gong Wei didn't insist. Alright, I looked at the basic information of the classmates. A large part of them are from rural areas. Maybe some of them didn't submit proof of hardship to me, and their families are actually in dire straits. According to past practice, there will definitely be more than 10 people submitting their applications. So, you can go back and have the students submit their application forms to you first, and then discuss it with the party secretary. During this period, observe the students' situation more closely and make a rough judgment on whether they are really in difficulty. You can then decide on the final number of places. Good. Judging from this incident alone, the class monitor in universities still wields considerable power. If someone truly offends the class monitor, the monitor can report it to the counselor in similar matters, which will very likely change the course of events. Those who got along well with the class monitor, even though their families were not poor, managed to get the scholarship by taking advantage of the situation and lived a carefree life. However, since Chen Shi herself didn't plan to apply, Gong Wei was quite relieved. After Chen Shi returned to the dormitory, Li Haoren came up to him and asked what the counselor had said. Just then, Wang Peng also returned, and he told him, if any of you have family difficulties and need to apply for student aid, let me know, and I'll give you a form to fill out. Oh. Li Haoren immediately lost interest. Song Yu spends all his time playing on his phone in bed, with a curtain drawn around his bed, as if he's always chatting with someone. Even after Chen Shi mentioned it, he hasn't made a move. Wang Peng, who had just climbed into bed, peeked around and secretly observed Chen Shi for a while before getting out of bed and asking softly, "Well, Chen, I'd like to apply, is that okay?" Everyone knew that Wang Peng was upset that Chen Shi had taken Zhao Yuner away yesterday. Wang Peng was also afraid that Chen Shi would cause trouble for him because of this, so he spoke in a weak voice. Chen Shi's thought process was completely different from theirs. While sending a message to the party secretary Lin Jing, she replied, "If your family is in trouble, you can apply." Wang Peng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, paused for a moment, and then said hesitantly, "It's not that I'm in a particularly difficult situation, but I've encountered some unexpected difficulties and need this scholarship to get through this tough time." "Okay, I'll send you the form. Go to the print shop and print it out. Write down your situation clearly, and it would be best if you could also provide proof of any difficulties. Then hand it to me before the end of military training." "Okay." Wang Ping finally smiled as usual, and suddenly felt that what had happened before was nothing. He realized that the other person was in love with him, and he had just been deluding himself. It seems that Chen Shi didn't take it to heart. You can't afford to offend the class monitor, after all, his family is really struggling financially. He had been worried that his roommates would laugh at him for not telling the truth about his family situation, but thankfully, they weren't like that, which warmed Wang Peng's heart. "Never mind, I'll print it out for you another day," Chen Shi suddenly added, remembering that Wang Peng didn't have a cell phone. Unexpectedly, Wang Peng chuckled and said, no need, just send it to my QQ." As he spoke, he waved a smartphone that appeared out of nowhere in his hand. Upon seeing this, Li Haoren couldn't help but laugh. "Hey Da Peng, you bought a new phone?" Chapter 28. Does having pretty feet mean you can splash water and affect people? Wang Peng's family is genuinely struggling financially. Even though he felt his roommates were unlikely to laugh at him, he was too embarrassed to tell them the truth and still felt a little inferior. Wang Peng's mother suffers from a level 2 mental disability and needs to take medication year-round. Her mental state is very unstable. "My father was the sole breadwinner in the family, but a year ago he suffered a sudden accident that resulted in the amputation of his limb. The treatment left him with a large debt and essentially cut off his source of income. This incident also affected Wang Peng's college entrance examination, but Wang Peng, who had always had good grades, was not willing to accept it and chose to repeat a year, which added another burden to his family. In addition, Wang Peng actually lives in a rural area, but the area is under the jurisdiction of a state-owned farm, and the household registration status is complicated. Wang Peng's family has a non-agricultural household registration and cannot be classified as a registered poor household. The application for low-income assistance has also been delayed. The village officials can only arrange a rural public service job for his father in the village, which pays a few hundred yuan a month. They were able to continue their studies almost entirely thanks to national student loans. Buying a smartphone was a decision Wang Peng made only after gritting his teeth. Seeing that his roommate was quite concerned about his situation, Wang Peng, a big man, revealed a simple and honest smile. "Of course." Li Haoren leaned over to take a look, but Wang Peng treasured it so much that he only allowed him to look but not touch it. Seeing the China Telecom logo on it, Li Haoren knew at a glance that it was a no-name brand phone. Of course, he didn't look down on Wang Peng because of this. Instead, he enthusiastically began to give him instructions. Did you get a data plan? I've got it. It was a free gift with a phone credit top-up, Wang Peng thought to himself. Have you downloaded UC browser? What's this for? You can log off first, then enter this website address, www.com. Holy crap! Smartphones can be used like this. Wang Peng opened the door to a new world. Chen Shi then sent a message to Lin Jing explaining the situation, asking her to pay more attention to which girls were struggling financially and which girls spent money extravagantly, and to use this as a basis for reviewing scholarship applications. Lin Jing asked curiously, what if someone pretends to be very frugal and wants this money? Chen Shi replied, if she lives according to the standards of a student facing financial difficulties, then it is indeed quite difficult for her. Chen Shi recalled a news story she had seen before. A university used big data analysis to classify students who ate in the cafeteria more than 60 times a month and whose monthly meal expenses did not exceed 420 yuan as impoverished students, and deposited a subsidy into their meal cards. Even if a student uses a loophole in their student ID to try and get the money, the school will accept it. But if a student goes to great lengths to get the money, then they are truly in dire straits. Judge by actions, not by intentions. Just let them apply, don't mention the quota. I'll leave the girl's application to you, Chen Shi said. It's what I should do, Lin Jing obediently agreed, then changed the subject. Class monitor, military training ends next Sunday, and we can rest in the afternoon. How about our 2 dorms have a get-together? Sorry, I have plans. Chen Shi declined. Li Haoren had just mentioned that he had made plans with Bai Shufa and the others, and the schedules clashed. Let's reschedule. I've discussed it with them and will let you know later. Lin Jing felt a little disappointed when she saw the previous message, but when the next one came, her smile returned, her mood fluctuating wildly. Chen Shi figured he would need Lin Jing to handle many things in the future, so he planned to treat her to a meal as a reward. After instructing Lin Jing, Chen Shi waited about 10 minutes before mentioning the scholarship in the group chat. She told Lin Jing that anyone with financial difficulties who wanted to apply should contact her or the village secretary privately, and that there was no need to worry about privacy leaks. Zhao Min was also in the group. She rarely speaks, but after seeing the information about the scholarship, she said, everyone who feels they need it can apply. Don't be shy. Actually, even without Zhao Min saying it, most students were very enthusiastic about applying for financial aid, and more than a dozen students immediately sent messages to Chen Shi to inquire. Chen Shi didn't reply to Zhang Yuqian's previous message at all, but she wasn't annoyed. She sent a message asking, Class monitor, can students whose parents are farmers apply for scholarships? Chen Shi didn't hide anything. It's fine if your circumstances are indeed more difficult than other students. Okay, thank you, class monitor. How about I treat you to lunch tomorrow? Playful. Zhang Yuqian sent a cute emoji, and Chen Shi said, I won't let you spend any more money. Zhang Yuqian looked like she was about to cry. Squad leader, are you looking down on me because I'm from the countryside? Chen Shi didn't want to deal with it anymore. She still had to reply to other people's messages. After a lot of work, the game is downloaded. Dungeon, start it. Old Chen, what level are you? Holy crap! A magic sword. Li Haoren took a closer look and was shocked. It's really awesome. Chen Shi used to team up with Deng Bin a lot when they were in high school. He never expected that they would both be reborn. Their life trajectories would be different, but their accounts would still be the same. But equipment is just external stuff. Let's have a couple of PvP matches. I'll crush you. The two added each other as friends and entered the PK arena. Chen Shi chose the red-eyed guy, while Li Haoren chose the male gunner. Chen Shi hadn't played for a long time, so his skills were mediocre. He was annoyed by Li Haoren and was beaten to a low health. After a series of maneuvers, Chen Shi seized an opportunity and banged his keyboard. He used a big jump grab and a blood sword instant explosion to kill Li Haoren instantly. Does it look like I'm pressing buttons randomly? Wang Peng stared at the task manager that popped up on Chen Shi's screen and fell silent. For several days in a row, Chen Shi would team up with Li Haoren to play dungeons after returning from military training in the afternoon. However, on this particular afternoon, Li Haoren failed to keep his promise and was cursing on the way to the cafeteria. Damn it, these senior students, they make us go to the student union for an interview at 6:30 after military training ends at 6 o'clock, like they're rushing us to our deaths. Wang Peng and Son Yu were also complaining. Chen Shi was surprised. All three of you signed up? Yeah, Lao Chen, do you want to come along? Actually, you can go for the interview even if you don't sign up. Forget it, I'm not interested. Then you should go back to the lonely island alone. Roll. On her way back to the dormitory, Chen Shi passed by the shantytown and saw that the nearby swimming pool didn't seem to be very crowded. Thinking that she was sore from the recent military training, she decided to go in for a dip to relax. The management isn't strict, you can just buy a pair of swim trunks at the entrance, take a quick shower, and you can go in. The swimming pool at Jiangnan University School of Information Science is quite large, divided into deep and shallow pools. The shallow pool, with only 5 lanes, was packed with nearby residents and children, as well as some female students, most of whom were wearing casual swimsuits bought at the entrance and had water guns and other toys. They were there purely on a whim to play in the water. On the other side, there were 7 or 8 lanes in the deep pool, but fewer people were there. At a glance, there were only a few boys who looked like PE students warming up. The number of people in the water probably couldn't even fill every lane. Chen Shi hadn't swum in a long time, so he randomly found an empty lane and swam a few laps with different strokes, discovering that he was quite a good swimmer. However, military training was tiring, so Chen Shi swam for about 20 minutes before closing her eyes and lying down in the water, slowly swimming on her back, which was actually no different from drifting slowly along the lane. Lying in the water, I couldn't hear anything, and I didn't think about anything. My whole body felt relaxed. He didn't get a few minutes of peace. When he drifted to the vicinity of the midfield, a series of splashing water sounds rang in his ears, and then water splashed onto Chen Shi's face, almost getting into his nose. Whose child is this? Chen Shi thought it was a child playing in the water, so she quickly turned over and saw a pair of fair feet gently splashing in the water. Holding grass, jade feet. They're not children at all. Chen Shi was a little annoyed. Just because your feet are pretty doesn't mean you can splash water and bother people. Looking up from her toes, you see long, fair, and full legs. The tight-fitting one-piece swimsuit can barely contain her voluptuous figure, giving the impression that it's about to burst out. The person is also staring at Chen Shi with a smile, completely unaware that they have done something wrong. Chen Shi. But then again, don't you think you're completely without fault? Even though her long hair was hidden inside her swimming cap, Chen Shi recognized her at a glance because of her delicate features and her usual sweet smile. Instead, her entire face was exposed, glistening with moisture, which gave it a unique beauty, making it more visually striking and memorable. Zhao Yuner? How old are you? Chapter 29 Whispering Sweet Nothings. Zhao Yuner, how old are you? Faced with Chen Shi's question, Zhao Yuner remained smiling, but her eyes darted around as she tilted her head and thought. Zhao Yuner's one-piece swimsuit was navy blue with a lot of white trim around the edges. It was slightly different from Japanese school swimsuits in that the shoulder straps were much wider and the front opening was more conservative, which effectively concealed her full figure. Even though it doesn't reveal as much of the body as a bikini, the black and white interplay makes it even more sexy and charming, mysterious and alluring. Chen Shi should have climbed up, but he just stood below, looking up at Zhao Yuner, too afraid to go up. And this perspective made it even more exciting. 19 years old? What's wrong? Zhao Yuner asked. Chen Shi shook her head. What I mean is, how old are you? Why is it always you? Zhao Yuner was still a bit confused. She read it several times before bursting out with a laugh. Who taught you to translate it like that? At first, Zhao Yuner was soaking in the water at the other end of the pool. After all, it's not very comfortable for a girl to swim alone. But when she spotted a familiar figure, she went ashore and came to Chen Shi's lane, wanting to tease him. It's said that beautiful women don't show their teeth, but Zhao Yuner's upturned corners of her mouth are beautiful, natural, and her smile reveals her pearly teeth with genuine sincerity. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes sparkling with a captivating light, her every gesture exuding allure. She was both innocent and alluring, captivating Chen Shi, a 30-year-old man. Do you want to come up above me? Seeing that Chen Shi was still soaking in the water, Zhao Yuner was about to move over to give him a place to stand. Chen Shi shook her head. No, I prefer to be on the bottom. Then I'll go with you. After saying that, Zhao Yuner supported herself with both hands on the handrail and stepped into the water step by step along the ladder. The big treasure floated up in the water. Chen Shi stared, completely mesmerized. Fat is indeed less dense than water. I must say, swimming pools are really great places. I learned a lot. People used to say that if you meet a girl you like, you should definitely take her swimming. First, we can see her bare face and figure. Second, we can see her displaying her heroic nature in physical contact when she encounters danger. And finally, we can prevent her from asking in the future, if I and your mother fell into the water at the same time, who would you save first? However, Chen Shi then realized that she didn't seem to have a mother. Can you swim? Even though she had just seen Chen Shi floating over, Zhao Yuner still asked. I can do freestyle, backstroke, breaststroke, and butterfly, Chen Shi said without any modesty. Wow, it seems like you can do everything. Last time you said you didn't have any special skills. Zhao Yuner rolled her eyes and leaned closer to Chen Shi, pressing her for an answer. Tell me quickly, what other hobbies do you have? Hobbies? After thinking for a moment, Chen Shi blurted out, I usually like to read books, play games, and watch porn. Huh? Zhao Yuner wondered if she had misheard. Just kidding. You scared me to death. I knew you couldn't be that kind of person. As she patted her chest, Chen Shi quickly added with a smile, how could I possibly like reading? You bad guy. Zhao Yuner blushed deeply, knowing that Chen Shi was teasing her, and kept splashing water on Chen Shi's face. Chen Shi splashed water on her in return, and the two splashed each other. However, Zhao Yuner's attack was more intense. Chen Shi then swept his palm across the water's surface, forming a water shield to block her attacks. Zhao Yuner couldn't break through his defenses at all. After making a fuss for a while, Zhao Yuner stopped, pouting her cherry lips. You said you can swim, let's have a competition? Another competition? What's the prize? Whoever loses buys a late-night snack. As she spoke, Zhao Yuner used the escalator for leverage and leaped out of the water. She swam underwater for a while, then surfaced and began freestyle swimming with a standard and elegant posture. Zhao Yuner's figure was undoubtedly the best Chen Shi had ever seen. Her graceful curves when swimming in the water were so captivating that Chen Shi could hardly take his eyes off her. He watched her dash off for more than 10 meters before he hurriedly chased after her. Chen Shi's skill level was definitely much higher than Zhao Yuner's. He suddenly used the escalator for leverage and darted out, chasing after Zhao Yuner. Although she had cheated a little, when Zhao Yuner was almost at the end of the lane, she thought Chen Shi would definitely not be able to catch up, so she turned over and planned to swim the rest of the way on her back. But as soon as she turned over, her ankle was grabbed by a pair of big hands, and she lost her balance and fell into the water. As she adjusted her posture and emerged from the water, Chen Shi stood beside her, watching with a smug smile. The outcome was already obvious. Instead of being annoyed, Zhao Yuner exclaimed in surprise, wow, you managed to catch up with me even though we set off earlier. How can you be so amazing? Zhao Yuner really admired Chen Shi. Although she wasn't strict, she had received professional training and most boys couldn't compare to her. Chen Shi wasn't even a sports student, yet her athletic ability was beyond imagination. What's so special about that? Chen Shi stared at Zhao Yuner and said seriously, I have even more amazing skills that you haven't seen yet. For example? I'm even better in bed. A blush crept onto Zhao Yuner's cheeks again, but she met Chen Shi's gaze and asked curiously, how amazing is it? That's no ordinary feat. I can sleep all day without eating or drinking while in bed. I've been tricked again. Feeling Chen Shi's ambiguous smile, Zhao Yuner was furious and kept splashing water on Chen Shi's face. Chen Shi found this girl really funny. She was shy, naive, inexperienced, easily teased, and always asking questions. He simply grabbed her wrists to stop her from making a fuss. Zhao Yuner struggled wildly and kicked Chen Shi, saying that he was a terrible person who only knew how to bully girls. The young couple were whispering sweet nothings and flirting in the water, which was clearly seen by the PE students warming up above. Of course, their attention was entirely focused on Zhao Yuner. Her delicate face and irresistible figure made it hard for them to look away. After warming up, one of the boys went to the diving platform and jumped into the water. He entered the water very quickly and swam underwater rapidly, covering several meters in an instant. It just so happens that the boy jumped down from Chen Shi's lane, and he was about to crash straight into Zhao Yuner. Zhao Yuner was facing away from the diving platform, still having a great time playing around with Chen Shi, and didn't notice the commotion behind her at all. Suddenly, Chen Shi released one hand, grabbed her soft waist, and twisted her around, pulling her close to his chest. Their faces were almost touching. Even though she was very close to Chen Shi, this unexpected attack made her heart tremble and she almost cried out in surprise. The next moment, the boy who had just dived into the water suddenly realized that the fair figure in his sight had disappeared, replaced by a thick thigh. He couldn't stop in time and crashed into it. Duong. The drop rate is really high. Chapter 30 Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus. Duong. The boy crashed right into Chen Shi's lightning-fast legs. The drop rate was really high. The swimming goggles flew off, the swimming cap flipped over, and the person felt a stinging sensation in their nose and choked on a mouthful of water. It took him a while to steady himself and get up. He touched his nose and thankfully there was no bleeding. If Chen Shi were to lift his foot even slightly and bump his knee, it would be quite painful for him. "You son of a bitch, are you blind?" After recovering, the boy glared at Chen Shi and started cursing. Chen Shi, with her arm around Zhao Yuner, said coldly, "I don't know who's blind. There are so many empty lanes, and this young couple is playing in the water. They just had to pick this side and bump into us. I don't know what they were thinking." When Chen Shi talked about the young couple, Zhao Yuner's slightly flushed cheeks revealed a kind of inexplicable shyness. In addition, Chen Shi's hand was still holding her waist, and she could vaguely feel a warmth. It was a wonderful feeling that was hard to describe. However, she has now figured out the current situation. After Chen Shi said that, the boy immediately felt guilty and was speechless. This swimming pool can be considered the territory of these sports students. During training, if they spot a beautiful girl or a girl with a good figure, they will try to create some small accidents to take advantage of her. A beauty like Zhao Yuner is a rare sight indeed. The boy had already hatched a plan the moment he saw her. Seeing that she was very close to the shore, he thought of jumping into the water to speed up and crash into her, so that he could reach out and touch her voluptuous lower body. He even accidentally sank Zhao Yuner, and they ended up hugging and cuddling together. Such things are perfectly normal to happen in the water. Chen Shi's response took the boy by surprise, leaving him somewhat at a loss. He could only grit his teeth and say, "They're training here, and you guys insist on coming here to play. Whose fault is that?" He. Chen Shi found it amusing. "Is there a rule that this is your territory? You won't let us play here? I paid to get in, so I can go wherever I want. Besides, we were here first. Stop with your dirty thoughts. If you want to pick up girls, be open and aboveboard. You think you're so capable, but you try to take advantage of girls with such underhanded methods. In the end, you're not as good as their boyfriends and you mess things up." The other person had extremely poor mental fortitude. Chen Shi's words made their face turn red. "Who are you calling filthy?" Seeing that a dispute had broken out, the other physical education students gathered around and asked, "Old Chow, what's going on?" They actually knew roughly what the situation was like. It wasn't like they hadn't messed up before. Taking advantage of their numbers, the group stared at Chen Shi with fierce eyes, trying to scare her away and even take the initiative. The boy called Lao Chao then embellished the story and made it up, angrily saying, "I, Chao Liangfei, have never been humiliated like this before. Kid, you better explain yourself clearly. What do you think you can do?" Chen Shi asked with a look of great interest. Sensing the group's malicious gazes and knowing they outnumbered her, Zhao Yuner, fearing Chen Shi might suffer, took Chen Shi's arm and whispered, "Never mind, Chen Shi, I'm tired. Let's go back." They didn't expect Chen Shi to be so tough. To be honest, they were willing to make threats, but could they really say, "We're a group of people here, let's teach you a lesson"? Were they really going to gang up on him? Their reputation isn't great to begin with, so if something this egregious happens, their fate will likely be even worse. Left with no other option, Chao Liangfei continued to hurl insults. "Kid, you're pretty awesome, huh? Which college are you from?" Chen Shi didn't answer, but instead said to herself, "Chao Liangfei, right? Which Liang and which Fei? You guys must be sports students, right?" Chao Liangfei was taken aback, unsure of his intentions, and casually replied, "I'm not telling you, so what?" "It's nothing," Chen Shi said casually. "If I remember correctly, Chen Shengnan told me last time that she was in charge of you sports students. I'll ask her later if she knows you." When Chen Shi casually mentioned the name of the student union sports minister and said, "I told you about it last time," the faces of the group of sports students visibly panicked. That's wrong. Could this guy be some awesome senior in the student council? Most of these sports students are physically strong but not very bright. If you ask them to fight, they won't back down at all. But if you put a little power on them, they immediately stop acting recklessly. Besides, Chen Shengnan is a powerful and influential person. They can't afford to offend him. Chao Liangfei immediately became honest and said with a smile, "Brother, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I won't dare to do it again next time. Please don't take it to heart and don't hold it against us roughnecks." Walking. Seeing that Chen Shi had a stern face but did not continue to cause trouble, Chao Liangfei hurriedly urged his brothers to disperse and not provoke this evil star. Although he was unhappy, Chen Shi had no choice but to accept the situation and call it a day. After her body was modified by the system, Chen Shi became somewhat arrogant and didn't take these people seriously. However, Zhao Yun'er was right beside her, and if a conflict really broke out, she might not be able to take care of her. Zhao Yun'er was still nestled in Chen Shi's arms, her head tilted slightly upwards. She looked at Chen Shi, whose profile was clearly delicate, yet when he got serious, he was extremely domineering, protecting her firmly by his side. This feeling is so cool. When she was with him, she always smiled gently, which made Zhao Yun'er feel very sweet inside. Have you had enough of being a fangirl? Chen Shi let go of Zhao Yun'er's hand at some point and looked at her with a mischievous smile. Zhao Yun'er blushed again, pursed her lips to suppress a laugh, and patted Chen Shi. What a spoilsport. I'm not going to be with you anymore. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore, let's go back. Okay. Without arguing anymore, Chen Shi braced himself on the edge of the swimming pool, jumped up, grabbed Zhao Yun'er's hand from above, and pulled her up. Zhao Yun'er found it really funny this guy never follows the usual path. After changing their clothes in the locker room, the two left the swimming pool carrying small black bags. However, instead of returning to their respective dormitories, they headed towards the food street outside the school gate. As dusk fell, the streetlights on the road lit up one by one. The road from the shantytown to the school gate was old and dimly lit. Zhao Yun'er's hair was wet, and her face, which was wet with water, was partially obscured by a few strands of hair, adding to her hazy beauty. Zhao Yun'er covered her mouth and laughed happily. Chen Shi, you are so smart. No wonder you are the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I was just worried that you would suffer a great loss if you fought with them, but you scared them all away with just a little thought. The way they changed their expressions was so funny. Chen Shi laughed and chimed in, yes, isn't this the face-changing act in Sichuan opera? Can you do it too? No way, you're talking nonsense. Zhao Yun'er gently patted Chen Shi's face, as if she were fanning a gentle breeze. So, are you a Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex? What is the Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex? I hope you're not. Chen Shi asked and answered herself. Zhao Yun'er was making a fuss, pouting her little mouth, raising her head and asking Chen Shi persistently. After taking a shower, Zhao Yun'er wasn't wearing makeup. Her lips were a lighter shade than usual, a beautiful light red, and her fair, flawless face was also moist and radiant with a faint pink hue. Like a lotus emerging from clear water, naturally beautiful without any artifice. Chen Shi didn't explain to her, otherwise she would really turn into a Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex. As they walked, they arrived at the snack street outside the school. Chapter 31. Chen Shi is very happy today. Chen Shi and Zhao Yun'er walked out of the west gate. This area was full of shops like hot pot restaurants. Chen Shi had already eaten dinner, and eating hot pot at this time wasn't really an option, so they simply walked to the other end of the street, to the south gate of the school. There are many roadside stalls here, and they usually do a lot of business, often occupying the road and affecting the city's appearance. However, it's only a little past 7 o'clock now and there aren't many people. Everyone says that the hygiene of roadside food stalls is worrying, but the taste is really delicious, and the girls passing by simply can't resist the temptation. Zhao Yun'er pointed to a roadside food stall and looked at Chen Shi with a coquettish tone. Chen Shi, I want to eat starch sausage, what should I do? I'd like some too, how many do you want? Zhao Yun'er made a peace sign, and Chen Shi led her to the stall and said to the owner, Boss, 3 starch sausages, please. Zhao Yun'er smiled and said, Thank you, Chen Shi, you're so kind. It's just something I said casually, since you're paying anyway. Roar. Zhao Yun'er puffed out her cheeks, almost shouting out loud. Who is this person? Fortunately, Chen Shi's next sentence calmed her down. How about I treat you to spicy hot pot? Okay. Then she became happy again. Chen Shi found her expression amusing and even said that she didn't know how to do Sichuan opera face changing. A grilled sausage costs 1.5 yuan. Zhao Yun'er's current favorability is 76. The system has credited Chen Shi with 11,400 yuan. Chen Shi is generous and treats her to a 10 yuan spicy hot pot. The environment and conditions on this street were rather poor. The owner set up a small table for Chen Shi and Zhao Yun'er, and the two sat facing each other on plastic stools while waiting for the spicy hot pot to be cooked. Chen Shi ate the starch sausage quickly, finishing it in 2 or 3 bites. Zhao Yun'er gently blew on her cherry lips to cool them down before slowly eating. Her light red lips were coated with a layer of oil, making her look very appetizing. Chen Shi wondered what those little lips would taste like. It's so delicious. After finishing the 2 sausages, Zhao Yun'er licked her lips, still savoring the taste. It's delicious, I'll go buy you 2 more. These street food snacks are unhygienic and should not be eaten in large quantities. He lowered his voice as he spoke, as if he was trying to avoid the topic. Chen Shi disagreed. Everyone says that roadside stalls are unhygienic, but at least they are prepared in front of you. Some hotel kitchens, or even school cafeterias, are not necessarily clean. This girl has never seen the hygiene of a pre-prepared food delivery kitchen in the future. Just one look at the breakfast she ate this morning would make her want to vomit. How about I go next door and buy you a bowl of hot dry noodles? No need, I don't like hot dry noodles, and the spicy hot pot will be ready soon. Zhao Yun'er felt that the hot dry noodles were too dry, sticky in her throat, and difficult to swallow. She had been in Jiangqing for a year and had tried to eat them several times but still couldn't get used to them. All right. Chen Shi didn't say anything more. Across from the roadside stall is the barbecue stall that Chen Shi and Xia Yuqin went to last time. Looking from here, you can vaguely see that the business of that store is becoming more and more desolate. It's probably not that no one goes there, but that the owner has started to clear out the place, and there are not many employees and seats left. It seems that within a month, the store will be completely closed and awaiting contracting. Looking at the current dilapidated state of the street and thinking about its future prosperity, Chen Shi became even more tempted. It was too late to turn the entire street into a real estate business, but buying this shop as soon as possible would be the best option. What are you thinking about? A pair of hands suddenly appeared in front of Chen Shi and waved. Chen Shi came back to his senses and said in a glib tone, I was thinking, this is the first time a girl has been willing to eat at a roadside stall with me. Although it sounded like a joke, Zhao Yun'er was quite pleased with the response. Then I'll come with you to eat at the roadside stalls whenever I have time, okay? Seeing Zhao Yun'er's serious expression and the sincere light shining in her deep eyes, Chen Shi hesitated for a moment. He didn't respond, but instead asked, Are you going swimming again tomorrow? Zhao Yun'er felt a bit annoyed just thinking about those athletes. I don't want to go. Those people are definitely there too. I'm so annoyed. Even before we had a conflict, I felt like they were talking about me from a distance. It made me feel really uncomfortable. Just treat them like your grandsons. Zhao Yun'er shook her head. Before long, the spicy hot pot was delivered to the two of them, and they ate it at the street stall. Returning to her earlier thoughts, Chen Shi suddenly said, By the way, didn't you say you'd treat me to a meal last time we ate together? How about you pay for this hot pot meal to settle that debt? He wanted to make money. No way, Zhao Yun'er said solemnly. I can treat you to spicy hot pot, but that won't do. I'll have to formally invite you out for a meal next time. Hee, that works too. Chen Shi thought this was even better, as she could get another free meal. Let's try to do it before National Day. I definitely want to go home for National Day. How about you come with me to Sichuan and Chongqing, and I'll take you around? Zhao Yun'er suddenly suggested. No thanks. Chen Shi was not interested, and besides, he already had plans for the National Day holiday. Are you going home? I won't reply. Don't you feel lonely all by yourself? Fine. Your home is a few hundred kilometers away. It only takes a little over an hour by high-speed rail. This is the only holiday you can go home in the second half of the year. You can spend 2 days in Jiangcheng, and then go back to see your family for the rest of the time. Chen Shi was speechless. Could she say that she no longer had any family? However, there's no point in telling Zhao Yun'er about this. Can she really be my mother? Zhao Yun'er noticed that sometimes when she was chatting with Chen Shi, the conversation would suddenly fall silent. This had happened more than once, and she didn't know why. So she simply stopped talking. Strange and weird, it has no head. After finishing her spicy hot pot and sitting for a while, it was already 8 o'clock when Zhao Yun'er suddenly remembered that she had something to do and needed to go back to school. Should we go back? Zhao Yun'er paid the shopkeeper 20 yuan. Unexpectedly, Chen Shi did not receive any system cashback notification. She checked her phone but did not see any new deposits. That's strange. Does that mean it can only be used once a day? Or was it that he asked Zhao Yun'er to treat him to this meal, and it didn't count as her voluntarily spending money on him? So it seems that making money isn't so easy. The system can make small amounts of money, but making big money is almost impossible. Chen Shi looked at the hundreds of thousands of yuan in her phone balance, then glanced at the barbecue restaurant not far away, thinking that she needed to find another way to make money. Zhao Yun'er's dormitory in the School of Literature was relatively close to this street, but it was in the opposite direction from Chen Shi's. She playfully and coquettishly said, "Shenshi, will you take me back to my dormitory?" Fearing he might be unhappy, she added, "I need to go back and deal with the freshman scholarship issue in my class, otherwise I'd like to stay out a little longer." This little girl. Shenshi shrugged and raised an eyebrow at her. Why wouldn't I be happy to play the role of a protector of flowers? With just a few words, Zhao Yuner was overjoyed, and her steps became even lighter. Shenshi wanted to ask her if she was happy today. Seeing her acting like a little girl, almost jumping up and down, I felt there was no need to ask such nonsense. Well, actually, that's not what he wanted to ask. He meant that he was very happy today. He was very happy to have Zhao Yuner with him. Just as she approached the school gate, Zhao Yuner suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Zilong, you're here?" The two looked to the side at the same time and saw Bai Shuefei with long, golden waves, wearing a pair of thin shorts and a tank top, flip-flops, holding a cup of milk tea and smiling at them. Chapter 32, It's time to examine my relationship with Shenshi. Oh my, isn't this Shenshi? Long time no see. What a coincidence, hanging out with our Zilong. Bai Shuefei spoke in a coquettish voice, sounding even more pretentious than the brothel madam, and hailed the judge, leaving Shenshi speechless. She approached Zhao Yuner with a mischievous grin and said, "Or is it that our Zilong, who's always so elusive, is out on a date with Shenshi?" Zhao Yuner was very thin-skinned and couldn't stand her teasing like that. Her face turned as red as a ripe persimmon, and she was both ashamed and angry. He grabbed Bai Shuefei, covered her mouth, and whispered, "I'll explain later." Then, he hurriedly dragged Bai Shuefei away, waving to Shenshi, "Shenshi, we're going back now, bye-bye." "Okay, bye-bye." Watching Zhao Yuner drag Bai Shuefei away like that, Shenshi kicked a plastic bottle off the roadside, her teeth itching with rage. What a spoilsport this woman is. "Little dragon, when did you and Shenshi get together?" On the way back, Bai Shuefei kept trying to get information out of Zhao Yuner. Zhao Yuner kept pulling at other people, telling her not to talk nonsense, and it took her a while to get a normal answer. "I just get along with him a little better, it's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of." Knowing he was shy, Bai Shuefei simply went along with her words. "You mean, when did you two become so close? Do you believe in?" Zhao Yuner wanted to ask if she believed in fate, but she didn't dare to say what she really thought, afraid that Bai Shuefei would laugh at her, so she changed her words and said, "I met him several times by chance, and we gradually became familiar with each other." Women are creatures who, once they start talking, find it hard to stop. As Zhao Yuner spoke, she recalled her experiences with Shenshi and unconsciously began chatting with Bai Shuefei. It was a completely new version that Bai Shuefei had never heard before. She hadn't expected that so many things would happen between the two of them in just a few days. Especially tonight, we went swimming together and even encountered a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Is Shenshi really that manly? Bai Shuefei even suspected that Zhao Yuner was just being blinded by love and exaggerating the facts. "I'm going to take a shower now. It's only a few minutes' walk from the school gate to the girls' dormitory of the School of Literature." After chatting for a few minutes, Zhao Yuner returned to her dormitory, grabbed her clothes, and went into the bathroom. Then, half an hour later, when she came out of the shower, her roommates started teasing her wildly. A girl named Fanya, with short hair and a flat chest, said with a grin, "She's taking a bath with a handsome guy, all lovey-dovey. I'm so envious." Another girl with freckles, Ma Xiaoyao, looked on with a lovesick expression. "He's incredibly manly, both scholarly and martial. If I were to encounter a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, I would immediately offer myself to him." Zhao Yuner could hardly listen anymore, her eyes kept darting around, and one thing they had actually said was true. Good heavens, after experiencing it firsthand, Zhao Yuner realized that she was completely unable to resist the idea of a hero saving a beauty, and wished she could repay him with her body. But she didn't dare show it, afraid that people would say she was too frivolous and that she would be looked down upon. Of course, her inner turmoil was only intense at the very beginning, but it subsided relatively quickly afterward. She is quite a rational girl. Feng Bauer, who loves playing on her phone but rarely gossips, joined the discussion this time. According to the plot development, the next step is to start going out on dates. Bai Shuefei corrected, "They've already made so many private appointments, the next step should be physical intimacy." "How could that be? You shameless woman." Zhao Yuner's face darkened. "We never went on a date. We've only bumped into each other a few times before, and tonight we went swimming together. It was our first time going out together, so it can't be called a date, can it?" "That's about right. Practice makes perfect, and after a few tries, you'll get used to it. It'll be quick." "What the hell? Zhao Yun'er originally wanted to handle class affairs, but she was afraid of her, so she quickly climbed into bed and hid under the covers. Zilong, what do you think Chen Shi thinks of you? Even though he was hiding, his roommate's gossipy chatter just wouldn't stop. Bai Shuefei said, with Zilong's figure, any random photo of her would be enough for an instant first-time deposit. How could any guy have any other thoughts about her? Hearing this, Zhao Yun'er felt a little annoyed. Sometimes, having a great figure can be a problem. Especially when she feels the intrusive gaze of boys, she always feels that everyone is eyeing her body, and that the boys who like her are only after this. Chen Shi probably can't avoid it either, right? He still has his own photos on his phone. Could it be that, as Bai Shuefei said, he made his first purchase based on his own photos? I can't stand it. Zilong, what are your thoughts on Chen Shi? We're not trying to make fun of you, we just want to give you some advice. That hit Zhao Yun'er right where it hurt, and she started acting like a rogue on the bed. I don't want to listen, you bastard, chanting scriptures. The roommates below exchanged knowing smiles. They were definitely smitten. Know when to stop. Enjoy the gossip in stages, don't push too hard. Zhao Yun'er didn't know what she felt for Chen Shi. She felt that she was in a wonderful mood when she was with Chen Shi. Since their first chance encounter, she had been looking forward to meeting Chen Shi again. And as fate would have it, it happened. Zhao Yun'er could only find this feeling when she was a child with her best friend. Did you consider him a good friend? Being in the thick of it all, she found herself unable to see things clearly. Shouldn't I seriously examine my relationship with Chen Shi? Confused and bewildered, Zhao Yun'er opened her phone and saw a message from Chen Shi from over 20 minutes ago. Are you back in the dorm yet? She quickly replied, sorry, I was taking a shower and didn't check my phone. I got back a while ago. Are you back yet? 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes have passed. When Zhao Yun'er saw that Chen Shi hadn't replied to her message, her face, illuminated by the phone screen, almost collapsed, and she felt uneasy. Is he angry because I didn't reply to his messages? Just as I was about to say something, the other person replied, I just came out of the shower too. My mood instantly improved. That's great, he wasn't angry. It was still early, and Zhao Yun'er wanted to chat with Chen Shi, but she kept the chat box open for a long time without knowing what to send. As if possessed, she opened the campus forum and clicked on the most popular post, which contained a video of Chen Shi singing. She put on her headphones and listened secretly. The voice was alluring, and Chen Shi's gaze towards her was gentle. Zhao Yun'er was stunned. Her heart was pounding, and she completely forgot what she felt like. Looking at it from a third-person perspective now, oh my god, how could I have been so stupid as to just sit there without moving? But just like that day, and just like every day, Chen Shi was really handsome. It was mainly his aura that was captivating. He had the freshness of a young man, yet also a subtle maturity and composure. Zhao Yun'er was completely mesmerized. Her body felt tingly and numb, and she rolled around gently on the bed, rubbing her pink toes against the sheets. Her cheeks were burning hot. Zhao Yun'er used her cool little hands to cover her flushed cheeks, trying to cool them down and hide her embarrassment. Ah, I'm dead. Her movements were actually quite large, and the bed frame kept creaking rhythmically. Bai Shuefei, who was under the bed next to her, had a strange expression on her face. Suddenly, he blurted out, Zilong, you didn't get so infatuated with Chen Shi that you started drooling, did you? Zhao Yun'er took off her headphones, intending to explain, but before she could finish, Bai Shuefei added, oh right, I wasn't talking about the mouth on your face. Zhao Yun'er was furious. She shouldn't have taken off her headphones to hear such vulgar language. He said in a serious tone, Fei, can you please stop spouting such vulgar and offensive language all the time? It's disgusting. Bai Shuefei didn't take it seriously. Aren't these all extracted from Feng Baoer's novels? Baoer said your novels are disgusting. Feng Baoer was not swayed by her provocations and spoke up like a puppet. That's different. I write male-oriented novels, and I wrote them this way to cater to male lewd readers. As a girl, normally. Demi. It can't be astringent. Chapter 33, It's time to seriously examine my relationship with Zhao Yun'er. In dormitory 228 for boys, Li Haoran and Wang Peng returned to the dormitory before Chen Shi. As soon as Chen Shi entered, she heard them talking about their afternoon interviews, and they all seemed to be in good spirits. Li Haoran said excitedly, originally, I planned to join the club department, but when I passed by the classroom where the sports department was interviewing, I saw a lot of tall and beautiful girls. Wow, I secretly sneaked into their interview room and submitted an application. I feel like I'm sure I can get in. I heard that I can also interact with sports students. I definitely want to try flirting with a sports girl. Wang Peng was stunned. Howsy, you're such a womanizer, aren't you afraid Bai Shuefei will find out? Fei Fei is my future daughter-in-law, so it mainly depends on the man's feelings. Besides, we're just friends. My heart is always with Fei Fei. Scumbag. Wang Peng cursed, then added, while you were flirting with women outside, Bai Shuefei was definitely flirting with other men too. You daughter. Li Haorun was impressed. He had only wanted to brag, but he hadn't expected this guy to be such a disappointment. He found it strange. Da Peng, what's gotten into you? Your buddy messaged you to come to the sports interview to pick up girls, but you didn't come. Instead, you went to some weird external relations department. I heard it's super busy, and there aren't many girls around. Wang Peng spoke frankly. The external relations department sometimes takes on some off-campus jobs to raise funds for the student union. As staff members, we get some pay for our hard work. I'm not as rich as your family, I need to earn some living expenses. Okay. Li Haorun's voice wasn't as loud anymore. As soon as Chen Shi returned, she went to take a shower. There were only the two of them in the dormitory. Li Haorun had a heart-to-heart talk with Wang Peng, saying that poor family conditions were a matter of the previous generation. He was a student of a 985 university, and he would definitely change his fate in the future. Wang Peng was very happy to hear him say that. After the two had finished chatting, Chen Shi finished showering and came out to reply to Zhao Yun'er's message. Not long after, Song Yu returned to the dormitory. As soon as he got back, he sat down on his desk without saying a word. Chen Shi and the others immediately noticed that Song Yu was acting strangely, and Li Haorun was the first to speak up. What's wrong, Xiao Yu? Did your interview not go well? Yes, no, I guess. Song Yu's expression was extremely ugly, as if he had swallowed shit. He looked both sad and angry. Damn. Wang Peng reacted quickly. He patted Song Yu on the shoulder and said, Did someone bully you? Tell me quickly, and I'll go and teach him a lesson. That's not true. Song Yu shook his head. Seeing that Song Yu's behavior was definitely not due to a poor interview performance, the group pressed him for details until he finally revealed the truth. It turns out that when Song Yu was in his senior year of high school, he dated a senior who was repeating the year. At first, the senior took the initiative to contact him. When they were together, Song Yu was very attentive. He would bring her breakfast every day, tutor her, and often buy her gifts. This lasted for almost a year. After the college entrance exam, the senior student disappeared without a trace, and Song Yu knew he had been dumped. When I went for the interview at the secretariat today, I found out that the senior student was with the head of the secretariat, who was also a senior from Song Yu's previous year at high school. The senior recognized Song Yu and even tried to trip him up during the interview. Holy crap! Li Haorun exclaimed after hearing this, there's a bad guy among the senior girls. Chen Shi was taken aback. Wasn't the head of the secretariat Jiang Mingjie, Xia Yuqian's follower? It took me a moment to realize, oh, they must be talking about the student union of the computer science department. What a pair of despicable people. Wang Peng's eyes widened in anger, but there was nothing he could do to help with this. Chen Shi couldn't control this kind of thing. Although 985 universities screened out academic qualifications, they couldn't screen out scumbags, just like the group of sports students she met at the swimming pool today. Sigh, the three of us brothers are all lonely bachelors, except for old Chen who has a girlfriend. Li Haorun sighed, realizing that he had laughed at Chen Shi when school first started. Where did I get a partner? Chen Shi had no idea when she had been assigned one. You're still pretending, Li Haorun whispered in Chen Shi's ear. I heard you went swimming with Zhao Yun'er, all inseparable. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Chen Shi fell silent. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Li Haorun had said, it was true. After being single for so long, she shouldn't be indifferent to relationships like before in this second life. He felt that he was sometimes too aloof. It was one thing to deal with these boring roommates, but the girls were so enthusiastic, and he was still acting like this, which was really pointless. He thought about it and realized he should seriously examine his relationship with Zhao Yun'er. He got into bed, just as Zhao Yun'er sent him a strange message. Chen Shi replied, Are you ovulating? Zhao Yun'er had just been brainwashed by Shuefei's filthy words when Chen Shi also pulled this stunt. She should have known better than to send him the message. What are you doing right now? Zhao Yun'er ignored the previous message and chose to be direct. I didn't do anything. Oh. The military training will be over in a couple of days. Soon. Don't forget, our 2 dorms will have a joint social event then. I'll remember. See you later. Since they were going to meet in a few days anyway, Chen Shi and Zhao Yuner suppressed their inner thoughts. There wasn't anything new happening in the remaining days of military training, it was all spent in a state of utter boredom. On the morning of the last day of military training, a joint military exercise was held for the whole school. After the performance, the instructors left, and a group of girls tearfully said goodbye to them, saying, "Instructors, we will miss you, we will keep in touch." Chen Shi thought it was pure nonsense, these women were too pretentious. They've only trained together for about 10 days, and they're usually the ones who yell at the instructors the most after training and go back to the dorm. Yet here you are, suddenly you're developing feelings for them. They're truly born with the ability to love. Li Haoran, a grown man, was usually the one who got the worst training, but he also got along best with the instructors. When they parted, he looked a little melancholy and muttered, "Years will pass, and all the good times and beautiful scenery will be in vain. Even if I have 1,000 kinds of feelings, who will I share them with?" Then, when I got back to the dorm and Chen Shi told me that I had to fill out a military training assessment form, especially an 800-word reflection on the military training, I immediately changed my expression and started cursing. Damn, are you sick? We've filled out these family information and political affiliation forms so many times. Why are we filling them out now? It's not like we're elementary school students writing a statement. What's the point? It's just disgusting. Chen Shi had the same idea when he was in school, but after working in the workforce for a long time, he realized that this was nothing compared to what he had learned. If they don't collect your family information, how can they make dishes based on your background? How can you hone your obedience without engaging in some formalistic practices? Anyway, Chen Shi had no complaints. She just needed to search online for military training reflections and change the location, since no one would read it anyway. Others weren't as efficient, especially Wang Peng. He was asked to prepare the application form for the student grant a week ago, and there's still no result. Da Peng, have you finished your scholarship application form? I'm about to submit it. Not yet, Lao Chen. Let me see how much other people fill in for income. Chen Shi couldn't possibly let him see the other students' watches, so she said helplessly, "Fine, I'll get it done for you." "Okay, I'll treat you to something another day." Wang Peng rubbed his hands together and smiled. Chen Shi had a general understanding of Wang Peng's family situation, so she filled in an average monthly income of around 400 yuan and filled in the other information before handing the class's form to the college office. There were 10 spots available in the class, and a total of 13 application forms were submitted. Based on the application forms and Chen Shi's feedback, Dong Wei selected 8 spots, and Wang Peng was among the 5 spots that were not yet decided. The problem with Wang Peng is that his father is physically disabled but has not obtained a disability certificate, and the village committee's certificate can be stamped by anyone, making it highly likely to be falsified. His mother has a level 2 intellectual disability, and her mental state is stable at times. She is considered to have limited labor capacity and should have the ability to generate income. Therefore, it cannot be proven that Wang Peng's family is in dire straits. I'll observe it further later. Dong Wei didn't say it outright, because he was afraid that Chen Shi would take Wang Peng's side because Wang Peng was her roommate. Good. Just as Chen Shi left the counselor's office and passed by the college's youth league committee office, she heard a familiar voice. Looking inside, you see Zhao Min with her hands on her hips, arguing with an elderly teacher sitting behind a desk. Chapter 34, My Idea to Invest in Zhao Min Transitional Chapter. As Chen Shi passed by the entrance of the Youth League Committee office, she had just seen the situation inside and hadn't even heard what was going on when Zhao Min quickly walked out. I almost bumped into Chen Shi when I turned the corner. Forehead. The two stood there, and at first Zhao Min's face was as gloomy as if covered by dark clouds. When she saw that it was Chen Shi, she managed to control her expression and gave a faint greeting. Oh, it's Chen Shi, Jr. What's up? I just happened to be passing by. How about we grab a drink together? Chen Shi casually suggested. Sure. Zhao Min was feeling quite down, so she agreed without even thinking. There was a milk tea shop near the college. Chen Shi casually ordered 2 cups and found a seat with Zhao Min. By now, Zhao Min's mood had almost recovered. Junior, I'm so sorry, you must have seen how ridiculous I was just now. Zhao Min forced a smile. No way. Seeing that Chen Shi didn't seem inclined to engage in conversation, Zhao Min felt more inclined to say, aren't you curious about what it is? Just curious. Everyone loves gossip, but Chen Shi has good self-control. He said, "It doesn't seem like my senior is in a very convenient position, so naturally I won't ask." "It's not inconvenient at all," Zhao Min said lazily, sipping her milk tea with her chin resting on her hand. "It's just that I've been busy with competition-related matters lately. I've already drafted a project application and wanted to apply for funding, but it hasn't been approved yet." Chen Shi found it strange. If it's not going to pass, it's not going to pass. Is it necessary to get so angry? Why does this woman have such a bad temper? Seemingly sensing Chen Shi's thoughts, Zhao Min waved her hand and quickly added, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not such a petty person. Listen to me carefully. Here's the thing, the project we're applying for is to develop a small game to participate in this year's National College Student Innovation and Entrepreneurship Competition. Have you ever heard of Temple Run? Game? Hey, looks like you play a lot of games. This game was released on iOS at the end of July this year, and it swept the European and American mobile game market in just over a month. Based on its playability, I predict that this game will be as popular as Angry Birds and Fruit Ninja in the future. Since Temple Run is a paid game, and we Chinese prefer free games, I plan to imitate the gameplay of Temple Run and develop a similar parkour game while there are no similar games on the market. If it is successfully promoted, it can definitely become a lower-level alternative to Temple Run. But what the college leaders said was that we were not doing our job properly and should focus our energy on practical projects. They also said that we were just imitating others and lacked innovation. Hey, what era are we living in? Still so old-fashioned. Do you really think developing a generic line-following robot is practical and innovative?" Zhao Min became increasingly frustrated as she spoke, and since someone happened to be willing to listen, she unknowingly ended up venting a whole bunch of complaints. Chen Shi didn't know what the tracking robot did, but when it came to games, Chen Shi had something to talk about. It must be said that Zhao Min had a very keen sense of smell. Temple Run can be considered one of the most classic games in the early days of mobile internet. At this point in time in the future, Chen Shi had never heard of any games similar to Temple Run in China. It's estimated that Zhao Min's project won't get support and will die before it even starts, but based on her daring to think and imitate, she will definitely become a powerful woman in the internet industry in the future. Chen Shi was intrigued by what she said. This could be considered an opportunity. "What's the content of your game like?" Chen Shi asked curiously. Zhao Min said, "The core gameplay is definitely parkour and escape, and the story background is based on the national conditions. People search for treasures and escape in temples, and we can modify it a bit so that they can search for treasures in the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum and escape on the Great Wall. Do you think that makes sense?" Seeing her somewhat smug expression, Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Min asked, puzzled. I laughed. "Why does my senior insist on imitating its form instead of its soul? What's the meaning? I think this is just pure plagiarism, with absolutely no innovation." Chen Shi said frankly, and before Zhao Min could change her expression, he quickly added, "Senior, what do you think of my idea? A thief steals a bag of gold coins from a bank and then runs away on the street. There are police chasing him, and various obstacles such as cars, pedestrians, roadblocks, and intersections in front of him. Doesn't this look like the parkour mode of Temple Run?" This. Zhao Min was intrigued by his words. It seemed somewhat interesting. Also, the theme doesn't have to be treasure hunting and theft. For example, with a theme of foreign hip-hop and graffiti, the protagonist promotes street culture with graffiti near the subway station. When passing police officers come to chase them, they skateboard on the tracks to escape. That's a pretty good idea, isn't it? Oh my god. Zhao Min was stunned by Chen Shi's few words and looked at him as if he were a monster. She spent more than a week brainstorming ideas, thinking her theme was bold and innovative, but it turned out to be inferior to the two ideas Chen Shi casually mentioned. Yes, why fixate on treasure hunting in the underground palace? You wouldn't know unless you compare. Her ideas are just repackaging and changing the skin, with almost no creativity whatsoever. It's not fair to blame Zhao Min for being incompetent. Anyone can develop games by programming and writing code. The game's core concept is what makes it a selling point. Among similar games, a clever creative idea can make it stand out. Aside from Temple Run, the most popular game of its kind in later generations is Subway Surfers, and there are almost no substitutes. Chen Shi pointed out the only viable path, which was like throwing out a royal flush. It would be a miracle if Zhao Min wasn't shocked. Shocked, Zhao Min sighed inwardly. "Junior, your idea is truly novel and I have benefited greatly from it. It's just a pity that I can't put it into practice. How about I give you project funding, senior?" As they chatted, She suddenly became interested. He would be spending the next few years in the computer science department, so why not try to study this field? Ah. Zhao Min even doubted that she had misheard, but in her impression, She was quite mature and steady, not the kind of silly person who liked to joke around. She countered with a question, "Do you know how much my budget is?" "How many?" 50,000 yuan. "I'll invest this mere 50,000 yuan in you," She said arrogantly. If you were to ask for hundreds of thousands, She might not be so quick to play along. He'd rather consider 50,000 as a whim and throw it away. A mere 50,000 yuan. Zhao Min's lips twitched involuntarily. Is this guy a rich second generation? She was a little confused at the moment. She had just come to complain to Qin Shi, but how did the situation suddenly change and become that he wanted to invest money in her? She sat up straight and said, "Junior, I don't know your family's financial situation, but I don't want you to spend money recklessly on a whim. Besides, I'll be your senior in the same college for the next 2 years. If you regret it, then I can't bear the responsibility. I won't be able to have a peaceful 2 years." Shi waved her hand, signaling her to calm down, and said with a calm smile, "Senior, do you know why I came to the School of Computer Science?" Actually, I taught myself programming before I even went to university. I dreamed of developing a game after I went to university. It just so happens that I met my senior today, and the time is right." Shi's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Min, noticing her steadily rising favorability rating, which had progressed from 64 to 69, making her even more emboldened in fabricating stories. Zhao Min is someone who admires strength, and if I'm not mistaken, I was just a little short of being able to replicate her programming talent. These 2 chapters are transitional chapters. The career storyline will begin soon. Chapter 35. Are you planning to come back tonight? After Shi finished his last lie, Zhao Min's favorability rating finally took another step forward. Ding! Zhao Min's favorability has increased to 70, granting her the special ability Hand of God. The host can choose to copy one of Zhao Yun'er's special skills or talents and adapt and enhance them to themselves. Zhao Min's special skills or talents: superb programming skills, excellent learning ability. Please select to copy. Choose advanced programming techniques. Shi definitely doesn't need her learning ability, she can just steal it. Why should she have to learn it herself? The adaptation process is expected to be completed during nighttime sleep. You've also studied programming? Zhao Min stared at Shi with great interest. However, Shi dared not discuss this with her. He hadn't yet managed to steal her programming skills, and it wouldn't be good if he were exposed. He replied dismissively, "I know a little, but that's not the point. The point is, I have enough funds now and want to invest in software development. It just so happens that you have ideas, projects, and probably a team. Would you like to consider collaborating with me?" Although it was just a few words, Zhao Min was moved at that moment. Her academic level and grades are undoubtedly top-notch, but as she enters her junior year, she will need to focus more on scientific research and competitions. If she can win a high-profile award and enrich her resume, she will be able to take a step further in finding a job after graduation and have a stronger career prospect. With sufficient funding, and following her previous plans, the game she developed would definitely win the national championship this year. Now, Shi's guidance has made her feel like a fish in water. If she can't work in this direction, she will never be satisfied and may regret it for the rest of her life. How exactly will we cooperate? Zhao Min didn't answer directly, but instead asked a question. Seeing her serious expression, Shi knew that the plan was already half successful. Shi's idea was to set up a studio and have Zhao Min in charge of personnel and development. Zhao Min said that this was not a problem, as all her teammates had rich competition experience and that as long as there was financial support, they would definitely be able to win an award. Shi said that her thinking was too narrow and that she shouldn't limit her focus to a small competition. The prize money for a competition is only a little over 6 figures, right? His goal wasn't to spend tens of thousands of yuan to support Zhao Min in playing games and winning awards, but rather to invest more funds in focusing on the key point of starting a business and commercializing the game. If you succeed, wouldn't the money and honor that come with it be far better than a so-called competition ranking? In his previous life, Shi knew a vivid example. The founders of MiHoYo invested their savings in the development of ACG games because of their shared hobby. They won an award in a technology innovation competition at the time, earning their first pot of gold and making a name for themselves. From then on, they were unstoppable on the road of entrepreneurship and gradually created an ACG empire. Faced with a junior who was 2 years younger than her and had just entered the university, speaking eloquently and hitting the nail on the head with every word, Zhao Min was speechless and somewhat dazed. Was this the legendary genius? To be honest, Zhao Min felt that she was still too much like a student, and she wasn't ready to suddenly shift her mindset to real entrepreneurship. Fortunately, she was bold enough to take it on as a challenge. Okay, I'm willing to cooperate. Seeing that she had agreed firmly, Chen Shi extended his hand with satisfaction. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Even though they were all students, Zhao Min didn't expect Chen Shi to do this, and she was hesitant and awkward when she reached out her hand. Chen Shi found it amusing, but said nothing she would change her mind sooner or later. However, starting a business is not something that can be discussed and resolved in the time it takes to drink a cup of milk tea. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Shi asked Zhao Min to discuss it in detail another time, and went back to make their own plans. That afternoon, because the boys and girls from Chen Shi and Zhao Yuner Storms were going to have a social gathering that evening, both sides were making careful preparations. After taking a shower and washing her hair, Zhao Yuner sprayed perfume and tried on clothes one by one in front of the mirror in the closet, her upturned lips never drooping. Finally, I chose a white floral tank top that my aunt gave me before the start of school as a base layer, covered by a black Chanel-style jacket, and paired with a matching short skirt. She twirled around in front of the mirror twice, straightening her clothes neatly. She hesitated between black stockings and ankle socks, feeling the stockings were a bit too flashy, so she changed into ankle socks and then put on her little leather shoes. Zhao Yuner leaned close to the mirror to observe carefully. She didn't like heavy makeup, so she applied a BB cream and then blushed to brighten her complexion. Only after confirming there were no blemishes did she start applying lipstick, choosing a lighter shade. Okay, all done. There is a difference compared to before makeup. Overall, it looks very natural, and you can basically not tell that you are wearing makeup. Next door, Bai Shuefei was dressed in a British preppy style, with brown boots that matched her long, wavy hair perfectly. Bai Shuefei's makeup was a bit thicker than Zhao Yuner's, and she even had mascara on. However, her makeup skills were excellent, which raised her appearance from a maximum of 80 points to 90 points, and she could get even more points under the colored lights. Bai Shuefei was quite satisfied with her makeup and outfit, but she was somewhat surprised when she saw Zhao Yuner's neatly made-up look. Black is a rather assertive color, but Zhao Yuner looks quite demure in this outfit. The hem, pockets, and buttons of the dress are adorned with gold thread and beads, and even the bag is a Chanel-style piece. She looks exactly like a rich young lady, exuding elegance. It's still Coco Chanel. Even without looking at the price tag, just one glance makes it seem like I can't afford it. So beautiful, Bai Shuefei couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Yuner, afraid of smudging her makeup, smiled gently and said, "Thank you, you're beautiful too." Not to mention the boys, even my roommates were practically swooning over her, their eyes filled with envy but not a trace of jealousy. You can't be jealous of a real rich girl like that. Zilong, dressed like that, are you planning to come back tonight? Zhao Yuner was innocent, but she wasn't completely clueless. Hearing Bai Shuefei say that, she became extremely embarrassed. Feifei, don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of frivolous person. No, you're dressed up so beautifully, you'll surely seduce Chen Shi to death. What if he can't control himself that night? Are you willing to give in to him? Ugh, if you say that again, I won't play with you anymore. Zhao Yuner was both embarrassed and angry, and she and Bai Shuefei started fighting. The guys definitely need to dress up too. Li Haoren was wearing a mix of Nike and Adidas from head to toe, a sportswear outfit. The style was hard to describe as good or bad, with big logos printed on it. People who didn't know any better would think it looked good. Wang Ping doesn't have many nice clothes, but you know, the clothes he buys for a few dozen yuan in the mall aren't necessarily worse than those in the boutiques. Most people can't tell the difference between expensive and cheap clothes. It's just that his shoes are a bit flashy. Look at my shoes, they're the same style as Morong Yunhai's. Wang Peng said proudly, pointing to his red Adidas sneakers. When Li Haoren took a look, he realized that it really was the same pair that Zhang Han was wearing. He found it a bit funny, thinking that this kind of tacky drama was only for people like him. If you come any closer, I'll apologize to your shoes with my shoes. Roll. Despite his cursing, Wang Peng still went over to Li Haoren and started using his whitening cream. After applying it, Wang Peng looked like he had seen a ghost. It was so white. Was this really him? It looks pretty good, though. Then, mimicking Li Haoren, she applied hair wax and sprayed hair gel to set the style. Li Haoren was speechless. Everyone wanted to use their own things, But he didn't say it outright. Peng, I'm going to pick up girls. You're not. Why are you doing all this? Even if I'm not chasing girls, I can still dress up a bit, just to try something new. Seeing his nonchalant expression, Li Haoran couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy really had no self-awareness at all, and his hair was all tangled up in the middle, which looked terrible. Why did you make your head pointy? Then let me ask you, are you a man or a woman? Do you have side-swept bangs or your hair is dyed green? Question mark. On the other hand, after taking a shower, Chen-Shi changed into a set of casual, plain-colored clothes that she had bought after the start of the semester, along with white sneakers. It was simple and refreshing, without anything fancy. In the eyes of Li Haoran and Wang Peng, it became simple, casual, and unimportant. Old Chen, is this all you're going to wear? You should at least change into something more decent, Li Haoran suggested. That's fine then. Chen-Shi nodded without saying anything more. Li Haoran was puzzled. How could such a sloppy guy have a girlfriend? What about him? If Li Haoran knew that Chen-Shi's clothes were worth as much as his entire outfit, he'd probably be embarrassed. Chapter 36. Isn't it still you? Although the girls' dormitory is relatively close to the snack street, just like last time, they agreed to meet at the barbecue in the old street. Chen-Shi and the others arrived more than 10 minutes before Zhao Yun'er's 5 girls from her dormitory arrived. Zhao Yun'er and Bai Shuefei were undoubtedly the female protagonists of the day, each dressed more dazzlingly than the last, and several boys could hardly take their eyes off them. Fei, you're here. Li Haoran stared at Bai Shuefei with a perverted expression, oblivious to the presence of the even more beautiful Zhao Yun'er in his peripheral vision. Wang Peng's gaze was no different, but his mental state was quite different. Zhao Yun'er was dressed in exquisite clothes, looking like a noble lady, which made him feel ashamed of himself. While envying Chen-Shi, he sighed that he had been delusional before. Most of the people present had only met once or twice, and it had been a long time since they had last seen each other, but there was no awkwardness as expected, and they greeted each other naturally. Bai Shuefei, in particular, ignored Li Haoran's greetings and immediately pointed at Chen-Shi, saying, Chen-Shi, you tricked me last time, and tonight I'm going to get my revenge. I won't stop until I get you drunk. Chen-Shi met her provocative gaze with a mischievous grin, no longer pretending, I'm always ready to challenge you. Seeing Bai Shuefei's childlike competitiveness, Zhao Yun'er covered her mouth and laughed, then naturally sat down next to Chen-Shi. We've already ordered. We have fried rice noodles and fried noodles as our main dishes, and we've also ordered a certain amount of barbecue. Before the food was served, everyone chatted idly, mostly about their time in military training. Several girls complained, and Li Haoran and Wang Peng echoed their sentiments. Zhao Yun'er was unusually bold today. As soon as she sat down next to Chen-Shi, she tentatively asked, Chen-Shi, how do I look in this outfit today? Chen-Shi carefully looked you up and down twice and said without hesitation, it suits you very well. Zhao Yun'er's jacket was originally buttoned up, but she felt it was a bit too tight, and since it was just before autumn and the Chanel-style outfit was a bit stuffy, she took off a few buttons, revealing her tank top underneath. Thus, the 2 snow-capped peaks in front of her stood upright against her vest, the edges of which were just covered by the small jacket, so only half of their outlines could be seen. The white vest was pulled up high, vaguely revealing a deep and unfathomable cleavage. The interplay of black and white, the alternation of light and shadow, leaves much to the imagination. The light in Chen-Shi's eyes was plunged into darkness, and for a long time he almost couldn't pull himself out of it. The two were not far apart, and Zhao Yun'er was wearing perfume. The scent was light and refreshing, and Chen-Shi was immediately attracted by it. Seemingly noticing Chen-Shi's gaze, Zhao Yun'er lowered her head unconsciously out of shyness. In the past, she would feel very uncomfortable when she felt such discordant gazes, but now she was calm and even had a shy and happy smile on her lips. After receiving Chen-Shi's reply, Zhao Yun'er smiled brightly, you too, it suits you very well. She was referring to Chen-Shi's clothes. Although it doesn't look expensive or cheap, this kind of simple and clean clothing looks neat and refreshing, which is perfect for a sunny boy like Chen-Shi. Bai Shuefei didn't give them a chance to be lovey-dovey. She piled a whole case of beer on the table, opened the bottle caps, and rushed towards Chen-Shi. What's the point of just chatting? Let's have a couple of drinks first. Chen-Shi was speechless with this girl. Helplessly, he filled his glass and said, I tricked you last time, so I'm punishing myself with a drink. I hope you, my beautiful lady, won't hold a grudge. He then proceeded to do it with great enthusiasm, while Bai Shuefei clapped and cheered him on from the sidelines. Chen-Shi's straightforward attitude further piqued her interest. I did it too. Fei, I want to join too. I also. Bai Shuefei took the lead, followed closely by Li Haoran, and then everyone took the initiative to clink glasses and drink the first glass of wine in one gulp. It was still early, and the barbecue restaurant, which was already quite quiet with business slowing down, was serving food very quickly. Wang Ping was starving. After filling a bowl with fried noodles, he grabbed his favorite beef skewers and started munching on them. Barbecue is very filling. Shenxi ate some fried noodles to fill his stomach first, and then a few skewers of barbecue made him feel about full. Mainly, they couldn't resist Bai Shuefei's nagging and quickly formed a card game. They were still playing Texas Hold'em, but the difference from last time was that teaming up was not allowed. Zhao Yin'er started her own game, and without Shenxi's help, she became a silly little girl, drinking half a cup at a time in every round. After Bai Shuefei understood Shenxi's strength, she adopted a more conservative fighting style. Although she couldn't match Shenxi's ferocity, she still managed to put up a good fight. The ones who suffer are the players with poor skills. Shenxi couldn't stand it anymore and rolled her eyes at Bai Shuefei. Why do you always bully her? What? Are you feeling sorry for him? Bai Shuefei winked playfully, her long eyelashes twitching seductively. Shenxi was truly exasperated with her. There was nothing he could do. In a game like Texas Hold'em, there was no fixed dealer. Even if he cheated Bai Shuefei, Zhao Yun'er wouldn't necessarily have to drink less. Seeing that Shenxi cared about her, and that Bai Shuefei was saying such embarrassing things, Zhao Yun'er felt even more pleased despite losing the game. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Shenxi was speechless. Don't get sold out and then help count the money. Isn't there still you? Zhao Yun'er smiled, her bright eyes fixed on Shenxi under the lamplight. Shenxi glanced at her twice, somewhat dazed, and stopped herself from saying anything. He couldn't stay by Zhao Yun'er's side forever. After playing countless rounds, the barbecue on the table was completely empty, and the beer was finished. Bai Shuefei called out, "Bring 2 more dozen beers, and order a few more servings of peanuts and barbecue. Let's continue. Forget it, playing cards all the time gets boring. How about playing dice?" Zhao Yun'er's face was already very red, but she turned red as soon as she touched alcohol. Shenxi didn't know what stage of drunkenness she was in, so he decided to change the game and not let her play anymore. Of course. Bai Shuefei thought Shenxi was going to spoil the fun, but her excitement only grew when she heard about playing dice. However, if we're going to play dice, we might as well go somewhere else. It's more fun to play at a karaoke bar, and we can sing some songs while we're at it. I second that proposal. I think it's great too. Without a doubt, Li Haoren was the first to stand up and express his support. The other girls couldn't refuse either. Going to a karaoke bar was much more fun than simply playing cards at a barbecue stand. Wang Ping hesitated because he had calculated the bill when he ordered. It came to about 300 yuan, which would be about 40 yuan per person. If the guys split the bill, it'll be more than double, which is a bit painful, especially since we're going to karaoke. He just bought a phone, which cost a lot of money, so he'll probably have to worry about food for a while. Da Peng, are you coming or not? Seeing that Wang Peng didn't say anything, Li Haoren suddenly patted his shoulder. Anyway, I'll pay for the karaoke later, you don't have to pay a penny. Don't fall behind. I didn't say I wasn't going. Wang Peng was afraid that Li Hao would regret it later, but he couldn't explain why. He felt embarrassed by what Li Haoren said. He had only hesitated for a moment, but he hadn't said he wouldn't go. Fortunately, no girl was paying attention to him. He was just overthinking things. There's a karaoke bar on this street, about 300 or 400 meters away. Li Haoren was unusually generous tonight, ordering a 400 yuan, 4-hour private room with drinks. Even Bai Shuefei couldn't help but thank Mr. Li. Li Haoren was so impressed that he felt the money was well spent even before the event started. From the moment they stepped into the private room, the fluorescent lights, chandeliers, and spotlights shone down, casting a captivating glow on the girls' faces, making them look even more beautiful. This explains why bars and KTVs are places that easily make people lose their senses. Bai Shuefei had only eyes for the dice and the wine, and headed straight for the table. The other 3 girls, out of modesty, didn't dare to request a song right away. Zhao Yun'er was more proactive. Before even choosing a song she liked, she asked Shenxi first. Shenxi, what song do you want to sing? I'll pick one for you. Chapter 37. I'm not that kind of violent person. Shenxi, what song do you want to sing? Zhao Yun'er proactively asked Shenxi what song he wanted, but Shenxi thought for a moment and had no answer. I'll play 2 rounds of dice first, you can choose your song first. All right. Zhao Yun'er was a little disappointed. She knew Chen Shi had a nice voice and wanted to hear him sing, but he went off to play with Bai Shu Fa instead. She wasn't in a hurry to sing, because Chen Shi would be too engrossed in playing to hear what she was singing. She put down the microphone and moved closer to Chen Shi, saying, "I want to play too." Bai Shu Fa was surprised. "You can play dice too?" "I don't know how." Zhao Yuner shook her head decisively and smiled sweetly. "Chen Shi will teach me." Damn it! They were showing off their affection to this extent that Bai Shu Fa was too embarrassed to tease her anymore. She forced a mouthful of dog food into her mouth and finished it. Li Haoran glanced at Bai Shu Fa. If Fei Fei could act coquettishly towards him like this, that would be wonderful. "I envy Lao Chen." "This young lady," Chen Shi said with a helpless smile. "I really can't do anything with her, I can only go along with her." "Come on, I'll teach you." Chen Shi asked Bai Shu Fa to work with her and teach Zhao Yuner what Zhai, Fei, and Pai meant. Zhao Yuner was completely bewildered, feeling for the first time that her brain wasn't enough to handle the situation. It was much harder than playing Texas Hold'em. She tilted her head, pouting slightly, and said shyly, "It's so hard, I don't understand." Bai Shu Fa couldn't stand her like this anymore, and waved her hand. "Hey, you'll get the hang of it after playing a few rounds and having a couple of drinks." Chen Shi smiled and nodded to Zhao Yuner, and then they each shook the dice, with Fei Zhai splitting them incessantly. Since no one requested any songs, the fire safety advertisement on the big screen finished playing, and then it automatically started playing popular karaoke songs. The intro was a simple yet emotional piano melody. "Hey, I know this song." Wang Peng rarely goes to karaoke, but as soon as he hears a familiar song, he picks up the microphone. Iron pots, tearfully calling for repairs, pots with broken or chipped corners, pots and ladles left haphazardly. His voice was already loud and rough, and then he sang. Everyone was stunned. The veins on Li Haoran's forehead bulged, and he angrily cursed, "What the hell are you singing?" Wang Peng scoffed and said smugly, "Gangdong kid. Ever heard of vast skies and boundless oceans?" "Shut up." Li Haoran continued to curse, "Don't insult Cantonese, you're a lunatic. You know nothing. Back in the day, I even won the title of our high school's singing god with this song. Are you the only one participating? Top 10 campus singing gods. That means 10 people participated." Wang Peng ignored him and continued singing. "Yu Liangwu, that girl Sun let the chicken go, she has no love for her buddy, she's afraid there will be a duck listening to ruin the first knife, oh no." Li Haoran couldn't take it anymore. He stopped playing the dice, grabbed the microphone, and started singing along. "Still free and true to myself. Sing my song forever. Travel thousands of miles. Forgive me for not being in a hurry to indulge in freedom throughout my life." Li Haoran's voice was quite good, and Chen Shi couldn't help but praise him in Cantonese. "Your brother speaks Cantonese very well." Bai Shu Fa found it funny. Nonsense, if a local from Guangzhou can't speak Cantonese well, they might as well hang themselves. It took her a while to react, and she looked at Chen Shi with a shocked expression. "You can speak Cantonese too?" "Of course, don't you even know who I am?" "Hey, why are you so narcissistic? Say a few more words and let's see. What do you want to hear me say about the throwing thunder tower to steal the tortoise? You little punk, all you know is this stuff." Bai Shu Fa wasn't annoyed. The two of them spoke Cantonese the whole time, and Chen Shi amused her so much that she giggled. Aside from some inaccuracies in grammar and vocabulary, Chen Shi's pronunciation is very standard. Of course, it's not only people in eastern Guangdong who speak Cantonese, they speak other local dialects, so we can't say he's completely wrong. Zhao Yuner, who was listening from the side, was stunned. "What are you talking about? Cantonese? Let Chen Shi teach you how to speak it." Zhao Yuner didn't respond directly, but instead praised, "You're so amazing, it seems like you can do everything." "It's nothing special, just a little skill I've acquired while traveling around the country." Chen Shi looked unconvinced. He was a businessman who had been in the business for more than 10 years. It would be abnormal if he didn't know several dialects. "I can also speak the language of your Sichuan and Chongqing region." "I don't believe you. Tell me what you think is true." Zhao Yuner spoke in Sichuan and Chongqing dialect, and Chen Shi responded in her dialect. "I heard that girls from Sichuan and Chongqing are all Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex, is that true?" When Zhao Yuner went back last time, she looked up the meaning of Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex. When she saw Chen Shi bring it up again, she almost hit him, but she put her hand down halfway and said in a coquettish voice, "I am not that kind of violent person. I'm scared of you. Everyone says they're not right." The three of them played dice and chatted with Chen Shi in their respective dialects. Chen Shi could respond to each one, but when he used his own Yiling dialect, the two women were completely dumbfounded. I don't understand the private Marseille. The others weren't idle either. Li Haoren requested Cantonese songs, Half Moon Serenade, Unromantic Crime, and Truly Love You. He performed well tonight. It seems that his hometown dialect is his true calling. In high spirits, Li Haoren requested the song Love in the Rain and invited Bai Shuefei, saying, Feifei, let's sing a duet. Bai Shuefei was having a great time chatting with Chen Shi and had no time to pay attention to him. Who wants to sing a duet with you? You can sing with Wang Peng. Li Haoren's hard-won enthusiasm was instantly extinguished, especially when he saw Chen Shi chatting and laughing with the two women, which made him even more dejected. Sigh. Why does Feifei never smile so happily when she's with me? I do not understand. Seeing that Li Haoren couldn't finish singing, Wang Peng quickly changed the song. The melodious tune started playing, but it seemed a bit too dull. When Bai Shuefei saw Dao Lang's name on the big screen, she laughed out loud. Isn't this the kind of song my dad's generation listened to? It's so outdated. It was West Sea love song. Wang Peng felt a little embarrassed when she said that. It's corny, and not many people around him listen to it, but he thinks it sounds pretty good. Chen Shi glared at Bai Shuefei. What's so unsophisticated about it? I think it's fine. Right, old Chen. Bai Shuefei was speechless. Chen Shi added, this is the song that Mr. Wang from Wanda likes the most. Are you more noble than him? Maybe Dipeng sings it well, and Mr. Wang will take him as his godson. Who is Mr. Wang? He's a man who likes to set small goals. After Wang Peng finished singing, the other three girls took turns requesting songs. There were all kinds of songs, including some familiar ones like Fish Liang's Courage, a medley of Liu Ku's King of Love songs, and some popular songs from recent years like Su Liang's Guest, You Can't and Ben She's Underage, all of which are very suitable for girls of this age. Chen Shi went to the restroom after drinking too much. On his way back, he passed by the sofa on the far side and happened to catch a glimpse of a girl holding a phone in both hands and reading a novel. Wait, that's not right. Are you writing a novel? Chen Shi asked with great interest. To write a novel in this kind of environment, you must be a real talent. Chapter 38 A Kind Breakup. Feng Bauer was so engrossed in typing that she didn't notice when Chen Shi approached. She was stunned for a moment, then readily admitted it. Impressive. Chen Shi was just passing by out of curiosity and didn't ask any further questions, but gave her a thumbs up. Bai Shuefei thought to herself that he had already noticed, so she decided to do him a favor and said, Aren't you going to support his work? I'm not interested in female-oriented content, but of course, I'm open to supporting it with money, Chen Shi said truthfully. It's not a female-oriented novel, she writes novels for male readers. Chen Shi's gaze toward Feng Bauer turned strange. This little girl, so small, with a face like a porcelain doll, actually has a fierce heart inside? This was the first time Bai Shuefei had seen such an expression on Chen Shi's face, which made her even more excited, and she began to introduce the story of the novel Chen Shi was writing. Feng Bauer's book is a bodyguard and school beauty novel modeled after School Beauty's Personal Bodyguard. The title is also very similar, called School Beauty's Personal Bodyguard. It's basically a common story of a master descending the mountain in later generations. The protagonist receives a mission from his grandfather to go down the mountain to be a bodyguard for the school beauty's daughter of an old friend, and also to adapt to modern society. However, before he even arrives at the school beauty's house, he has to sleep on the street because he can't afford a taxi the night before. He accidentally saves a woman who has been drugged from a group of thugs, and uses her ID to book a hotel room to give her an injection and 4 to detoxify her. The woman woke up the next day, took a wad of cash from her bag and threw it at the protagonist's face, saying arrogantly and stubbornly, "This is compensation for sleeping with you last night. Take the money and get the hell out of here." Next, the protagonist went to the school beauty's house. During the first meal, he discovered that there was something wrong with the wine. When the host asked him what the problem was, he said, "The wine is expired." It turned out to be a bottle of 1982 Lafite. It was a huge joke, and the school beauty was almost driven crazy by this country bumpkin. Let alone the school beauty, even Bai Shuefei almost threw up after reading this. What kind of bizarre plot is this? Who on earth reads this type of novel? It's even harder to imagine that this book was written by a girl, or rather, her roommate. To be honest, Chen Shi was actually amused. That's quite interesting. I'll subscribe and tip you later. Ha? Feng Bauer was a little confused. Song Yu was very close to them and heard their entire conversation. He also came over with great interest. So you wrote School Beauty? I've been following it recently, it's a great novel, you're amazing. Fong Bauer was quite happy to receive Song Yu's praise. Really? What do you like most about this book? I liked the bubble making scene in it. However, Song Yu would never say such a thing. In this era before the internet was cleaned up, Fong Bauer's novel School Beauty was filled with a lot of borderline and even pornographic plots, and could even be described as full of gunfire. She knew what perverts liked to read, and she did everything she could to attract them. I like the dramatic plot twists and the smooth, flowing writing style, Song Yu said seriously. Oh, Fong Bauer responded but didn't say anything more, making Song Yu feel awkward. Chen Shi then chimed in, shouldn't the interesting part of this kind of book be the nonsensical plot and the suggestive scenes? Seeing that Chen Shi had been too blunt, Song Yu said somewhat displeasedly, Brother Chen, what do you know? To everyone's surprise, Fong Bauer burst into laughter. Yes, that's exactly what you need to write a lot of brainless plots. That's how you get popular. And besides, if you don't write borderline plots, who's going to read your book, right? A moment of carelessness, and happiness doubles a touch of the hand, and your pants are off. Ha, you understand me so well. Chen Shi and Fong Bauer chatted and laughed, getting along quite well. Song Yu, standing to the side, suddenly pinched his thigh. Oh dear, he had missed a golden opportunity. I should have said I liked the inappropriate content for children. I'm so depressed. At this moment, Li Haoren called out, Old Chen, it's time for your best song. It's Jay Chou's Sunny Day. Chen Shi felt ashamed. He had only sung it once, so how did it become his best song? Since she had already ordered, Chen Shi sat down on a high stool in the corner of the front desk and began humming along to the intro. After singing Sunny Day, Zhao Yuner asked him to sing the same song he sang last time, Slowly Like You. Chen Shi didn't really want to sing it, he had only wanted to show off last time because he felt like it. But he couldn't resist her, so he gave an impromptu performance. Unlike her gentle and casual singing during military training, Chen Shi pays more attention to technique in karaoke. After all, the former is about playing instruments and singing, where you can adjust the style and rhythm yourself. In karaoke, there are microphones and amplifiers, so the focus is on singing accurately and beautifully. Regardless of the reason, Zhao Yuner thought Chen Shi's focused state while singing was incredibly cool. Her gaze was constantly drawn to him, and his clear and pure voice made her thoroughly enjoy it. Chen Shi started singing, and Zhao Yuner couldn't sit still any longer. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was taking her seat, she went and selected her favorite song, wanting to give Chen Shi a good performance. When Chen Shi finished singing, she excitedly stood next to him with the microphone, blocking him in the corner and saying, It's my turn. Chen Shi looked at Zhao Yuner with great curiosity, and he was also very curious about how well the girl sang. Zhao Yuner held the microphone in both hands, staring intently at the screen. When the melodious prelude ended, she parted her red lips slightly, and then her soft and pleasant voice came out. I heard winter leaving. I woke up in a certain month and year. I look forward to it. But the future cannot be planned for this. It sounds so good. Wang Peng was extremely envious and didn't dare to have any unreasonable thoughts. He said to Li Haoren, I'm going to the office to take care of something. I went to the toilet. When Zhao Yuner sang the chorus, she turned her gaze to Chen Shi, her expression serious, and adjusted her breathing slightly. Seeing this, Li Haoren looked at Bai Shuefei and couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't he receive the same treatment? I decided to go to the toilet. The singing continued. Who will I meet, and what kind of conversations will we have? The person I'm waiting for, how far into the future is he? I hear the wind, coming from the subway and the sea of people. Meeting you was the most beautiful accident. Stephanie Sun's voice is more mature, and she paid great attention to technique when singing in counter, with smooth transitions. Zhao Yuner's voice, on the other hand, is much more immature, with a sweet and cute quality, but she failed to capture the pitiful feeling. However, Chen Shi deserves high praise, as she sang the entire song without any breaks or changes in pitch, surpassing most non-professional female singers. After the song ended, everyone else applauded and cheered. Zhao Yuner also moved closer to Chen Shi, waiting for his praise, her watery eyes full of anticipation. How did I sing? Did I sing well? It sounds nice. Is it enough that it sounds nice? Zhao Yuner feigned a resentful expression, like a young wife dissatisfied with her husband's desires. Chen Shi's gaze never left her, and he wore a helpless smile. What else do you want? TCH, I'm not going to bother with you. Zhao Yuner cheerfully opened the song search again. After finding the song title, she unusually acted coy. Chenxi, how about you sing as long as I have you with me? Chenxi's thoughts were interrupted, and she lost focus. What song is that? I've never heard of it before. Then let's sing JJ Lin and Jean Shaw's Expecting Love. I'm not very familiar with this one. You should know how to sing Because of Love by now, right? Chenxi touched her nose, her eyes darting around. The pitch is a bit too high. Ugh, how come you can't do this or that? Zhao Yuner stomped her foot in a slightly coquettish and spoiled manner. Is there any song you know that we can sing together? A kind breakup. As Chenxi said this, his voice involuntarily paused, and he regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. Chapter 39 Just Friends. A minute ago, a system notification sounded in Chenxi's mind, interrupting his thoughts for a moment. Zhao Yuner's favorability has reached 79, which is a bottleneck stage. The favorability advancement task has been triggered. Zhao Yuner invites you to sing a love song duet. What is your response? With no system options available, Chenxi stared blankly at Zhao Yuner's expectant yet coquettish expression. Chenxi had no interest in playing the song for 3 consecutive times. When she saw Good-Hearted Breakup on the screen, she unconsciously uttered it, but regretted it as soon as it left her mouth. Zhao Yuner, who was acting coquettishly just a second ago, now had her smile frozen. She opened her mouth slightly, and neither she nor Chenxi spoke, staring at each other silently for a while. I'm going to the restroom. Chenxi felt that standing there like this was even more unbearable, so she spoke up first to break the stalemate. Zhao Yuner was completely dejected, her face filled with disappointment. She finally mustered the courage to take the initiative, but things didn't go as planned, extinguishing her first stirrings of love. Bai Shufa came over and took Zhao Yuner's hand, only to see that her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears, and her long eyelashes were trembling. She looked so pitiful that I felt very sorry for her. Bai Shufa was getting angry, and she kept muttering, "What an insensitive man." Our Zilong kindly invited him, but he didn't even accept. He even pretended to need to go to the bathroom. He went again just now. It was so fake. It's infuriating. We're never going out with him again. Sanya noticed that something seemed off and quickly slipped out, leaving only a few of his roommates in the private room. They took turns comforting Zhao Yuner. Feng Bauer, who rarely spoke up at this moment, her attitude completely different from Bai Shufa's. If you want to be with this kind of boy, it's not something that can be done overnight. If he accepts it too quickly, I feel that it won't last long. This kind of boy requires a long-term strategy and a protracted battle. No, there isn't. Zhao Yuner brushed aside the hair that had fallen across her forehead, while subtly wiping away the tear stains that had somehow appeared at the corners of her eyes. She smiled gently and said, "Actually, it's not as complicated as you think. I'm just closer to him than to other people. After all, he's my only male friend. It's normal for you to have the wrong idea." They all understood that Zhao Yuner was asking for Chenxi's resignation on her behalf, not wanting them to speak ill of Chenxi, and also wanting them to rest assured that they didn't need to worry about her, as she could handle things on her own. Zhao Yuner's words were nothing but self-deception. She and Chenxi were just friends and had no other relationship, so why should she worry about matters of the heart? Feng Bauer still advocated for persuasion, and she countered with a question, "So you mean if you had other male friends, you would also be this close to Chenxi?" Zhao Yuner was speechless. She thought it was impossible and unwilling. It seemed that only Chenxi was a boy who could make her less guarded and open her heart to him. The more she saw this, the more Bai Shufa felt sorry for her. With displeasure, she said, "TCH, this kind of guy is really awful. He neither takes the initiative nor refuses. He's definitely a scumbag. Fei, stop talking. Chenxi isn't that kind of person." Zhao Yuner felt that she was the one with the bigger problem. They had only known each other for a short time and had only met a few times. Before she could figure out Chenxi's thoughts, she had lost her composure and acted too proactively. At this moment, she only hoped that Chenxi considered her a friend and wouldn't look down on her because of this. Chenxi felt a little lost as she left the private room. On her way to the restroom, she happened to see Li Haoren and Wang Peng squatting around a corner smoking. Chenxi simply joined them, lit a yellow crane tower cigarette and smoked it silently, then tossed one to each of them. Wang Peng was just smiling and didn't notice anything unusual. Old Chen? Li Haoren was completely baffled by his actions. What's wrong? Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to smoke. Li Haoren was skeptical. Chen Shi took a deep drag of his cigarette, the first puff going straight into his lungs. He held it in for a while before exhaling, and the smoke was gone. This was shown to Li Haoran. Wow, even the old smoker can't compare to him. Will he get dumped? Chen Shi felt that he was also quite pathetic. A girl was trying to get close to him, but he rejected her, and then he came out to whine and complain, forcing himself to write new poems to express his sorrow. The main reason was that a few days ago, Li Haoran talked to him about Zhao Yuner, and he realized that he was sometimes too reserved. The girl had already taken the initiative, and he was still unmoved, which was really wrong of him. So he seriously examined his relationship with Zhao Yuner. Today, Zhao Yuner is even more affectionate towards Chen Shi. If Chen Shi can't see that Zhao Yuner has feelings for him, then he would truly be a fool. But he hesitated. He was questioning himself. Having never had a normal relationship in his past life, and having been a jerk all his life, was he really suited for dating? He felt that he was not good enough for such a wonderful girl as Zhao Yuner. If they were really together, even if nothing happened today, he would hurt her sooner or later. If he really hurts her, that would be so sinful that he wouldn't even be able to forgive himself. Chen Shi thought about it and felt it was really messed up. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have flirted with her in the first place. I guess Zhao Yuner is feeling pretty down too, right? Chen Shi and Zhao Yuner haven't gone swimming in the past few days. Chao Liangfei, the sports student who had a conflict with Chen Shi last time, was quite flustered at first, but in the following days, he realized that he had been tricked. He told his friends that he was in big trouble. He had accidentally offended a senior member of the student council and hoped that the other party wasn't someone too powerful. Then one of the guys said, "No way, I saw that guy leaving that day, wearing his military training uniform. He should have been a freshman." Huh? How does he know the sports minister of the school association? Oh yeah. Damn, did he trick us? It's normal for freshmen to know the sports minister's name. Grass. Looking back, it makes sense. That kid didn't have any evidence to prove that he knew Qin Shengnan. They just left because they felt guilty. Chao Liangfei was furious. Today, Chao Liangfei and a few sports student friends came to a karaoke bar. While chatting, the topic came up again. He said arrogantly, "Damn it, I hope I don't run into that kid at school. I'll give him a good beating. But that woman shouldn't be a freshman. She came before military training was over that afternoon. What if she knows someone from the sports department? Know him? What? If we knew him, he would have been taken over by someone else long ago. Yeah, she looks so sexy, huh?" These sports students arrived in the afternoon, all drunk and high on their guts. They went to the toilet in a group, talking loudly and arrogantly, and no one dared to block their way. But then a short, clueless guy blocked Chao Liangfei's way as he came out of the restroom. The two bumped into each other and stumbled. I'm so sorry. That blind, four-eyed bastard." Despite the short man's hasty apology, Chao Liangfei quickly grabbed his collar, stared down at him with a fierce look, and slapped him twice across the face. Physical education students are really strong. When they've been drinking, they don't hold back when they hit someone. Xiao Xi's glasses were knocked off, and his head was buzzing. "You! Why did you hit me? That's exactly what I'm going to do." Chao Liangfei must have been possessed by some kind of madman. Seeing that the other party still dared to talk back, he kicked him away. Chen Shi and his two roommates were squatting in a corner smoking when they heard a familiar voice coming from not far away, followed by a muffled groan and a sound of resistance. The three of them stood up at the same time out of curiosity and looked over. They were shocked by what they saw. Damn it, Song Yu was being punched and kicked by several people. "Fuck your mother!" Wang Peng roared in fury. Chao Liangfei immediately noticed that there were three people, and he recognized the familiar figure at a glance. It was the same kid he had met at the swimming pool that day. Damn it, get them! As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shi kicked Chao Liangfei, sending him flying against the wall. Chapter 40. Don't overthink it. Upon seeing their roommate being beaten, Chen Shi and his two roommates rushed forward without hesitation and began fighting with the attacker. Chen Shi was already incredibly annoyed, and then he ran into Chao Liangfei, that idiot, who pinned him to the wall with a single swift kick. Chao Liangfei and his brothers, all around 1.8 meters tall, immediately sprang into action when they saw Chen Shi kick someone away with a single kick. One of the physical education students was closest to Chen Shi and raised his foot to kick her. Chen Shi reacted quickly and instinctively kicked out, making contact with the other student. As a result, Chen Shi felt his calf go numb from the impact, while the other student was kicked so hard that he fell flat on his face to the ground. Zhao Liangfei, who had just been kicked away, was furious. Although his body was a little sore from the kick, he didn't feel any serious injury under the influence of adrenaline. He got up and rushed towards Chen Shi. The scene descended into chaos. Wang Peng was also fierce. He didn't have any fighting skills, he just used his fists to fight head-on and his body to withstand the punches and kicks from his opponents. He was the most physically strong among those present. Although he was being attacked quite hard by two sports students, he seemed to have the upper hand and remained steadfast, while the two opponents seemed to be slightly defeated. Li Haoren's fight was the most common one-on-one brawl, returning to the most primitive and simple fighting style. You throw a punch, I kick, and if you get thrown down, you get up and throw the other person down again, just like a round-robin battle. The most hated person was definitely Chen Shi. Ignoring everyone else, the three of them took turns bombarding him. At first, Chen Shi was a bit flustered and got kicked several times, which made her new clothes numb and dirty. But as the fight progressed, she became more and more adept and felt like her opponent was throwing punches in slow motion. Before long, she was able to dodge and parry the attacks at will. Chen Shi was already incredibly annoyed, and then he ran into a bunch of idiots. He could have defeated them with minimal losses, but he didn't hold back at all. Even if he got beaten up himself, he still wanted to beat them up badly. With a series of maneuvers, Iori Yagami unleashed all 8 of his signature moves. As a result, both of them were beaten to the ground by Chen Shi, their faces bruised and swollen. They realized that they really couldn't take it if the beating continued, so they sat on the ground, clutching the aches and pains and pretending to be dead. Zhao Liangfei was left completely bewildered, both angry and scared. He couldn't win the fight, but not fighting wouldn't quell his anger. It wasn't until Chen Shi kicked him again, causing him to vomit up everything he had eaten that afternoon, that he lay on the ground begging for mercy. I was wrong, brother, I was wrong, I won't do it again, brother. Nonsense, Chen Shi knew he was wrong. The most formidable of them all was Song Yu. He was no match for a 1.8-meter tall man. Enraged, he went to the toilet to find a mop and used it to poke the person opposite him, instantly turning the situation into a chaotic mess. Chen Shi was so enraged that he even wanted to kick Zhao Liangfei on the head. At this moment, the KTV security guards heard the noise and rushed over, quickly stopping Chen Shi. Stop! Don't cause trouble here. All of you, stop right now. I've already called the police. If you don't stop, I'm recording this. The security captain was tall and burly, and although he was very intimidating, he certainly wouldn't dare to lay a hand on these young people who looked like students because of the high standards of conduct required in the area where there were universities nearby. He could only try to persuade them. Even when he saw the scene clearly, he was surprised. It was obvious that Chen Shi and his group of 4 were in cahoots and had taken down several of the other 7 people. The difference in the momentum between the two sides was obvious, with the fierceness and the defeat being clear at a glance. Holy crap! That's fucking awesome! You can be the security captain. The commotion caused by the brawl involving 11 people was considerable. Customers in nearby private rooms who had just been peeking out through the small windows on their doors came out one by one to watch the excitement. The girls in Zhao Yun'er's dormitory also noticed what was happening outside. When they came out, the battle was over, and the situation was obvious. They were all terrified and whispered about what had happened and why they had acted so impulsively. Zhao Yun'er, however, saw Chen Shi with red eyes and a cold expression, her clothes dirty and her hands scraped. My emotions, which I had finally managed to calm down, were stirred up again. My eyes involuntarily reddened, and I felt a pang of heartache that even made my fingers ache. What's going on? Seeing that everyone had been injured, with Li Haoren being the most seriously injured, his face bruised and swollen, Bai Shuefei came over worriedly to ask what had happened. He didn't feel anything while fighting, but afterwards, Li Haoren was in excruciating pain all over his body and was so angry that he had to grit his teeth and curse all sorts of foul language. When Bai Shuefei came to inquire, he chuckled and said in a very manly manner, "These idiots bullied Song Yu, and when we found out, they started fighting." There was still some blood on his nose that he had just wiped away, and he looked rather comical when he laughed. Bai Shuefei felt a little embarrassed, wondering if it would be impolite to laugh out loud now. Zhao Yun'er came to Chen Shi's side and tried to reach out to touch him several times, but she didn't dare to take that step. She could only look at his profile with longing eyes. There is a police station near the school. When they received a call reporting a group fight, the on-duty police officers immediately drove several vehicles to the scene. A special rectification campaign is currently underway across the district. Without saying a word, the team leader took all the people involved in the fight away. However, the police officers were relatively cooperative. It was obvious that the students were causing trouble, and they might even be from Jiangnan University or the normal university across the street. If the situation wasn't serious, they would probably just take them back for a reprimand and then contact the school teachers to take them home. At the police station, the officer on duty didn't take any statements or anything. He simply asked about what happened and concluded that the two parties had gotten into a fight because they were drunk. It was an impromptu argument, and they hadn't planned to fight. It wasn't a big problem. We just gave them a serious reprimand, had them sign a commitment letter or something, and pretended that nothing had happened. It wasn't even a civil dispute. Chao Liangfei was definitely the one who got the worst injuries tonight. Half of his face was swollen. He stared at the police officer, seemingly very dissatisfied with the outcome. The police officer said coldly, "It's not impossible to handle this as a civil dispute, but since you initiated this, you'll be in even more trouble if the other party sues you." She was on the verge of tears, especially when she saw Chen Shi's fierce gaze. She was so frightened that she dared not make any more small movements. The end result was that they had to call their respective counselors to come and pick them up. The sports college was nearby, and their counselor was the first to arrive. As soon as he saw them, he gave his students a good scolding. "How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? In the end, you can't even beat others in a fight. Is this what you call sports students?" After apologizing to the police officers at the police station and then on behalf of his students to apologize to Chen Shi and the others, he left with his group. Gong Wei arrived a little late. After exchanging pleasantries at the institute for a while, he left with Chen Shi and the others. As they were leaving, he said helplessly, "Being your counselor is really difficult. You're causing so much trouble so late at night. And this kind of situation will definitely result in a minor demerit. You should just act impulsively." But Gong Wei smiled and changed the subject. "As someone who's been through this, I think you did a great job. When your own brother gets beaten up, you should stand up for him." He patted Chen Shi on the shoulder and said, "You've done a great job as class monitor, but you should think twice before you act in the future. After all, we're not children anymore, we're all adults, and many things are beyond our control." Gong Wei didn't say much, just told them to go home and rest early because they had class tomorrow, and then he rode off on his electric scooter. In mid-September, the nights in Jiangcheng were already a bit chilly. Especially after the fight, Li Haoran and Song Yu felt cold and trembled as soon as they stepped out of the police station. Chen Shi. No sooner had Gong Wei left than Bai Shuefei and the other girls walked over from the side. Chen Shi hadn't expected that they would still be there after she had been at the police station for so long. It was getting late, so Bai Shuefei didn't waste any time and slapped Li Haoran on the shoulder. "Little Li, you're a real man. No wonder you're our young master. You. Brother Da Peng is awesome too." Li Haoran was in so much pain he was gritting his teeth, while Wang Peng grinned and showed off his biceps. Bai Shuefei then turned to Chen Shi, but Chen Shi is still the fiercest. He stood up for his brothers and took on 3 opponents without being at a disadvantage. He also struck the hardest. He's really loyal. Chen Shi fell silent. Zhao Yun'er listened without saying a word, biting her lower lip. Only she knew the real situation. She raised her face and gazed deeply into Chen Shi's eyes. Chen Shi gave her a smile and gently patted her shoulder. "It's okay, go back. Don't overthink it." It was this last sentence that caused Zhao Yun'er to lose sleep completely. Chapter 41: The zombies ruthlessly eat your brain. Because of Chen Shi's simple words, Zhao Yun'er tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep all night. Of course, the favorability upgrade quest that the system had previously prompted him to complete failed, as the system notification echoed in Chen Shi's mind. Fondness upgrade quest failed. Zhao Yun'er's favorability remains unchanged at 79. Consumption rebate rewards are halved. However, Chen Shi was quite depressed and didn't want to care about anything else, so she stopped thinking about anything related to Zhao Yun'er. Because of the fight and the drinking, all 4 of Chen Shi's roommates were quite sleepy after getting into bed. Song Yu kept thanking everyone, saying that they had all gotten hurt because of him, but his roommates didn't seem to care. Wang Peng said, "Isn't it only right that I stand up for my roommate who was beaten?" Li Haoran said arrogantly, "I'll beat those bastards every time I see them." Physical fatigue is undeniable. After a short chat, they both fell asleep. When Li Haoran woke up the next day, he was yelling in bed, "Ouch. It hurts so much. I'll never fight again. My whole body ached, and my eye sockets, face, and fists were swollen and painful in several places, making it almost impossible for me to get up." He wasn't sleepy, so he stayed in bed. Song Yu's condition was similar to his, while Wang Peng only had lower back pain. Chen Shi acted as if nothing had happened, except for some bruises on the back of her hand and a slight pain. Class starts in 15 minutes, get up quickly, Chen Shi said to Li Haoren, who was still lazing in bed, as she was about to leave. Li Haoren said lazily, I'll lie down for another half hour and go later. Old Chen, can you cover for me when it comes to signing in and taking attendance? Chen Shi kindly reminded her, the first class is English, and it's a small class, so you might not be in the same class as me. Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? Being caught absent from the first class of the semester was something Li Haoren was definitely not going to do, so he immediately jumped out of bed. By the way, according to the get out of class schedule, Chen Shi is not in the same classroom as them, but they are in the same building. With just over 10 minutes to spare, Chen Shi wasn't in a hurry. She bought fried dough sticks and soy milk at the cafeteria before leisurely walking to the classroom, arriving just before the bell rang. He originally wanted to sit in the back row, but the small class only had about 20 students, and the students from the whole grade had been reorganized. Miss English smiled and called him to sit in the front row. With no other option, Chen Shi found a seat in the front row with only one other person, who happened to be a girl she knew. It was He Yushir from class 2, wearing a white t-shirt with some patterns and very ordinary black jeans. Good morning, Chen Shi. He Yushir had already spotted Chen Shi. After hesitating for a while, she timidly greeted him. Good morning. Out of politeness, Chen Shi nodded in response. For the rest of the time, the teacher called roll and gave a lecture, while Chen Shi was busy with her own things, including playing on her phone. The teacher couldn't see her because the chair in front of her was blocking her view, and of course, even if she did, she wouldn't care. He Yushir listened very attentively, her big, bright eyes following the teacher's rhythm, her little face full of concentration. However, Chen Shi's distracted behavior was also quite eye-catching. He Yushir, who had only been listening to the lesson for less than 10 minutes, unconsciously shifted her attention to Chen Shi. She was eating fried dough sticks, drinking soy milk, and then playing on her phone, without even opening a single page of her textbook. He Yushir was very curious. Do top scorers in the college entrance examination not need to attend classes? Is this the difference between an ordinary person like myself and a top scorer? If she knew that Chen Shi's English score in the college entrance examination was probably less than half of hers, I wonder what she would think. Chen Shi was too lazy to pretend to be a good student. He couldn't understand what she was listening to, and he couldn't learn anything from it. It's better to have some fun in class so you'll have plenty of energy to do other things after class. So I started playing Plants vs. Zombies. He Yushir glanced over from time to time and noticed the game Chen Shi was playing. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but the more she watched, the more engrossed she became, watching Chen Shi fight off a large wave of zombies from the moment he planted the first sunflower. First level, second level, third level. Looking back, He Yushir realized that she had actually watched others play several games during class time. Good heavens! It's so sinful, she patted her cheeks, trying to focus. He Yushir was disturbed by Chen Shi while she was nearby, and Chen Shi was certainly aware of her movements as well. Seeing her silly, regretful little expression, Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh and pushed the phone over. Would you like to play a game? Chen Shi pushed the phone towards her to play with, which was something He Yushir hadn't expected at all. She felt guilty just watching for a while, so she wouldn't dare to play with it. I'm in class. He Yushir said softly, but for some reason, her innocent little eyes kept glancing at Chen Shi's screen. What are you afraid of? Nobody's going to bother you. No. It's starting, hurry up. Chen Shi could tell at a glance that she was curious. She was bored by herself, so she might as well find a companion to play with. He Yushir didn't mean she was afraid, but rather that she felt it would be unfair to the teacher if she didn't listen while the teacher was lecturing. Moreover, she felt it would be unfair to her family for their hard work in paying for her tuition if she didn't take her studies seriously. But the game had already started, and Chen Shi still pushed the task onto her. She was too shy to refuse. How do you play this? Watching others play is one thing, but when He Yushir actually played it herself, she really didn't know how to operate it. Click on the sunflower, then click on the location where you want to plant it, and place it in the middle. Following the instructions, He Yushir planted the sunflowers in the middle of the last row. Based on where the zombies are coming out, plant a pea shooter in the third row first. Plant sunflowers while there aren't many zombies yet. The fire can't be killed anytime soon, so I'll buy some nuts to tide me over. He Yusher picked it up quickly and passed the test without any pressure, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. While passing a level, I casually clicked to enter the next level, completely forgetting that I was in class. But she reacted quickly, immediately letting go of her hands. Here you go. Chenxi rested her chin on her hand, too lazy to move. If you like playing, then play more. Listening for a little less won't make a difference. Forehead. It's really fun. He Yusher quietly raised her head and glanced at the teacher, only to find that the teacher was lecturing vividly and hadn't noticed that she was daydreaming. That makes sense. For English courses, missing a few lessons won't have a big impact. A game only lasts a few minutes, then another game, just one game. Later, when new plants were unlocked, He Yusher looked at the fierce-looking giant lettuce and was puzzled. How do you use this plant? There are still plenty of suns, let's give it a try. As Chenxi spoke, he planted a large lettuce in front of the zombie. The zombie glared at him and then jumped up, flattening the dull-witted zombie. Put. He Yusher couldn't help but laugh out loud, which drew the attention of several people. Even the teacher on the podium stopped and asked, "Any problem?" He Yusher realized she had been too loud, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom, and she looked at the teacher with embarrassment. The teacher was very kind. He knew they were daydreaming, but he would give them a chance if it wasn't too serious once or twice. He said, "No problem, let's continue." He Yusher was so nervous she was in her throat, but Chenxi didn't react at all. She whispered a reminder, "How dare you still play? Others are playing too, hurry, the zombies are about to break in." Chenxi didn't care. He Yusher looked around the classroom and noticed that many students were playing on their phones with their heads down, occasionally glancing up at the teacher as if they were paying close attention to the lesson. Some people even played around without bringing their books. Well, my English isn't too bad, so playing a little more shouldn't be a big problem, right? Yes, I'll definitely make up for it properly later. When He Yusher turned her attention to the screen, she suddenly realized that her little cart was gone, and the zombie leisurely walked into the house. The zombies mercilessly ate your brains. Chapter 42: The Top Scholar's Strength. Almost every time a plant is unlocked, He Yusher will ask Chenxi what the plant is used for. Unlocking new plants is also a major attraction in the early stages of the game. She always smiles when she sees the functions of new plants, such as the venomous plant that eats zombies and the freezing pea shooter. How can they be so interesting? Although the phone was with He Yusher, she was incredibly incompetent, so she was essentially the one operating it while Chenxi gave instructions. Because of this, the two were very close, and He Yusher could faintly smell a very pleasant fragrance on Chenxi's body, a very comfortable feeling. She considered whether to tell Chenxi not to get so close, but felt embarrassed, afraid that he would think she disliked him. He Yusher was thus bathed in Chenxi's scent, her little face flushed slightly. There was no break between the two English classes. He Yusher was completely influenced by Chenxi and unknowingly passed more than a dozen levels without even noticing the passage of time. The English teacher asked from the podium, "Who can answer this question? Any volunteers?" As soon as the teacher asked a question, everyone immediately became quiet, stopped what they were doing, looked up, and pretended to be half listening and half confused. Chenxi and He Yusher were still playing there, especially He Yusher, who looked like she was being amused by Chenxi but was trying to suppress her laughter, which was hard not to attract the teacher's attention. The girl on the right in the third row? When the teacher called out the seats, He Yusher trembled, finally realizing what was happening. I stood up instinctively, feeling nervous. The English teacher smiled kindly. "Could you tell everyone what entrepreneur means?" I'm sorry, teacher, I don't know how. He Yusher had never learned this word before, so she just stood there dumbfounded, lowering her head in embarrassment. I got caught playing games in class by the teacher, and I felt so embarrassed. Oops. She thought to herself, I'll never dare to daydream in class again. It's all right, the teacher said gently. Remember to pay attention next time and don't daydream again. The teacher didn't mean to embarrass anyone, she just wanted to give a reminder. Unfortunately, the reminder landed on this shy girl, He Yusher, who immediately acted as if she had done something wrong, and it's highly likely she won't repeat the mistake. However, the boy next to her seemed indifferent, and the teacher felt it was necessary to give him a warning. The boy next to me, it's your turn to answer. Chenxi stood up, glanced at the list written on the blackboard, and blurted out, entrepreneur, startup founder. The teacher was somewhat surprised, seeing that he seemed to understand even without listening, so she asked him to read and translate a relevant passage from the text. Chenxi then read the text aloud. Entrepreneur's character scan. One of the fundamental questions that a startup business needs to ask is what it takes to be a successful company. A long string of standard, fluent English came out of Chen Shi's mouth, with intonation and without the slightest pause. As if it had been rehearsed for a long time, the music flowed into everyone's ears like a gentle stream, filling them with pleasant sounds. The translation was also translated along with it. The room fell silent. The boys who were initially looking on with glee were completely stunned. Few students at Jiangda University have poor English, but Chen Shi's pronunciation was just too standard, and it was absolutely impossible for him to translate so fluently after just one glance. He Yusher's lips also parted slightly. The English teacher asked curiously, "Did you study beforehand?" "No." Chen Shi shook her head. The English teacher's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a promising candidate for learning English. Not to mention them, even Chen Shi himself was extremely surprised. In his previous life, he couldn't even understand a few words in high school reading comprehension. How could he speak so fluently now? He pondered for a while, wondering if he had copied Zhao Min's programming skills last night and copied her English level as well. The English teacher, quite satisfied, had the two of them sit down and said to Yusher, "From now on, you should learn from your boyfriend. If he tutors you a little more diligently, you won't even need to listen in class anymore." Ha ha ha. The class burst into laughter. Yusher blushed so much she wanted to crawl into a paving stone. She secretly glanced at Chen Shi, and only felt relieved when she saw that he didn't react. Yusher was filled with regret and felt quite inferior. Those top scorers in the college entrance exam have so much talent they don't need to attend classes. How could I possibly hang out with them and get misunderstood by the teacher? It was incredibly embarrassing. With only 10 minutes left in the class, Yusher dared not play anymore and focused intently on the podium, listening to the teacher's lecture. However, since Chen Shi was sitting outside and Yusher was sitting inside, when she looked out, she could always catch a glimpse of the green ball floating on Chen Shi's phone screen and the constantly falling sun. She couldn't help but wonder, what level has he reached? What new plants has he unlocked? In the end, Yusher didn't hear a single word in the remaining 10 minutes. She felt terrible about herself. No, Yusher, you can't do this. Next time, in the next class, I definitely can't sit next to him. As soon as the bell rang, Chen Shi stood up and headed to the classroom for the next class. Unfortunately, Yusher was taking the same class, a large class, so she would definitely be in the same classroom as Chen Shi. During the long break between classes, the corridors were extremely congested, so Yusher could only follow behind Chen Shi, who had to break through the crowd for her to get forward. Unfortunately, their classroom was far from the classroom for the next class, and by the time they squeezed to the classroom door, the bell for the next class had just rung. Yusher had a bad feeling. After entering the classroom, I felt like crying. With only 4 empty seats left in the front row, does that mean Chen Shi will have to sit with me again? Just as she expected, as soon as she sat down, Chen Shi didn't deliberately sit apart from her, but sat upright to her left, basically in the same position as during class. Oh my god. Please spare me. She couldn't deliberately move to the side, as if to say, I don't like you sitting next to me. Yusher felt quite happy being with Chen Shi. He was very caring. However, she was scared after the last class, afraid that Chen Shi would come up with some new game to play with her again. If it's during recess, that's fine. Yusher only dared to think about it weakly, and quickly put away this unrealistic idea. He must be surrounded by many beautiful girls, so why would he possibly include me? She could only sigh inwardly. At worst, she would just have to concentrate better in class and not let him affect her. Fortunately, Chen Shi had been listening to the lecture for the first few minutes. The lecture was on C language and programming fundamentals. The teacher was an old professor. Unlike other programming teachers who would ramble on about introductions and historical stories for a long time, he went straight to the point and talked about programs and algorithms, leaving the students below stunned. They haven't even learned to walk yet, and they're already running? I couldn't understand a word he said. Since copying Zhao Min's programming skills, Chen Shi felt his thinking was much clearer, and some previously unheard of professional terms appeared in his mind. At first glance, despite its 20 or 30 lines of code, it's actually just a very simple recursive function, an algorithm for calculating the factorial of n. The teacher used code as an example to explain before introducing basic concepts such as what programming is and what an algorithm is. Although she could understand it, like most students, Chen Shi inevitably yawned after a short while and silently took out her phone. It's starting. It's starting. He's at it again. Just when Ayushar thought Chen-shi was about to play a game, she was surprised to find that he had set an alarm, and then she just lay down like that, all fresh and clean, and fell asleep? Hey. Chen-shi, this is the first row. Chapter 43. I want to make friends with the class monitor. I don't care if you're in the first or second row, I'll just go to sleep first. Chen-shi's knowledge level improved, but his listening comprehension didn't keep up at all. He would get sleepy as soon as the teacher read the PowerPoint slides, and eventually, he couldn't stay awake any longer and would lie down. I felt more comfortable sleeping there than in my dorm room. I also had a dream. A humorous yet exciting dream. In his dream, he somehow ended up with Xia Yuqin, and they were rolling around in bed together in the room. Just as things were about to get heated, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open. Zhao Yun'er came in aggressively and looked aggrieved, saying that it seemed he had come at the wrong time. Chen-shi was shameless and didn't even cover himself, grabbing Zhao Yun'er's hand and saying, "You've come at the perfect time." But in the blink of an eye, Zhao Yun'er pounced on the bed and started wrestling with Xia Yuqin. Chen-shi couldn't stop them and was too lazy to play along, so she tried to hold on to Ayushar, who was standing by the door. Then a slap came, and there was a loud smack. The old professor on the podium slammed his fist on the table in anger, waking Chen-shi up. How do you manage to sleep? At your age? At this stage of your life, you can still sleep soundly? Have you any ambition at all? Chen-shi groggily raised his head. The old professor's face was as black as charcoal with anger, and his eagle-like eyes were fixed on him. If you don't want to listen to my lecture, then get out. How dare you sleep and slack off in my class? This old professor was most disappointed in students like this. They clearly knew nothing and didn't care about their studies. But if they knew everything he taught, they wouldn't need to come to class for the entire semester, and he would get full marks on their attendance. Please stand up and explain to your classmates what this code is used for. Seeing Chen-shi being called upon, Li Haoran and Wang Peng in the back row chuckled to themselves. You old Chen, you've actually embarrassed yourself like this. The other students from Class 1 and Class 2 also started whispering among themselves, seemingly wanting to see Chen-shi make a fool of himself. Only 2 or 3 classmates felt something was inexplicably wrong. Chen-shi stood up, glanced briefly at the electronic screen, and answered succinctly, "Bubble sort." The old professor was taken aback, thinking to himself, could this kid have already previewed the material? Then he flipped through a few pages of the PowerPoint presentation and asked, where's this program? Insertion sort. What does I equals I1 mean? Shifting an element to the right means moving the value of the previous element to the right by 1 position. The old professor asked a few more questions, his mood shifting from anger to hesitation, and finally to satisfaction. You've studied programming before, you have a foundation in development? Chen-shi shook her head, I just read the book once. Your foundation is quite solid. Sit down first. After listening to the teacher, the students below were all dumbfounded. They listened attentively and didn't dare to miss a single second, but they were still confused. Chen-shi slept for most of the day, and when he got up, he finished explaining the rest of the content. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Li Haoran and Wang Peng stopped laughing. Damn, is it so hard to see Lao Chen make a fool of himself? As for the 2 or 3 classmates who were in the same English class as Chen-shi, they remained expressionless. Well, I told you things weren't that simple. He's acting like the same guy twice, can't you stop being so unreasonable? Hi. Ayushar breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried about him. No wonder he's the top scorer in the college entrance exam. How can he be so amazing? I'm so envious. I didn't understand much of what he said earlier. Ayushar couldn't help but glance at Chen-shi a few times, thinking that it would be great if he could give her private tutoring. The old professor was in a good mood. He asked Chen-shi's name and then said to everyone, if you have any questions in the future, you can ask this student for help. His knowledge is very solid. Party branch secretary Lin Jing smiled and said, Teacher, Chen-shi is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in northern Hubei province. The top scholar? That's amazing. The old professor had to look at him with new respect. He has been teaching at Jiangda University for so many years, and he has only heard of a handful of top scorers, let alone provincial top scorers. He recalled teaching a student named Lei Jun more than 20 years ago. Lei Jun was also a top scorer in the college entrance examination, but he was from Xiantao. He later became the CEO of Kingsoft and founded his own company. A remarkable achievement. I have never seen such a brilliant student before. Now, another of my students has become a provincial champion. He is only a freshman and his knowledge is already so solid. He is a promising talent with unlimited potential. Yes, he's also our class monitor. She seemed to be praising Lin Jing, and was even more excited than Qinshi. The professor's eyes lit up. All right, in that case, Qinshi will be the class representative from now on and will help the teacher collect homework. Ha! Qinshi had suddenly gained another position without even realizing it. Qinshi couldn't sleep for the next 3 classes either, but it was impossible for her to listen to the lectures. The only way to stay awake was to play on her phone. After class, the students all scattered to the cafeteria for lunch, but Qinshi was kept behind by the old professor, who asked him if he had any research ideas. Qinshi said that he was only a freshman and was not thinking about such a long-term prospect at the moment. The professor didn't force him, but gave him extra help. Anyway, you already know all the material in this course, and you don't really want to listen. You can come whenever you want, or not. Just remember to collect my homework. Qinshi was more than happy to accept this, and after thanking the teacher, he went to have lunch. Although it took 10 minutes to get there, the cafeteria was still packed with people. After waiting in line for more than 10 minutes, Qinshi finally squeezed in front of the auntie and said, "Auntie, I'll have a serving of braised pork." The aunt scooped up a big spoonful of meat for Qinshi, who was already drooling. But when she lifted it up, her hand slipped, and the dish turned into braised quail eggs. When it was stretched out, it was shaken again, and the braised quail egg turned into a braised potato. Qinshi stared at the 2 pieces of braised pork in the bowl, one all fat and one all lean, along with 2 quail eggs and a pile of potatoes, lost in thought. Next. The aunt tapped her spoon, urging Qinshi to give up her seat to the students behind her. I'm so frustrated. I'll eat anyone who's human. Qinshi was extremely impressed. These people, despite having Parkinson's disease, still had to go out to work. They were truly dedicated. He casually found a seat, ate a couple of bites, and then a girl sat down opposite him and greeted him. "Class monitor, what a coincidence, you're eating in the cafeteria too." It was Zhang Yuqian from the same class. She wasn't holding a plate, so she must have finished eating. Qinshi wondered where I would eat if I wasn't in the cafeteria, and out of politeness replied, "What a coincidence." Zhang Yuqian was wearing a beige tank top, and she was peeking out, her cleavage clearly visible to everyone. Seeing that Qinshi's bowl had hardly any food, she asked curiously, "Wow, class monitor, you're eating so little? Are you on a diet lately?" Already annoyed, Qinshi was further humiliated and ended up being attacked again, which made her laugh in exasperation. "How can I help you?" "Nothing much, I just wanted to ask when you're free so I could invite you to dinner." "Why are you inviting me to dinner?" Qinshi asked, puzzled. "I just want to make friends with you, class monitor. Also, I'd like to talk to you about my scholarship." The scholarships for 5 students, including Wang Peng and Zhang Yuqian, have not yet been finalized. Qinshi has already given them feedback to see if they can provide any other proof of hardship. If not, the scholarships will be approved for 2 of them based on the information the counselor has gathered. Zhang Yuqian leaned forward slightly and lowered her body a little, making her cleavage even deeper, almost revealing her private parts. She even winked at Qinshi shyly. Qinshi didn't even bother with her and said dismissively, "You don't need to use your money to treat me. Keep it for yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuqian immediately lowered her head, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Class monitor, do you look down on me because I come from a poor family?" Awesome. Qinshi found it funny and wasn't buying Zhang Yuqian's act at all. But before he could say anything, a charming voice entered his ears. "Oh Qinshi, it turns out you don't like our Zilong because you like this kind of person. Chapter 44 Unless you let me touch you." The sarcastic voice reached Qinshi's ears, but she didn't find it jarring. In fact, she found it much more comfortable. With her long, wavy blonde hair, Bai Shufa walked with the grace of the wind as she approached Qinshi's table, her smile both mocking and provocative. On this hot day, Bai Shufa's outfit was very appropriate: light blue denim shorts paired with matching canvas shoes, a white short-sleeved t-shirt with pink patterns on top, and a white bag for carrying books. She looked very refreshing at first glance. Compared to Zhang Yuqian, who was sitting opposite her, her outfit, with 5, 6, 7, or 8 colors, made her look particularly bulky. The rich colors did not serve as embellishment but instead added a touch of tackiness. "Who are you?" Hearing Bai Shufa describe herself as this kind of person, Zhang Yuqian was extremely displeased. "I should be asking you who you are." Bai Shufa's tone was even harsher than hers, her face full of contempt. "He already has a girlfriend, yet you still come to bother him. You have no shame." Zhang Yuqian's face froze instantly. It took her 2 seconds to calm down, and then, pretending not to have heard, she smiled innocently at Chen Shi and said, "Class monitor, we can keep in touch again later." Without even glancing at Bai Shufe, he got up and left without looking back. Seeing that this country bumpkin dared to ignore her like this, Bai Shufe gritted her teeth in anger. What a shameless girl. Even after all this, she's still trying to seduce men. But she couldn't be bothered to argue with this country girl she didn't know. She quickly smiled and sat down opposite Chen Shi. "Chen Shi, when did you develop such unusual tastes?" "Screw you." Chen Shi didn't give her a kind look at all, but Bai Shufe wasn't annoyed. Instead, she pressed her advantage and asked, "Was it because I ruined your plans?" He. Chen Shi also laughed. "Look at what you're saying, are you even speaking human language? With your IQ, you might as well go play with the primordial spirit now." Roll. Although she didn't know what a primordial spirit was, she could tell from Chen Shi's words that it wasn't a good thing, so she kicked Chen Shi directly. To be honest, Chen Shi didn't dislike this girl. Looking closely at the favorability rating above her head, it reached 70, which proved that the other party had no ill intentions towards him. But for some reason, I can't help but want to swear whenever I see her. Maybe she's too insolent. Because the cafeteria tables were small, Chen Shi could see Bai Shufe very clearly. The girl's makeup skills were commendable. Although she wasn't Chen Shi's type, an objective evaluation would still be over 90 points. She was quite pleasing to the eye. "Hey, can you stop kicking people randomly?" Chen Shi was speechless. This woman not only kicked him once, but also crossed her legs and kept swinging them, her shoes rubbing against his pants. "I'm kicking you, you scumbag." Ah! Seeing that she still didn't know her mistake, Chen Shi turned her gaze directly to the table and immediately saw Bai Shufei's two slender legs stacked together and constantly swaying. They were snow white and smooth, and you could even see the flesh between the leg bones indented. With a smack, Chen Shi slapped Bai Shufei across the face, making her cry out on the spot. "Damn it, you're a pervert, Chen Shi. You've committed sexual harassment, don't you understand?" Bai Shufei's expression changed, and she quickly pulled her legs back, pretending to be very ladylike as she stood them together. Unless Chen Shi bent down under the table, it would be impossible for her to touch them. So what if she's a pervert? Chen Shi wasn't affected by her words, at least things were much quieter now. Bai Shufe was truly exasperated. Despite her angry expression and constant cursing, Chen Shi, whether thick-skinned or shameless, couldn't provoke her and even ignored her. Left with no other option, Bai Shufe had to resort to her ultimate weapon. "I'll tell Zhao Yuna right away that you were on a date with another woman, and that you even molested me when I came to stop you." "Are you crazy?" Chen Shi was completely baffled. He. Seeing that this trick was indeed somewhat effective, Bai Shufe grinned mischievously. "Oh dear, you get all worked up as soon as Zhao Yuna is mentioned. Looks like you have feelings for her too." Chen Shi was speechless. She forcibly changed the subject. "You've already finished eating, what do you want to do here?" Bai Shufe followed his lead and said, "I'm thirsty, so I'd like you to buy me some milk tea." "Go away, I'm dirt poor, but I'll still treat you to milk tea." "Bullshit, I don't see where you're poor. We're poor everywhere. We can't even afford lunch. Look, we've finished all the meat, but there is still so much rice left." Bai Shufe looked at his plate and it really was true, there wasn't a trace of meat in it. But then I realized, wait a minute, this guy ate several hundred yuan worth of barbecue last time. It would be a miracle if he couldn't even afford a cup of milk tea. "You're such a scumbag, you're dishonest and wicked, I don't believe you for a second." Bai Shufe stared at him and said, "If you don't believe me, fine. Besides, why would I drink milk tea in the middle of the day? I need to go back to sleep." Chen Shi had finished all the food and lost her appetite. She picked up her plate, got up, and left. Spending too much time with this timid girl might affect her IQ. Bai Shufe was really angry now. She blocked Chen Shi's way and pointed at him, saying, "If you really don't invite me, I'll really go to Zhao Yuna and exaggerate the situation." Call. Chen Shi was now afraid of her. All right, please have a drink." Bai Shufe was overjoyed to see him looking so embarrassed, and because she had gotten a free milk tea, she clapped her hands excitedly. Look at your pathetic state, do I look like the kind of person who would snitch? But you said you'd treat me to milk tea, and a gentleman's word is his bond." Chen Shi waved her hand dismissively. "You're that kind of person. Come on, let me buy you a drink." After setting the plates, Bai Shuefei skipped and hopped along beside Chen Shi. Although this guy was arrogant, he was much more interesting to be around than Li Haoran. She was the kind of girl who couldn't stop talking, and she said cheerfully, "Chen Shi, I found that you're actually quite an interesting person." "Really?" Chen Shi gave him a friendly smile. "I've always thought you were pretty stupid." "Damn it, Chen Shi. Can't you spit out a human word from your dog mouth?" Bai Shuefei bared her teeth and claws, making a move as if to hit Chen Shi, but Chen Shi simply pinned her hands together, preventing her from moving. Bai Shuefei was really thin. She was 1.7 meters tall and probably weighed only about 80 kilograms. Chen Shi grabbed both of her wrists with one hand. Because there was no flesh covering them, the bones in her wrists were touching and it hurt a lot, so she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He frowned and looked at Chen Shi with resentment. "Can't you be a little more gentle with me? You treat Zhao Yuner with a completely different attitude." Chen Shi looked at her with the kind of look one might give someone with intellectual disabilities. "Nonsense, can you compare to her?" Oh, Bai Shuefei glanced at Chen Shi with a sour tone. "Looks like I'm not as charming as Zhao Yuner." "Of course not." "Damn it. Can you not be so blunt? I'm just asking you, who's prettier, me or Zhao Yuner?" "She's pretty, you're funny." "Roll." Bai Shuefei yelled and screamed, furious, but soon her face beamed with confidence again. "Hee hee, at least I'm much slimmer than Zhao Yuner." Chen Shi carefully examined him. He was indeed slender and had a good appearance. The biggest drawback was that the boy was too cute. Overall, her figure is not as well proportioned as Zhao Yuner's. Too skinny, no fun. Wear a Shenzhen school uniform to shoot a short video, and you can even get paid support. He scoffed, "Good looking my ass. Look at you, you're practically sunken in, and you still have the nerve to say you have a good figure." Bai Shuefei fainted on the spot. Her only source of self-consciousness was her chest. She would fight anyone who dared to say she was flat-chested. But she couldn't beat Chen Shi, so she could only stomp her feet in anger and frustration to vent her frustration. She kept comparing and comparing, refusing to admit defeat, and finally, in a narcissistic way, she stroked her own legs. "At least my legs are thinner than hers, and they feel great to the touch." "I don't believe it." Chen Shi's stance was very firm. "Unless you let me touch it and see." Chapter 45 Leg Fetish. "Damn it. You're trying to be a pervert again." When Bai Shuefei saw Chen Shi's hand reaching out, she quickly stepped aside. "Look, he won't even let you touch him, yet he wants to prove that his legs feel good to the touch." Chen Shi shrugged. "Ha! I think you're just that kind of pervert, that kind of weird leg fetishist." The hobby of leg fetishism is not yet widely known, but it is already showing a trend of popularity online, Bai Shuefei pointed out incisively. Chen Shi didn't mind. Isn't it normal for men to have this kind of hobby? Moreover, he didn't really intend to touch Bai Shuefei's legs, he was just teasing her. It's enough to admire those legs with your eyes, they don't feel as good to touch as your own. Her legs, well, the more Chen Shi looked at them, the more he felt she was perfect for the female lead in Tang Bohu's story. He bluntly stated, "Your legs feel far inferior to Zhao Yuner's." "What do you know?" Bai Shuefei suspected he was just being sour grapes and trying to provoke her. "And you touched Zhao Yuner's leg?" "You don't need to know that." Back at the swimming pool, Chen Shi grabbed Zhao Yuner's ankle, and just now while eating, he patted Bai Shuefei's thigh. A simple comparison shows they're not on the same level. Zhao Yuner's legs are the type that men really like. Judging from his expression, it's clear he hasn't progressed that far with Zhao Yuner. Let him try to provoke her after all, it's a public place. No matter how open-minded Bai Shuefei is, she wouldn't actually let Chen Shi touch her leg. He simply stopped caring and turned to personal attacks on Chen Shi. "I think you're just like that Wang Peng, only after Zhao Yuner's few ounces of flesh." "Wang Peng?" Chen Shi was puzzled. What did this have to do with Wang Peng? Zhao Yuner didn't seem like the kind of person who would talk to her about Wang Peng. He suddenly remembered something. Was it you who gave Zhao Yuner's QQ number to Wang Peng before? The question was so sudden that Bai Shuefei felt guilty and stammered, "No, what did you say? I don't understand." Damn it, as soon as she said that, Bai Shuefei knew she had given herself away, it was also fake. Seeing this, Chen Shi hooked two fingers and was about to hit Bai Shuefei on the head with his backhand. Bai Shuefei was so frightened that she quickly covered her head with her hands and shrank her body. After waiting for a long time, Bai Shuefei did not receive the slightest attack. She straightened up and saw that Chen Shi had already walked ahead, then patted her non-existent chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh shit. I was genuinely frightened. The scene of Chen Shigan and his group of sports students last night is still vivid in my mind. Her small frame couldn't withstand it. Bai Shuefei quickly followed, smiling and pleading, "Chen Shi, please don't tell Zilong about this, okay?" "Why would I tell her?" Chen Shi said indifferently. "But don't do this kind of thing again, she'll really get angry." Pinch. He pretended not to care, but he still added a word of concern. Bai Shuefei didn't dare tease him anymore. She put her hand on her forehead and bowed, saying honestly, "Wang Peng added me on QQ before and asked me for Zhao Yun'er's QQ. I thought he was so silly that even Long wouldn't like him. I just wanted to mess with him. It's definitely not because I have any issues with Zilong, and I won't do it again." What she said was absolutely true. She already thought Wang Peng was a complete idiot and played him for a fool without thinking. Only later did she realize that it might not be good to cause trouble for Zhao Yun'er. "I know, just don't go around spouting nonsense in front of her. I can't be bothered with you." Bai Shuefei covered her mouth, finding it amusing. It was clear that she cared a lot about Zhao Yun'er's feelings and her thoughts about him. This guy is quite arrogant. The courses for freshmen at Jiangnan University are quite intensive. Classes start at 8 a.m. and end at 12:15 p.m., followed by classes at 2:05 p.m. There is not much time to rest after lunch. After buying Bai Shuefei a cup of milk tea nearby, Chen Shi didn't continue fooling around with her and went back to their respective dormitories along the same road. "My dorm is so far away, can you take me back?" Bai Shuefei asked Chen Shi in a cute and coquettish manner. "What can I do if I take you back? This is not what a boy should do. Get lost. Are you trying to die?" Bai Shuefei realized that Chen Shi had used a verb after saying the first sentence. "You're overthinking it. It's not on the way anyway." Chen Shi naturally wouldn't agree to do it if it wasn't possible, and suddenly felt a little strange. "Why did you come to the School of Information Science for dinner?" Bai Shuefei didn't expect anything from him and replied, "I chose a general elective course from your department." No wonder. Coincidentally, when they passed by the boys' dormitory, they found that Si Kongming, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, had parked his car in the open space next to the dormitory and then entered the dormitory gate. Bai Shuefei was extremely surprised. "Holy crap, an Audi A4, driving to school, he must be a rich kid." Chen Shi found it amusing. Li Haoren didn't say that last time. He said that this kind of car is just an ordinary commuter car in your Guangzhou, and that Japanese cars are the good cars. Bullshit. He doesn't know anything. Chen Shi was speechless. "Why do you swear so easily?" Bai Shuefei crossed her arms nonchalantly. "Only by uttering swear words can you expel the filth. If you swallow swear words, your heart will become filthy." Awesome. This was the first time Chen Shi had ever seen someone describe uncivilized behavior in such a refreshing and elegant way. Bai Shuefei continued, "Even in Guangzhou, being able to afford an A4 means you're considered to have some money, okay? Ask those who buy Japanese cars to buy an Audi. Some of them can afford it, but do you think they'd actually buy it? Besides, this is a student driving to school, and the car looks pretty new. He must be a rich kid. Li Haoren doesn't think before he speaks." Bai Shuefei's statement was completely opposite to Li Haoren's, but based on her understanding of Li Haoren, he should be very envious of this kind of car. "Hey, do you know that car owner?" Bai Shuefei asked, a sudden inspiration striking her. "He's our roommate. Why didn't I see him at the previous two gatherings? He took leave. I guess he has something else to do." "I see." Bai Shuefei pinched her chin, seemingly deep in thought. After a short while, he suggested, "How about we add each other as QQ friends first, and I'll invite you to play together next time. Why don't you just contact Li Haoren?" "Oh dear, why are you being so hesitant? Hurry up and add it." Chen Shi couldn't refuse her, and thinking she should go back to sleep quickly, she added her on QQ. When they returned to the dormitory, Si Kongming was making his bed, and Chen Shi handed him a personal information form and a military training completion form. "Fill out these two forms when you have some free time and hand them to me before Friday." "Oh." After telling Chen Shi to wash her face, Si Kongming was about to go to bed when he saw the contents of the form and asked, "I asked for leave, do I still need to fill out this military training form?" "Okay, I'll take it as you coming to give me a lecture." "Oh." Chen Shi finally got into bed, but before she could even close her eyes for a few seconds, Si Kongming spoke up again from below, "How do we fill out this military training form?" Li Haoren was almost asleep when he was woken up twice. He said impatiently, "Brother, I have class this afternoon." Why are you in such a hurry to do this now? Can't we do it another time? Li Haoren didn't want things to get too tense with his roommate, so his tone wasn't too harsh. But Si Kongming acted as if he hadn't heard him and even knocked on Chen Shi's bedboard. Do you have a reference template? Indeed, some of the content was designed as military training projects, but Si Kongming didn't participate in the training and didn't know how to fill it out. I'll give you my reference after I finish writing mine, Chen Shi replied. Oh. Si Kongming put down the military training pass form and started studying the personal information form at his seat. The sound of him turning the paper over and over, along with the sound of him picking up his pen and putting on his shoes, filled the quiet dormitory, making it extremely difficult for his sleeping roommates to get any sleep. Li Haoren was furious. Luckily, Wang Peng was nowhere to be found, otherwise he would definitely have been able to stand with him against the common enemy. Not only Li Haoren, but Song Yu also thought that Si Kongming was an idiot. He was busy with his own things while everyone was resting, which was really selfish. However, out of his fairly good personal manners, he didn't say anything. Chen Shi usually goes to bed earlier than them, and she's gotten used to it lately. With her eyes closed, she continues to fantasize about the humorous dream she had during class this morning. Chapter 46: The Big Sister Next Door. Brother. Gij. Shuemu Qinghua, in a girl's dormitory. Hey, what are you doing? As soon as Xiao Yunga came out of the bathroom, she heard her roommate yelling at her. Having just finished showering, she was only wearing a pure white bathrobe. Her snow-white skin, moistened by the hot water, showed dappled light pink hues, making her look incredibly beautiful. Her jet-black hair was wrapped in a towel, still dripping wet, but the messy hairstyle couldn't hide her beautiful face. Having just taken a hot shower, Xiao Yunga emerged from the bathroom still enveloped in a misty haze, making her appear like a fairy descending to earth, radiating an ethereal and otherworldly aura. Gij, come to bed quickly, there's something good, the girl on the top bunk urged. I'll dry my hair first. Xiao Yunga took off her headscarf, gently brushed it with her fingers, and her long hair flew freely. She took off her pink sandals, plopped down in a chair, casually draped her long, snow-white legs over the desk, leaned back, and effortlessly blew her hair. The hairdryer was whirring, my roommate behind me was constantly switching between chat windows, and my roommate on the other side was singing. The life of a female college student is so free and comfortable. Hurry up. Here it comes. If you don't like it, you'll be sorry. Xiao Yunga officially stepped down as vice president of the Tsinghua University Student Union today. She was busy all day and didn't get back to her dormitory until after 10 o'clock. She was inevitably a little tired and was now being urged to hurry up. With her hair half dry, she climbed into her bed. If anyone below were looking up, they would surely see a stunning view, but unfortunately, no one knew or appreciated it at that moment. She opened the small passageway her roommate used, then crawled inside. What are you going to show me? Let me show you the most handsome guy from your hometown. This is the hottest post on Jiangda University right now. He's handsome and sings incredibly well, my roommate Lanling said, swooning. Xiao Yunga felt ashamed, thinking that he was from Hubei province, not Jiangchang, and besides, not all students at Jiangda University were locals. She didn't refuse Lanling's request and clicked on the post to read it. The video was blurry, but the boy's face was still clearly visible. He was indeed quite handsome, but why did he look so familiar? Xiao Yunga's eyes suddenly widened. Wasn't this her neighbor's little brother? Shen Shi. Wow, he was playing guitar and flirting with girls during military training. I always thought he was a good boy and a bit silly, but I never expected him to do this. Right? Isn't he handsome? Lanling said smugly when she saw Xiao Yunga's eyes change. It's alright, I've just seen too much of this. Xiao Yunga replied calmly. Lanling found it amusing. To be honest, she had never seen Xiao Yunga have a crush on any boy before. This was the first time she had seen him show such an expression to a boy. It turned out he liked the younger brother type. No wonder, she doesn't go out and socialize, how could she possibly know a junior like that? This girl is probably at the age where she's starting to feel puberty. So Lanling grinned and said in a strange voice, it's alright, I've seen too much of this. I saw someone who was completely like 3 sheep, A, B, and C. Sheep A didn't die, sheep C didn't die, but the last sheep died. Are you trying to die? Xiao Yunga wasn't a clueless girl, she was furious and was about to hit Lanling. Unfortunately, Lanling was one step ahead, quickly putting her phone away and closing her little passage, not giving Xiao Yunga a chance to sneak in. Humph. Xiao Yunga puffed out her cheeks, looking rather cute. I'm never talking to you again. Xiao Yunga nestled in the dimly lit bed curtains, secretly put on her headphones, and used her phone to search for Zhangda's online forum, repeatedly watching the video about the neighbor's younger brother. Under the light of the phone, a silly, doting smile appeared on my face. She typed a message on QQ, but hesitated before sending it. Finally, the content was deleted. How about we go to Wuhan for the National Day holiday? Strangely enough, Si Kongming didn't go to class in the afternoon either. He was sleeping when Chen Shi and the others went out in the afternoon, and he only got up when they came back from school. After going out for dinner, he started playing computer games. He also uses an Alienware laptop and plays DNF Dungeon Fighter online. Each of his characters has a full set of sky armor, which shows that he comes from a very wealthy family. On Chen Shi's desk, Si Kongming's personal information form had already been handed over. His place of origin was Beijing, and his parents were engaged in trade. No wonder he was so arrogant. He was a big shot in Beijing. His disappearance for more than 10 days now makes sense. I bet this guy isn't here to study. Although there was one more person in the dormitory, Si Kongming was playing games and didn't communicate with anyone. The others treated him as if he didn't exist, and dormitory life was no different from that during military training. Ha! Wang Peng, who was playing with his knockoff phone on the table, suddenly asked in surprise, "Why did Zhang Yuqian add me on QQ?" The fact that a girl had taken the initiative to add Wang Peng on QQ was undoubtedly big news in the dormitory. Li Haoren quickly moved closer to him, and Song Yu stopped playing on his phone and poked his head out of bed. "Why did he add you?" Li Haoren found it very strange. "I wonder, could it be that spring has finally come for my brother? That must be it." Li Haoren immediately praised Wang Peng. Back during military training, Zhang Yuqian added him on QQ and they chatted for a while, but Li Haoren thought she was both slutty and unsophisticated, and he looked down on her from the bottom of his heart. Especially looking at her QQ space posts, it's a typical rural non-mainstream style that transitions into a rustic, trendy town girl. She can even post several updates after drinking a Starbucks. She and Wang Peng are a perfect match. After receiving Li Haoren's affirmation, Wang Peng grinned. After waiting for a long time without receiving any messages from Zhang Yuqian, he had no choice but to ask Li Haoren for advice. "Howsy, you have more experience, can you teach me how to chat with her?" Li Haoren had been waiting for him to say that, and eagerly played the role of a relationship guru. "What did she send you?" "Just added it, hasn't sent it yet." "You should take the initiative to greet her and let her know that you value her." "That's what I was thinking too. What do you think about sending a hello emoji and a handshake emoji?" "Too greasy." "How's hello?" "Same here, if you start off easy, you're bound to be a clown. If you start with hello, you're destined to break up." "Then what should we send?" "Are you there? What are you doing?" You've already established a relationship right from the start. They were really something else. One was a complete idiot who dared to teach, and the other was a complete idiot who dared to learn. Shenshi couldn't stand it anymore, wondering if Li Haoren was playing a prank on him or if he was just naturally like that. The next day, Wang Peng stopped asking Li Haoren to teach him step by step and instead used the same method Li Haoren had taught him before. He spent the whole day glued to his phone, occasionally flashing a silly smile. On the third day, Li Haoren discovered that Wang Peng was making a phone call on the balcony, with the door closed. He was leaning against the wall and resting on the railing, looking quite dashing. Li Haoren couldn't believe that they were already having long phone conversations after only 3 days. "Old Chen, do you really think Zhang Yuqian is interested in Dapeng? Why wouldn't you like it?" Chen Shi asked back. You're right, I just feel like things are developing a bit too fast." Wang Peng and Zhang Yuqian are indeed on the same level, but Li Haoren feels that he and Bai Shuefei are a good match. They have known each other for so many years, and he has been pursuing her since his senior year of high school. He has never received this kind of treatment. Unless he chats with Bai Shuefei about interesting gossip, Bai Shuefei will talk to him more. If he tries to talk about everyday things, she will hardly pay any attention to him. Why? I'm so heartbroken. If everyone were like this, it would be fine, but Wang Peng seemed to be having a great time. Qinshi's computer chat window kept popping up, and besides Jia Yuner, there were many girls surrounding him. Song Yu stayed in bed chatting every day. Li Haoren simply didn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. He was all alone. Not long after, Wang Peng walked in from the balcony with a beaming smile. As soon as he came in, he said to Li Haoren, "Howsy, Shanshan said she'd like to treat me to dinner tomorrow afternoon." Immediately, everyone's attention turned to them. Chapter 47: An unexpected encounter with Xia Yuqian. Shanqian is treating us to dinner? When Wang Peng said this, everyone immediately knew who he was referring to. Hey, Da Peng, you've gotten so familiar with each other in just a few days, you're even calling Shanqian by her name. Although Li Haoran sometimes seems speechless towards Wang Peng is the one who spends most of his time with him, and he genuinely considers Wang Peng a friend. Although Li Haoran was still worried about his own marriage, he couldn't help but jokingly say that Wang Peng's happiness was something to be celebrated. Wang Peng felt as sweet as honey inside. He had been envying others before, but he never expected that happiness would come to him so suddenly. He scratched his head shyly, not directly answering Li Haoran's question, but instead said smugly, "Howsy, you've never dated a girl before, have you?" TSK. How could you possibly ask such a question? Li Haoran looked unhappy, crossed his arms, rolled his eyes, and said, "My first girlfriend in high school, we started dating the day after we started dating. By the time I had my second and third girlfriends, dating was a regular occurrence, okay?" This is a lie. The only time Li Haoran went out alone with a girl was when he took the high-speed train to school with Bai Shu Fa. You don't need to use reverse psychology. You just want me to give you some advice, right? Simple. Li Haoran said. As expected of Brother Hao, he gets it right away. Wang Peng has tasted the sweetness of Li Haoran's affections and now regards him as a dating guru. The same old approach applies, we must maintain control. Be more specific. You decide where to eat. Then, the core issue revolves around showing care. Even though she says she'll treat you to dinner, you can't actually let the girl pay. You should offer to pay the bill. Li Haoran started giving random, uninformed advice again, while Wang Peng recorded it on his phone. After Li Haoran finished speaking, Wang Peng turned to Chen Shi and asked, "Old Chen, do you have anything to add?" Chen Shi didn't dare to listen to what Li Haoran was saying, and gave him a sincere suggestion: if a girl says she's inviting you to dinner, just listen to her arrangements. I don't recommend that you take the initiative. Wang Peng hesitated for a moment before asking, "Was it like this when you were on a date with Zhao Yuner?" "I've never gone on a date with her." "Okay, I'll think about it some more." Anyway, Chen Shi spoke the truth, regardless of whether Wang Peng listened or not. Just as Chen Shi had predicted, Wang Peng said he would consider it, but he was not going to listen to him at all. No matter how you looked at it, Li Haoran's words made sense. Some even felt disdain. Old Chen was just too arrogant. He had such good qualities but didn't know how to seize them. He always acted like he wasn't proactive, didn't care. No wonder I heard he broke up with Zhao Yuner. Can you stand someone who doesn't understand how to delve into a girl's intentions and always makes assumptions and is too superficial? Li Haoran and Wang Peng, finding themselves to be kindred spirits, started chatting alone. "Da Peng, keep up the good work, and I wish you a speedy start." Wang Peng laughed lewdly. "Brother Hao, you've got it backwards. You have to get to base first before you can do a good job. You're so sexy." The two then began to have a rather lewd discussion. Chen Shi has been researching software development online these past few days, and has also had in-depth discussions with Zhao Min about their plans to create a studio and develop games. They have tentatively decided to name the game Subway Surfers, with slight modifications to the name from his previous life, while keeping the rest of the gameplay as is. His main task at present is to produce the project proposal and complete the registration of the studio, while Zhao Min is responsible for gathering the team and learning how to use the software to develop the project. On Thursday afternoon, Chen Shi went alone to the Wuchang District Administration for Industry and Commerce to register her studio. Because he claimed to be a college student entrepreneur and had a student ID and other proof of identity, he didn't need a specific registration address when registering. Instead, he registered at the Jiangcheng University Student Entrepreneurship Park. Of course, if it later separates from Jiangcheng University, it will still need to update the address. The studio is named Dawn Game Studio, a homonym of his name. The word dawn also implies vigor and a bright future. Everything went smoothly and was completed in less than an afternoon. It will take 1-3 business days for approval, but there will definitely be no further problems. I can just come and pick up the approval materials and license when the time comes. As Chen Shi left the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, he passed by a printing company next door and happened to spot a familiar face. Xia Yuqian was struggling to carry a heavy box. She couldn't carry it any further after stepping out the door, so she simply put it on the steps and shook her slightly sore arms. "Senior." Since she was just passing by, Chen Shi couldn't pretend not to see her, so she went over and greeted her. "Chen Shi." Upon seeing Chen Shi, Xia Yuqian's eyes seemed to sparkle, and a faint smile appeared on her face. What a coincidence, what are you doing here? I'm here to take care of something, senior. What brings you here? I came to pick up some things from the student council, but I didn't expect them to be so heavy. Seeing Xia Yuqian just staring at her without saying anything, Chen Shi immediately understood what she meant. Do you want me to help you move? Then I'll have to trouble you. Xia Yuqian's smile remained calm and serene. She didn't say anything to express her gratitude, but instead said to herself, didn't you ask me to invite you to dinner last time? Let's do it today. Okay. Chen Shi agreed without hesitation, seeing that it was lunchtime. There's a nice private kitchen nearby, is it okay to go there? Chen Shi naturally had no problem and picked up the box on the ground. It was quite heavy, probably weighing about 30 kilograms. It was normal for Xia Yuqian, a girl, to have difficulty carrying it. As you walk around, you can faintly hear the rattling of metal and plastic objects inside. What's in here? Chen Shi asked curiously. Xia Yuqian responded, small items like badges for new student council members, youth league badges, and party badges. Does this small matter really require the student council president to handle it personally? He. Xia Yuqian covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I came here to take care of some things, and I just picked it up while I was at it. All right. Chen Shi didn't say anything more and quietly followed behind Xia Yuqian. Xia Yuqian was wearing the same outfit she wore when they first met, a uniform with a black midi skirt and stockings, paired with small leather shoes, giving off a very Japanese schoolgirl vibe. However, the weather turned cooler today, so I wore a thin suit jacket over it, and my hair was tied in a high ponytail. I looked every bit the capable career woman. Thinking of this, Chen Shi felt quite nostalgic for the days when she had a secretary to serve her. Arrive. They found a very ordinary little restaurant by the roadside and sat down facing each other at a two-person table. I like all the dishes here, you can order. Xia Yuqian handed the menu to Chen Shi, and Chen Shi accepted it without hesitation. Let's start with some snacks, like turkey-flavored rice crackers. For the main course, how about some stir-fried sliced pork with pink meat, and a side of stir-fried chicken with mushrooms? Let's leave it at that for now. Another serving of hot and sour shredded potatoes, please. Xia Yuqian felt that Chen Shi's order was strange, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, so she added a vegetarian dish. Chapter 48 should be used to make tea. After ordering, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Chen Shi felt that Xia Yuqian was easy to get along with, but when the two sat together, they basically had nothing in common to talk about, and before the food was served, they were basically playing on their own phones. He didn't think Xia Yuqian was the kind of person who could get along with everyone. Perhaps it was because he himself didn't talk much that the other person wasn't so averse to him. Even though she seems easy to get along with, Xia Yuqian still has a coldness that keeps people at arm's length, making it impossible to truly get close to her. Checking her favorability rating, it was only 65. Chen Shi felt that this kind of woman was difficult to handle and troublesome. He suggested that she be treated normally and not to have any unrealistic expectations. After the food was served, everyone ate their own food. The difference was that Chen Shi kept glancing at Xia Yuqian, while Xia Yuqian didn't look at him. Xia Yuqian's face shape and features are very distinctive, unlike any other face Chen Shi has ever seen. It's the kind of face that can satisfy anyone's aesthetic standards. With this face on your face while eating, it makes your mouth water. Xia Yuqian's posture and temperament are equally elegant. When she eats, her cherry-like mouth opens and closes without any unnecessary movements or sounds, which is obviously due to her upbringing from a young age. Her family education must be very strict. Chen Shi had a hunch that if she hadn't met her at school, she wouldn't have been qualified to sit at the same table with someone like that once she entered the workforce. She wasn't the kind of lady from a prominent family, nor was she a rich heiress. Chen Shi felt that describing her as the successor of a prestigious family was the most fitting description. Having been around for so many years, Chen Shi certainly has the ability to judge people. If I could get on the good side of this senior, that would be fantastic. Ahem. Just then, Xia Yuqian coughed lightly beside Chen Shi, reminding him, although you're quite good looking and very talented, I'm still a little uncomfortable with you staring at me like that, and several boys who looked at me like that before have already confessed their feelings to me. Seeing Xia Yuqian's serious expression, Chen Shi stopped chewing his rice. LOL. Actually, I didn't particularly want to see you. I just think you're alright looking. You're such a faker. I have absolutely no desire to be with you, elephant. The most crucial question is, do I look like I'm about to confess my feelings? Chen Shi was somewhat amused and exasperated. So, senior, did you accept it? Guess? Xia Yuqian gave him an inscrutable look. Forget it, Chen Shi gave up. This woman was far more skilled than him. Playing against her would only result in him getting humiliated. He behaved himself. Chen Shi then focused on eating her meal. It has to be said that Xia Yuqian's taste is almost identical to Chen Shi's. It was the same at the barbecue restaurant last time, and it's the same now at the private kitchen. It suits Chen Shi's taste very well. He ate 2 big bowls of rice with 2 meat dishes. After finishing their meal, the two went to the front desk to pay the bill. They just looked at each other, neither of them able to understand what the other meant. Senior, what's wrong? Chen Shi asked, puzzled. Aren't you going to pay the bill? Xia Yuqian asked casually. Aren't you treating? Of course not. I invited you to dinner, but you're paying. If you don't believe me, go back and read chapter 21. Holy crap? There's such a thing as this. Chen Shi was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Chen Shi thought about it for a moment, and it seemed that it really was he who had suggested inviting her to dinner. Of course, this was just a minor incident. Chen Shi quickly paid the bill. If he could eat with a beauty like Xia Yuqian every day, this amount of money wouldn't matter. Seeing that Chen Shi had paid the bill, Xia Yuqian's lips curled up slightly, but the smile quickly disappeared without being noticed. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go back to school. As darkness fell, Chen Shi wondered if it was just her imagination, but it wasn't usually this dark at this time. As the two walked to the bus stop, a series of clanging sounds gradually came from above, then suddenly intensified as raindrops pounded against the bus stop platform. From the moment the raindrops started falling to the moment the downpour began, it was only a matter of 10 seconds. The weather in Jiangcheng is so changeable that it can catch you off guard. Xia Yuqian and Chen Shi quickly stuck to the bus stop billboard to avoid getting wet. Not only was the rain heavy, but the wind was also strong. The rain blew from the side, soaking their shoes and lower bodies. Xia Yuqian's upper body, including the neckline, was also soaked by the rain. Her shirt clung to her body, and the black lace trim could be vaguely seen, supporting her proud figure. Holy crap, my brand new stockings are all soaked. Chen Shi vaguely heard something strange. What did you say? Nothing, you didn't hear anything, right? Xia Yuqian couldn't help but complain a little. She didn't expect that someone would hear her say something that wasn't very polite. So she looked at Chen Shi with a very friendly expression. I didn't hear the senior student swear. A sharp gaze shot over. There was thunder just now, but I couldn't hear anything. Chen Shi also shook his head seriously doubting whether this kind of woman would kill herself on the spot if someone found even the slightest flaw in her. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Xia Yuqian nodded in approval at his satisfaction. She was right about people. This junior, Chen Shi, was a promising talent. The bus back to school came very infrequently, it was raining heavily, and there were occasional claps of thunder in the sky. Not a single taxi was to be seen passing by. Xia Yuqian's lower body had been soaked by the rain the whole time. Her black stockings clung to her legs, soaked in water, and felt cold and uncomfortable. When a gust of cool wind blew by, she couldn't help but shiver slightly. If she hadn't been wearing stockings today, she wouldn't have felt so uncomfortable. Rumble. Especially when the thunder sounded, Xia Yuqian's pupils contracted imperceptibly, and her body trembled even more violently. Fortunately, there was someone I could rely on nearby. She secretly glanced at Chen Shi beside her. What bad luck! It just so happens that I'm feeling unwell on this particular day. My lower body feels sticky and uncomfortable. Chen Shi was idly daydreaming at this moment. 1 second her gaze was fixed on the road, and the next second it might shift back to her. Whatever, Xia Yuqian didn't bother thinking about it anymore. She simply took off her shoes, then placed her hands on her lap and slowly moved them downwards. Sure enough, Chen Shi turned his gaze over, startling him for a moment. Without warning, Senior Xia started taking off her stockings. When they reached her knees, she hooked her calves back and used her hands to pull the stockings down further. Finally, when they reached her ankles, she ripped them open, and the entire black stockings slid apart smoothly. It was incredibly smooth. In this way, what came into Chen Shi's view was a pair of snow-white, slender, beautiful legs. In such a dark environment, the white light shone through, and the legs looked tender and smooth. Xia Yuqian used the same trick again, taking off the stockings from her other leg as well. With her legs free, she felt much more comfortable. She looked directly at Chenxi. Have you seen enough? I didn't get angry, I just asked calmly. Chenxi really wanted to say he hadn't had enough, but what he said would have been truly perverted. He could have easily avoided it, but since Xia Yuqian preferred to be outgoing and friendly, he naturally wouldn't hold back. I'm sorry, it's just too beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Please don't take it to heart, senior. I understand. I remember you said you liked looking at legs. Xia Yuqian said this without looking at Chenxi, but was wringing out her stockings. Chenxi stared at her stockings, a wicked thought creeping into his mind. What a waste to wring them dry, they should have been used to make tea. Chapter 49, Missing Out on a Billion. Of course, using stockings to brew tea is just a morbid joke Chenxi had seen online. It was definitely not his idea to do this. Xia Yuqian sighed and looked at Chenxi with the kind of care one would give an orphan. Don't even think about it. Even if you wanted it, I couldn't give it to you. Damn. Chenxi was stunned by her statement. Me, that kind of person? Am I the kind of person who wants stockings that other people have worn? Chenxi scoffed at Xia Yuqian's statement. I haven't said anything yet. Chenxi was speechless, shrugged and said, You've made it very clear, but I can say with certainty that I'm not that kind of person. Xia Yuqian's expression was very serious. I think you are that kind of person, you even want to soak my stockings in water and drink it. I'll F you. Chenxi wanted to curse, but chose to remain silent. Damn it, I don't know when I became such a pervert in front of Xia Yuqian. Don't worry, I won't think of you as a pervert. Xia Yuqian gave Chenxi a reassuring look, and Chenxi even wondered if she had mind-reading abilities. Of course, I don't have mind-reading abilities either. Chenxi looked at Xia Yuqian with an expression as if she were looking at a ghost, only to find that the corners of her mouth were pursed into a very high arc. Are you kidding me? Chenxi finally realized that this senior Xia was quite the repressed flirt, and the kind of repressed flirtation that was actually quite serious. If anyone manages to win her over, it will be a complete surprise. The prerequisite is that there must be someone who can win her over. She's incredibly skilled, she understands people's minds step by step and presses them relentlessly. Only now did Chenxi realize that this might be Xia Yuqian's punishment for lecherously watching her take off her stockings. Chenxi wasn't annoyed, she thought it was fine and had come to terms with it. Playing duo queue with high-level players can be frustrating at times, but it's a great way to improve your skills. If I have the chance, I must ask Xia Yuqian to play duo queue with me. Fortunately, Chenxi and Xia Yuqian didn't stay in the rain for too long before a taxi arrived. Master, to Jiangda University. They're all soaked, you'll have to pay extra. Xia Yuqian didn't care about that. After getting into the car, even though the heater wasn't on, the temperature inside was much higher than outside, and she didn't have to be exposed to the wind and rain, which made her feel much more comfortable. The light inside the car was brighter than outside, and Chenxi noticed that Xia Yuqian's face seemed a little pale. Senior, are you all right? He asked with concern. It's nothing, Xia Yuqian replied calmly. It would be a lie to say that nothing happened. Normally it's fine, but today she just started her period. There's nothing wrong with her period, but she still feels uncomfortable every now and then. Plus, I got soaked in the rain and was exposed to the wind and rain for more than 10 minutes before I finally managed to get on the bus. The sky was perfectly clear when I left home. Who would have thought it would rain so heavily? I should have brought an umbrella. Chenxi didn't take her unusual behavior to heart, but less than half a minute later, Xia Yuqian's voice came over. Chenxi, come sit over here. Both of them were sitting by the window, and Chenxi, not knowing what she was going to do, sat in the middle. As soon as he moved over, his arms were wrapped around her, and Xia Yuqian's head was forced to rest against his shoulder. Give me some support, call me when we get there. Chenxi was stunned. What kind of operation was this? In an instant, Xia Yuqian's favorability rating jumped from 65 to 66. How inhumane. However, feeling the softness on his arm and smelling the faint fragrance, Chenxi's lips soon curved into a slight smile. This senior Xia is really domineering. The drive took about half an hour, and Xia Yuqian was dropped off at her dormitory building. When she woke up, Xia Yuqian blinked her slightly tired eyelids, but felt much more comfortable overall. Before getting off the bus, she gave Chenxi a faint smile as always. Thank you for your help this time. To express my gratitude, I'll give you this. After saying that, he displayed a dark, lumpy thing in front of Chenxi. Chenxi was immediately embarrassed. Senior, you've really misunderstood me. I'm really not that kind of person. Really? Xia Yuqian thought for a moment and said, I'm sorry, maybe I misjudged. Well, just don't regret it when you go back. After saying that, she got off the bus with her suitcase and went straight into the girls' dormitory building. They can leave whenever they want, without any hesitation. At that moment, Chenxi really wanted to slap herself. It's not that you'll regret it when you go back. He regrets it now. Shouldn't you have pulled it a little? Why did you leave so decisively? It feels like I missed out on a fortune. When the remorseful Chen returned to the dormitory, only Si Kongming was playing games, the others had not yet returned. After taking a hot shower, he went to his computer screen to continue working on his project proposal. These past few days, while he was working on the project proposal, his roommate would just glance at him when he passed by. Sometimes he would see him searching for things online, sometimes he would see him typing, and sometimes he would see him chatting with people. He only knew that he was quite busy, but he didn't know what he was busy with. Of course, sometimes there were evening classes, and the others occasionally had student council activities, so in reality, they only spent about 2 hours together in the dormitory at night, making it even less likely that they would pay attention to Chenxi's actions. Not long after he sat down, Li Haoren returned from his student council activities and glanced curiously at Chenxi's screen as he passed by. Old Chen, what are you busy with? I'd like to ask my senior for some advice. Chenxi said this, and immediately returned the screen to the desktop. Li Haoren saw Zhao Min's chat box, but he couldn't see the content clearly. There were many messages being sent between them, and it didn't look like she was asking for advice at all. If it's really about asking a question, why be so secretive? Li Haoren thought to himself. I don't know whether to admire or despise Chenxi. I admire her for hooking up with her senior, that's amazing. I despise her for seamlessly transitioning to Zhao Yuner right after their conflict. Isn't she too fickle? If it were just chatting with Zhao Min, Chenxi wouldn't have any reservations, but she had just been chatting with Xia Yuqian, telling her to drink more hot water. Xia Yuqian exchanged a few pleasantries, and Chenxi switched screens. To be honest, Li Haoren felt that apart from Wang Peng, he couldn't really see through his other roommates. Just as he had this idea, Wang Peng returned from outside, riding high on success, even more so than the top scholar. Hey Da Peng, I thought you weren't coming back tonight. Li Haoren joked. It can't be that fast. Wang Peng's smile was even harder to suppress than AK's. He acted like he wasn't in a hurry, but inside he was extremely excited. Looks like you had a good time tonight? Li Haoren raised an eyebrow at him. Wang Peng nodded emphatically. Following Li Haoren's lead, his relationship with Zhang Yuqian quickly warmed up during tonight's dinner. Originally, they were just saying some mushy things on QQ, and Zhang Yuqian called him Brother Da Peng, but tonight he became a good brother. Wang Peng booked the restaurant, a seafood buffet, which Zhang Yuqian was initially a little nervous about. When Wang Peng went in and offered to pay, Zhang Yuqian's eyes immediately lit up. She said shyly, Brother Peng, we agreed that I would treat you. Why did you pay? Wang Peng, in a chauvinistic manner, said, boys should pay for things, while girls should just focus on being beautiful and enjoying themselves. Zhang Yuqian covered her mouth and laughed, while Wang Peng was overjoyed. During this time, Wang Peng was very attentive, peeling shrimp and crabs for her, serving her tea and water, and even initiating conversations by telling many jokes and corny remarks he had found online, which made Zhang Yuqian laugh frequently. When the conversation turned to Zhang Yuqian's sad moments, Wang Peng offered her plenty of comfort and support. Finally, when it was time to part, Zhang Yuqian grabbed Wang Peng's sleeve and said shyly, Brother Da Peng, you are such a good person. It is my blessing to have such a good brother as you. That shy yet pitiful look in her eyes almost melted Wang Peng's heart. Of course, Wang Peng couldn't possibly tell his roommate the details of these dates. By the way, Lao Chen. In his excitement, Wang Peng didn't forget his important matter. He said to Chenxi, my scholarship is still under review, right? You should tell the counselor that I'm planning to give it up. Chapter 50. Could he be an orphan? Chenxi didn't ask Wang Peng why he cancelled his application, but simply reminded him, the lowest tier costs 1,000 yuan per semester, which is not a small amount. I suggest you think it over carefully. Wang Peng nodded solemnly, I've thought it through. There are people who need this scholarship more than I do. Okay, but you should submit a statement to your counselor indicating that you are voluntarily giving up your application for financial aid. Okay. Chenxi appeared calm and collected, but in fact, he had long anticipated this situation. What the heck? Before Li Haoren could react, Chenxi and Wang Peng's conversation abruptly ended. Wang Peng said he wanted to give up applying for a student grant? And then Chen Shi just let him be without even asking? So hasty? It's no wonder that Chen Shi was indeed rather indifferent in this matter. Actually, when Zhang Yuqian added Wang Peng on QQ on Monday, Chen Shi had a vague guess. By the time she met with Wang Peng yesterday, she had basically confirmed what Zhang Yuqian wanted to do. Having been roommates for 2 weeks, Chen Shi knew Wang Peng's true nature. If she told him beforehand that Zhang Yuqian's motives for getting close to him were not pure, he would definitely think she was a gossip and a petty confidant. Therefore, last night Chen Shi could only advise Wang Peng not to take the initiative and hope to help him minimize his losses, which could be considered as doing his utmost. If he doesn't listen, there's nothing Chen Shi can do. It's impossible to persuade Wang Peng to give up the scholarship. Doing so might only cause him trouble. Li Haoran wasn't stupid. He immediately realized what was going on and said, Zhang Yuqian asked you out just to talk about the scholarship, right? Not entirely, Wang Peng said without hiding anything, after thinking it over for a while before sighing. She mainly talked to me about her family situation. It's not easy for Shanshan, a girl, to have such a hard life. Shanshan's parents are farmers, but her father is lazy, loves to gamble and drinks. When he loses gambling, he comes home and beats her mother, her, and his younger brother. Her mother also suffers from chronic illness. Shanshan is like a broken rose, she needs someone to care for her. I want to help her. You fucking bastard, ha! Li Haoran was so angry that he laughed. He had initially been quite optimistic about Wang Peng's date tonight, but as soon as money was involved, he immediately thought that the guy was a complete idiot and Zhang Yuqian was a total bitch. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhang Yuqian was after Wang Peng's money, but he was the only one who foolishly fell into her trap. What kind of pathetic state are you in? You still want to care about other people, Li Haoran said speechlessly. I'm not like her. Wang Peng wasn't angry, he was still smiling. It's just 1,000 yuan. I'm a grown man, I can earn it myself, right? Hilarious, that bitch is making money faster than you. Watch your mouth. Wang Peng glared at Li Haoran, very angry, but didn't want to pay him any attention. He simply said to Chen Shi, let's just leave it at that, Lao Chen. My family is only facing temporary difficulties. I have hands and feet and I can earn money. Shanshan is different, so I decided to give up my application. Good. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Peng received a phone call. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, and he ran out onto the balcony. Li Haoran was stunned by Wang Peng's gaze and was extremely annoyed. He tried to reason with him, but Wang Peng just glared at him instead. He actually wanted to present various pieces of evidence that Zhang Yuqian was not poor, such as that her shoes cost several hundred yuan, that she used the same Samsung phone as him, that she drank Starbucks many times a week and went to karaoke, but now it seems unnecessary. He sneered at Chen Shi and said, Old Chen, I think this kind of idiot deserves to be scammed. Alright, if it's none of your business, then shut up. Chen Shi didn't press the matter further. Li Haoran felt that Chen Shi's thoughts were not much different from his own, and he couldn't even respond when he wanted to complain about Wang Peng. He felt that Chen Shi was really boring and too rigid. He probably dumped Zhao Yuner because she got tired of him. Since no one paid any attention to him, Li Haoran went to play some games. For a while, everyone in the dormitory was busy with their own things, and of course, no one was studying. Around 11 o'clock, Chen Shi finished the recent plan. Tomorrow, she will go to Xiaomin to discuss some necessary matters and make all the necessary preparations before officially launching the Subway Surfers project. Chen Shi was tired after a busy day. Before going to bed, she checked the forms for those who had passed military training and found that everyone except the 4 people in her dorm had submitted theirs. I admire them immensely. It's a miracle that they were all assigned to the same dormitory room. Chen Shi said to the group, please hand over your military training materials to my desk later. I'll take them to hand in after my afternoon nap tomorrow. Si Kongming was still playing games and was the first to respond, it's too late, I'll give it to you tomorrow at noon. Li Haoran was also playing a game and replied, me too, I'll do it tomorrow morning. +1. Mine is done. Song Yu handed his copy to Chen Shi on the table. By noon at the latest, or you can hand it in yourselves, Chen Shi reminded them one last time before going to sleep. The next morning, after class, Li Haoran saw Si Kongming hand his document to Chen Shi on the desk and stuff it into the crowd. Li Haoran found it hilarious this mysterious guy acted like he was afraid people would see his information. Once Si Kongming returned to his seat, Li Haoran went to find a document for reference. The first one he found was Chen Shi's document, which Sikong Ming had just used for reference. For example, Li Haoren had almost forgotten what he had passed in military training and what needed improvement, so he just copied Chen Shi's notes. He was taken aback when he saw the information about Chen Shi's family members. Has old Chen not even finished filling it out himself? He wondered. After going through it several times, I found that I had filled in all the fields except for the family information field, which I hadn't filled in at all. Did you forget to fill in the information? It shouldn't be. No matter how you look at it, Chen Shi doesn't seem like such a careless person. Could it be? A terrifying thought arose in Li Haoren's mind. He secretly put Chen Shi's form back somewhere far away and sent a message to Bai Shuefei. Fei, I have some shocking news for you. I suspect that Chen Shi's parents are high-ranking officials. Really? Bai Shuefei was stunned when she saw the message and replied immediately. I guessed it, Li Haoren analyzed seriously. I just looked at Chen Shi's family information form and found that he didn't fill in any family members. I have my doubts. His family's information is kept confidential. Bai Shuefei tilted her head slightly, and after thinking about it carefully, she realized that it made some sense, but something still didn't quite feel right. How high a position would you have to be to keep it a secret? No. Bai Shuefei replied, do you remember that sissy from the class next to ours in high school? Of course, damn it, if I hadn't heard that his family was really powerful, I would have wanted to beat him up several times. Li Haoren got angry as he said this. Yes, back then everyone said his dad was a leader. Once I saw the materials their class handed in the office, and the person's dad filled in the information as the deputy director of a certain department in our province. Look, this was back when they were still in high school. Even deputy director level officials had to be included. So, if we're talking about keeping it confidential, it has to be at least a ministerial level. Is Chen Shi really that capable? That makes sense. Then why didn't Chen Shi fill in the family member information? Li Haoren asked, puzzled. How should I know? I just forgot to fill it in. Bai Shuefei hadn't wanted to chat anymore, but then Li Haoren sent her another message, and she stared at the screen for a long time. Do you think he might be an orphan? Chapter 51 Zhao Min's opening up of new horizons. After Chen Shi finished lunch and returned to her dormitory, she saw Li Haoren chatting on his phone, with an unfinished form on the table. Stop playing around, Haozi. I'm going to take a nap. Hurry up and fill this out so I can hand it in this afternoon, he urged Li Haoren. Li Haoren tentatively asked, hey Lao Chen, for example, if my parents are leading cadres, do I also need to fill in the family member section? Chen Shi laughed, otherwise what? Who do you think this column is designed for? Not bad, Haozi, I didn't know you were a high-ranking official's son. If you don't fill in your family information, how can the teacher tailor a personalized service based on your situation? No, I was just giving an example. Li Haoren had finished writing all the other information and submitted it after completing the family details. Chen Shi glanced at it. His parents were both employees of a state-owned enterprise, but they weren't exactly leaders. Li Haoren, on the other hand, had already made it pretty much certain in secret. I had never heard Chen Shi talk about his family situation before. He was always mysterious and unpredictable. Since the children of leading cadres were excluded, Li Haoren couldn't think of any other reason besides orphans for Chen Shi not to fill in that column. Li Haoren had heard that children from broken homes often develop personality defects as adults. He always felt that Chen Shi was too aloof and somewhat unsociable, so this was a clue he could find. But Chen Shi doesn't seem to be from a family with financial difficulties. His computer is more expensive than mine, which doesn't make sense. Li Haoren sent another message to Bai Shuefei. Bai Shuefei's reply showed no interest whatsoever. Maybe they have other wealthy relatives, and what business is it of yours what their family situation is? You're such a busybody. Li Haoren felt a little embarrassed, thinking to himself that you are the one who loves gossip the most, but he certainly wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Sigh, Li Haoren suddenly remembered his high school days. Back then, at least I could still be in the same class as Bai Shuefei, see her anytime, and play together after class, telling jokes and gossiping. Li Haoren messaged her, I suddenly miss high school. They also talked about things they did together in high school, many wonderful memories, but they rarely saw each other after going to university. Bai Shuefei was also somewhat saddened by what she heard. She felt that her high school classmates were her true friends, and being so far from home, she was sometimes even more sentimental than Li Haoren. In college, most of the time everyone does their own thing, there's no sense of cohesion in the class, roommates are just people who live together, and we don't share the same interests, so you feel all alone. Li Haoren could be considered her true friend, old classmate, and fellow townsman. The two of them had come to Jiangda together and should have supported each other. But every time Li Haoren sent a message, Bai Shuefei would feel inexplicably impatient, feeling that there was no point in chatting with this person. Bai Shuefei felt very conflicted. She hesitated for a moment before replying, "I have so many classes every day, and I'm also a member of the student council. I'm quite busy every day, so I don't have the time to think about so many things." Bai Shuefei felt busy, but she was busy without feeling fulfilled at all. Li Haoren tentatively asked, "How about we have more get-togethers between our two dorms when we have time? It seems like we don't know many other people besides you guys." Bai Shuefei shared similar thoughts with him. She didn't know many of the boys in her class and thought they were all incredibly low class. After entering university, the only new guy I met who was somewhat interesting was Chen Shi, and I also got along well with the other guys in his dorm. So he agreed, "Okay, but there's still one person in your dorm you haven't met yet, why don't you invite him next time?" Li Haoren hesitated, "I'm not very familiar with him." "Hey, you little Li, I have to give you a good talking to. How can your interpersonal skills be so bad? You don't even know your own roommates well." "It's none of my business, that guy's got some issues. We still need to get along well with our roommates." "Okay, we'll talk about it later." Bai Shuefei stopped talking to him, even though he was quite curious about Chen Shi's situation. She's that kind of gossipy woman, she'd die if she didn't gossip. She decided to wait until Zhao Yuna returned before testing the waters with her. In the afternoon, Chen Shi went to the college office to submit the form and arranged to meet Zhao Min there. Zhao Min arrived even earlier than him. She was in the Youth League Committee office discussing with the committee member in charge of university student entrepreneurship projects about applying for a business space. According to Chen Shi's plan, this project is commercialized. It's not just a simple innovation and entrepreneurship competition, but a fully commercialized project development. In the college lab, other students are also conducting competitions, so it's not particularly convenient. A separate space is needed. Zhao Min felt that she had been having a lot of bad luck lately, with everything going wrong. This time, when she applied for a venue, she was no exception and encountered a setback again. The secretary of the Youth League Committee, who was in charge of student affairs, spoke to her in a gentle and persuasive manner. "Zhao Min, you see, the college leaders were not very optimistic about your project to begin with, but you insisted on going your own way and raising funds to carry it out. It's like going against the leaders, so the college is even less likely to support you. If you're talking about treating everyone equally, it's fine to let you use the college's public facilities and venues, but to approve a separate office space for you is absolutely impossible. The space provided to the college for supporting projects is already insufficient." In the end, Zhao Min returned disappointed, and when Chen Shi met her, she found that her face was clearly full of frustration. Chen Shi asked her what was wrong, and Zhao Min only gave a forced smile. "I went to apply for a private office with the Youth League Committee teacher, but it wasn't approved." Chen Shi said nonchalantly, "It's okay, if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass. There's plenty of office space." "How so?" "It's very simple, just rent a room, it won't cost much." Zhao Min felt that this made a lot of sense. But she was still unconvinced. "It's not about the money. College students can apply for office space for their startup projects, so why can't I? I'm determined to create a groundbreaking project in front of these teachers who are critical of us, so that they'll regret their oversight afterward." Chen Shi found it a bit funny she hadn't realized Zhao Min was such an impetuous young person before. Chen Shi may have been like that when he was young, but after so many years of hard work, he doesn't care about these things anymore. If you succeed, people will naturally come to support you. The process isn't that important. If you achieve results entirely on your own without relying on the academy, wouldn't that better demonstrate your abilities? That's true, but we still need to fight for the rights we deserve, and... Zhao Min stared at Chen Shi with a serious expression. She had another point of view that Chen Shi might not have considered. Although you are relying on yourself, if you start a business while in school, it is best to associate it with the school's help. If you really succeed in your business in the future, you only need to say that the business was completed with the strong support of the school. The powerful 985 University can give you leverage to promote your marketing, and there will be people to help you get greater policy benefits. On the other hand, you worked hard on your own and your entrepreneurial success had nothing to do with the school. How can someone with ulterior motives hype it up? If the school does not provide support for entrepreneurial projects, the campus innovation atmosphere is insufficient, or something is fabricated out of thin air, and you claim credit for the project you incubated on campus. None of these situations sound good. During this period, Zhao Min also tried to change her mindset, broaden her perspective and take a long-term view. She was confident that she could make the project take off, so naturally she was thinking about what would happen next. Despite seeking only meager support from the school, they were able to hold on tightly to the large ship of the 985 University. After hearing this, Chenshi suddenly understood, that seems to make sense. He hadn't considered this connection. Although he knew his project would definitely be a hit and make money, it was just a small fry compared to the vast network of influence of 985 universities. Interpersonal relationships and policies are fertile ground for the future development of the studio. Chenshi had previously thought that Zhao Min was technically skilled but lacked the qualities to be an entrepreneur and team leader. However, she was surprised to find that Zhao Min had such a strong learning ability. She had learned so much in just a few days and her perspective had broadened considerably. Chenshi, an old guy who has been an entrepreneur for so many years, was careless and inadvertently made a mistake, but fortunately she was able to turn things around. Indeed, one should look at a person with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Chenshi was very happy, and he felt more at ease with Zhao Min leading the project development. These 2 chapters are a bit of a transition and contain a lot of rambling. The next chapter will focus on Zhao Yuner. Chapter 52. Whoever pays attention to whom first is a dog. Please read on. Zhao Min was talking seriously 1 second, but the next second her face turned quite ugly, with a hint of anger. What's wrong with you now? Chenshi asked again, puzzled. Zhao Min, being a rather carefree girl, simply tossed her phone to Chenshi to look at. Professor Zhang Shuming, Zhao Min, I actually think your startup project is promising, but there were many teachers in the office just now, and it wasn't appropriate to discuss your project in front of them. I can only talk to you privately. Please understand. Mr. Zhang Shuming, I currently have the authority to apply for a startup project studio. It's inconvenient to discuss this on my phone. How about we schedule a time to meet up at a quiet place, have a meal, and discuss your matter properly? I'll then see how things go and report to my superiors to apply. What do you think? Chenshi laughed after reading the message. Feigning doubt, he asked, isn't this fine? Zhao Min glanced at him irritably. Are you really stupid or just pretending? Ha ha. Chenshi laughed out loud, no longer teasing her. Senior, you are still quite charming. Zhao Min was a little narcissistic, crossing her arms and smugly saying, I'm quite satisfied with my looks. If it weren't for my clever brain, I don't know how many wicked men with ulterior motives would have ruined me long ago. That greasy, divorced 30-year-old man, anyone with a brain knows what he's thinking. He wants to be a young woman, what a load of rubbish. Chenshi was embarrassed, this was a bit too aggressive. Forget it, let's ignore him. What are you planning to do? Chenshi passed the question to Zhao Min, since Zhao Min probably had more connections in a place like school. Zhao Min spread her hands and gave the answer directly. The college is using the excuse that they don't have the resources to support us, so we'll apply to the school headquarters. Unfortunately, we can't apply to higher levels. The only way is to find a teacher at headquarters who can pull some strings. Chenshi laughed and said, well, there's nothing I can do about it. As a freshman, I don't have any connections, so I can only rely on you, senior. Oh, right, there's another way. Zhao Min suddenly had a bright idea and said, we can ask the students in the school's student council for help. School student union? Chenshi's eyes darted around. So, I might actually have a way, but I don't know if I have enough influence to get President Xia Yuqian to do me the honor. Is there any particular custom? Chenshi asked. The student union is the secretariat of the university's administrative center for handling student affairs. In a sense, it has much more say than the teachers in the youth league committee of a certain college who are in charge of student affairs. They are definitely responsible for college students' entrepreneurial projects, and their scope of authority is even greater. So you know someone in the student council? I don't know him. I don't know you, so what are you talking about? I guess I can only rely on myself. Zhao Min shook her head decisively, but then added with a smile, however, the vice president of the college student union is my classmate. Next week, the college student union will hold an internal welcome party, and they will invite a member of the leadership team of the university student union who is in charge of our college. I asked her to introduce me, and maybe she can help. Forehead. She hesitated for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the member in charge of the computer science department's student union should be Xia Yuqian, right? Are you sure you can persuade others? See? You have to explore all sorts of ways and try them all before you know if it will work. Moreover, dealing with students is not as complicated as dealing with teachers. A confident smile returned to Zhao Min's face. Chen Shi gave a thumbs up, looking forward to your performance. The rain soaked the sky, ruining it in a very sophisticated way. Zhao Yun'er has been very busy lately, so busy that she has almost forgotten about her own affairs. As a member of the Student Union Secretariat, she needs to help coordinate the activities of various departments and sometimes assist the school's administrative center in handling student affairs. It was a rare moment of leisure this afternoon when Zhao Yun'er went to the library to study. As she walked out of the library, the sky was overcast. She opened her umbrella and stepped out the door. Raindrops poured down from the sky, slanting across the ground with the breeze, creating splashes that lapped against her shoes. The road was flooded, and my shoes were soaked through in no time. My feet were cold, and even my trouser legs were wet. I felt a little chilly when the wind blew. After returning to the dormitory building, the rain gradually subsided, leaving only a light drizzle, and the campus became very quiet. Zhao Yun'er hadn't eaten yet, and felt cold, tired, and hungry. She took off her shoes, grabbed a random dress, and went into the bathroom. Hot water poured down from above, flowing through my hair and over my skin, instantly warming me up. A thin mist gradually filled the bathroom, obscuring my vision. Zhao Yun'er simply closed her eyes, feeling the warmth spreading across her head, which relaxed her mind. Don't think about anything right now. She set the hot water temperature a bit too high, and after showering, a large red patch appeared on her chest. The dormitory was also sheltered from the wind and rain, so it wasn't cold overall. In fact, it felt a bit hot right after coming out of the bathroom. It was still early, not even 7 o'clock yet, and I didn't know where my roommate had gone. Only Bai Shuefei was lying in bed, having stayed in bed all afternoon. She only groggily poked her head out when she heard the whirring sound of Zhao Yun'er's hairdryer below. Zilong, you're back. Zhao Yun'er smiled gently and said, I'm sorry, did I wake you up? No, I'm awake too. Bai Shuefei yawned, stretched, sat up, and started playing on her phone. After drying her hair, Zhao Yun'er noticed a box of strawberries on her desk. She asked in confusion, Feifei, where did these strawberries come from? Oh, I forgot to tell you, this afternoon that Senior Hao came to see you, and I happened to run into him. He asked me to give it to you. Oh, Zhao Yun'er replied indifferently. This senior student, Hao Juncheng, is the president of their School of Literature's student union. He is a very popular guy and got to know Zhao Yun'er through his work with the school's student union. In addition, he was an upperclassman in the same college and often met Zhao Yun'er in the college, so he developed a good impression of Zhao Yun'er and expressed his desire to be friends with her many times. He actually wanted to date Zhao Yun'er. Zhao Yun'er isn't stupid. However, she wasn't interested in this senior Hao Juncheng at all. When they added each other on QQ and were handing over work, he would often bring up other things, which was annoying since she was already busy enough. In the afternoon, while he was studying, he asked if she was in the dormitory. Zhao Yun'er felt confused and just gave him a few perfunctory answers. Unexpectedly, he brought her something downstairs. She didn't have the habit of accepting gifts from boys, so she threw them into the trash can without saying a word. TSK TSK. Bai Shuefei clicked her tongue in amazement as she watched from above. While playing on her phone, she suddenly remembered the message Li Haoran had sent her about Chen Shi at noon that day. She hesitated for a moment, then her gossipy nature kicked in, and she tentatively asked, Zilong, do you know what Chen Shi's family does? Zhao Yun'er paused for a moment, then said irritably, why bring him up? That's right, I think I heard that his parents are high-ranking officials. Oh, it's none of my business whether his parents are the top 2 officials in the province or not. I don't want to hear anything about him. Forehead. Seeing that Zhao Yun'er's tone and attitude were not very friendly, Bai Shuefei awkwardly laughed alone on the upper bunk. That girl is really stingy. Right. How could Zhao Yun'er not be stingy? She was angry, depressed, sad, and wronged. She still had hope for Chen Shi, and thought he would explain something to her when he came back. At least say something. But I waited for days and got nothing in return. Several times she even edited long messages to send to Chen Shi, but then deleted them, afraid that she would be too proactive and be looked down upon by others. And when girls get angry, they can be as stubborn as a mule. Fine, if you won't talk to me, then I won't talk to you either. At worst, we'll never see each other again. I'm not going to be friends with you anymore. Regardless of whether she did it willingly or unwillingly, she would never speak to Chen Shi again. Whoever responds first is a dog. Chapter 53 The Temperature of Chenxi. Please continue reading. If you ignore me, I'll ignore you too. Let's see who gets angry first. Zhao Yun'er grew angrier the more she thought about it. She picked up a borrowed self-help book that talked about how girls should love themselves, and how loving a cat is better than loving a man. Seeing Zhao Yun'er sulking downstairs, Bai Shuefei, who had never seen her like this before, quickly comforted her. "Don't be angry, Zilong. I didn't mean to bring him up. I was just curious." Bai Shuefei then recounted the analysis Li Haoran had given her that afternoon. Chen Shi's family members were most likely not high-ranking officials. He muttered to himself as he spoke, "So we thought he might be an orphan. Don't you think he's a bit strange sometimes? His personality is a bit flawed. People who lack family education are usually like that. Never mind, why talk about him? He's a bit of a lunatic." Not getting any feedback, Bai Shuefei felt that talking to her was pointless, so she simply stopped talking. Zhao Yun'er sat in her seat, her expression blank. Her hands, which had been turning the pages of a book, were now motionless and trembling slightly. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "What did you say?" "Ha?" Bai Shuefei was busy with other things and only then realized what he meant. "I knew he was acting a bit strange." Zhao Yun'er wanted to ask the previous question, but she didn't intend to speak again. "I have something to take care of, I need to go out for a bit." "Where are you going?" Zhao Yun'er grabbed an umbrella and hurried out the door without saying a word, leaving Bai Shuefei alone, unaware of what was going on. After leaving the girls' dormitory, she walked straight towards the School of Information Science without thinking. A light drizzle was still falling from the sky, but it was much lighter than before. The raindrops landed gently on the umbrella and did not fall on Zhao Yun'er. She had always found it strange that her conversations with Chen Shi would often end abruptly with silence. Only now did she realize that she had been asking some rather foolish questions. Ask him if he misses home. Ask him if he's lonely. Should we let him go home to see his family during the National Day holiday? The strange thing isn't Chen Shi, the problem lies with her. It turned out she knew nothing. She didn't understand Chen Shi at all. She knew too many children of high-ranking officials, and from childhood to adulthood, she had never seen a family whose members did not need to fill out information. So there was only one possibility left, which was the one Bai Shuefei analyzed. Based on Chen Shi's usual behavior, he has always been gentle and kind. He is willing to tell me anything, but he has never told me about his own situation. He was always alone. He is also a very good person. What would it be like if someone like this suddenly had another person by their side? It is hesitant, it is uncertain, and it may be wavering. He had never considered Chen Shi's feelings. Unbeknownst to her, she had arrived at the School of Information Science and Technology, downstairs at the boys' dormitory where Chen Shi was, her throat feeling a little bitter. The moment she took out her phone, she hesitated again. All along the way, she hadn't thought about how to face Chen Shi. Isn't that too abrupt? Shouldn't there be a buffer period? Should I have been more proactive? It's been a long time. What if this meeting isn't as ideal as I imagined, or what if he doesn't even want to get involved with me? The rain stopped, but the wind hadn't. A gust of cold wind blew, making Zhao Yun'er's umbrella sway. The damp air blew onto her skin, making her feel chilly and giving her goosebumps. She involuntarily shrank back. Just as she was hesitating over the chat box, a familiar, long-awaited voice entered her ears. "Why are you here all alone?" Zhao Yun'er looked up and found that Chen Shi had come to her side at some point. He just looked at her quietly, not much different from usual. It appeared without any warning. Zhao Yun'er met his gaze, but her expression was somewhat bewildered. The meeting was so sudden that she didn't have time to react. What should she say? Sigh, I really didn't think it through. They should have calmed down and thought things through before coming over, instead of having something to say but finding it so hard to express. Why did you come here? Seeing that she was only dressed in a white dress, Chen Shi's eyes showed concern. I. Zhao Yun'er's eyes darted around, hesitant to say, I came to find you, but the words stuck in her throat. Seeing that she couldn't explain herself, Chen Shi took off her light jacket, took the umbrella from her, and draped the jacket over her shoulders. Instantly, Zhao Yun'er felt her body warm up again, a warm feeling that tightly enveloped her small frame. It's so cold, why aren't you wearing more clothes? What if you get sick? I didn't expect this. Zhao Yun'er stammered, unable to distinguish whether it was concern or reproach, but regardless, she already felt warmth. Her shoulders and body were covered with Chen Shi's warmth, and her heart was also warm. Arriving unprepared isn't so bad after all. It's not a big problem. Chen Shi gently patted Zhao Yun'er's shoulder. It's alright, it's nothing. Wait here for me, I'll be right down. Zhao Yun'er's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded obediently. The corners of her mouth, which seemed a little lost, gradually turned up as she looked expectantly in the direction he had left. In less than 5 minutes, Chen came downstairs, carrying a large overcoat, and replaced the small jacket he had just draped over Zhao Yun'er. The dress was very long, covering 9/10 of Zhao Yun'er's calves, leaving only her ankles and toes exposed. Why are you dressed so lightly? She looked her up and down and asked again in a gentle tone. Zhao Yun'er became honest this time and lowered her head shyly. I was in such a hurry when I came out that I forgot to change. Okay. She didn't ask any more questions, but simply patted her back gently. Let's go. Where to? Let's go for a walk. Oh. Although he didn't know why she was in such a hurry to come out, she knew without a doubt that Zhao Yun'er had come to see him. I haven't seen her for several days, but she's still as beautiful as I remember, and her figure is still as good. It seems that she hasn't been affected by anything these past few days, which is great. She felt rather bored. Since the start of the semester, the person she had gotten to know best was probably Zhao Yun'er. How long have you been here? She asked. Not long ago, we just arrived. That's quite a coincidence, I just got back too. She discussed some matters with Zhao Min in the afternoon, met briefly with her team members, and then had a meal before returning home. As soon as I got back, I noticed Zhao Yun'er standing under the streetlight, dressed in a plain white dress, all alone, very conspicuous. She was wearing sandals, and the wind outside was chilly. Her long eyelashes were fluttering, whether from the wind or her eyelids, and she kept wrapping her body tightly with her coat. In reality, it was her feet that were cold, and even 2 layers of cotton-padded coats didn't help. With my feet exposed to the cold air, I doubt I'll be able to walk around much or stay outside for long. Your feet must be cold. Let me take you to buy some shoes. Chapter 54. This is a gift for you, please read on. Let's go buy a pair of shoes. Shi's suggestion warmed Zhao Yun'er's heart. He still cared about her. Even though the other party wasn't seeking advice, Zhao Yun'er still nodded gently. Yes, I'll listen to you. Exit through the south gate 2, which is close to the boys' dormitory, and across the street is Kunguang Plaza, a very large department store. On the first floor, Shi passed by a Nike store. After walking for a while, she got cold and didn't want to walk any further, so she took Zhao Yun'er inside. Let's watch it here. The store was filled with a wide variety of goods. Zhao Yun'er wasn't the type to look at prices when buying things at first glance. Everything looked quite nice. After all, she's a girl, and she'll hesitate when shopping, unsure of what to choose. Shi, being rather chauvinistic, picked out a nice pair of pink sneakers for her. Despite the fact that some people may have a certain taste in Nike's pink women's sneakers, they are always a good-looking shoe and come in a variety of sizes. What shoe size do you wear? 39. Zhao Yun'er was a little embarrassed when she said this. Other girls were all 35, 36, or 37. Her feet were so big. Of course, this was just her own idea. Shi didn't react much and just asked the sales clerk to get a pair. After all, she's already quite tall at over 1.7 meters. It would be abnormal if her feet weren't a little big. Please sit down. Good. Zhao Yun'er listened to him and sat on the sofa next to the mirror. Then she took a pack of tissues and squatted down in front of her. Without a word, he took off her slippers and held her cold feet in his hands. A sudden warmth spread from the soles of her feet, and Zhao Yun'er couldn't help but tremble slightly. She instinctively wanted to pull her foot back, but fortunately, her mind was a step ahead of her reaction, and she stopped. She was caught off guard by Shi's unexpected behavior, and her heart pounded. A blush crept onto her bare cheeks, adding color to the girl's beautiful face. Although she was a little uncomfortable and even resistant, the person in front of her was Shi, and Zhao Yun'er was not going to pull her foot back no matter what, so she let him control her. Zhao Yun'er's feet were still a little wet, so Shi helped her dry them with tissues, wiping the soles, insteps, between her toes and ankles. Zhao Yun'er's feet weren't exactly small, but they were slender and beautiful. Her fair and delicate toes shone with a warm luster under the fluorescent lights, as captivating as fine jade. It feels delicate and smooth in your hand, making it irresistible. As for Zhao Yun'er, Shi's touch made her feet itch, as if a slight electric current was stimulating her mind, giving her a strange tingling and joyful feeling. She felt dizzy, as if she had entered a wonderful world. As for feet, Zhao Yun'er didn't understand foot fetishism at all, and even thought that Shi didn't seem to mind her feet at all, which made her feel so ashamed. All I can say is that Shi is a really nice person, very gentle and considerate. Just then, the saleswoman brought the shoes over and, seeing this, couldn't help but praise, "Young lady, your boyfriend is so good to you." "He's not my boyfriend at all." Zhao Yuner was extremely shy. Her already rosy cheeks were burning hot. While she felt a secret joy, she was also afraid that Chen Shi would feel awkward because of this. After experiencing a setback, Zhao Yuner became anxious and uncertain, which made her unable to see the current situation clearly. Now that Chen Shi has gone to such lengths, how could he possibly remain silent? He smiled slightly at the saleswoman and said, "Basic procedure." Neither admitted nor denied it. Having held back for quite some time, and on a whim, Chen Shi seized the opportunity to demonstrate his gentlemanly manners. He was in the best position and even gained a great advantage. He admitted that he was a foot fetishist. Zhao Yuner's feet felt amazing to the touch, smooth and lustrous. If he wasn't worried about the negative impact in being seen as a pervert, he would have loved to keep touching them right there and then. Of course, this was just a mischievous thought that flashed through Chen Shi's mind, and it didn't mean that he would actually do it. Whether or not it's controlled, it's not necessary to control it in public. Playing with feet is something that should be done in private. Right now, I just want to do something for Zhao Yuner. He also brought a pair of socks and helped Zhao Yuner put them on, casually lifting her feet with one hand while using the other to slip on her shoes. From Zhao Yuner's perspective, Chen Shi's gentle movements and earnest gaze were truly captivating. She could hardly look away. "So, what is our relationship now?" Zhao Yuner asked herself this question in her heart. Ordinary male and female friends wouldn't do this kind of thing. I don't understand. But Zhao Yuner didn't think that she and Chen Shi had crossed that line at most. It was just a rekindling of their relationship. Sha, not dead yet. It should be said that they were like withered trees coming back to life, restored to their former glory, and thriving. They still needed to keep up the good work. However, she suddenly realized that this kind of relationship, which was kept unspoken and unrevealed, was actually quite nice. There was nothing to worry about. The more she rushed to expose it, the more counterproductive it would be. There was nothing wrong with enjoying the present moment. Ding! Affection level upgrade complete. Special ability spending rebate restored to normal level. Zhao Yuner's favorability has increased to 84. Whenever the host spends time with Zhao Yuner, a special effect is gained, increased stamina. Finally, Zhao Yuner's favorability rating has reached the next stage. It seems that the special ability she has gained is custom made. Chen Shi already felt it was worth it, and now there was an unexpected bonus. How is it? Are you satisfied? Very good, very comfortable. Then I'll take these. The shoes fit perfectly, so there was no need to pack them up. Chen Shi went straight to the front desk to pay. The socks and shoes cost 950 yuan in total. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Swipe your card. Ha! Zhao Yuner was still immersed in joy when Chen Shi tried to pay first. It was too expensive, and she couldn't afford it. She quickly squeezed in and said, "I can pay for it myself." She then realized that, given Chen Shi's family situation, his financial situation must not be particularly good. Chen Shi acted quickly, swiping the card directly and completing the payment. Zhao Yuner was filled with regret. She shouldn't have agreed so early. It was almost 1,000 yuan, which was far too expensive. She had no right to let Chen Shi pay for it. "Chen Shi, I can't let you pay. I'll transfer the money to you later. You must accept it, otherwise I'll feel guilty." Unfortunately, Zhao Yuner brought a cell phone with her, otherwise she would have transferred the cash on the spot. "No need, I brought you here, I'll pay for it." "But you." "There are no buts. Just consider it my apology to you, and also, we've known each other for so long, this is a gift for you, Zhao Yuner." Seeing Chen Shi's suddenly upturned lips, Zhao Yuner's heart pounded again, and joy and emotion filled her heart in an instant. Chapter 55. The moonlight is beautiful. This is a gift Chen Shi gave herself. This is the first time Chen Shi has given herself a gift. At this moment, Zhao Yuner's heart was filled with joy and she couldn't think about anything else. If she didn't accept this gift, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. Her face beamed with girlish joy, and her beautiful, bright eyes met Chen Shi's. She said sincerely, "Chen Shi, this is the best gift I've ever received. I will cherish it for the rest of my life." Chen Shi smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry about treasuring it. Just change it when it gets worn out. I'll give you even better gifts in the future, okay?" "Good." Stepping out of the store, Zhao Yuner was overjoyed. Her slender fingers clasped together, and she kept fiddling with them under her sleeves, her happiness almost overflowing. The sunset, a gift from heaven, cannot be held back. It falls silently upon the face of a beautiful woman. Shenxi was carrying a small bag containing Zhao Yun'er's slippers. As always, he wouldn't initiate a conversation unless Zhao Yun'er spoke first. It's just a habit. Feeling Shenxi quietly by her side, Zhao Yun'er felt wonderful and didn't need to say anything, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Without saying much, the two walked back to the school side by side. They strolled leisurely along the tree-lined paths on campus and unknowingly came to a pebbly path in the woods. Walking through the grove after the rain, even the birdsong in the treetops had ceased. Stepping onto a stone bridge, the area gradually brightens, revealing a stretch of bright white water on its surface, reflecting the moonlight and creating a shimmering expanse. This place is called Xinghu Star Lake. Between the stone bridges leading to both sides is a pavilion in the middle of the lake. Shenxi and Zhao Yun'er stopped in their tracks when they arrived at the pavilion. On a cool summer night, the lake shimmered with light. A cool breeze swept by, scattering the moon's reflection and ruffling the hair of the young men and women. Zhao Yun'er's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. She wasn't cold. Such a beautiful scene, spending time with Shenxi here, wouldn't that count as a date? I don't think so. How can you call it a date when nobody comes here? It could be called a secret rendezvous at most. At the edge of the pavilion, moonlight spilled onto Zhao Yun'er, giving off a faint glow. Shenxi looked at Zhao Yun'er from the side. Under her unzipped jacket, he could see her pure white spaghetti strap dress with black lace trim. Further inside, his snow-white, smooth breasts were faintly visible. The moonlight, like water, veiled Zhao Yun'er's already delicate face, making her skin appear even whiter and softer, with a faint blush and full red lips. Without any makeup, her skin was radiant and full of life. At this moment, we gaze at each other but cannot hear each other's voices. Shenxi really wanted to taste what those lips tasted like. Zhao Yun'er looked stunning today, like the moon goddess Artemis, pure and elegant. He admitted that he was genuinely tempted. Feeling Shenxi's intense gaze, Zhao Yun'er, who was already easily embarrassed, lowered her eyebrows slightly. My hands wouldn't obey my commands, and they kept twisting behind my back, leaving me completely at a loss. Why is he staring at me so directly? What does he want? I'm so embarrassed. But then he doesn't say anything, leaving everyone wondering what to do. Zhao Yun'er simply stopped facing Shenxi and looked at the round moon on the water. It was bright but not dazzling. The moonlight overhead was gently shining on the earth. Shenxi, have you read Natsume Soseki's works? What? Shenxi's attention was also distracted by the moonlight. Zhao Yun'er's question was so sudden that he didn't react for a moment. It is a book. What's wrong? It's nothing. Zhao Yun'er shook her head, a calm smile suddenly appearing on her face. Actually, what I wanted to say was that the moonlight is really beautiful tonight. Shenxi wasn't some artsy youth. In fact, she hadn't read many books. She seemed to have come across similar quotes on short video platforms, and now she understood completely. Yes, the moonlight is beautiful. The wind is gentle too. Shenxi wanted to say that, but the moon was beautiful at the moment, but the wind was not gentle and carried a slight chill. So let's just leave it at that. The scene has already created an atmosphere, and the emotions are already there without needing to be spoken. Pfft, ha. Seeing that he couldn't answer, Zhao Yun'er covered her mouth and chuckled. This straight man is unromantic when asked, but he can be romantic in all sorts of unexpected ways. Of course, isn't this also a kind of romance? What are you laughing at? Shenxi asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Zhao Yun'er stopped smiling, her expression gradually returning to calm. As night deepened, Shenxi felt the wind grow cooler. Today was pretty much over. Although she hadn't said what she needed to say, she had expressed most of what she wanted to say. Let's go, I'll take you back to your dorm. Okay, sure. Zhao Yun'er listened to Shenxi and stayed close to him. She secretly stuck out her tongue again. She hadn't had dinner yet this afternoon, but it looked like Shenxi had just finished eating not long ago, so it wouldn't be right for her to eat with him. I might as well just go back and eat whatever's convenient. Even though she was supposed to come to Shenxi tonight, Shenxi took the initiative, and her request to see him didn't come to fruition. But there was one thing Zhao Yun'er felt she needed to figure out today. Zhao Yun'er stopped and looked up at Shenxi with a serious expression. Shenxi, can I ask you something? Go ahead and ask. I heard, well, it's about your family. Never mind, I won't ask if it's inconvenient for you. Hesitantly, Zhao Yun'er mustered her courage but didn't say anything. Asking would be quite disappointing. Chen Shi thought for a moment in silence, seemingly realizing what Zhao Yun'er wanted to ask. He didn't know how Zhao Yun'er knew. Of course, this is not a big deal. Are you asking if I'm an orphan? Chen Shi asked calmly. Surprised? Well, just like you think, my parents passed away when I was very young. Zhao Yun'er lowered her head. Although she had prepared herself mentally, her heart skipped a beat at this moment, and her lips trembled. Sorry. Seeing that she looked somewhat guilty, Chen Shi smiled and said, It's alright, it all happened a long time ago. You just wanted to check on me, right? Okay. Zhao Yun'er nodded firmly. Chen Shi, I'll transfer the money from earlier to you. Don't rush, I haven't finished yet. Zhao Yun'er wanted to say something more, but Chen Shi's hand naturally landed on her shoulder. He explained, although I'm alone, my financial situation isn't difficult, so don't worry. If you feel bad about it, you can make it up to me in other ways. Real? It really is, even more real than pearls. Okay, then next time I'll take you out, treat you to food, and give you a gift, okay? I already owe you several times already. As Zhao Yun'er spoke, she pouted, sounding somewhat coquettish, as if afraid that Chen Shi would not agree. Okay, whatever you say. I've been very busy lately. How about we meet before National Day? Let's set a date right away. How about we go out the day before the National Day holiday? Okay. Chen Shi wanted to say that she had class that day, but since the other person, a true academic genius, had said so, why should she pretend to be a good student? I'd rather skip this class, I'm going to skip it. As they chatted, Chen Shi told Zhao Yun'er not to worry too much about her family's affairs. Before they knew it, they had arrived at her dormitory building. The dim streetlights below cast long shadows of the two of them. The wind wasn't so cold anymore, it felt much warmer when we parted. Shall I go up first? Okay, go upstairs and get some rest. Zhao Yun'er walked to the dormitory door with a sweet smile on her face. She stood on tiptoe with her hands behind her back, looking reluctant to leave. Gazing at Chen Shi's face, which always stirred her heart, under the dim light not far away, Zhao Yun'er opened her mouth, and all her words were condensed into one sentence, Chen Shi, good night. By the way, the wind is so gentle tonight, Chen Shi's voice drifted on the breeze. Zhao Yun'er paused for a moment, then ran into the dormitory building without looking back. He rushed into the dormitory room, hugged himself, and huddled in a chair. Her burning cheeks rubbed against her cold thighs, and she chuckled foolishly. Chapter 56 Why should I, Zhao Yun'er, explain my actions to you in my lifetime? Ooh. Giggle. Zhao Yun'er huddled in the chair, making strange noises, her head almost buried between her legs. Her cheeks were flushed and burning hot, like bubbles in a teapot. Recalling Chen Shi's handsome face under the moonlight, and his peaceful, caring, and gentle expression, everything touched her heart. At this moment, Zhao Yun'er felt a tingling sensation all over her body, as if countless ants were crawling all over her. Her delicate body was so soft that it was almost as if water could be squeezed out of it. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap? No way, no way? Seeing Zhao Yun'er acting like she was having withdrawal symptoms, Bai Shuefei was stunned. What had she been doing outside? If this were any more dramatic, she would have caused a dam to burst open. Zilong, where did you go? Zhao Yun'er raised her face, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. Guess who I just went to see? Is that Senior Hao Juncheng? Roll. Zhao Yun'er, who was in a good mood, suddenly felt down after hearing what she said and even rolled her eyes. Bai Shuefei knew perfectly well who she had met and was just teasing her. She covered her mouth and laughed, saying, Look at her, she's so fierce. Feng Bauer, who was typing, was the first to peek out. Yes, she really has a great chest. You really can't compare to her in that respect. You. Bai Shuefei was furious. So what if you have big breasts? Humph, they're just an extra burden on your body. Feng Bauer's eyes darted around, and a crescent moon appeared at the corner of her calm mouth. But Fei Fei, that's her only advantage. There's one thing she can never match you for. What? In terms of wealth, Zilong will never be able to compare with you. Bai Shuefei frowned, not understanding the situation. Everyone knew that Zhao Yun'er was the richest girl in the dormitory. Who could compare to her in terms of economic conditions? Then Feng Bauer added, Look at you, so young and already owning an airport, it's truly enviable. Zhao Yun'er couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing along with Feng Bauer, while Bai Shuefei froze, her expression incredibly interesting. This is a joy for two, and a sorrow for one. One person's sorrow is two people's fault. I won't argue with a web novelist like you who writes erotic novels. I can't win against a seasoned veteran like you. Bai Shu Fa snorted, ignoring Feng Bauer, and turned to Zhao Yuner with a look of exasperation and mockery. Zilong, I remember 2 hours ago someone said they didn't want to talk to Chen Shi anymore, but now, suddenly they're back together? Are they even dating? Can you explain this to everyone? Ha! Zhao Yuner proudly raised her head. Why should I, Zhao Yuner, explain my actions to you? Just because I said I'd ignore them doesn't mean I can. I also said anyone who talks to me is a dog, but I haven't turned into a dog myself. Isn't this just like guys constantly talking about funeral oil without actually doing it? That's just a virtual horse, not a real horse that's going to mate with you. Besides, Chen Shi and I are just friends with a clear conscience. Bai Shu Fa is just a guy without any male confidants. Let her gossip behind my back, I don't need to worry about her. Forehead. Feng Bauer almost exclaimed, holy crap. Very good, that's cool enough. She took out her notebook and wrote it down for later in her novel. I, Feng Baobao, have no need to explain my actions to others. Not to mention the day before National Day, Chen Shi skipped classes the entire second week, not attending a single class. Half of the courses were easy ones, and the other half were major courses and advanced mathematics. He didn't need to study the major courses, and he couldn't learn advanced mathematics even if he tried, nor could he understand it. At worst, he could just get tutoring from others near the end of the semester. In summary, attending classes regularly is a waste of time. It's enough to just show up occasionally. These past few days, Chen Shi went to retrieve the business license registration materials, and then gathered Zhao Min and her team. The group met in a meeting room in the library as a temporary study spot to further discuss the details of game development, and Chen Shi taught them how to use the game development software. The early preparation for developing a game is especially important. It is absolutely unrealistic to cram all the content into their minds in just a few days, but it is enough to build the overall framework of the entire game. Zhao Min and her team are all exceptionally talented individuals. There are senior students who are doing research during their junior year, senior students who are doing internships, and even senior students who are about to start working in their third year of graduate school. They all learn very efficiently, and no one has fallen behind during the several days of studying together. They were all amazed by Chen Shi's programming skills. He was only a freshman, yet his coding level was in no way inferior to that of graduate students, and his development experience was much more mature than theirs. A dozen or so people gathered in the library couldn't really relax, and some members' computers were just not very powerful. They needed a dedicated space to accommodate the team, with additional equipment and supplies, to make it look like a studio. Zhao Yuner's life was also on track. After all, she and Chen Shi were not in the same department. She was a diligent and academically gifted student and a member of the student council. Naturally, she couldn't have as much free time as Chen Shi to run around and meet up when there was nothing to do. In addition, the two of them had finally sorted things out that night and needed a cooling-off period. On Wednesday evening, Chen Shi and Zhao Min went to the third-floor reception room of the college, where the student union was holding its internal welcome party that night. Two students in uniform stood at the entrance of the reception room, ready to greet guests. Upon seeing Zhao Min arrive, they immediately came forward. Senior Zhao Min, please come in. Please find a seat on the left. Zhao Min is the top student in her third year of computer science. Even though she is not a member of the student union, a large number of freshmen know her. The leftmost section of the venue was reserved for other attendees, such as high-achieving seniors, some class representatives, and club representatives. The remaining seats were reserved for student council members, including third-year executive committee members, second-year department heads, and first-year students, totaling around 300 people. Upon entering, Chen Shi could see a large group of students in suits busily making preparations for the evening's event. Zhao Min frowned upon seeing this and said bluntly, sometimes I really dislike the way the student council acts. They haven't even learned to be human yet, but they're already acting like bureaucrats. Chen Shi asked with a smile, how so? Zhao Min explained that, in her opinion, university student unions are, as anyone who knows, actually just spending all their time on trivial activities. A group of people sit together in meetings, spending 7/10 of their time chatting and playing, 2/10 of their time discussing, and only 1/10 of their time actually working. It's a complete waste of time. There is serious formalism. People are always required to wear suits and uniforms and student union badges. If you don't wear the badge, they will question you about why you forgot such an important thing. Bureaucracy is even more severe. The student council president must be addressed as president and cannot include his surname. The vice president must be addressed as president and cannot be addressed as senior or senior sister. The same applies to ministers. Moreover, the rules are very strict. Even though they are all students, first-year members cannot bypass third-year members and must first ask the minister or vice minister for permission and report up the chain of command. If it weren't for wanting to meet the members of the student union in charge and ask them for a favor, Zhao Min wouldn't have bothered coming. That's an exaggeration. She smiled without saying a word. This is nothing compared to the complexities of interpersonal relationships in our country. Zhao Min, a tech fanatic, is indeed only suited for technical work. Before Shi could say anything to Zhao Min, he heard a wise voice calling to him. Hey, old Chen, what are you doing here? Chapter 57 Eating everything will only harm them, please read on. Shi felt that Zhao Min had exaggerated. Who would say that you can't call someone senior or elder? That would be treating people like idiots. The student union is essentially a scaled-down version of the institutional structure, with many bloated aspects, but it can sometimes play a certain role. Spending a year or two in the student union will give you an advantage when taking civil service exams or other similar tests, and you'll be less likely to make mistakes once you're in the system. The party hadn't officially started yet, but people were already moving around the venue, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Zhao Min also met some of her classmates there, and they chatted as they met. Shi was just sitting there playing on her phone when she suddenly heard a wise voice calling to her. Hey Lao Chen, what are you doing here? It was Li Haoran. His department and Wang Peng's department were very close, and the two of them sat next to each other. After spotting Shi, they came over together to say hello. Shi put down her phone and replied with a smile, What? Can't I just stay here? Exactly, old Chen is the class monitor, it's normal for him to be invited to observe, Wang Peng said disdainfully to Li Haoran. These two had a little argument a couple of days ago. Shi has been busy these past few days and hasn't paid much attention to what's going on in the dorm. I didn't expect them to be sitting together like idiots again. To be honest, Shi had never attended such an occasion before. She was very professional, just like a government awards ceremony. That is true. Li Haoran nodded in agreement, and said to Shi with great enthusiasm, Old Chen, this party tonight will definitely broaden your horizons. Before coming here, I realized that my knowledge has always been too shallow. Shi, puzzled but impressed, asked, How did you find out so late? Fuck you. Wang Peng, this rare instance of a close friend standing on the same side as Li Haoran, said to Old Chen, Let me tell you, Zhao Yuner might already be incredibly beautiful in your eyes, and I thought so too until tonight. When Haozi and I came here just now, we ran into the legendary student council president. He looks a million times better in person than in photos. He has a tall and well-proportioned figure, fair skin, and an even more amazing aura than the big stars on TV. I could hardly take my eyes off him. Is it really that exaggerated? Yes, she's awesome and beautiful. Are you sure you've seen it? She was starting to have doubts. She felt that Xia Yuqian was quite pretty, not much better than Zhao Yuner, and she had never seen these two idiots react so strongly before. It's not an exaggeration at all, Lao Chen, you'll see for yourself later if you don't believe me. That's right, anyway, the president will be speaking on stage later. That is true. Shi nodded and said, I also heard that the student council president would be coming, so this is a good opportunity to get to know him. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Haoran and Wang Peng almost burst out laughing. Under Shi's questioning gaze, Li Haoran sneered, You? You're more like someone who knows nothing. There are at least 800 or 1,000 guys who have tried to chat up Xia Yuqian, and I've never heard of many of them not being rejected. Li Haoran admitted that Shi was a bit tall, a bit handsome, and a bit smarter, but could someone who could become the president of the student council be an ordinary student? Could he do it without a strong family background? Shi's skill level is far from sufficient. He's the one who still wants to get to know Xia Yuqian. I heard she's very aloof and has seen all sorts of outstanding guys. You'd be lucky if you could even exchange a single word with her. Shi found it amusing, thinking to herself, where did Li Haoran get this ridiculous data? Didn't he see any aloofness in Xia Yuqian? So, without batting an eye, he said, maybe they'll see how handsome I am and want to ask me out? Li Haoran seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, don't even mention her asking you out. If you manage to get a date with her, I'll eat shit on my head right now. Pinch. Shi said unhappily, Haozi, this is no fun. You're always thinking about getting free food and drinks. Wang Peng scoffed, "Old Chen, if you can do that, I'll share the credit." Chen Shi shook her head helplessly, thinking that her two roommates were really gluttons, and eating everything would only harm them. "Li Haoran, what are you doing here?" The two chatted casually for a short while when a tall man in a suit approached them. Minister, I'd like to say hello to my classmate." The boy was Xiao Gangxiang, the college's sports minister. He had a buzz cut and looked quite energetic. He looked Chen Shi up and down, and seeing that he wasn't wearing a badge, he asked, "This is a student council activity." "Aren't you a student council member?" Li Haoran quickly explained, "Minister, he's our class monitor." Xiao Gangxiang completely ignored him and continued, "Did you receive an invitation?" "No." "Who let you come? You freshmen have no manners at all, showing up uninvited." Chen Shi thought this guy was pretty stupid the moment he opened his mouth. No wonder Zhao Min was so resistant. It seems the Computer Science Student Union is a bit more bureaucratic. I couldn't be bothered with him and just casually said, "Zhao Min told me to come with him, so I came." "Who knew about your stupid rules here?" Xiao Gangxiang's face immediately turned ugly, but since Zhao Min's name had already been brought up, he couldn't say anything more. Chen Shi's attitude really annoyed him. What did he mean by breaking the rules? He was, after all, a minister in the student council, and this little freshman, who wasn't even a member of the student council, dared to speak to him in such a tone. Of course, he couldn't control Chen Shi. He snorted and said, "You've got a senior to guide you. Just follow the rules. Li Haoran, don't just stand around. Come and help later." "Yes, minister." After Xiao Gangxiang left, Li Haoran said to Chen Shi, feeling embarrassed, "I'm sorry, Lao Chen, he was actually coming for me." "Oh, how so?" Li Haoran got angry when this was mentioned. "Pa, how the hell am I supposed to know when I offended him? That guy is a complete idiot. Out of so many members, he's always targeting me. Look at the members of the sports department, they're just sitting around doing nothing." "TCH." Wang Peng said disdainfully, hands on his hips. "It's no fun staying in this kind of club. You might as well transfer to our department. If my department head dared to talk to me like that, you'd see if I'd even give him the time of day." No sooner had he finished speaking than a string of curses and swears came from nearby. "Wang Peng, what the hell are you doing standing there? Get the hell over here and get to work. The minister has arrived." Seeing Wang Peng immediately run over, Chen Shi and Li Haoran stood there, petrified. That's so damn despicable. After a while, the order in the venue stabilized, and a pretty girl dressed in formal trousers took the stage to host. She first introduced herself, saying that she was the vice president of the student union named Tang Yanwan, and that she was very happy to host the party today. "This is the classmate I told you about," Zhao Min introduced, but Chen Shi did not react. Tang Yanwan then introduced the members of the student union presidium sitting in the front row one by one, and each introduction of a member was met with enthusiastic applause. After introducing the last person, she patted the receiver to cover the crowd's voices. "Please be quiet, everyone. The last person is also a big surprise. We are honored to have the president of the student union, Xia Yuqian, to give the opening speech. Please welcome her with applause." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Yuqian gracefully walked out from behind the curtain, and the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause. Some boys even screamed, "President Xia, you're so beautiful. I love you." I don't know which idiot was in heat, but thankfully their strange behavior was stopped. However, he was right. Xia Yuqian looked absolutely stunning today, not just in appearance, but more importantly in her demeanor. The front row was filled with black suit pants, while Xia Yuqian wore a black V-neck inner layer, a khaki suit jacket, a matching pencil skirt, and high heels, giving her a very professional and career woman vibe. Today she used a curling iron to lightly curl her hair, making it slightly wavy, not too curly. Her long hair draped over one shoulder, adding to her elegant and mature temperament. It seems that the way working women dress can better bring out Xia Yuqian's unique elegance. To be honest, Xia Yuqian already had a good eye for Chen Shi's aesthetic sense, and now, Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. Xia Yuqian was already used to the current situation. She raised the corners of her lips slightly and said, "Good evening, everyone from the School of Computer Science. I am Xia Yuqian." Chapter 58, the top of the 10 most influential people on campus. Please read on. As a student, Xia Yuqian's outfit did not seem out of place in this setting. On the contrary, it was very appropriate and fitting, and her aura overshadowed everyone else present. Xia Yuqian is the kind of person you can tell is the female CEO of a company just by looking at her in a crowd. The group of well-dressed executive committee members below looked like monkeys in crowns, a bunch of stinking insurance salesmen. I am very pleased to be invited to give the opening speech at the Computer Science Department Student Union Welcome Party today. On behalf of all the old members of the Student Union, I would like to welcome you all to join us. Xia Yuqian's voice was melodious and captivating, immediately stirring the emotions of everyone present. Admiring glances came from below, and she charmed almost everyone, regardless of gender. What's attractive about Xia Yuqian isn't just her temperament and appearance, but also her inner qualities and character, as well as her achievements at Zhang University. Anyone who can reach this position is no ordinary person. Xia Yuqian's speech consisted of half reading from a prepared script and half improvisation, and it didn't take up too much time. Because she had other important matters to attend to, she took her leave after giving her speech and stepped down from the stage. The host, Tang Yanwan, handed the stage to a colleague, who was responsible for escorting Xia Yuqian off stage. President Xia, thank you so much for your help today. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Yanwan said hesitantly, by the way, President Xia, it's like this, I have a friend who does scientific research and would like to get to know you. I wonder if you have some time. She probably meant to ask me for a favor. Xia Yuqian was very busy, with so many colleges and so many presidents and vice presidents. If she had to deal with this every day, she would be exhausted. But since she already knew Tang Yanwan, it was necessary to be polite. Let's meet. Okay. Xia Yuqian responded, but her response was very cold, leaving Tang Yanwan extremely embarrassed. If it weren't for her good friend Zhao Min asking for her help, she wouldn't have lowered herself to ask for a favor. Seeing Tang Yanwan winking at her from a distance, even Zhao Min, who wasn't particularly adept at social skills, knew she had to take the initiative and quickly pulled Chen Shi over. Tang Yanwan took the lead in introducing the students, saying, President Xia, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Min, who ranks first in our college. Xia Yuqian's aura was incredibly powerful, and she was asking for a favor, so Zhao Min smiled and extended both hands. President Xia Yuqian, hello, I'm sorry to bother you in your busy schedule. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't matter. Even if Zhao Min didn't understand the internal affairs of the student council, Xia Yuqian's name was already well known to her. A top student in the School of Economics and Management, he published a paper in the top economics journal Economic Research during his freshman year. As the minister of the Secretariat of the Student Union in his sophomore year, he helped the school secure millions of yuan in investment to build a student gymnasium. He was ranked first among the top 10 influential figures on campus by various colleges. Faced with a woman who was far superior to herself, Zhao Min couldn't help but show her fear. Xia Yuqian glanced at Zhao Min indifferently, and after a while, she took her hand and said, I've heard of you. You're one of the top 10 campus celebrities this year. You're very outstanding. It's nice to meet you for the first time. Xia Yuqian's words made Zhao Min feel flattered. She only managed to get into the bottom tier because her grades were slightly better and the School of Computer Science was a strong school. She never expected that Xia Yuqian would recognize her. My mind went blank for a moment, and I just laughed awkwardly, unable to say anything. Cough cough. Chen Shi's soft cough brought her back to her senses. Zhao Min thought to herself, oh no, how could I have lost my composure like this? It's so embarrassing. What should I do if I make a bad impression on someone during our first meeting, and how should I start the conversation? Tang Yanwan thought to herself, this junior that Zhao Min brought is so rude. Why just stand there? You could at least say hello to your senior, instead of doing something so outrageous. Did you contact me? I guess so. Xia Yuqian glanced at Chen Shi, and Tang Yanwan felt that this was really the end. Was this a junior or a big shot? Asking for a favor and still acting so arrogant. However, Xia Yuqian, who had been expressionless, smiled sweetly at Chen Shi. I wonder what brings you here, Junior Chen Shi? You could have talked to me privately, but you insisted on waiting for me here. What, trying to create a chance encounter? These words were quite meaningful, and Zhao Min and Tang Yanwan were both stunned. Do these two know each other? Why do we seem to know each other quite well? Chen Shi calmly met Xia Yuqian's gaze. Senior, you're joking. I just wanted to ask you for a favor. You want my help? Xia Yuqian's eyes darted around. I'm very busy, I haven't even had dinner yet. I haven't eaten either, let's go eat together. I'm a very picky eater. I'll treat you to something delicious. Okay. Xia Yuqian smiled knowingly. Although she didn't say it, she really owed it to Chen Shi last time it rained. Chen Shi felt the same way. After all, he had acted as a protector of Xia Yuqian last time, escorting her back to her dormitory. She shouldn't refuse him even this small favor. The reason Chen Shi didn't tell Xia Yuqian privately was because he knew Xia Yuqian was indeed busy. Since he happened to catch her today, there was no need to reschedule. How about we go somewhere else? Xia Yuqian nodded and took the lead with Chen Shi. Tang Yanwan stood there awkwardly laughing, while Zhao Min was a little confused. Chen Shi didn't mention beforehand that he knew Xia Yuqian, even though they seemed quite familiar with each other, which left people feeling uneasy. However, seeing that things seemed to be going well, he followed closely behind. On the other side, Wang Peng and Li Haoren were about to burst into tears. Just as Xia Yuqian stepped off the stage, the two lecherous men had been keeping an eye on her movements. When they saw Zhao Min leading Chen Shi closer, they cursed under their breath. Damn, old Chen is really lucky to be able to show his face in front of Chairman Xia. Damn it, I should have gone and clung to Senior Zhao Min back then. The two harbored deep resentment, but thankfully, seeing Chen Shi being left standing to the side like a servant, they breathed a sigh of relief. That kid almost got lucky. But who would have thought that the situation would suddenly change in the next second? Xia Yuqian actually took the initiative to greet Chen Shi, and, damn it, she smiled. She smiled at Chen Shi. Everyone says that Xia Yuqian is an ice queen. Even when she smiles, it's a cold and indifferent fake smile. But when she's with Chen Shi, she blossoms into a beautiful smile. It doesn't seem like he's faking it. The two seem to have made an appointment, walking out of the venue side by side. Li Haoren's expression suddenly changed. Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Howsy, when are you going to do a live stream of yourself eating shit upside down? Wang Peng asked, swallowing hard. Get the hell out of here. Not to mention Chen Shi's two roommates, there were countless admirers and even suitors of Xia Yuqian present. When they saw the legendary aloof school beauty chatting and laughing with a freshman-looking boy, they almost shed tears of sadness. It turns out that Xia Yuqian wasn't ignoring the boys, but rather ignoring herself. The goddess he loved but could not have has probably already transformed into someone else's shape behind his back. Once outside the meeting room, the noise subsided considerably. Chen Shi briefly spoke with Xia Yuqian. Senior, I'd like to apply to the school for an office for entrepreneurial work. Do you have the authority to do so? President Xia. Before Xia Yuqian could even speak, a young man with slicked back hair walked towards her and extended his hand towards her. Xia Yuqian was taken aback. She didn't recognize the person. He looked like a teacher. Who are you? I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhang Shuming, the secretary of the Youth League Committee of the School of Computer Science. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, hello Teacher Zhang. Xia Yuqian's reaction was lukewarm, and she didn't extend her hand to shake hands with him, which made Zhang Shuming a little embarrassed. He silently withdrew his hand, but of course, he didn't care too much. The president of the university's student union is actually on the same level as the vice president of the university's youth league committee, while the vice president of the university's youth league committee is half a level higher than the president of the college's youth league committee. Of course, there is a difference between teachers and students holding concurrent positions. The former has an actual administrative rank, while the student council president, as a student, is demoted by half a rank. Therefore, Xia Yuqian and Zhang Shuming can be considered to be of equal rank, and we can tentatively classify them as being at the level of a full-fledged college professor. Upon hearing that Xia Yuqian, the president of the student union, was coming to the college to participate in an event, Zhang Shuming, as the secretary of the youth league committee of the School of Computer Science, definitely had to come and say hello. Although they appear to be at the same level, there is actually a question of the amount of power associated with each position. Chapter 59 Zhang does most outstanding alumni. Being at the level of a full-fledged hospital director and being at the level of a full-fledged hospital director are two different things. As the president of the school association, Xia Yuqian has a wider range of business dealings, comes into contact with more important people, and has a brighter future. Based on the power and influence of the position, it's far beyond what a mere secretary of the youth league committee can compare to. Besides, the president is the president, and President Xia is President Xia. Xia Yuqian is someone who has secured tens of millions of yuan in investment for the school and is highly valued by the school's main leaders. Her background and strength are self-evident. Zhang Shuming didn't mind Xia Yuqian's coldness. He had heard that this year's student council president was very aloof and didn't expect her to be enthusiastic. He just said some polite words like welcome to Xia Yuqian. Even though it was a thankless act and offered no real help to Zhang Shuming, he still came to complete this ritual. At the very least, you can make your face known and prove that you were here. Why? Zhang Shuming doesn't think this matter is meaningless. In fact, it's very significant. He's so eager to improve. For Xia Yuqian, it didn't matter who came to greet her, but she might remember clearly who didn't. You can't hit a smiling face, and since the other party was being very polite, Xia Yuqian exchanged a few pleasantries with him as well. Zhang Shuming had just noticed Zhao Min behind him, and he took the opportunity to ask, "Zhao Min, what's going on here?" Xia Yuqian, not wanting to waste any more time, responded first, "I'd like to discuss with them the issue of applying for a startup office." "Huh?" Zhang Shuming was taken aback for a moment, then immediately said to Zhao Min, "If you had told me you knew Chairman Xia, I would have approved a place for you right away." Seeing his fawning face, Zhao Min was utterly disgusted and in a bad mood. "Didn't you say it wouldn't work before?" Zhang Shuming was a little embarrassed, but he managed to control his expression. "The college has already given you a lot of support before, and the college's entrepreneurial land is also in short supply, so the office application may not be approved. Of course, with Chairman Xia as a guarantor, it will definitely be possible." How could something so dignified be so bureaucratic? Zhao Min was utterly speechless. But since the other party had already relented, she hesitated again. "No need," Xia Yuqian said, breaking the silence. "The school leaders just assigned me a startup project. Since the computer science department is short on resources, I won't trouble you. If there's nothing else, Teacher Zhang, let's go and get back to work." "No trouble at all, Chairman Xia. Take care." Zhang Shuming watched the three leave with a smile on his face. Zhao Min was speechless with frustration. It was truly astonishing how shameless a person could be. This was just a minor incident. Shi knew there was a nice Western restaurant near the college, so she took it upon herself to bring it here. Western meals are served individually, with smaller portions, making them more refined and conducive to conversation. 3 people can eat and chat at the same time. Given Shi and Xia Yuqian's relationship, it shouldn't be a problem for them to privately ask for help in applying for an office. However, with Zhao Min, an outsider, present, they still have to go through the motions. Shi described his startup project to Xia Yuqian and they talked for a long time. Although Xia Yuqian didn't understand programming, she could tell that the project was feasible and had a certain degree of innovation. Xia Yuqian nodded and suggested, "I hear that the software you're developing has a certain level of playability. Have you considered commercialization in the future?" Shi said definitively, "Yes, not in the future. I plan to develop it as a studio, and I have already registered the studio." "Oh?" Xia Yuqian didn't expect Shi to have such a clear goal. Before even getting a job in software development, he registered a studio, clearly aiming to make money. "I'm just curious, how much money do you plan to invest?" Actually, at first glance, Xia Yuqian didn't know how valuable their project was. Her question was out of her own curiosity. Curiosity About Shi blurted out, "The minimum is 50,000, with no upper limit." Xia Yuqian laughed, "So much courage?" Shi had roughly calculated the development costs. Buying the underlying code would cost around 10,000 yuan, and buying hardware would cost 10 to 20,000 yuan. The senior students who participated in the project weren't animals either. They got paid for doing odd jobs for the professor, let alone working for you. They would sign a contract and earn 1,500 yuan a month. Well, this price is practically no different from what animals pay. A little better than my supervisor. It is reported that the development cycle of Temple Run is 1 week, which is an exaggerated time. Based on this, Shi thinks that the development of Subway Surfers, including the time spent on slow work, will take at most 2 months. Other miscellaneous expenses are not included. The statement that there is no upper limit is because it takes into account advertising spending. Developing a game costs money, while promotion is a money-burning endeavor. Without extensive advertising, even the best wine needs advertising to be discovered. This country doesn't lack excellent games, what it lacks is just the right amount of promotion. In the past, there were many excellent games on the market, but few people played them and the revenue was so-so. On the contrary, a mini-program game with extremely low development costs, Sheep and Sheep, made tens of millions of yuan by pushing ads like crazy. Getting back to the point, Shi sent Xia Yuqian a confident WeChat message, "I have a lot of confidence in my project." Xia Yuqian was very satisfied with him. "Well, regardless of the future outcome, I think your entrepreneurial spirit is very valuable." Currently, most of the competitions and entrepreneurship activities in the school follow the templates of previous years, with no new ideas whatsoever. In recent years, Jiangnan University has had very few national competition awards and entrepreneurship awards. The school leaders are eager to make a big splash, but unfortunately, they have not had any talent. Zhao Min wholeheartedly agreed, especially since their computer science department was a hub for competitions and innovation, yet the leaders were so conservative and rigid. How could they possibly come up with any truly innovative projects? Do you know Lei Jun? He's a senior in your department, Xia Yuqian asked abruptly. Chen Shi nodded, the CEO of Kingsoft. It seems you've done your research. Xia Yuqian continued, about 20 years ago, Lei Jun was still an undergraduate. He completed 4 years of university courses in 2 years, and then used his coding skills to help a company develop software, earning the company nearly 1 million yuan, which is a huge sum of money now. After more than 10 years of hard work, he is now the CEO of Kingsoft and has also founded his own company. He is one of the most outstanding alumni of our Jiangnan University. Zhao Min hadn't remembered who Lei Jun was until a while, when she realized that WPS, which she was currently using, was developed by Lei Jun. His code, written during his sophomore year, was even included in textbooks. He was a very talented programmer. It's normal that Zhao Min wasn't familiar with Lei Jun. By 2013, Lei Jun's Xiaomi was already a well-known brand, but when he participated in a variety show and interviewed passers-by on the street, not a single person recognized him. They didn't even want to acknowledge him. As an alumna, Xia Yuqian greatly admires Lei Jun, and before she knew it, she had said quite a lot. In addition, as the Student Council President of Jiangda University, she is no longer just an ordinary student. One of her tasks is to discover talent for Jiangda University. After careful consideration, Xia Yuqian said, Shen Shi, could you send me a project proposal later? I'm quite interested in your project. Chen Shi's heart skipped a beat. Based on his understanding of Xia Yuqian, she certainly wouldn't ask him for something for no reason, especially after what she had just said. Chapter 60, Subway Surfers officially under development. Just as Chen Shi had expected, before he could even speak, Xia Yuqian said without any hesitation, if you don't have enough funds, I can consider getting you some investment. Chen Shi hesitated for a moment. He doesn't lack funds right now. He probably has several 100,000. But if Xia Yuqian joins, we'll gain more than just her money. We might also gain connections and other benefits. To be honest, Chen Shi is very optimistic about this startup project. He can make a huge profit without much help. It's not that she's unwilling to share the pie, but rather that relatively simple startup projects all require Xia Yuqian's involvement, which would diminish her own contribution. After all, he and Xia Yuqian weren't close enough to tolerate each other. Their favorability rating was only in the 60s. A conflict of interest would cause a lot of trouble. He still prefers to work alone and achieve results independently first. So Chen Shi replied ambiguously, well, thank you in advance, senior. If I need funds, I hope you can lend a hand then. Xia Yuqian nodded in agreement, without saying much, if there is an opportunity. The rest of the time was spent chatting casually between Chen Shi and Xia Yuqian. Zhao Min felt rather like an outsider, so she took advantage of their pleasant conversation to excuse herself to go to the restroom and pay the bill. The three of them ate a little something. Each of them had a steak, pasta, a salad, soup, and dessert, which cost them over 500 yuan. Zhao Min hadn't eaten much and felt like her heart was bleeding. Western-style assassin. Her family's financial situation was only average, and this was quite an eye-opener for her as it was the first time she had eaten something so expensive. Ding! Zhao Min proactively spends 180 yuan for you, increasing your favorability to 71, triggering a 7100x rebate, and you receive 1,278,000 yuan. Chen Shi was quite surprised to receive so much money at once. He hadn't thought about who would pay for the meal, but Zhao Min took the initiative to pay the bill while he was in the restroom. Looking at Xia Yuqian, who was chatting with him so well, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It's a pity that with over 1 million yuan, Xia Yuqian will most likely not get a share. When I returned to the dorm that night, my roommates were there as usual. Li Haorun was playing Crossfire, specifically the Desert Dust Demolition mode. He was watching from a third-person perspective when his three teammates engaged in a head-on gunfight with the enemy, resulting in their entire team being wiped out. Mission failed. Enraged, Li Haorun slammed his keyboard. Can't you even play? You got counter-killed in a 3-on-1 situation. Just then, Chen Shi came in, and his expression immediately turned curious. Hey, old Chen, what are you and Chairman Xia doing out there? Chen Shi gave him a meaningful look. Go do what you love to do. Don't believe me, old Chen, be serious. Chen Shi truthfully replied, okay, so she's planning to sponsor me with some money. How much? Why should I give you money? It's probably worth several $100,000, they might have something on their mind about me. Put. Li Haoran thought to himself that Chen Shi was really good at bragging, and said disdainfully, if she wanted to give you that much money, I'd call you dad. Howsy, don't forget you still owe me a meal of shit. Chen Shi didn't even want to scold him anymore. He couldn't believe the lie, but the truth wouldn't be believed either. One thing at a time. Wang Peng wasn't as enthusiastic as Li Haoran. He was playing on his phone, but he looked gloomy. He asked Chen Shi, Old Chen, I'd like to know when the student grant for this semester will arrive in my account? Speaking of this, Chen Shi was quite impressed. There were 5 spots pending, 3 for boys and 2 for girls. She didn't know where Zhang Yuqian got her good skills, but she managed to persuade all 3 boys to withdraw, so she naturally got the spots. Chen Shi shook her head, I don't know either, you should ask your counselor. Li Haoran and Wang Peng had a minor disagreement about this matter before, but somehow they made up again in just a couple of days. After hearing this, Li Haoran became curious again. Da Peng, didn't you withdraw your application? Why are you asking this? Wang Peng didn't hide anything. Shanshan asked me to ask. Well, we're going to have a practical programming class in a few days, and Shanshan wants to buy a laptop, but we're still short more than 2,000 yuan. Li Haoran then asked what model it was. Wang Peng had worked in the external relations department selling computers and knew a little about it. Li Haoran checked online and found out that it cost over 6,000 yuan, just like his own. He couldn't help but complain, damn it, that bitch, isn't Zhang Yuqian a poor student? What's she doing using such an expensive computer? Wang Peng was very dissatisfied with his explanation, thinking that Shanshan was such a good and gentle girl, yet she was constantly being called a bitch by Li Haoran. And why should you be the only one who can use an expensive computer, while we poor kids can't? He didn't react, but sighed and said, Howsy, you don't understand. Programming definitely requires a better computer. Chen Shi disagreed. He said that a computer costing over 6,000 yuan could barely be used for software development, let alone for classroom use. Li Haoran was speechless and too lazy to continue the topic. He left with just one sentence before going to play games. Why don't you lend her some living expenses first? Wang Peng also fell silent. He doesn't have a penny for living expenses. He's only recently started doing odd jobs in the external relations department and has earned a little money, barely enough to cover his food expenses. He silently opened his chat window with Zhang Yuqian. He felt that Shanshan had become much colder towards him recently. She would reply to his messages very late, and she would refuse to eat when he asked her out. She was always buried in her studies at the library. Having a love for learning is a good thing, but sometimes it can lead to neglecting to maintain relationships with close people, which is not good. He sent another message, Shanshan, are you still studying? About 40 minutes later, the other party replied, sorry, I was just taking a shower. Wang Peng quickly replied, okay, what are you doing right now? Half an hour later, Zhang Yuqian replied, I just looked at a book, now I'm going to sleep. Okay, good night. Seeing how diligent Shanshan was, Wang Peng became more determined. It seemed he should also work harder for Shanshan's sake. The approval process for a startup office usually takes time, but Xia Yuqian took it upon herself to allow Chen Shi to move in first. The next day, after getting the keys, Chen Shi and Zhao Min went to check on the situation. The basic facilities such as water and electricity had been set up. The office desks and chairs were a bit old, but they were usable. There were even cots for resting. The environment is a bit poor, messy, with lots of garbage and a thick layer of dust. Chen Shi didn't have time to personally oversee the logistics, so he asked Zhao Min to make the office look presentable and purchase computers and other equipment so that all employees could get back to work as soon as possible. Zhao Min was extremely efficient. She completed the work Chen Shi had assigned her in just 2 days. The entire team, including Chen Shi, made up a total of 10 people, and they were all highly motivated, coming to the startup office to get to work. 2 of them were in charge of art design, and Zhao Min found them later. One was in charge of the main creative concept and texture drawing, and the other was in charge of modeling. However, the creative aspect was actually handled by Chen Shi. He provided guidance for several days, but felt that the girl in the texture drawing never quite achieved the effect he wanted. It's not that their painting skills are lacking, on the contrary, they are very high, and the paintings are exquisite. The problem is that Chen Shi wanted an open and free style, while the other party was more conservative and their drawings weren't cute or anime-like enough. It seems they always try to make things look cool and flashy, giving it a strong Chinese webgame vibe. There's nothing wrong with domestically produced things, but the current national trend is to idolize foreign things, and they are widely praised. The initial version of this game was based on foreign hip-hop and graffiti styles, and the heavy use of domestic elements makes it seem somewhat out of place. This girl is more suitable for illustrating games like Archangel's Sword, so Chenshi subtly asked her to leave the team and let Zhao Min find other artists. This was someone Zhao Min had found, and Chenshi kicked someone out of nowhere, which made Zhao Min a little annoyed. Suddenly, she felt that Chenshi was very assertive, demanding, and had strong execution skills, which immediately put pressure on her. Chenshi also took the time to find a lawyer to draft contracts for the studio members. Once they signed these contracts, they truly became Chenshi's slaves, officially starting the development of Subway Surfers. The groundwork for the career storyline has been laid. The next chapter will focus on Yusher. Chapter 61. You think I'm playing, but actually I'm studying. After working with and guiding the staff for several days, the tasks have been basically deployed. For the time being, Chenshi does not need to be personally involved. Zhao Min can take charge of the overall situation. Chenshi's dormitory is in the School of Information Science, while the entrepreneurship office is in the School of Arts and Sciences, which is 5 or 6 kilometers away. For several days, he walked back and forth between the two schools, which was a waste of time. Thinking that she hadn't been to class for a long time, and that it wasn't good to be absent for too long, Chenshi decided to attend some classes in the next few days, as it would be better to show her face to her classmates as the class monitor. He bought breakfast early in the morning and went to the classroom, only to find that no one was there. He asked Li Haoran and found out that there was a programming practice class today, so he simply called Zhao Min and asked her to take him to the college's computer room on her electric scooter. Zhao Min said helplessly, "So you're just using me as a tool?" Chenshi just smiled and said that Zhao Min would probably have quite a few errands to run in the future. When Chenshi arrived, the class had just started, but all the seats were full, with only the front row seats remaining. Seeing that Yusher was sitting in the first row, I simply sat down next to her. It's been a long time since I've seen Chenshi come to class. Yusher had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she had the opportunity to learn from a top student like Chenshi, but on the other hand, she was worried that he wouldn't study at all and would just play on his phone next to her, which would affect her. During class, Chenshi sat near Yusher more than once or twice. He wasn't just playing on his phone, sometimes he could actually give Yusher some pointers, which was quite helpful. I just don't know what state he's in today, like Schrodinger's Chen. Chenshi, could you turn on my computer for me? The class had been going on for 5 minutes, but Yusher's monitor still hadn't lit up. Although she was timid, she had spent several hours with Chenshi and thought he was a kind and helpful person, so she mustered up her courage and asked for help. Just as Chenshi was about to eat breakfast, she observed the monitor for a moment, then pressed the small button on the back of the monitor, and the monitor lit up. Thank you. It's not that Yusher is stupid, she knows how to turn on a computer, but some monitor switches are hidden very deep. Besides, Yusher had only used a big brain monitor before, where the switch was on the front. It's normal that she wouldn't know how to turn on an LCD monitor. In this day and age, people who can use computers are truly impressive, while those who can't are incredibly incompetent. The instructor was a young woman in her 30s who guided the students step by step through installing the programming software Visual Studio. Yusher listened intently. This was the type of dish she was looking for. Wang Pang and Li Haoran sat together. He quietly commented on the female teacher above them. "Howsy, this teacher has a really good figure. I almost got an erection." Li Haoran was stunned. "Damn, this guy probably already has kids. How can you eat this? You must be really hungry. You don't understand." Wang Peng shook his head, looking at him with a disappointed expression. "A young married woman is the real deal, and someone even helped you adjust the flavor." Li Haoran looked disgusted. He didn't seem to be faking it, and he couldn't quite understand his unusual hobby. Alright, I'm not into your style, stop talking." But Wang Peng wouldn't let it go, pestering him and saying, "You don't like young women, which means you're not a loyal and righteous person. What's the connection?" Cao Cao was fond of married women, but at the same time he appreciated Guan Yu. This was because married women blush easily. Whenever Cao Cao saw a young woman blush, he would think of Guan Yu. His fondness for married women was just a facade. His true intention was to cherish loyalty and righteousness. You're just lusting after her body. One thing at a time. To be honest, this teacher is quite pretty. She has a voluptuous figure and takes good care of herself, looking like a girl in her early 20s, yet she also exudes the charm of a mature woman. Others might not notice, but Chenshi did. A young woman who looks like a teenager is really alluring. Wang Peng didn't know how he figured it out. He couldn't help but say, "Give me a role as a club president, a bald guy will do, or even a father-in-law whose son isn't home. Li Haoran said, at most, I'll play the role of an incompetent husband who was sleeping, or a child doing his homework next to him. You daughter. This young female teacher is probably a research fellow at the college. She doesn't have much teaching experience and just reads from the PowerPoint slides, which is very boring. The students below didn't want to listen either, and a group of them even played CS 1.6 online on the local network. Their keyboards and mice were clicking away, and the teacher didn't care. This kind of boring game, I wouldn't even glance at it after class, but I get so into it during class that when someone got sniped, I couldn't help but call out the location. Someone's sniping it beside. The teacher was interrupted by the sudden voice and asked in confusion, is there a problem? First, there was a burst of laughter, then it quieted down. The sound of people playing games became much quieter, as they were afraid the teacher would come down from the stage to inspect. Chen Shi wasn't as bored as them, so of course he didn't listen to the lecture and started playing Plants vs. Zombies by himself. He Yusher couldn't help but look over and discovered a plant she had never seen before. Twin sunflowers can produce two suns at once. The twin-headed pea shooter is used to shoot down zombies that are digging tunnels. This is so much fun. Do you want to play? Chen Shi asked, noticing the gazes around her. No, he Yusher quickly refused, afraid the other party would insist, and couldn't help but ask curiously, how come you're always playing on your phone in class? You don't even have to study, yet you're so amazing? Of course I'll use cheat codes, Chen Shi thought to herself. However, he said, you think I'm playing, but actually I'm studying. He Yusher's lips twitched slightly. You thought I was playing around, but you were actually studying? Do I look like an idiot to you? Seeing her disbelief, Chen Shi said, there's a philosophy to playing Plants vs. Zombies. For example, the miner zombie can dig up the plants from behind and eat them, which is better than attacking from the front. What I mean is that sometimes it's easier to enter from the back. He Yusher was confused. Did it mean to change the perspective or approach? Also, one sunflower needs 50 suns, while twin sunflowers need 125. Do you know the reason behind this? He Yusher shook her head. Chen Shi thought the reason was obvious. If you wanted to play with the twin sisters at the same time, you would need to pay more money. He naturally wouldn't say it aloud, but instead said, figure it out for yourself. Oh. Gurgle. Chen Shi was playing games, and he was even eating steamed buns. The delicious smell tempted He Yusher, who was sitting next to him, and her stomach started growling. Chen Shi gave her a strange look. You didn't have breakfast? No. He Yusher lowered her head, feeling a little embarrassed to say. Chen Shi had already noticed that the girl came from a poor family and was very thin, probably because she didn't eat breakfast regularly. Eating steamed buns alone wasn't interesting, so Chen Shi went to the vending machine in the corridor to buy a bottle of water and a drink, and also to get a can of milk for He Yusher. For you. It was a can of bubble fruit milk. He Yusher hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse Chen Shi's kindness. Thank you, Chen Shi. She inserted the straw into the jar, her rosy cherry lips enveloping the straw, and gently began to suck. Girls tend to like these sour drinks. He Yusher was really hungry, her eyes were upturned, and it was clear she was enjoying her drink. She didn't even notice the white liquid dripping from the corner of her mouth. She was quite cute, Chen Shi thought to herself without reminding her. Li Haoran, who was behind, saw everything clearly and thought to himself, wow, good heavens, Chen Shi has a girl by his side every day. I'm so envious. When get out of class ended, he even sidled up to Chen Shi's seat, exclaiming in surprise, wow, so, up. What did OP do to you? Before he could even finish speaking, Chen Shi was instantly confused. Huh? Seeing Chen Shi's strong reaction, Li Haoran was puzzled and looked at her with a big question mark on his head. Look, you're in such a hurry. I'm not going to steal your Opao fruit milk. It's nothing. Chen Shi was a little embarrassed she had overreacted and almost started it. Chapter 62 Boys and 8 Hobbies. Please read on. Li Haoran thought Chen Shi was really strange. Why are you so excited when I'm not even taking his bubble fruit milk? I wondered when old Chen had become so stingy. However, he didn't pay any attention. He seemed to be addicted to playing CS during class time, and during breaks, he started bragging to some classmates. Li Haoran boasted that he killed more than 30 people with an AWM in the CF transport ship headshot battle yesterday, but Wang Peng interrupted, saying that he killed more than half of them, leaving Li Haoran speechless. So he can only tell Wang Peng things he couldn't understand, saying that he had gotten a magic sword that he had enhanced to +10 in DNF and could easily kill a mechanical bull. They said they believed you were just bragging, and that mechanical cows can only operate by mechanical means. Okay, I fly planes, but CF is real, all gold headshots. Before we could even ask if the cheat was reliable, a group of people inexplicably started using textbooks as guns, jumping around the classroom and making beep 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 and pia sounds to simulate a real gunfight. Although Chun-Shi remained outwardly calm, she was incredibly embarrassed inside and silently took a sip of mineral water to calm herself down. Luckily, I was reborn early, otherwise I would have been one of the many idiots playing games with them. Similarly, Hiyushir was speechless when she saw a group of boys randomly masturbating in class. Childish. How old are you to still be playing house? In contrast, Chen-Shi was a handsome young man who was quietly studying by the window. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell on his fair face, making him look just like Takashi Kashiwabara in Love Letter, who was reading by the curtains. After spending time with Chen-Shi several times, Hiyushir felt that Chen-Shi was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. He's sunny and refreshing, gentle and considerate, and his refined demeanor comes from his extensive knowledge. He's practically the kind of campus heartthrob you see in TVB dramas. Why can't the other boys be more mature and composed like Chen-Shi, who was always jumping around? As Hiyushir was thinking this, she saw Chen-Shi stand up. He twisted the empty mineral water bottle into a ball, went to the doorway, and with a bang, the bottle cap drew a beautiful parabola, accurately hitting Li Haoren's crotch before bouncing into the nearby trash can. Headshot. Headshots every time, good luck keeps coming. Awesome. Awesome. The merit competition officially begins today. The CF players burst into enthusiastic applause, praising Chen-Shi for his perfect shot that instantly killed Li Haoren. Chen-Shi lowered his hand. Keep it down, keep it down. He said he was being low-key, but his face was full of pride, as if he was showing off how accurate his shot was. Hiyushir couldn't help but smile as she watched. That's great. He's energetic and youthful, just like a boy should be. Hiyushir felt that boys always had this habit. No matter what they threw into the trash can, they would always throw it in from a distance, so that it would attract the attention of their classmates. Walking down the street, they will inexplicably stand on tiptoe, and with their hands empty, they will suddenly gather their strength and make a cool jump shot into the air. It seems to be an innate hobby for boys. Shooting something into a small area brings them a great sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. The practical programming class was held every 2 weeks, for a total of 5 sessions, which made Chen-Shi want to play on her phone until she was sick of it. When class ended, the party branch secretary, Lin Jing, found Chen-Shi. Class monitor, why haven't I seen you in class lately? I've been collecting homework for you in several subjects. It even carried a hint of complaining, like a timid wife. Chen-Shi immediately felt quite embarrassed. I'm so sorry, I have some things to take care of myself. I'll leave you alone while I'm gone. I'll treat you to something to eat later. He shouldn't have said anything, because his words only made Lin Jing's resentment grow even stronger. Last time you said you'd organize a get-together for both of our dorms when you had some free time, but you haven't even replied to my messages. Chen-Shi gave an awkward smile. He remembered that he had indeed said it, and it wasn't just to appease Lin Jing, he was just too busy and forgot. So he opened his QQ on his phone and explained, sorry, I don't usually check QQ, so I didn't notice your message. How about this, let's have dinner together in our dorms tonight. Lin Jing glanced over it quickly, and sure enough, Chen-Shi's chat list was filled with red dots. I wasn't lying. This. Lin Jing was shocked. How could anyone resist deleting the red dots in the message list? However, Chen-Shi finally agreed, and she was overjoyed. Okay, then it's settled to have dinner together tonight. I'd also like to talk to you about our recent activities. Our class is going to have a class meeting and a group meeting before National Day. I've almost finished the preparations, but I need to discuss it with you again. Actually, there were only a few days left until National Day, so the class meeting would probably be held in the next 2 or 3 days. Chen-Shi agreed and didn't pay much attention to it, since he had been attending classes almost every day since then. At the same time, Wang Peng approached Zhang Yuqian with a smile. Shanshan, shall we go to the cafeteria for a meal together later? Zhang Yuqian's eyes darted around, and she said uncertainly, I've already made plans to have lunch with a friend. Let's reschedule for another day. How about tomorrow at noon? It's hard to say. Zhang Yuqian shook her head and gave him a faint smile. Brother Da Peng, I've been very busy lately. I didn't understand a lot of what was taught in class just now, and I have to go to the library to study later. I'll talk to you later, my friend will have to wait a long time. Wang Peng could only watch Zhang Yuqian's hurried departure in silence, his smile frozen, his face filled with worry. The two, who used to chat all day long, now barely exchange a few words a day, feeling that Qianqian is drifting further and further away from them as time goes by. Wang Peng is currently unaware that Zhang Yuqian's previous pleasant interactions with him seem to have been, as Li Haoran claimed, merely a ploy to trick him into withdrawing his scholarship application. After all, those involved are often blinded by their own perspective. How could Wang Peng possibly think that a girl who loves learning, remains optimistic despite family difficulties, and has a sweet smile is that kind of person? On the contrary, she felt that Qianqian was too hard-working and outstanding, while she herself was too pretentious, complaining all day long without making any effort and just getting by. Qianqi's example is what's spurring Wang Peng on. He longs to have an enviable love as soon as possible, but it seems that love and studies cannot be had at the same time. Wang Peng couldn't understand it and was somewhat confused. Zhang Yuqian came to Qianqi's side and greeted her warmly. "Class monitor, it's been a long time." Qianqi simply nodded. To be honest, he didn't really like this girl, so there was no need for him to pretend to be enthusiastic. Zhang Yuqian didn't mind Qianqi's coldness, and just smiled and took He Yusher's arm. "Yusher, let's go have lunch together." He Yusher nodded obediently, seemingly quite familiar with Zhang Yuqian. Qianqi was also curious. These two were not in the same class and had completely different personalities, so why did they end up together? But thinking about it, it makes sense. If I can know He Yusher, what's so strange about girls knowing each other? Maybe they're even from the same place. Qianqi did not go out with her roommates, but was used to going alone. After having lunch at a nearby cafeteria, she returned to her dormitory to rest. It takes half an hour to get back to the dormitory from the college. As soon as Qianqi got downstairs, she saw Si Kongming get into his Audi A4 and was about to leave. It's strange, but Si Kongming never attended a single class. He would occasionally study on his own in his dormitory, but he never handed in his assignments. He would sometimes drive out, and Qianqi had no idea what he was doing there. Qianqi asked him, "We're having a get-together with the party secretary's dorm tonight, are you coming?" After spending 2 weeks together, Si Kongming wasn't as cold as he had been at the beginning, and greeted Qianqi when he saw her. He shook his head. "I had something to do today, remember to call me next time." "Okay." After saying that, he stepped on the gas and drove off in a dashing manner. Watching the car drive away with such a dashing air, which seemed quite convenient, an idea suddenly popped into Qianqi's mind. Anyway, it's quite troublesome to run back and forth between campuses every day. Should I buy a car? Chapter 63 The Little Rich Girl's Maserati. Please continue reading. On campus, a two-wheeled electric vehicle is actually sufficient for transportation. Zhao Min rides a small electric scooter to work at the studio every day. Qianqi still had over $1,000,000 in his pocket, so he could actually buy a four-wheeled car to play with, even though its entertainment value outweighed its practicality. Of course, it's also quite practical. Seeing Si Kongming driving around every day, looking quite dashing, Qianqi thought of Zhao Yuner. If we had a car, we could take her out to play whenever we wanted, which would be more convenient and make Zhao Yuner much happier. He also thought of the time he and Xia Yuqian waited for the bus and got soaked in the rain. If they had a car, could they use it to shelter them from the wind and rain? After much deliberation, Qianqi realized that now that he had started his own business, buying a car seemed quite necessary. "I just made plans with Zhao Yuner to go out the day before National Day. If we act quickly and there's a car available, it might actually come in handy." So after class in the afternoon, he took a taxi to a nearby 4S store to browse around. Most of the cars from that era were ugly as hell, and Japanese cars were a pass. He mainly looked at BBA BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi. Of course, even BBA BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi cars weren't necessarily that good looking. I just randomly went to visit the 3 largest 4S stores in this area. Looking at the 34C model first, Qianqi didn't find any that she was particularly satisfied with. The Mercedes-Benz C-Class has a boxy silhouette, and the paint looks like an old man's electric scooter, as if a bird dropping could corrode it. The BMW 3 Series, people used to complain that BMW's grille got bigger and bigger, but now the grille is so small it looks stingy. The Audi A4 is pretty much the same as the one in later generations, but Qianqi would never buy the same car as Si Kongming. The 56E is a bit expensive in the 500,000–600,000 price range, but it's still barely acceptable. Qianqi thought that since she wanted to buy it and didn't lack money, she should buy something that would satisfy her. Qianqi mainly focuses on the exterior and interior design. In terms of power, the cars are all roughly the same. Compared to the new energy vehicles or sports cars he has driven in the hundreds of thousands of yuan price range, they are all easily outclassed and are considered garbage, so he doesn't care about the power. He took another stroll around, but the Audi's interior was too rudimentary. It wouldn't be very romantic if he were to use it to pick up girls. When he went to the Mercedes-Benz dealership to look at the E-Class, he wanted to ask about the discounts on the E300. However, the salesperson, seeing that he had already browsed around twice, looking at everything from top to bottom, and that he was obviously a clueless bumpkin who only knew how to take pictures and show off, didn't want to pay him any attention and casually said, "The lowest price for the base model is 480,000 yuan, so you don't need to be curious anymore." He. Seeing her condescending attitude, Chen-Shi, who was still hesitant, stopped considering it and headed straight for the BMW 5 Series. The BMW saleswoman was very professional. When Chen-Shi asked about the discounts as soon as she came in, she enthusiastically explained them to her and introduced the car's features and advantages. "Okay, I'll order a black one." "Huh?" The salesperson looked at him like a student and it took him a while to react. "What configuration do you need?" Chen-Shi chose a mid-range model. He didn't plan to pay in full at once with installment discounts. The final price was around 520,000 yuan. Actually, the saleswoman hadn't expected Chen-Shi to want to buy a car at first. She said apologetically, "However, the installment discount will only start after the National Day holiday. You can place an order first and enjoy the current cashback of 2,000 yuan. You can sign the contract after the National Day holiday and enjoy the installment discount." "Okay, picking up the car right away is too naive. I'll rent a car and take Zhao Yuner out for fun later." There were no cars available, and the other party's service was excellent, so Chen-Shi didn't bother arguing about prices and freebies and just placed the order. After all, she wasn't sure if she would actually buy it. Because no contract was signed, only an order was placed, the salesperson approached him enthusiastically. "If you have time, sir, we can go out for a meal and talk about the price or something." The ditch was almost right in front of Chen-Shi. If Chen-Shi asked her to offer herself to him that night, she would definitely agree without hesitation. Young and rich, you can win no matter what you do. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Chen-Shi refused her request and returned to school. That evening, as agreed, Chen-Shi took his 3 roommates and the girls from Lin Jing's dorm to dinner. After returning, the boys unanimously agreed that they had more fun than with the girls from Zhao Yuner's dorm. For the next few days, Chen-Shi followed the routine and lived the life of an ordinary college student. Before they knew it, it was the afternoon of September 29th. Tomorrow would be Chen-Shi's first real date with Zhao Yuner, so he took it quite seriously. "I got a makeover and bought a decent set of clothes." He couldn't explain his relationship with Zhao Yuner. After meeting that night, they only contacted each other on QQ for a while, and didn't talk much. It's a very delicate relationship, more than friends but less than lovers. It's impossible for them to be just ordinary friends, but there's still quite a distance from being lovers. Just as Chen-Shi was about to rent a car, Zhao Yuner sent him a message. "Yuner, how about I drive you to go out tomorrow?" What a coincidence. Hey, Chen-Shi wanted to show off his machismo and surprise her, but the rich girl beat him to it. It's not impossible. The sense of accomplishment is much greater when a rich woman drives you around than when you drive a girl around. Chen-Shi agreed, "I'm really looking forward to it." Zhao Yuner found it hilarious, feeling like the roles were reversed. Shouldn't it be Chen-Shi driving her around, and her, a girl, being the one looking forward to it? Of course, that day will come someday. The next morning, Chen-Shi waited in his dormitory. After receiving the notification, he went downstairs and immediately saw Zhao Yuner sitting in a pink Maserati Quattroporte waving at him. "Chen-Shi, I'm here." Holy crap! Chen-Shi was startled. This isn't just a little rich woman, this is a super rich woman. Although in later generations, the Maserati brand suffered a severe decline in brand power due to the influence of micro-businesses, with nearly 2 million new cars discounted by almost 1 million but still no buyers, and several companies even withdrew from the domestic market. But in 2011, Maserati was still able to beat AMG and Panamera, and rival Ferrari and Lamborghini, earning the title of 2 kings and 1 queen. The Trident logo on the road would turn heads, and it was the exclusive ride of Aquaman, an undisputed luxury car. Chen-Shi opened the passenger door and sat down. The interior looked brand new, and judging from the color of the paint, the car must have been purchased not long ago. "Wow, you're quite the little rich girl, a new car?" Chen-Shi teased. When Zhao Yuner came to Jiangqing to study last year, her father bought a villa in the city. He would stay there when he came to visit her, and Zhao Yuner's car was usually parked in the villa. Originally, she didn't want Chen-Shi to know that she owned a car. After all, it would put some pressure on any guy to bring out such an expensive car, as if he were showing off his wealth. After careful consideration, I realized that having a car would be more convenient if we were to go together. Besides, there's no point in hiding this kind of thing, so it's better to be open about it and give Chenxi a heads up so that he won't be scared by other things in the future. Zhao Yun'er was quite satisfied with Chenxi's reaction, thinking that it was alright, he wasn't scared out of his wits, and there wasn't much of a commotion. What do you mean by little rich girl? That sounds awful, she first responded to Chenxi's teasing, then shook her head and nodded. This is a 19th birthday present from my dad. Chenxi knew that Zhao Yun'er celebrated her birthday during the summer vacation, which meant that the car had been purchased less than 3 months ago. After a long pause, Chenxi realized something. So what was your 18th birthday present? When this topic came up, Zhao Yun'er seemed a little embarrassed and secretly stuck out her tongue. I crashed a Bentley and sold it. Broken. Is it too late for me to get off the bus now? Chapter 64. The experienced driver needs no words, please read on. Zhao Yun'er seemed to see the panic in Chenxi's eyes and quickly waved her hand to explain. I was driving perfectly fine on the road, it's entirely the other party's fault. Phew. Chenxi finally breathed a sigh of relief, her worries lessening considerably. Then let's set off. How about we go to Jianhan Road? Okay, seatbelt. Seeing that Chenxi had fastened her seatbelt, Zhao Yun'er stepped on the gas, but as soon as she started moving, she slammed on the brakes, almost throwing Chenxi's head off. Someone's there. This girl was so focused on looking at Chenxi that she stepped on the gas without paying attention to the road. Chenxi could vaguely see the students in front of her constantly moving their mouths. Although she didn't know what they were saying, she was sure they were talking a lot. Zhao Yun'er said somewhat embarrassedly, I forgot to watch where I was going. It was a small mistake. Awesome. You told me you forgot to look at the road while driving. Chenxi's right hand unconsciously gripped the armrest above. Cars can't drive out through the south second gate near Chenxi's dormitory, you have to drive to the south gate, which is further away. On the way, Chenxi was even more focused than the driver, constantly reminding Zhao Yun'er to be careful. There are bicycles ahead, move to the left a bit. I think this distance is enough to get there. But you have to allow him room to change lanes suddenly, because you never know what might happen on the road. Oh. The truck in front is driving very slowly, overtake it, don't follow behind big trucks. I don't dare to go over, it feels so close to me. It's dangerous to always follow a large truck. Zhao Yun'er felt that she was driving just fine, but after Chenxi said a few more words, she suddenly became so nervous that a bead of sweat appeared on her back. To be honest, her driving skills are quite average, she has driven less than 1,000 kilometers. Especially with someone giving her pointers, she became tense and her body stiffened. It's no wonder Chenxi talks so much. Zhao Yun'er's driving skills are truly indescribable. Several times she narrowly missed pedestrians. Luckily, she was driving slowly, otherwise she would have scared the pedestrians to death on the spot. After exiting the school gate, Chenxi hesitated for a moment, then decisively said, You park the car, I'll drive. Do you have a driver's license? Zhao Yun'er was taken aback. Nonsense. Is that absurd? Of course. All right. However, Zhao Yun'er thought about it and agreed. She still had a preconceived notion about Chenxi. Although Chenxi didn't have parents, he had said that his financial situation was quite good, and it was normal for him to get a driver's license right after graduating from high school. So Zhao Yun'er obediently got out of the car and switched places with Chenxi. Zhao Yun'er is over 1.7 meters tall, so there should be plenty of room for her, but Chenxi could barely stretch her legs when she sat in the driver's seat. It was obvious that this girl was practically kissing the steering wheel when she was driving. Chenxi adjusted the seat to a comfortable position, then skillfully adjusted the rearview mirror, side mirror, and steering wheel. He shifted into gear and sped off. The power was barely enough. Zhao Yun'er was surprised to see that he had started using it without even studying it. She asked curiously, You seem to know how to do this very well. Chenxi said in a pretentious manner, An experienced driver needs no further explanation. Cars are all basically the same in terms of basic adjustments. Once you get in, all you have to do is check the gearshift. Besides, Chenxi has driven this car before. The Maserati of more than 10 years ago is basically no different from the current Maserati. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, Zhao Yun'er couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. But he's a really experienced driver. When he turned off the main road from the school gate, he was steering with one hand, just like her cousin who drives sports cars. He was very skilled. Even when driving on the road, I can quickly overtake one car after another while holding the steering wheel with one hand, and I can drive very smoothly. It has to be said that Chen Xi's styling yesterday was very effective. Zhao Yun'er looked very stylish from the side, and his serious yet carefree demeanor while driving, along with his handsome profile, was truly captivating. Zhao Yun'er was overjoyed, feeling like she was about to swoon. The President is considered an executive-class sports sedan, offering a comfortable ride and excellent handling. The interior is a wine red color that looks very high-end, and Chen Xi felt quite happy driving it. Looking at the odometer, the car's mileage was just over 2,000 kilometers. Zhao Yun'er probably hadn't driven it much, so it's no wonder her driving skills were poor. Chen Xi asked curiously, "Did you drive this car here yourself?" "No, the driver brought me and my parents here." "Did you leave it at school before?" "I left it outside. I called a designated driver to bring it over this morning." Zhao Yun'er secretly stuck out her tongue. After seeing Chen Xi's driving skills, she wasn't embarrassed to admit that her own driving skills were bad. Chen Xi couldn't help but laugh, thinking that was pretty much it and quite reasonable. Given Zhao Yun'er's driving skills, it would be quite risky for her to drive several hundred kilometers on the highway alone, let alone in a place like Jiangcheng. Wuhan is a model city for pedestrians yielding to cars nationwide, but it also has the highest accident rate in the country. The fact that everyone here is from Hubei is no exaggeration. Everyone drives according to their own skill, and the traffic lights are like ambient lighting, just pick a color you like and go wherever you want. If Zhao Yun'er were to drive on the road, she would probably be stopped every few minutes. While waiting for the green light, Chen Xi shifted the car into neutral with her right hand and subconsciously reached her hand towards the passenger seat. Forehead. He glanced over and silently withdrew his hand. The weather turned hot again. Zhao Yun'er was wearing a loose graffiti t-shirt that wouldn't show off most people's figure. She looked very well behaved. When she sat down, the hem of the shirt almost completely covered her denim shorts, making it seem as if she wasn't wearing anything on her lower body. Her pair of alluring legs were exposed. Even in loose clothing, her stunning figure was hard to hide. She was alluring from head to toe, making Chen Xi's mind wander. Zhao Yun'er was sitting very relaxed, with her legs casually crossed. After noticing Chen Xi's actions, her pretty face turned slightly red. After hesitating for a moment, she put her legs together and leaned towards the center console. Her reaction left Chen Xi somewhat at a loss. Should I put my hand on her, or should I put my hand on her? I had to find a topic to ease the awkwardness. I'm curious, how did you grow to your size? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun'er was at a loss. She puffed out her cheeks slightly, staring straight ahead without daring to look at Chen Xi, unsure of how to respond. Don't get me wrong, I meant, how come you're so big, so tall? It was such an abrupt turn of events that Zhao Yun'er held her breath, her face flushed, and she didn't dare to make a sound. Chen Xi knew that Zhao Yun'er was a bit shy, and that the conversation had reached a certain point any further and it would lead to inappropriate topics for children. So I started a light-hearted conversation. Do you still exercise regularly? It's been quite a while now. Chen Xi only exercised for a few days during the start of the semester, and couldn't get up at all after classes officially began. I go for a run every now and then, otherwise I'll gain weight. Zhao Yun'er finally calmed down and replied normally. Being a little chubby is good. The topic unconsciously returned to its starting point, and Chen Xi couldn't help but glance over again. Zhao Yun'er knew perfectly well what Chen Xi meant by fat, especially since he stared at her chest and legs all day long. How wicked. She lowered her head shyly and gently patted Chen Xi's arm with her small hand. Let's go, we can't see anything anyway. Chen Xi teased, if I actually saw something, you wouldn't be happy. A casual remark made Zhao Yun'er blush as red as a ripe apple. She puffed out her cheeks and whispered, You're so annoying, I don't want to talk to you at all. The girl's shyness gave Chen Xi a strange sense of pleasure, but he felt that pushing her too hard wouldn't be good, so he simply kept quiet, lest Zhao Yun'er think he was too frivolous. I'm also afraid I won't be able to control myself while driving. There's only one gear shift in the car. I turned my head back, shifted into gear, and floored the accelerator, speeding off. Chapter 65 The Little Rich Girl Makes More Money. Half an hour after leaving the school, I arrived near Zhenghan Road Pedestrian Street. There weren't many underground parking lots back then, and there weren't many parking spaces on the roadside either. Chen Xi walked around for a while and finally found a suitable parking space, sandwiched between two cars. The president's car was quite long, a D-class car over 5.2 meters long. Chen Xi barely managed to park it after a couple of turns. Zhao Yun'er saw it differently. She wouldn't even glance at such a parking space. She even considered getting out of the car to help Chenxi find a spot, but unexpectedly, Chenxi simply adjusted his position and squeezed in. After getting off the bus, the front and back positions were just right, and both sides were level. It was perfect. Zhao Yun'er clapped her hands and praised, "Chenxi, you're so amazing. You managed to get into such a small place in no time. What's so surprising?" Chenxi said dismissively. "If you were any smaller, I could just walk in." "I don't believe it." "Then next time, let's find a secluded place and I'll perform for you." "Okay." Before getting out of the car, Zhao Yun'er somehow managed to lift up half of her dress, making her look much slimmer. He also had a small white leather bag slung across his shoulder, the strap of which cut through the middle of the peaks, dividing the two mountains in two. She and Chenxi strolled side by side on the wide pedestrian street, not in a hurry. Their leisurely pace was quite pleasant. This end of the pedestrian street is lined with boutiques and trinkets, which Zhao Yun'er, being a girl, naturally adored. Her bright eyes darted around, filled with curiosity about the sparkly little trinkets in the shop windows. But she didn't want to buy anything, and she didn't go inside, she just looked at things from the outside. Crystal balls, music boxes, animal headgear, and soul extractors that you put on your head. Zhao Yun'er poked Chenxi on the head and saw him shudder. She then covered her mouth and giggled, "Ha, it feels like your soul has been sucked out." Actually, Chenxi was faking it. "We still have to cooperate with the performance." Chenxi didn't know what was so appealing about these things. Items from brands like Miniso and Muji, which were sold for 9.9 yuan with free shipping on Pinduoduo, were ignored, but could be sold for 99 yuan in a store. Only Ultraman could make Chenxi take a second look. However, since Zhao Yun'er liked it, Chenxi accompanied her shopping and let her play as she pleased. As Zhao Yun'er happily passed by the entrances of boutiques, she saw a fluffy tail through the glass window, with a cone-shaped metal plug at the end. Next to it was a pair of white lace-trimmed panties, with a slit in the middle and a string of beads. This girl was a bit silly, and it took her a while to realize what was going on. She looked up and saw the sign that read Adult Products, with Chenxi grinning mischievously beside her. Embarrassed, she quickly pushed Chenxi away and slunk off to the next house. She thought to herself that Chenxi was really wicked, deliberately trying to make a fool of her. Walking forward, around the corner, a pink neon light hung in an alley. As Chenxi passed by, he heard a flirtatious female voice, "Hey handsome, come have some fun." To be honest, Chenxi had been to this kind of place many times before. Hearing the familiar voice and seeing the beautiful appearance, he immediately became excited and wanted to go over, but someone else beat him to it. "What's Daddy's dad's name?" The kid inserted a coin, and the Doraemon-shaped rocking horse started swaying with flashing lights. Chenxi thought of the happy times in his childhood, when his parents would take him to ride it. He missed it, but it was no longer suitable for someone his age to play on. He turned his gaze to Zhao Yun'er beside him, only to find her staring intently at the rocking horse in front of her, her eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. "Good heavens! You want to play too? Chenxi, this looks so fun." Zhao Yun'er turned to Chenxi with a slightly coquettish expression. "That won't work." Chenxi gave her a look and said, "Ask the boss next to you if he agrees." The boss next to them was staring at them with an unfriendly expression, as if to say, "Dare you come any closer? How much do you guys weigh, you little brats?" Zhao Yun'er shuddered and whispered in Chenxi's ear, "This boss is so fierce, we're not going to play here anymore." "So you want to go play at other places?" Chenxi whispered to her, "Those are for little kids who wear open crotch pants. If you go to that store and buy a pair, you might be able to play with them." "You scoundrel!" A flurry of wild punches landed on Chenxi. "Oh, so you like boxing, huh?" In a fit of anger, Chenxi took Zhao Yun'er to a corner and said, "Let's play a game that only adults can play, one-on-one." "That's right, it's the arcade machines that are set up outside in game halls. I bought 10 coins from the staff and played King of Fighters 97. Shall we have a competition?" "Let's compete then." Zhao Yun'er confidently accepted Chenxi's challenge. Although she had never tried it herself, she had seen her cousin and friends play it before. It was nothing more than randomly shaking the joystick and pressing buttons, and seeing who was lucky enough to pull off a move. Zhao Yun'er chose 3 pretty female characters, Mai Shiranui, Chizuru Kagura, and Athena Asamiya. Chenxi was abrupt. He pressed the selection button 3 times in a row and chose Kyoko Zanaji, Benimaru Nikaido, and Daimon. At the start of the game, Zhao Yun'er was just randomly turning the joystick, while Kagura Chizuru kept moving up, down, back and forth. Chenxi hadn't played for a long time, so he tried to execute some moves. Wild bite. 9 wounds. 8 blades. Shenshi controlled Kyo Kusanagi to unleash a 3-hit combo of flame fists, each punch landing squarely and engulfing Zhao Yunar's Chizuru Kagura in flames. Then, a demon smash sent her flying into the air. After Zhao Yunar got up, she tried to summon her clone to attack Shenshi, but Shenshi quickly jumped over and used a Nanaru, a powerful downward slam to smash Zhao Yunar's head, knocking her unconscious with a series of blows. Clap clap clap. Clap clap clap. Zhao Yunar pounded the buttons with her fists and swung the joystick wildly. Humph, you still want to move? Shenshi landed, crouched down, and kicked her twice with heavy kicks, instantly reducing her health to almost 0. He then finished the battle with Wild Bite and 9 wounds. Perfect. A notification sound came from the screen indicating that the battle had ended without any loss of combat damage. What's going on? I didn't even touch him. Zhao Yunar was convinced. Kagura Chizuru was definitely too weak, so we replaced her with Asamiya Athena. Unfortunately, the second character's skills were too difficult to use, and it was almost the same scenario, with Shenshi easily defeating her. Only my Shiranui is left. Zhao Yunar has seen her before she can throw fans. Flower-shaped fan. Flower-shaped fan. He just wanted to keep throwing fans at Shenshi to wear her down. Shenshi flashed in front of Zhao Yunar and used Wild Bite, 9 wounds, and 7 seals to kick her away. Then Xin Yang rushed over from a distance, lifted Zhao Yunar's chest into the air, and crushed it. Clap clap clap. Clap clap clap. Zhao Yunar was stunned again, shaking her hands wildly and slamming her fists on the table, while my Shiranui on the screen attacked haphazardly. Shenshi, Nanaraku plus Tsurugi. A brutal and utter defeat. Zhao Yunar couldn't move at all, and couldn't execute any moves. She gritted her teeth and pounded her fists on the keyboard on the table. Even the desktop was shaking. Ali is making king. Finally, the column of flames exploded and rapidly spread into the sky, leaving countless afterimages trailing behind Shenshi as he delivered heavy punches to Zhao Yunar's voluptuous body. The ultimate technique of the final battle. Take it. Shenshi, little rich girl, make lots of money. Zhao Yunar. I was so angry I almost fainted. Chapter 66. Shenshi, you're amazing. I'm not playing anymore, it's not fun at all. Unable to defeat Shenshi online, Zhao Yunar even considered jumping over to fight him in person. Frustrated as she was, she managed to hold back. She wasn't the violent type of girl. So he crossed his arms over his chest, said nothing, and let Shenshi guess on his own. Shenshi found her playful antics amusing. Since she still had 8 coins left, she took her to the claw machine next door to try her luck. Before she even started playing, Zhao Yunar's mood instantly brightened, and she peered at the claw machine with her big, watery eyes. With expectant eyes, she turned to Shenshi. Shenshi, I want that little sheep. Zhao Yunar was born in the year of the sheep, and this Q version pleasant goat was so cute that it immediately captured her heart. To be honest, claw machines are a rip-off. The plush toys inside are smaller than a girl's fist, and they only cost 2 yuan in a boutique, but here it costs 2 yuan to try your luck. But isn't the point of claw machines to experience the process? Shenshi inserted 2 coins, and Zhao Yunar operated the device on her own. She moved the joystick to move the claw, aimed at the top of the lamb doll, pressed the button, and the hook slowly descended. When Zhao Yunar fully touched the lamb, she pressed the button again, and the claws tightly hugged the lamb and slowly lifted it up. Yeah. However, when it was lifted to the top, the hook suddenly trembled for some reason, and it lost its grip, causing the fat sheep that was about to be caught to fall down. Ouch! Zhao Yunar pouted and exclaimed, the angle was wrong, it was just a little bit off. Shenshi, can I still try to catch it? Okay. Shenshi continued to insert coins, but 3 times in a row, almost the same thing happened. When the lamb was lifted into the air, the hook that seemed very secure would inexplicably come loose. On the 3rd attempt, the lamb even got stuck on top of the claw machine and couldn't be grabbed at all. Huh? How could this happen? Zhao Yunar puffed out her cheeks slightly, feeling a little disappointed. She always felt like she was just a little short each time, and now she couldn't even catch the only pleasant goat. Seeing this, Shenshi comforted her, saying, it's okay, we have plenty of money. Watch me do it. It's impossible to have only one pleasant goat, there's only one on the surface. If all else fails, just remove all the ones on the surface, and the pleasant goat underneath will appear. Moreover, Shenshi felt that pleasant goat was stuck in a pretty good position. He inserted the last 2 coins, moved the claw near pleasant goat, and then shook the joystick up, down, left, and right. He pressed the hook button at the right moment, and the hook was flung directly onto the doll on the edge. One of the sheep, boiling sheep, was hit and fell down, which unfortunately sent Happy Sheep flying next to it. The bounced away Pleasant Goat and the stuck Pretty Goat collided and slipped to the exit of the claw machine. Wow! Shenxi, you're amazing! Seeing Shenxi knock out 2 lamb babies at once, Zhao Yuner exclaimed excitedly. I crouched down to open the claw machine door and took out the 2 little lambs. Shenxi just smiled faintly and didn't say a word. He left after accomplishing his task, concealing his merits and fame. Zhao Yuner held a lamb in each hand, placed them beside her cheeks, and made a peace sign with her fingers. Thank you, Shenxi, I will cherish them. If you want to treasure everything, you might not have anywhere to put it, Shenxi complained. Zhao Yuner smiled without saying a word, and affectionately hung the 2 little lambs on the loop of her bag. She thought to herself, how could there be no place to put them? In the future, I will buy a big house and put all the things Shenxi gave her in it to collect. However, that seemed too childish, and she wouldn't tell Shenxi that. After walking around for a while, Zhao Yuner got thirsty. She fanned herself to cool off and said, Shenxi, I'm thirsty. Zhao Yuner had sprayed perfume before going out. Because it was a bit hot, the perfume scent evaporated with the heat, and Shenxi could smell the faint fragrance even next to her. It smelled very pleasant. But the fragrance lingering in the air can easily distract one's mind. Don't move around here, I'll go buy you some water. Shenxi couldn't take it anymore, so she slipped away to the nearby convenience store to buy water. In this hot weather, you should drink some soda to cool off, so I bought 2 bottles of Sprite. After opening the bottle and taking a sip, Shenxi didn't feel any relief. Thinking she had bought an expired product, she spat it out immediately. One look at the packaging, it's outrageous. Good heavens! There really are such things for sale? When Shenxi returned to Zhao Yuner's side, she found 2 blonde-haired punks harassing her. She was already annoyed by Lei Bai, and now she had to run into 2 silly punks. What happened? Upon hearing Shenxi's voice, Zhao Yuner grasped at a lifeline and rushed to Shenxi's side, taking his arm and hiding half of her body behind him. I don't want to talk to them, Zhao Yuner said weakly. Actually, the 2 blonde-haired guys didn't do anything. After all, it was broad daylight and there were so many people around. It's like those young guys who see a pretty girl and want to go up and chat with her, maybe even become friends. They just got the wrong person. Zhao Yuner wasn't the kind of quirky young woman they knew who would chat with you just because you wanted to. The 2 young men were both under 1.7 meters tall and very thin. Shenxi, a man over 1.8 meters tall, stood in front of them with a cold and indifferent look in his eyes. They were almost scared to death. One of the blonde-haired guys nervously said, Bro? Buddy, we just want to chat with her, don't get the wrong idea. Who the hell is your buddy? Your mom wants to chat with you every day, why don't you go back and chat with her? The blonde-haired man's eyes widened, but before he could say anything, Shenxi continued, Screw you, get lost. The blonde-haired man originally wanted to reply weakly, but when he saw the indescribable ferocity in Shenxi's eyes, he felt that if he didn't leave, the other party would definitely come up and beat him up, and even 2 people wouldn't be enough for him to enjoy. The 2 blonde-haired boys slunk away. After the 2 left, Shenxi's expression returned to normal. Zhao Yuner was no longer nervous and started swooning. Shenxi, you looked so handsome just now. Every time a hero saves a damsel in distress, Zhao Yuner can't resist showering Shenxi with the best compliments, but unfortunately, she's too excited to find the words to express it. Just now? Am I not usually handsome? Shenxi asked with a smile. Handsome every day, always handsome. Zhao Yuner praised generously, then held out her hand and asked, Where's my water? I guess I won't drink this water. Shenxi explained the reason to Zhao Yuner, which made her laugh so hard she almost held her stomach. She said, How can there be such a drink? Will drinking too much of it turn me into a fool? Shenxi didn't dare to buy anything from that convenience store anymore, because she might end up buying something like baby stuff or 6 nuclear bombs later. Chapter 67 Opening a milk tea shop together. There were no other convenience stores nearby, so Shenxi and Zhao Yuner decided to stop shopping outside and went into a large shopping mall. There happened to be a milk tea shop on the first floor of the mall, so Zhao Yuner went over and bought 2 cups, one for Shenxi. Here, your milk tea. Thanks. Zhao Yuner proactively spends 5 yuan for you, increasing your favorability to 82, triggering an 8200x rebate, and you receive 41,000 yuan. As of now, Shenxi has nearly 1.9 million yuan in his bank account, of which about 1.5 million yuan is ill-gotten gains given by the system. The milk tea shop was small, but there was no one there at this time, so Chen Shi and Zhao Yuner sat down facing each other to rest. Perhaps she was tired from playing. Zhao Yuner didn't bother to hold the milk tea, but simply placed it on the table and lazily leaned over to drink it. That's why the two snow-capped peaks in front of him almost landed on the table, their shapes deformed by the table. Chen Shi was sometimes curious about how Zhao Yuner had grown such a large figure. She wondered if she drank too much milk tea. Actually, Chen Shi never understood what was so interesting about this thing, so he just kept looking at it until he understood. Zhao Yuner was no longer paying attention to Chen Shi's gaze at this moment. Her eyes were fixed on the busy figures of the milk tea shop staff. Suddenly she turned around and asked abruptly, Chen Shi, do you like milk tea? I'm fine, what's wrong? How about I treat you to milk tea every day from now on? Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. Is this rich young woman confessing her feelings to me and wanting to be my sugar daddy sugar baby? Before Chen Shi could answer, Zhao Yuner continued, when I was in high school, I fantasized about opening a milk tea shop after I went to college, and doing some baking on the side. Selling desserts in the milk tea shop sounds pretty wonderful. When I open a bubble tea shop in the future, I'll treat you to bubble tea every day. Oh, it wasn't a confession. Chen Shi was overthinking it. But it was quite a coincidence that Zhao Yuner's idea was the same as his dream when he was young. Opening a milk tea shop and also doing baking, how did such niche ideas manage to come to fruition? His surprise was written all over his face. Zhao Yuner asked, puzzled, do you think my idea is strange? No. Chen Shi shook her head and said seriously, you might not believe it, but I've also thought about opening a milk tea shop near the school and selling snacks, so I'm surprised you have a similar idea. Really? It's even more real than pearls. I'm even considering choosing a spacious environment and raising some cats and dogs as pets to create a very peaceful atmosphere. Yes, yes, yes. Make it like a cat cafe. Zhao Yuner nodded repeatedly, her face beaming with delight. She couldn't help but hold Chen Shi's hand and said, Chen Shi, our ideas are really in sync. If I were to open a shop, I would also choose a larger space. To be honest, I've already found a shop location. Is it really that much of a coincidence? At that moment, an incredible idea popped into Chen Shi's mind. He blurted out, you're not talking about that barbecue restaurant we went to last time outside the south gate of the school, are you? Ah. Zhao Yuner was so excited she almost screamed, shaking Chen Shi's hand up and down. Oh my god, Chen Shi, I feel like we're completely in sync. You're practically my soulmate. Zhao Yuner's hands were very soft, and they felt smooth and comfortable to hold. Chen Shi couldn't help but gently squeeze them, which brought Zhao Yuner back to her senses. Realizing he had lost his composure, he quietly withdrew his hand and gave an awkward but polite smile. Chen Shi was just making a bold guess, but he didn't expect to actually be right. Does that mean that after the barbecue restaurant moved away in the previous life, the person who opened the milk tea shop was Zhao Yuner? Just as Zhao Yuner said, the two of them are truly in sync, which started in their previous life, except that they didn't know each other back then. Chen Shi suddenly felt that fate was quite a wonderful thing. The probability of two people meeting is 0.000478, and the probability of them getting to know each other is 0.000005. Yet they got to know each other. It was fate that brought these two kindred spirits together. Looking into Zhao Yuner's eyes, Chen Shi solemnly suggested, Zhao Yuner, how about we open a milk tea shop together? Sure, I'll provide the funding, and you provide the labor. Zhao Yuner agreed to the suggestion without hesitation. She had some money, but she didn't know much about starting a business. According to her original plan, she intended to ask her family for help. Given this coincidence, and since Chen Shi also had the idea of opening a milk tea shop and even offered to partner with her, why wouldn't she agree? Zhao Yuner now blindly trusts Chen Shi. There's nothing that someone as smart as Chen Shi can't do. With his assistance, I'm sure I'll achieve great things and impress my family. Chen Shi shook his head and said, my idea is that we should contribute equally and work together. Working together is no problem. But we're investing together. Zhao Yuner doesn't plan to rent a shop to open a milk tea shop. Instead, she wants to buy a 300 square meter plot of land, make a partition, sell milk tea on one side, do other business on the other side, and keep the upstairs for future use. The cost is at least 7 figures. But there's no need to tell Chen Shi about this. In a sense, she and Chen Shi are on a date today, and talking about money would hurt their relationship. She nodded obediently, I'll listen to you, but let's talk about this later, I'm hungry. Good. Chen Shi also felt there was no need to be too hasty. In fact, doing business with acquaintances and friends is inherently a matter that can damage relationships, and Chen Shi understands this much better than Zhao Yuner. Since reaching an agreement with Zhao Min to develop a game, Chen Shi had almost given up on the idea of opening a milk tea shop. Opening a physical store could make money, and buying a piece of land and waiting for demolition could also make money, but compared to the internet, it was nothing, and he would only make a pittance. Since Chen Shi also has programming and development skills, there's no need to waste existing funds on trivial matters. But now Chen Shi has taken the initiative to propose to Zhao Yuner that they open a store together, purely because of Zhao Yuner. Since this girl has the same idea, Chen Shi will just treat it as accompanying her for fun. If he really makes money, it will be a fulfillment of his original dream. If you can't make money, what's wrong with spending a fortune to win a beauty smile? Chen Shi asked Zhao Yuner what she wanted to eat, and Zhao Yuner said that she was going home in the afternoon, and the food in Sichuan and Chongqing was heavy and spicy, so she would just eat some light and home-style dishes. Zhao Yuner couldn't make up her mind, so she ordered for Chen Shi, who then ordered according to his own taste. I'd like a serving of poached chicken. Another serving of braised pork ribs, please. A bowl of pigeon soup. For vegetarian dishes, sweet potato leaves are enough, right? Aha! Zhao Yuner nodded. She had been quite curious about what sweet potato leaves were, but when the dish was served, she noticed that the vegetarian dish was dark red and didn't look very appealing, so she couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Chen Shi explained it simply, "Sweet potato leaves." Ha! Zhao Yuner was surprised. Isn't this the kind of thing used to feed pigs in the countryside? When Zhao Yuner was a child, she went to the countryside and saw the adults chopping up sweet potato leaves to feed the pigs. How could anyone eat them? Chen Shi's lips twitched slightly. It's for feeding pigs. Chen Shi nodded in agreement, then explained, the reason it's used to feed pigs isn't because it's inedible or doesn't taste good, but because the production in rural areas is so large that very few people eat it. People usually eat the tender parts, and the old parts are used to feed pigs. Chen Shi couldn't help but laugh. As a young lady from a wealthy family, Zhao Yuner's knowledge that sweet potato leaves are the best choice for feeding pigs is already quite impressive. Would you like to give it a try? Chen Shi picked up a leaf of vegetable. This stuff, pig food, how can it taste good? Zhao Yuner poked at the surface with her chopsticks, grinning and showing complete distrust. Chapter 68. My house has many empty rooms. These sweet potato leaves are black and mushy, but the juice that seeps out is still red. When Zhao Yuner was a child, she often spent holidays at her maternal grandmother's house in the countryside. She often saw the old lady chop this thing up to feed the pigs, but she never saw it on the dinner table. Although Chen Shi ate a few bites, strictly speaking, Zhao Yuner and he had never actually eaten a proper meal together, so who knew what his tastes were? Zhao Yuner remained silent, only waving her hand in refusal. Eek! Seeing that the juice from the vegetable leaves had stained Chen Shi's rice red, Zhao Yuner lost all appetite. Combined with the name sweet potato leaves, she further recalled the scene of pigs fighting over food at her grandmother's house. It smelled bad, was a mess, and made unpleasant noises. How could he bring himself to do it? Even if Chen Shi tries to coax him, he won't waver in the slightest if he doesn't want to try. In fact, Chen Shi ignored her and continued eating her own food. The more Chen Shi ignored her, the more her little curiosity was piqued. Chen Shi ate half a plate of meat and vegetables by himself, and his small bowl of rice was almost empty. He had a very good appetite. Zhao Yuner frowned, becoming increasingly frustrated. Is this thing really that addictive? Stop looking at it, you should try it too, it's really delicious, trust my taste. Chen Shi had noticed her strange look long ago, and with a helpless expression, he simply pushed the dish in front of her. He wouldn't think that because he doesn't eat the food he likes, he dislikes or doesn't trust him, would he? That would be terrible. Zhao Yuner gritted her teeth, determined to go all in. Just a little bit, he should be very happy, right? Okay, I'll eat. Zhao Yuner's voice was weak and barely audible. With trembling fingers, she manipulated the chopsticks to bring a sweet potato leaf to her mouth. She took the plunge, opened her mouth, and put the hard, long, and dark-looking thing in front of her into her mouth. Slap slap slap. Slight chewing. Zhao Yuner felt utterly awful. She was no longer clean, smelling like pig swill. Ha! Zhao Yuner's expression froze. As the flavor of the leafy greens lingered in her mouth, the rich aroma tantalized her taste buds. After chewing a couple more times, more juice bursts in your mouth, sweet and delicious. Zhao Yuner looked at Chen Shi with her mouth slightly open, her expression a mixture of surprise and delight. It smells so good. Shenshi couldn't help but laugh when she saw her face turn sour one second, but then turn into a pleasant surprise the next after taking a bite of the vegetable. Indeed, no one can escape the law of cosmic influence. After finishing one slice, Zhao Yun'er wanted to eat a second one. I wondered why such delicious food was being fed to pigs. So, when I went back to my maternal grandma's house for Chinese New Year so many times when I was a child, she would rather feed this stuff to the pigs than let me eat it? There is no love left. Shenshi has better taste and knows how to take care of herself. Hey. Just as Zhao Yun'er was still unsatisfied and wanted to continue eating, she suddenly noticed Shenxi's ambiguous smile. Why are you looking at me? Just eat your food. Zhao Yun'er pretended to be calm and natural, and secretly ate a few pieces of vegetables. Does the pig feed taste good? Shenxi gave her a teasing look. What pig feed? Zhao Yun'er said indistinctly, her mouth stuffed full. Don't talk nonsense, okay? Can you put pig food on the table? Shenxi didn't mind her stubbornness. Seeing that she was enjoying her meal, she told her, our department cafeteria often sells it. If you like it, you can come over occasionally. Zhao Yun'er shook her head upon hearing this, let alone going to your department. I don't even go to my own department's cafeteria often. The food there is terrible and the service is awful. Sometimes I'd rather go to a food stall outside the school. Shenxi deeply agreed with this. He still remembered the cafeteria auntie whose hands trembled. There wasn't much meat to begin with, but she would deliberately shake it out, turning a perfectly good braised pork dish into braised potatoes. It was truly speechless. There are also several stalls on the second floor of the school. Unsold vegetables are pickled with chili peppers and salt. The taste is so strong that they are sold for several days in a row. That's not the point. Shenxi's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something but didn't, only smiling inwardly. Sometimes Zhao Yun'er can be quite oblivious. She didn't pick up on her own hints at all. Zhao Yun'er's flight home was at 4 p.m. After eating and waiting a while, it would be past 1 p.m. It would take an hour to drive to the airport, and she needed to allow about an hour for check-in. So Shenxi drove her there. When they arrived at the airport at 2:40, there was plenty of time to check in. Zhao Yun'er originally planned to have Shenxi help her get the tickets and check in her luggage, and then wait in the terminal together. However, as soon as the car stopped downstairs, a staff member came over and said that they could only stop there for 5 minutes. So Shenxi helped her unload her luggage, bags, and purses from the car and tidy them up. Zhao Yun'er was immediately disappointed. How could you be so fast? Happy times always pass too quickly. Even though they hadn't done anything together, most of the day had already gone by. He drives so fast, we arrived in no time. Shenxi simply smiled and asked, your car? What are we going to do about it? Take it and open it yourself. Aren't you afraid I'll scratch it? It doesn't matter, it's not worth much money. Even the richest person wouldn't let someone else drive a car worth over $1 million. However, Shenxi didn't get coy. After all, there's only so much between men and women, and if you get coy, it just ruins the fun. Zhao Yun'er was absent-minded, so she leaned on her suitcase and swayed her body, reluctant to leave for a long time. How about you come with me to Sichuan and Chongqing for a few days? You can stay at my place, I have plenty of empty rooms. Zhao Yun'er suddenly became very serious. Shenxi immediately shook her head in refusal. This was nothing compared to what her family was saying. She wasn't afraid of being scolded by her family, she was more afraid that her father would break her legs. I'll be in Jiangqing for the next few days, I probably still have things to take care of. Zhao Min and the others were still working, and Shenxi planned to take some time to check on the progress of their work. Shenxi could easily see the reluctance in the young heiress's eyes, so he said, how about I pick you up on the afternoon of the 7th? Really? Otherwise, how will you get back to school? Zhao Yun'er originally planned to bring up this matter with Shenxi after returning home, but now that Shenxi brought it up on her own initiative, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart, as if she really couldn't go back without Shenxi. Besides, Shenxi was driving her car, so there was nothing wrong with him picking her up. The staff nearby were urging her on, so Zhao Yun'er obediently said, then I'll go up first. Go ahead, send me a message before takeoff and again when you get home. Yes, you too. Okay, have a safe trip. Please don't use my car for anything bad. What constitutes a bad thing? Is it something I haven't done with you? You're the worst. Zhao Yun'er had intended to ease the sadness of parting, but Shenxi made her blush. She secretly stuck out her tongue, then picked up her suitcase, turned around, and slipped away. Before entering the airport, she turned back and waved. Chen-Shi couldn't help but laugh until that graceful figure completely disappeared from sight, hopping and skipping along. Young girls are full of energy. After a while, Chen-Shi rolled down the car window, put the car in gear, and drove away. Before I even left the airport, a phone call came in. The caller ID showed Xiao Yunga. With a sense of doubt, Chen-Shi answered the phone, and a cheerful voice came through. Xiaoxi, my flight arrives in Wuhan at 5:30. Do you want to come and pick me up from the airport? Chapter 69. Why are you still as dazed as you were when you were a child? Although it had cooled down for a while, Wuhan returned to its hot weather 2 days before National Day. Xiao Yunga was wearing a cotton-padded jacket underneath a woolen overcoat and black jeans. Like the other passengers, she was bundled up tightly. As she walked down the gangway and through the boarding gate, she felt a gust of hot, stuffy wind hitting her face. Her tall and slender figure stood out in the crowd, her steps light and graceful, her demeanor elegant, as if all eyes were drawn to her. After exiting the security checkpoint, several men in suits even tried to follow her and get to know her. A cheerful male voice rang out, and Xiao Yunga, who had kept his mouth shut and expressionless the whole way, quickly broke into a happy smile. Sister. Xiao Yunga stood out in the crowd among the passengers who came from the same point. Chen-Shi immediately spotted her. Surprise! Xiao Yunga opened her arms to Chen-Shi, her beautiful smile as bright as the stars, her lovely eyes crinkling with laughter, radiating a loving glow. Upon approaching, Chen-Shi simply stood there, staring blankly into her watery eyes, a sense of disbelief flashing through his mind. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was like a dream, and I was still moved when I woke up. Xiao Yunga originally wanted to give him a warm hug, but seeing his appearance, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing, then cupped Chen-Shi's face in her hands. Hey! Why are you still as clueless as you were when you were a kid? Don't be so silly, you idiot. No girl will like you like that. Ding! Xiao Yunga overall score for appearance, figure, and temperament, 95 points, favorability, 79 sends you a caring greeting. If Xiao Yunga's initial favorability is greater than 60, the special ability, consumption rebate, cannot be obtained. If Xiao Yunga's initial favorability is greater than 70, the special ability Hand of God cannot be obtained. The notification sounds kept echoing in Chen-Shi's mind, but her vision was blurred, as if she were in another world. Xiao Yunga was the older sister next door who cared for Chen-Shi since childhood. She died in a car accident when he was 19. After being reborn, although they didn't keep in touch much, Xiao Yunga did send him messages in chat. But seeing him in person now gave her a different feeling. Chen-Shi's heart pounded. The warm, soft touch in her hand, the long-lost chatter, and the smiling face so close to her felt more real than she remembered. If Chen-Shi has any family in this world, then Xiao Yunga is the only one. How can we teach people to avoid being absent-minded or distracted? What's up? Haven't seen me in so long, missed me? Yes, it's been a long time. Welcome back, sis. Chen-Shi quietly pulled away from her palm, tried to calm herself down, smiled slightly, and took the small suitcase from her hand. Xiao Yunga tilted her head in confusion. Why was it called welcome back? This wasn't home. Yiling was home. It's kind of funny, this kid is really sentimental. He only missed me for one summer vacation, and he misses me like this. The successful people who were originally following Xiao Yunga left in a sorry state when they saw that she had someone picking her up at the airport and that they seemed to be very close to her. The two walked side by side toward the elevator entrance in the South Square. Chen-Shi casually said, Sis, why did you suddenly come here? I just suddenly wanted to come and hang out with you. Aren't you afraid I won't be in Zhengcheng? Didn't I message you before to ask if you'd be at school during the National Day holiday? Would you lie to me? Xiao Yunga blinked her eyes playfully. Sigh. Chen-Shi felt ashamed. What if she changed her mind at the last minute and went to another city? Wouldn't she have been left empty-handed? Just a few hours ago, Zhao Yuner had invited her to go to Sichuan in Chongqing. Chen-Shi doesn't usually hold girls' hands, but as soon as they came out, Xiao Yunga held his hand tightly. Chen-Shi didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable and warm. He asked with concern, Sis, you haven't eaten yet, have you? No, they only gave me a small bag of potato chips on the plane, and I was hungry. Let's go grab something to eat. After seeing Zhao Yuner off in the afternoon, Chen-Shi parked his car in the underground garage and waited in the departure lounge. He was getting a little hungry at this time. Xiao Yunga nodded and said, "Okay, you can be the host then." It was said that Xiao Yunga was holding Chenxi's hand, but in reality, Chenxi was leading the way. She thought they were going to take a taxi or bus from the main entrance of the South Square, but Chenxi led her to the elevator. He asked doubtfully, "Take the subway? Wouldn't it be closer to take the escalator down?" "No, I drove here." Xiao Yunga naturally didn't expect him to have arrived on a small electric scooter, and was quite surprised. "Where did you get your vehicle?" "Borrowed from a classmate." "Wow, you're doing really well." He. Chenxi smiled without saying a word. Xiao Yunga didn't take it seriously at first, but as soon as she got off the elevator, she hadn't walked far when Chenxi came up behind a pink Maserati. After a dio-dio sound, the headlights flashed, and she opened the trunk. "Wow." Xiao Yunga's face immediately revealed a meaningful expression. "Wow, you even lend me a luxury car like this? You're really popular, with both male and female classmates?" As he spoke, he kept giving Chenxi meaningful glances. She already had a pretty good idea of the answer in her heart. Asking a question you already know the answer to. Chenxi was willing to waste time talking to her, and asked with a smile, "Guess if it's a man or a woman?" "A man." "You guessed right." "Ha?" Xiao Yunga immediately showed a stunned expression, like a fat cat. What kind of man drives such a pink car? Could it be that he has some special feelings for Chenxi? Ugh, I'm getting goosebumps. Just kidding, you're a girl. Go! Xiao Yunga was still imagining things when she realized she had been tricked. With a half smile, she punched Chenxi on the shoulder. "You little rascal, Chenxi, you've only just started college and you already dare to mess with your older sister? What will you be like in the future? Surrender!" After Chenxi slapped her twice, he opened the driver's door and got in. After getting into the car, Xiao Yunga was very careful, afraid of getting her shoes dirty. She closed the door gently, and the first time she didn't even close it properly. After fastening her seatbelt, she asked again, "What female classmate is so nice to you, lending you her car? Is she your girlfriend?" The image of the girl in the video on the forum immediately popped into her mind. She had a certain air about her, and she had a feeling that this car belonged to that girl. "No, we're just pretty close. I drove her to the airport today, and she borrowed my car for a few days." "You really don't care. If people knew you used her car to pick up other girls, they'd be furious." "I'm not some other girl," Chenxi said jokingly, adding before Xiao Yunga could say anything more, "I've already told her." Chenxi would definitely tell Zhao Yun'er about picking someone up by car, and Zhao Yun'er would naturally not refuse. Of course, Chenxi also felt it was no big deal, since the car owner himself had no objection, so it was only natural. "Oh." Xiao Yunga's eyes rolled around, thinking to herself, "Why isn't my sister another girl?" Chenxi started the car and drove off, suggesting, "Now that you're here, I'll take you out for a welcome dinner." "You even have a welcome feast?" Xiao Yunga couldn't help but smile. "I thought you'd be travel-worn, but I didn't expect you to be so experienced, even having a welcome feast." Just going to have a meal." Xiao Yunga smiled without saying a word and silently took off her coat. Chapter 70, Open Plan Twin Room. Because it was getting a bit hot, Xiao Yunga took off her wool coat after getting on the bus, revealing a rounded silhouette against the side of her close-fitting cotton padded jacket. To be honest, Chenxi had never noticed that Xiao Yunga was so talented. Like Zhao Yun'er, Xiao Yunga, after fastening her seatbelt, seemed to pass through a passageway between the peaks, a sight that was extremely pleasing to the eye. But she is Chenxi's half-sister. Chenxi felt that staring at it for too long was not good, so he would look at it again after a while. Only after they had seen enough did they drive their car out of the underground parking garage. "Why are you wearing so many clothes?" Chenxi asked casually. "It's already quite cold in Yanjing, but I didn't expect it to be so hot in Jiangchen." "That makes sense. Beijing is already considered quite northern, while Wuhan is in the far south. The temperature difference between the north and south of the Qinling Mountains and the Huai River is quite significant." The main reason was that Xiao Yunga was dressed too warmly, so they turned on the air conditioning for her. After leaving the airport and taking the airport expressway, Chenxi turned off the air conditioning and opened the car window when she reached the second ring road. It was getting dark, but it wasn't too hot, especially as they got closer to the Yangtze River, and the wind outside was still humid and slightly cool. As the car sped along the street, Chenxi's window wasn't wide open, and the evening breeze blew in, just right for Xiao Yunga's messy bangs. The streetlight shone high above, casting a soft, veiled glow on Xiao Yunga, creating a romantic, Korean-style beauty atmosphere. Xiao Yunga laughed heartily and said, "The weather here in Jiangcheng is so comfortable, and the evening breeze is so gentle. It's too dry in Yanjing, especially when the heating is on at night. It's so dry that it wakes you up in your sleep." Chen Shi said, "We can install a humidifier to make the environment more humid, so we won't wake up from the dryness at night." Xiao Yunga knew this, of course, and even said that sometimes using tools to help humidify the air can make it too sticky and uncomfortable, and that the pure, natural experience is still the best. The city got its name from the Yangtze River, which flows through it and divides the city in two. To get from Hanyang to Wuchang, you need to cross a bridge. The Jiangchang Yangtze River Bridge is a double-deck structure, with cars on the upper deck and trains on the lower deck, as well as ships and cargo ferries on the river. As the car traveled across the Yangtze River Bridge, with the windows open, a cool breeze carrying moist soda blew in, and Xiao Yunga's long, black hair swayed in the wind, making her look incredibly beautiful. Looking out, the neon lights of skyscrapers shimmer and are reflected on the surface of the Yangtze River, creating a dazzling spectacle. The lights use the Yangtze River, the buildings on both banks, and the pleasure boats as a canvas, resulting in a vibrant and colorful scene. "Xiaoxi, the night view of Jiangcheng is so beautiful," Xiao Yunga exclaimed with a smile as the wind blew her hair across her face. "Certainly. Jiangcheng is a romantic city, a heroic city, an ancient city of history and culture, and the heart of the country's economic geography. It connects the east and west, links the north and south, and maintains the connections between the four directions. The stories about it continue to unfold and be passed down." Before he turned 18, Chen Shi's home was in Yiling. After turning 18, Chen Shi's second home was Jiangcheng. Chen Shi came to Jiangcheng to work after he turned 18, and settled there for more than 10 years. Although he later became quite successful, he experienced the ups and downs of life there, and finally got his reward after hardship. "My impression of Jiangcheng is much clearer than that of Yiling. Hanyang Pass, Chuhan Street, Hobu Alley, Yellow Crane Tower, Parrot Island, Yangtze River Bridge, these were just some of Chen Shi's life a little over a month ago, and now they are worlds apart." Chen Shi held the steering wheel with his right hand and rested his left elbow on the car door, gazing out the window at the scenery. The Yangtze River stretches for thousands of miles, and the Chu sky is vast and boundless. A bridge spans north and south, turning a natural barrier into a thoroughfare. Confucius, standing by a river, said, "Time flows on like this river, never ceasing." Seeing his inexplicable poetic inspiration, Xiao Yunga couldn't help but feel amused. "You're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? Let's go eat Wuchang fish." "Good. After crossing the Yangtze River Bridge, you will reach Wuchang." There was no doubt that Xiao Yunga would be going to Jiangda University for the next couple of days, so Chen Shi simply drove the car to the busiest commercial street near the school and found a decent restaurant to stay at. Xiao Yunga got out of the car and stretched, teasingly saying, "Looks like you've been out and about quite a bit, you know Jiangcheng so well." Chen Shi smiled without saying a word. If you told her that she hadn't left the school more than a few times in the past month, she definitely wouldn't believe you. "By the way, Deng Bin is right across from our school. Should we invite him to come along?" Chen Shi suddenly thought of this guy. He had been at university for so long but had never seen him once. Now that Xiao Yunga was here, it would be a bit unkind not to invite fellow townsmen to get together. "Sure." Xiao Yunga naturally knew Chen Shi as friends. So Chen Shi called Deng Bin and asked him to come over quickly. Deng Bin replied, "Okay, bring a family member, I'll be there soon." 5 minutes later, Deng Bin called and said, "Old Shi, he can't come." "What's going on?" Deng Bin's tone immediately became heavy. People experience joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, but the knights who chase the wind have their regrets. "Speak like a human. Damn it, my motorcycle clutch got stolen. I'm out of luck. There is only joy and sorrow, no separation or reunion." He said he was too lazy to go out, and that he would take his girlfriend home for a trip tomorrow. "All right." Chen Shi couldn't help but shake her head at Xiao Yunga, thinking that Deng Bin's name had appeared since Chapter 1, but he hadn't even been given a single chance to appear. It was truly a sad story. Okay, since Deng Bin wasn't coming, Chen Shi made a reservation with Xiao Jun. The two of them grabbed a quick bite and ordered a Wuchang fish, a plate of meat dishes, a plate of vegetables, and a bowl of hot dry noodles. Wuchang fish tastes good, fresh and tender, and is a specialty dish of Wuhan. Hot dry noodles, too, taste like home. You can't find this in Beijing. They had been out all morning and hadn't been able to rest in the afternoon. Chen Shi had been driving the whole time and was quite tired. Xiao Yunga was also exhausted from the journey, so they headed back home. Of course, since Xiao Yunga had nowhere to stay, she would definitely need to book a room. After finding a suitable hotel on the same street as the school, Chen Shi helped Xiao Yunga carry her luggage to the front desk. Do you two need accommodation? That's obvious. I'm not coming to stay, I'm coming to chat with you. Let's get a double room. Chen Shi was much more familiar with the process than Xiao Yunga, but before the front desk could respond, she found her arm being tugged by Xiao Yunga. Xiao Yunga gently bit her lip and said somewhat shyly, "How about we get a twin room?" Question mark. What does that mean? Chen Shi didn't understand for a moment. Xiao Yunga leaned close to his ear and whispered shyly, "I'm afraid to sleep alone. If we're staying at a hotel, will you come and keep me company?" It must be embarrassing. A 21-year-old woman like herself, having to sleep with a little boy she's watched grow up. Just saying it made Xiao Yunga feel ashamed. These words are quite suggestive. Xiao Yunga is 3 years older than Chen Shi and has treated Chen Shi like his own younger brother since childhood. In Chen Shi's heart, Xiao Yunga was like a family member. Since her sister had made the request, Chen Shi didn't laugh at her and obediently replied, "How could I refuse my sister's request? Hee, my little brother is the best. Let's get a twin room." Hold on. After registering their identity information, paying the fee, and receiving their room key, Chen Shi led Xiao Yunga upstairs. The receptionist watched the two leave, finding it amusing to herself. These days, young couples are really creative. They pretend to book a twin room, and don't think people don't know that one bed is for sleeping and the other is for sleeping. They still call each other sister and brother, and they even started playing role-playing games in front of outsiders. The world has lost its morals. Chapter 71. Don't do strange things alone in secret. The hotel room was quite spacious, about 35 square meters, with a floor-to-ceiling window offering a panoramic view of Jiangnan University's campus in the distance. The hotel's lighting is yellowish and dim, creating a very ambiguous atmosphere, which is perfect for young couples who are not yet fully committed to their relationship. Just as Chen Shi had thought, Xiao Yunga was really tired from rushing to catch the train and plane. After settling her luggage, she needed to find some clothes to take a shower. Only then did Chen Shi realize a problem: she hadn't brought any clothes with her. So he said, "Sis, you take a shower first, I'll go back to school to get some clothes." No! Xiao Yunga reacted strongly by shouting, which startled Chen Shi. Xiao Yunga realized she had overreacted and, feeling rather embarrassed, took Chen Shi's arm and said, "I'm a little scared, can I go with you?" Chen Shi found it amusing to see her like this. How come she had never noticed how timid she was before? Of course, Chen Shi didn't study much in high school in her previous life. After graduating from high school, she became somewhat estranged from academic geniuses like Xiao Yunga and never had the chance to live together. How could she possibly know that Chen Shi was afraid of being alone? Okay, let's act together. Chen Shi agreed and drove Xiao Yunga into the school. He just grabbed a set of clothes and parked the car downstairs in the dormitory without even turning off the engine. Holy crap, a Maserati! There was a beautiful woman in the car. I envy the rich young man's life. This beauty is probably going to suffer tonight. At this time, many students were returning to their dormitories. As they passed by, they couldn't help but stop and watch, leaving a comment, wishing they were the owners of the car. Wang Peng has been very busy lately, especially today, when the school headquarters held a school-wide Golden Autumn National Day and New Year's Eve party, and he volunteered there. I started working at 6 a.m. and continued until 10 p.m., without stopping except for a short break for meals. He participated in moving things, setting up the stage, arranging tables, and even maintaining order at night. He was extremely busy because the more he worked, the more he was paid. Wang Peng was a workaholic among the volunteers, and he almost wanted to take on all the work. On the way back, even Wang Peng, who grew up doing farm work, couldn't help but feel exhausted and hungry. He silently spent a few yuan to buy 2 steamed buns at a store and wolfed them down. But when he put his hands in his pockets and pulled out 2 crisp 100 yuan bills, a happy smile appeared on his face. We're one step closer to raising funds to buy Qianqian a computer. Wang Peng thought to himself, if there could be more events like this, that would be great. Before he knew it, he was back downstairs at his dormitory and saw the pink Maserati parked right in front of the gate. And Xiao Yunga, who was playing on her phone in the car, her beautiful face illuminated by the light. Suddenly, the 200 yuan in my hand didn't seem so appealing anymore. Wow, he thought to himself, the computer science department is really full of hidden talents. His roommate Sikong Ming drives an Audi, so who is this genius driving a Maserati? He was exhausted and didn't linger. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he bumped into Chen Shi, who was carrying a backpack, coming out of the building. Old Chen, where are you going? Wang Ping asked curiously. Chen Shi didn't hide anything. I'm going to stay somewhere else, and I probably won't be back for the next few days. After exchanging a few casual words, Chen Shi left. Wang Ping sighed. He had heard everything from Li Haoran. Chen Shi hadn't gone to class today and had disappeared from school all day. Bai Xu Fa had also told Li Haoran that Zhao Yuner had disappeared for a day, so it was obvious that the two of them had definitely gone on a date. Judging from Chen Shi's behavior just now, they'll probably be together tonight, taking their relationship to the next level. The thought of his former goddess being transformed into someone else's shape and willingly posing in various ways filled Wang Ping with sadness. But what he saw next left Wang Ping completely dumbfounded. Chen Shi went out the gate, opened the driver's side door of the Maserati parked outside, and got in. The car disappeared from sight in no time. Ah? Does this car belong to Chen Shi? Wait a minute, didn't he go on a date with Zhao Yuner today? Who is that woman in the car? Damn it, no doubt Chen Shi will be sleeping with this woman tonight. What about Zhao Yuner? Wang Ping was furious. He had heard that Chen Shi was a womanizer who had been with several women at the same time and had a very loose lifestyle, always flirting with women. How could he do this to Zhao Yuner? No, he had to tell Zhao Yuner about this and expose Chen Shi's true colors as a scumbag. But when he took out his phone, he paused for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed at himself. It's been over a month since school started, and he still hasn't been able to get Zhao Yuner's contact information, yet he's still snitching on her. Besides, what good would it do me to inform on someone? It's nothing more than jealousy getting the better of me. I offended Chen Shi, and I'm the one who won't get away with it. I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. It's like we're all from different worlds, even though we go to school together. Wang Ping quickly calmed down. He figured he should just focus on doing his own thing. Given his relationship with Qianqian, he might not be any worse than Chen Shi, who was always flirting with other women. Chen Shi originally planned to bring just one set of clothes, but since Xiao Yunga was staying for several days, she simply brought 2 more sets. After returning to the hotel, Xiao Yunga went to take a shower first. She took off all her clothes in the bathroom, then suddenly put on a bath towel and peeked out from the bathroom door. She found Chen Shi lying on the sofa playing on his phone. The door's unlocked, don't peek. Anyone who peeks is an animal. Chen Shi didn't even look up. Don't worry, just listening to you taking a shower is enough to make me eat 3 bowls of rice. Get lost, and don't you dare do anything weird on your own. She blushed with embarrassment and quickly scurried back into the bathroom. Why are you reminding me that the door isn't locked? Chen Shi hesitated for a moment. Should she peek, or openly peek over to take a look? Such a good opportunity. To peek is beastly, but not to peek is worse than beastly. Chen Shi remained calm and continued playing on her QQ. Scrolling through QQ space, I gave a thumbs up to Xia Yuqian's post, celebrating the successful holding of the 2011 Jiangcheng University Golden Autumn National Day and Welcome Party. All the photos are from the event. There aren't any pictures of her in person, which is a pity. Nioma Zhaoman also posted a status about going out to dinner with someone, and Chen Shi commented below, "Get some rest after you finish eating, you have to go to work tomorrow." Zhao Min? What a heartless boss. Zhao Yuner was even faster than Chen Shi. After finishing her meal, she had already taken a shower and gone to bed. She sent a message to Chen Shi, and the two chatted for a long time. She texted Chen Shi, saying, "The bed at home is still the most comfortable." The accompanying picture shows a pink princess bed, and the room is huge. Chen Shi replied, "How comfortable. It's big and soft, so you can roll around freely without worrying about falling off the bed. I don't believe it unless you let me try it." Xiao Yunga placed his hands on Chen Shi's shoulders, leaned out from his shoulders, and teased with a smile, "You're so good at this." Chen Shi noticed water droplets from Xiao Yunga's head landing on her, and moved forward in disgust, turning back to say, "Why are you peeking at their chat?" He stopped speaking before he could finish. The moment she turned around and saw Xiao Yunga, a vast expanse of snow-white skin and delicate beauty came into view. She was leaning forward and pressing against him. His mouth was wide open. Xiao Yunga was wearing only a pure black slip dress with a very low neckline, making it look like a playful little bunny was about to jump out at any moment. The contrast between white and black made her snow-white skin even more attractive. Chapter 72. The brat has grown up. Xiao Yunga was wearing only a pure black slip dress, revealing a deep cleavage. Chen Shi's gaze seemed to be drawn in, unable to escape. A surge of hot blood seemed to be rushing out of Chen Shi's body. It's been a month since he came back, and he still has the body of a young and strong man. Shenshi usually tries his best to restrain himself, but at this moment he really can't hold back at all. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Xiao Yunga noticed Chenshi's gaze, and her pretty face, which was already slightly moist from the hot water, turned even redder. She quickly straightened up. Smack! You brat! Where are you looking? He patted Chenshi on the shoulder as he said this. Chenshi casually crossed his legs. He abruptly changed the subject. You're spying on other people's privacy, which is illegal, you know? You still have privacy in front of your sister. Then you have no privacy, so let me take a look a little longer. Sure, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Xiao Yunga pretended to move the straps on her shoulders to the side. Which young person can withstand this test? Chenshi originally wanted to tease her and persuade her to give up, but this older sister was quite fierce and turned the tables on her. Unfortunately, she was still someone he couldn't bring himself to mess with. He also completely surrendered. Damn it, I'm not playing this kind of twisted game with you. Chenshi didn't dare to look at him, and ran to the bathroom as if fleeing. As soon as the door closed, she quickly ran out to grab her clothes, and then ran back. Seeing his shy and adorable appearance, Xiao Yunga couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. And Chen Zina was walking with a slight hunch and a limp. How could she not know what had happened? You little rascal, you've really grown up. She committed a crime. He committed the sin of lust, one of the 7 deadly sins. He thought he was safe by staying away from the source of evil, but in reality, he had just entered hell. As I looked up to put my clothes down, I saw a purple silk fabric lying quietly on the clothes rack. Parts of it were open and transparent, and water was still seeping down, making it look particularly dreamy in the misty bathroom. The bathroom still held the warmth of Xiao Yunga's shower. Seeing this scene, it was as if a sleeping beast had awakened within Chenshi, and even her breathing became heavy. His thoughts gradually became chaotic, moving from objects to people. If this thing were worn by Xiao Yunga. Grass. Chenshi wanted to slap herself. Sigh, Susong was right, purple really does have a lot of charm. With no other option, Chenshi turned the water on full blast and started flushing. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh. After taking a shower, I felt as calm as a Buddha, and left the bathroom after getting dressed. Angry Birds is so much fun. Xiao Yunga had already finished drying her hair and was just about to put away the hairdryer when Chenshi came out. She asked, "Do you want me to blow it for you? Can you play it? The technique is excellent." "Alright, go ahead and blow." "Ouch," softly, slowly. Chenshi was utterly exasperated. Xiao Yunga was grabbing at his hair so hard it was almost pulling it out. Okay, I'll go slower." Xiao Yunga is definitely skilled at blowing her own hair, but men and women are different. Men's hair is shorter, so it's no wonder Chenshi wouldn't feel comfortable using the same technique she used to blow her own hair. Xiao Yunga gently rubbed Chenshi's hair this time, like a head massage. Chenshi felt much more comfortable. Plus, she was tired, and the soft pillow behind her head made her slowly close her eyes in a very pleasant way. It feels so good to be pampered. If I had such a wonderful older sister to take care of me in my past life, I wouldn't be so tired. So cute. After a long while, Xiao Yunga could vaguely see the shadow of his childhood on that sleeping face, and a doting smile appeared on his lips. She tucked Chenshi in before returning to her own bed, turning off the light, and going to sleep. Only a minority of students go home for National Day, and only a small number go on trips. Most students stay at school. Especially the group from Zhao Min's studio, all of them are single and have no partners to date. As one of their seniors put it, with no partner in mind, coding naturally becomes divine. Besides, even the least experienced among them is already a junior in college, and they've had their fill of fun in the past 2 years. Naturally, they won't go out and squeeze into crowds during the National Day holiday. They'll just carry out their work as usual. Li Haoren didn't plan to go home before National Day. He wasn't the kind of person who was homesick. He finally had some free time, so of course he wanted to go out and have fun during National Day. Of course, going to other cities would be too wasteful of money, and he hadn't really figured out Jiangqing yet, so he simply stayed here. He originally wanted to invite Chenshi and a few roommates to hang out the day before National Day, but Chenshi was nowhere to be seen all day, so he couldn't get together with her. So he invited his high school classmates and alumni who were studying in Jiangcheng. This includes Bai Shufa. Coincidentally, Bai Shufa's idea was exactly the same as Li Haoren's. The boys formed a group and asked if they could invite the girls. The girls formed a team and asked if they wanted to hang out with their former male classmates. Li Haoran had tried to ask Bai Shuefei out alone before, but Bai Shuefei always said she'd see how things went, as she had plans with someone else. This left Li Haoran extremely disappointed, but somehow they ended up hanging out together anyway. Since they were all the same group of people from high school, Li Haoran was in a great mood, as if he had returned to high school. Since there were only 4 or 5 students studying at Jiangnan University, they suggested going there for lunch. They had never been there before and wanted to see what the most beautiful university in China was like. There were quite a few people, about 20. They were having a great time playing outside the school, mostly surrounding Li Haoran. He thought to himself that it would be even better to show off in his own territory. Who would have thought that some idiot would call over a senior from the previous year named Song Wonhan? This person's appearance was actually worse than Li Haoran's, but he was still the senior and very arrogant, stealing the spotlight. Li Haoran cursed inwardly and looked annoyed. "Senior, you seem to know Jiang University very well, you must be very popular." Someone made a compliment. "Ha, it's just a small stunt, nothing to mention." Upon hearing this, Song Wonhan chuckled lightly, pinched his chin, and a shiny watch gleamed in the sunlight. "I started as an ordinary member in the secretariat, but thanks to the kindness of my seniors, I became the head of the External Relations Department after my sophomore year. My grades are also just average, I can only rank in the top 10 in my major." I heard he was the head of the External Relations Department of the Student Union, and his grades were very good, which made a good impression on most of the girls present. Wow! The senior is so low-key. Some girls kept praising him, saying that he is so capable and has such a graceful demeanor, a true gentleman. I was able to become the head of the External Relations Department by chance, which is just because I have some business acumen. A girl named Wang Yuan, who was also a student at the same school and was quite nice, couldn't help but lean in and ask, "Senior, you're the head of the External Relations Department, you should know Senior Xia Yuqin, right?" "Oh, you know President Xia too?" At this point, Song Wonhan proudly raised his chin. "She values me very much. She promoted me to this department head position, haha." When I first planned to open a dessert shop at the school, it was President Xia who personally helped me get approval. After I made a profit, I invested in student council activities, which also received President Xiao's full approval. My family recently gave me some financial support, so I started a courier service with a classmate. We're planning to buy a car to expand our business. We're tentatively planning on a Lexus, which will cost around 200,000 yuan, not much. Grass. Who asked you? Li Haoran was practically grimacing, but this guy was really quite outstanding, it was just that his arrogance was unbearable. I really hope someone will step forward and cure his problem. Chapter 73. Xinxi, lay my cards on the table. As the head of the External Relations Department, Song Wonhan was responsible for investment promotion and wielded considerable power. He and several classmates opened several shops together, with some making money and some losing money, but overall he can be considered one of the best students. Wang Yuan, a girl from the same school, was immediately excited. "Senior, you are so outstanding. President Xia is a senior I have always admired. It's a pity that I didn't pass the secretariat's interview when school started. I wish I could join the student union. I really hope to learn from President Xia." Song Wonhan scoffed at this. As the head of the External Relations Department, he couldn't even learn from Xia Yuqian, yet she was just some unknown nobody. However, since this junior was quite good-looking, Song Wonhan was naturally very enthusiastic. "We all came from the same high school, Junior, let's exchange contact information. If there's a chance, I'll introduce you to President Xia and see if I can bring you in later." "Thank you so much, Senior." Wang Yuan quickly took out her phone to add him as a QQ friend. At that moment, another girl was caught by a flash of light and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Senior, your watch is so cool." Song Wonhan smiled calmly. "Yes, I bought a watch last year, a Longines Conquest, a relatively affordable model, only a little over 10,000. Wow, Senior, you're really rich. You bought a watch that costs over 10,000 yuan, which is more than my food expenses for a year. You also bought a car that costs over 200,000 yuan, which is almost enough to buy an apartment in our hometown county. Actually, this is all small change. I run a business at school, and these are all essential items. For example, my dad wears a watch worth tens of thousands of yuan and drives a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, which is why his business is thriving." Oh my god. He talks about driving a Mercedes so casually, it must be worth at least several 100,000 yuan, he must be a big boss. That senior is a rich second generation, and a particularly outstanding one at that, he's incredibly attractive. Several girls' eyes welled up with tears, and water almost spilled out. Li Haoren simply couldn't take it anymore. He had to bring up all his family's circumstances. Damn it, are you conducting a political background check here? I admit you're impressive, but Longines is Longines, not Lexus. You can't just not show off your English, can you? I've never seen anyone so pretentious. Bai Shufa admired this senior student, but disliked his loading posture, which resembled a shipping container. Essentially, Bai Shufa prefers handsome men, prioritizing appearance over wealth. This senior is even less attractive than Li Haoren, so she looks down on him. The group strolled around the school's administration building. Song Wonhan pointed out the 912 playground and the surrounding scenery, giving off an air of commanding authority. He also mentioned that he occasionally came to the administration building to submit materials to Chairman Xia. They were blocking the road when a horn beeped from behind. Seeing that someone was interfering with his show-off act, Song Wonhan looked back in annoyance and saw a Maserati Quattroporte with a Sichuan license plate. Wow! Song Wonhan couldn't afford to mess with this kind of car, so he quickly moved aside to make way. Wow, this car is so cool! A pink Maserati parked in a roadside parking space immediately attracted everyone's attention. Someone said, "What a long car, and so beautiful. You must have spent hundreds of thousands to get one." This is a Maserati Quattroporte, an executive-class luxury car, a true performance monster, tailor-made for the president. Song Wonhan spoke with an air of great knowledge. Senior, which car is better, this one or your Mercedes? Song Wonhan wanted to say that Mercedes was good, but he himself felt it was fake and felt very guilty. He replied perfunctorily, each has its advantages. As the founder of the automobile industry, Mercedes-Benz has a century of experience in car manufacturing, and its comfort and technological innovation are outstanding. Maserati's performance and design are more unique. Senior, you know so much about cars. Li Haoren thought to himself, stop talking nonsense. Can a Mercedes compare to a Maserati? This isn't about playing to one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses, it's blatant lying. So you're saying that the comfort and technology of that $1 million luxury car can't compare to your second-tier luxury car that costs a few $100,000? These are all somewhat knowledgeable people from Guangzhou. I don't know if they're genuinely stupid or just have high emotional intelligence, but they're still fawning over Song Wonhan. Bai Shufa couldn't help but say bluntly, I remember this car costs over $1 million. The Mercedes-Benz E-Class that my senior's family owns is only a fraction of the price of this car. Huang Yuan said in a muffled voice, it's just a fraction of the price. How come it feels like you have one at home too? Besides, it's none of your business how expensive a car someone else drives. Bai Shufa was so angry that she didn't want to talk to this woman. Back in high school, the two had already developed some tension due to their rivalry over beauty. Song Wonhan appeared nonchalant, anyway, I'm only a junior in college. My family owns a Mercedes, and I'll buy a car myself. In a few years, I can easily buy a Maserati. The owners of that car are probably middle-aged men. My advantage is that I'm young. As soon as she finished speaking, the passenger side door opened, and a tall, beautiful girl stepped out. She was wearing a red off-shoulder loose long-sleeve top and a denim skirt, exuding a cool and confident vibe. Damn it, I wonder which beer-bellied uncle will get such a beautiful girl this time, a few guys thought to themselves. The next moment, Chen Shi got out of the driver's seat, thinking to himself, what are those idiots in the back saying to each other while blocking the road? They're getting in my way of parking. Xiao Yunga walked over, took his arm affectionately, and said curiously, is this your administration building? It has the style of an ancient building. I'll take you up Luojia Mountain later, it's a huge area full of ancient buildings. As Chen Shi was about to pass by the group of NPCs, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures. Yo! Howsy, what a coincidence. When Song Wonhan and his group saw a young man get out of the Maserati, and he was incredibly handsome, they all froze on the spot. Why does this handsome guy seem younger than Song Wonhan? Where did the middle-aged man I was expecting go? Howsy? He was still staring at Li Haoren. Could it be that he knows Li Haoren? Old Chen, it's been so long. I've missed you so much. Li Haoren almost shed tears of happiness mixed with sadness. Sadly, he had previously thought Chen Shi was an orphan and that her family wasn't well off, so he felt some sympathy for her. But now, he was the one who should feel sympathy for himself. The good thing is that finally an acquaintance has come out to teach Song Wonhan a lesson. He's been putting on airs like a con artist all the way here, showing off while pretending to be low-key. He's like a prostitute trying to build a reputation. These stupid women just fall for his act, treating him like a gentleman, practically begging to be shoved into his face. What kind of behavior is that? Well, you're supposed to be young and promising, but my brother is the real young and promising guy. He drives luxury cars and picks up beautiful women. Senior Song, you can only pretend in front of a country bumpkin like Wang Yuan. You might not even get to have her. Chen Shi expressed her doubts about his exaggerated behavior. Didn't we just not see each other yesterday? A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Li Haoren said hurriedly, while constantly giving Chen Shi meaningful glances. Old Chen, this car is one of yours, right? Actually, you've always been a low-key rich guy hiding among us, haven't you? Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. Could this guy be trying to show off by saying, I know a rich second-generation roommate? The way people looked at this group of people started to become strange. It's not about who's better than whom, it's about who knows more impressive people. I'm impressed. You guys are really low. After all, they had been good brothers for a month, so Chen Shi simply indulged Li Haoren's perverse tastes. Okay, Haozi, I am Chen, a mere provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination, currently developing a small program project with $1 million budget, owning a few dilapidated plots of land near Jiangda University, driving a few shabby luxury cars, a good friend of Student Union President Xia, and a member of the struggle board. Let me be frank, these shameful identities are constantly bothering me. Chapter 74 Everyone's been reborn, who still wants to be a kept man? Please read on. Damn it. What a bizarre self-introduction. A mere provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination, a small project with $1 million yuan budget, a few pieces of dilapidated land, and an unremarkable luxury car. Or is he a good friend of the student council president? Do people say that? Li Haoren was also stunned. This old Chen, he could have just done his job of showing off, but why was he being so overbearing? Chen Shi can brag without batting an eye. Anyway, I have $1 million luxury car right next to me, so you can't prove whether I'm bragging or not. It's so real. After all, the great writer Lu Sun once said, when you have enough money, people will believe you even if you say that shit smells good. Bai Shuefei's eyes were practically sparkling as she leaned close to Chen Shi's pink car to take a closer look. Hey, Xiao Bai, please don't drool on my car. Bai Shuefei couldn't help but roll her eyes fiercely. You're the one who's called Little Bai. This person is also from our Jiangda University? Song Wenhan asked, seeing that Chen Shi had stolen the limelight. Oh, Lao Chen, I forgot to introduce you. This is Minister Song of our Student Union's External Relations Department. He is young, rich, and highly regarded by the president. Senior Song, this is my roommate Chen Shi, a rich second generation who doesn't like to show off all the time. Li Haoren kept fidgeting with his cross-eyed expression, and the words showing off all day long were squeezed out from between his teeth, as if he wanted to highlight them in bold founder de Biaosong's simplified Chinese. Chen Shi suddenly realized that he had been humiliated for showing off and wanted Chen Shi to help him get revenge. Song Wenhan didn't catch the sarcasm in Li Haoren's words and was a little skeptical of Chen Shi's boasting. He remained as dashing as ever, so it's Junior Chen. Let's get acquainted. I'm Song Wenhan from the External Relations Department. If you need any help in the future, feel free to contact me. But at least driving a luxury car worth millions can still help you make some connections. So it's Minister Song. I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect you to be such a kind person, Chen Shi said casually. But I don't need any help. I'm currently working on a college student entrepreneurship project that requires an investment of over $1 million yuan, but senior sister Yu Qian has already helped me with that. Oh right, what's your name again, Senior Song? I'll talk to Senior Yu Qian about it later. Thanks for your enthusiasm. Damn, didn't you say you'd heard so much about me? You even asked what my name was, when I just introduced myself? Song Wenhan as in Wenhan. Song Wenhan's manners were rather ordinary. He gave a forced smile. Are you very familiar with Chairman Xia? He wanted to say why he hadn't heard the president mention him, but never mind, he wasn't even that familiar with the president himself. Chen Shi replied nonchalantly, it's all right. We've only had dinner together a few times in private. She said she thinks highly of me as a young man. By the way, she also introduced me to Jiang Mingjie from the secretariat, Chen Shengnan from the sports department, and others. You should know them quite well, right? Let's have a meal together sometime. Unfortunately, Chen Shi also found these people's QQ accounts. Song Wonhan's smile vanished this time, and he awkwardly replied, "Definitely, definitely." My heart skipped a beat. Only people at the ministerial level or above knew that these two girls were Xia Yuqian's confidants. They seemed to know each other really well. He had eaten with Chairman Xia privately a few times, something he never dared to dream of. Don't underestimate Xia Yuqian just because she's a student and the president of the student council. I heard she's very close to the top leader of the school's party committee, and her position was even handpicked by the principal. Having dinner with her is like having dinner with policy. This guy is truly amazing. Fortunately, no one heard me boasting that I was highly regarded by Chairman Xia. Bai Shuefei didn't know whether she should flirt with Chen Shi or not. She looked at Xiao Yunga next to her like a curious child, but then thought better of it. It wouldn't be good if she got scolded later. I'm just curious, who is this girl? Is she Chen Shi's girlfriend? I clearly heard that Zilong and Chen Shi have reconciled, so what's going on? Do you keep a mistress? Little Zilong is really unlucky a rich girl meets a womanizer. But this car is really cool. Bai Shuefei was tempted and whispered, "Chen Shi, when can I ride in this car for a spin? I promise I won't tell anyone about what happened today." Chen Shi knew exactly what she meant and found it funny, so she replied, "There should be a chance. Sooner or later, Zhao Yuner won't be able to hide this car anymore, and she'll definitely be allowed to ride in it. Old Chen, we were just about to go out for dinner. Since we've run into each other, why don't we go together?" Li Haoren suggested. Chen Shi only supported him out of friendship, showing off a little bit before knowing when to stop. It would be too low class to keep trying to show off by following Li Haoren's ideas. "Never mind, I have something to do," Chen Shi said dismissively. "What's up?" "It's the middle of the day." "Oh, I forgot to introduce her. This is the vice president of the student council of Tsinghua. I'm taking her to have dinner with Senior Yuqian to discuss some matters, so I won't be joining you guys for your little sparring." Li Haoren was truly exasperated. He told him to show off, but not in front of him. "Dude, you think I don't know your background? $1 million project? A few dollars, wait. A top scorer in the college entrance exam, a luxury car worth millions, knows the student council president. Could he really own some land and be running a multi-million-dollar project?" For a moment, everyone was speechless. Diu. I almost forgot to lock the car doors. Chen Shi pressed the car key, and the Maserati's rearview mirrors were retracted, and the lights flashed twice. "By the way, Hausi, if you guys are hanging out around here, keep an eye on my car for me. Make sure no one drools on it or scratches it. It's only a car worth a little over $1 million, and you can just replace it if it breaks, but it's still an 18th birthday present, so it's still somewhat meaningful." Everyone froze in the wind. "Can you please not be so overbearing?" Bai Shuefei was probably the most smug one there, and she said defiantly, "Who just said that it has nothing to do with me that someone drives a luxury car? Some people are just sour grapes, hee hee." Wang Yuan rolled her eyes, "TCH, people who buy Maseratis just can't afford Rolls Royces or Bentleys, so they buy this kind of car, especially a pink one. It's so flashy. Maybe it belongs to some woman, and he's being kept by some sugar daddy." Bai Shuefei was about to retort when Song Wonhan spoke up first. "Is it possible that if this were another woman's car, it would make him seem more impressive?" Song Wonhan subtly adjusted the Longgin's watch in his hand, quietly slipped his hand into his pocket, and his eyes hardened. This guy is truly awesome. If I could get on his good side, I wouldn't need to pretend in front of these country bumpkin female students. Put. How can you be so shameless? After they had gone quite a distance, Xiao Yunga finally couldn't hold back his laughter and punched Chen Shi, who was shamelessly showing off by using someone else's girl's car. How can you be shameless? Chen Shi feigned confusion. You have the nerve to say that? You've made up so much stuff, anyone who didn't know better would think you were a tycoon. What do you mean by making things up? It's just that I've taken out the mission objectives for a period of time in advance and used them in advance. At this point, Xiao Yunga stopped laughing at him and looked at him confidently. As long as you can keep clinging to that car owner girl's coattails, these small goals are still easy to achieve, and there's a lot of room for improvement. Chen Shi scoffed, "Humph, am I the kind of person who lives off a woman? Now that everyone's been reborn, who's going to live off a woman anymore?" Chapter 75 He Yusher's part-time job. In the morning, Chen Shi took Xiao Yunga to visit parts of the School of Information Science and Technology, as well as parts of the School of Arts and Sciences. Afterwards, they drove to the administration building, walked towards the Cherry Blossom Avenue, climbed to the top of the cherry blossoms to enjoy a panoramic view of Luojiao Mountain. Chen Shi also acted as a personal photographer, taking many photos of Xiao Yunga as souvenirs. That's basically all the scenery at Jiangnan University. You can see it all in half a day. After coming down from the top of the cherry blossom tree, Chen Shi was a little hungry and suggested, "We've been walking around for most of the day, let's go get something to eat first." "What would you like to eat, sis?" "Let's go eat KFC." Xiao Yunga definitely didn't plan to try the Jiangda cafeteria. She was used to just having a quick lunch and didn't want to eat too much. Suddenly, she remembered that there was a KFC outside the school archway when she passed by it. The distance was 2 kilometers, so the two decided to drive there. When they returned to the administration building to get their car, Li Haoran and his group had already disappeared. Just then, Chen Shi saw a message Li Haoran had sent her earlier while she was looking at her phone. "Old Chen, your car is so cool, it's awesome. That idiot senior was showing off the whole way, but thankfully you slapped him awake, and now it's finally much quieter." Bai Shu Fa also posted, "It's a promise, Chen Shi, take me for a drive next time. I promise I won't tell Zilong about you hanging out with other women." Chen Shi wasn't the type to show off. If he hadn't been helping Li Haoran, he would have said on the spot that the car wasn't his. "I sent each of them a message saying, the car was borrowed from someone else, I can't afford to buy it." Li Haoran and Bai Shu Fa were already together, sending messages to Chen Shi saying they didn't believe it was disloyal and that they definitely didn't want to give them a ride in a luxury car. Chen Shi said, "It's true. My friend lent me the car after he went home. Otherwise, wouldn't I have driven it when I had one? You probably won't see this car after National Day." I ignored them. It didn't seem like a lie, and Bai Shu Fa was immediately extremely disappointed. It was a rare opportunity to ride in such a beautiful car, but it turned out to be none of hers. Li Haoran was both disappointed and secretly pleased. It really was a case of, "I'm afraid my brother is doing poorly, but I'm also afraid he's driving a Maserati." Chen Shi found a parking space near KFC and took Xiao Yunga inside. "I'll go order first, sis, you go save a seat. What do you want to eat?" "I'll have a hamburger and a pair of fried chicken wings." "Good." It was past lunchtime, but since it was a holiday, the restaurant was quite crowded, and there was a queue to order. As luck would have it, when it was time for Chen Shi to get to the front of the line, he realized that the server in his line was someone he knew. Because he was wearing a hat, Chen Shi hadn't really noticed him. "Auntie, this bill of yours is quite damaged. Could you please replace it with another one?" Her voice was gentle, and she had a faint smile on her face, which made her look very comfortable. "It is he, you sure? They won't even accept RMB. Is there no law? Is there no justice?" The person taking our order was a woman around 60 years old with a very loud voice. She could draw everyone's attention with just one sentence. "No, ma'am, this bill won't pass the money counter, so we can't process it." "Are you saying my money is fake?" "I didn't say it was fake, I just said it was broken and unusable. It's just missing one side. I went to the supermarket yesterday and they gave me change. Why can't I use it here? You college students clearly look down on us ordinary people. You enjoy the best treatment in the country, yet you treat the people at the bottom of society like this. After studying for more than 10 years, is this how you serve the people? The country is really wasting resources on ungrateful wretches like you. Call your store manager over here, I'm going to file a complaint." The woman's voice grew louder and louder, giving off a feeling that if you dared to say a word back, she would throw a tantrum and roll around on the ground. If it weren't for the old woman's annoying voice, Chen Shi might not have even noticed He Yushir. He Yushir, a timid girl, had never seen anything like this before, especially when she was told that the store manager would be called to complain. Her face turned pale with anxiety. She finally found this part-time job. What if they fire her? Faced with the stares of the crowd, she opened her mouth, feeling wronged, but couldn't say a word and just kept trembling. The surrounding waiters were also unwilling to get into trouble, so one of them went upstairs to try and call the manager down. Chen Shi couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward, saying, "Hey, you old lady, it's just a 20 yuan note. Is it necessary to bully a young girl? Has no one in your family ever gone to college? Look how anxious you are, and how rude you are. You. Who are you? What right do you have to meddle in other people's business?" He Yushir was weak and timid, but the older woman dared to be aggressive. Faced with Chen Shi's displeased expression, she immediately became intimidated. "You're interfering with my ordering, don't you think? Chen Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. You young man, don't you know about first come, first served, and respect for the elderly and care for the young? We respect well-mannered elderly people, not those disrespectful old folks. As Chen Shi spoke leisurely, he casually took the paper and pen from the old man's hand and pretended to be puzzled, saying, Hey, the crack on this bill of yours is still very new. How come it looks like it was just broken not long ago? The older woman was about to accuse him of robbery when Chen Shi's words immediately silenced her. She stammered, I just got it while I was buying something. How would I know? Didn't you say you got the change from the supermarket yesterday? Oh, right, I misremembered, the supermarket gave me a different one. The woman frantically rummaged through her pockets, trying to pull out another tattered banknote. Chen Shi didn't waste any more words and said directly, You're such an unlucky old lady, all the bad banknotes ended up with you. Could it be that this money was still intact before it got into your hands? Do you know that it's illegal to intentionally damage RMB? Under Chen Shi's serious gaze, the middle-aged woman completely panicked, and cold sweat was about to pour from her forehead. Actually, more than 10 years ago, electronic payment was not very popular, and paper money circulated freely in the market. Some unscrupulous old ladies and gentlemen would deliberately tear up paper money and use the torn paper money as currency, or take it to the bank to exchange it. Although the damage was excessive, considering the advanced age of these elderly people and the potential for disputes, and the fact that some of them did not do it intentionally, many small vendors, police, or banks simply turned a blind eye, considering it an act of humanitarian concern. Only a very small minority of people do it intentionally. Chen Shi just happened to be tricked when he was young. He didn't really take it to heart. It only costs a few dollars. Of course, giving it to you is a favor, not giving it to you is our right. If you're going to make a scene, then we can't tolerate you. This old lady didn't look like a good person, and Chen Shi could tell at a glance that the money had been deliberately torn up, and that she had bullied her classmate, so she decided to teach her a lesson. You! What makes you think I tore it? Look, you're in such a hurry again. The old lady still wanted to argue, so Chen Shi had to use her trump card. I didn't say you tore it. I only said that damaging RMB is illegal. Let's call the police and have them come and examine it. Don't call the police. The woman's voice was now trembling with tears. Please don't call the police, I don't need it anymore, okay? Chen Shi was just pretending to take out his phone, but who would have thought that this old lady would even try to snatch it from him? Even after Chen Shi put his phone away, she still tried to touch Chen Shi's pocket. He was speechless. Fine, take your money. I still need to order food. The middle-aged woman's face could change even more quickly than a young girl's. 1 second she was full of worry, and the next she was all smiles. She grabbed the money and ran out of the KFC door with great speed. Chen Shi was impressed. She felt that Chen Shi's legs were better than most college students. She would definitely be the first one to grab eggs when the supermarket opened in the morning. He Yusher's originally pale face finally returned to normal, and she even looked at Chen Shi with a rosy glow. Thank you, Chen Shi, you. She hesitated for a moment before finishing her sentence and didn't say the rest. Chapter 76 Chicken Nuggets Hero. Thank you, Chen Shi, you helped me again. These were the words he Yusher wanted to say, but after hesitating, she decided not to say the second half. What's wrong with me? Chen Shi asked, puzzled. You're so smart. I don't have the ability to handle this kind of thing. He Yusher transitioned smoothly, and Chen Shi smiled and shook her head. It's just a little bit of social experience. If you happen to have some prior experience, you can do it too. Actually, the most mindless way to handle this kind of thing is to call the police, but Chen Shi didn't tell her that. After all, calling the police is not the best way to handle the situation. For example, in the case of the old lady just now, if the police are called, at most they will take the old lady back to the police station, or they may not even take her back. They will just give her a reprimand on the spot, and they can't do anything to her. The saying, at 60, one's ears are attuned to the truth. At 70, one can follow one's heart's desires means that by the age of 60, one no longer cares what others say, and by the age of 70, one can do whatever one wants. The older you get, the less you can control things. Calling the police wastes your own time, other people's time, and public time. The best approach is to accumulate experience and handle the situation properly. Chen Shi stared at He Yusher and said, You're working part-time here? He Yusher nodded cleverly, smiling into a crescent moon shape. It started last weekend, 2 days over the weekend, and the National Day holiday. After that, I'll probably come for a few hours after class in the afternoon. He Yusher was wearing a KFC uniform, a red short-sleeved shirt underneath a gray vest, and straight-leg black pants, though her lower body was obscured by the counter. She stood there, her delicate face and slender, fair figure giving her a very impressive presence as a receptionist. Since a Yusher is new and only works part-time, she definitely wouldn't be assigned tasks like frying chicken and preparing meals. I happen to be good-looking, so I order at the counter, and every now and then I encounter some difficult customers. I can usually tolerate hearing some unpleasant words, being harassed, and suffering some grievances, but this old lady today is the worst. During holidays, when food preparation is busy and there's no time to rotate shifts, he Yusher often stands for the entire day. When there are fewer people around, she gets relieved by others, and then she has to go to the kitchen to help wash the dishes. Working more than 12 hours a day, with a part-time hourly wage of only 6 yuan, if it were Chinshi, he would curse on the spot if given that little money. Although the hourly wage is low, when calculated on a daily basis, it already exceeds that of a large number of residents. Even though she's been busy all day and can't rest, he Yusher's face is always beaming with a pure smile. Chenshi naturally didn't know how much he Yusher earned from her part-time job, but he had known her for quite some time. He knew that he Yusher's family was quite poor, and she usually wore very simple clothes, and she didn't have many sets. Her work clothes looked much better and more eye-catching than her usual clothes. Oh, of course, it's possible that it's due to uniform play, or that Chenshi's inner little fetish might have influenced her judgment. He Yusher often skips breakfast and works part-time, probably just to support herself. Chenshi had always had a good impression of this strong girl, and would only occasionally look after her. If it were someone else, Chenshi might not have bothered to get involved today. A person's family background is a vulnerable point. Chenshi didn't ask much about her part-time job, but he Yusher spoke first. Did you come alone? Chenshi casually replied, I came with other people. He Yusher smiled slightly. Is it that pretty girl who brought you milk tea during military training? No, it's my sister. Although it could easily be misunderstood, Chenshi didn't intend to hide it, since it would be seen eventually anyway. He Yusher nodded. She had just noticed another very pretty girl looking in Chenshi's direction, and that must be the one. Whether she's a sister or not, who knows? I'd heard rumors that Chenshi was seeing multiple women at the same time, but he Yusher doesn't think that's true. It would be more accurate to say that Chenshi is very popular with girls. What would you like to eat? Just as he Yusher asked her question, the female store manager arrived and said in a serious tone, Xiaoyi, I just heard that someone is going to complain. How come you still have the mind to chat here? He Yusher's expression changed slightly, but fortunately, her colleague spoke up for her, explaining that it was a farce that the customer had resolved, which eased the female store manager's expression. If something goes wrong, be quick-witted and resourceful, don't bother the customers, and be efficient. Chenshi smiled slightly, knowing it wasn't the right time to chime in, so she ordered her own food, said see you later, and returned to her seat. Xiao Yunga looked at him with a smile. I didn't realize my little brother was so kind-hearted. I've always been this kind-hearted. Could it be that he's after the girl because she's pretty? Sister, what you're saying really hurts me. Giggle. Xiao Yunga covered her mouth and let out a silvery laugh. She just wanted to tease Chenshi and also to test the waters. She couldn't discern the truth from Chenshi's side, but she could see the girl very clearly. His eyes held 7 parts admiration, 3 parts reverence, and 1 part gratitude. Xiao Yunga wanted to subtly convey that boys should be mindful of their actions, but since she wasn't Chenshi's biological sister, it would be presumptuous and nosy to assume that role and plant a seed of estrangement in Chenshi's heart, making it difficult for her to interact with him normally. Let's just forget about it. I have no relation to this girl. Moreover, this is just her own opinion, she can't be sure what others think. Maybe she's overthinking it. The food arrived shortly afterward. Chenshi had ordered 2 hamburgers, 2 pairs of fried wings, and a box of 4 chicken nuggets, but what came was 2 hamburgers, 3 pairs of fried wings, and 6 chicken nuggets. She wondered if the wrong food had been served. At this moment, he Yusher nodded to him, revealing a sweet smile, and her okay gesture spoke volumes. Chenshi laughed too, thinking to himself, good heavens, I've run into chicken nuggets man. Chenshi and Xiao Yunga finished their lunch while chatting, then went back to the hotel for a nap. When they woke up, it was already dusk. In the evening, Chenshi took Xiao Yunga to stroll around the Yellow Crane Tower area, feel the river breeze by the riverbank, and walk across the entire Yangtze River Bridge to see the night view. They had plenty of time left over after the whole evening. As for places like Chuahan Boundary, Jianghan Road, Hobu Alley, and Optics Valley Square, you could spend a month exploring them all. Xiao Yunga had been there before. They were just modern landscapes, not much different from other cities. After returning to the hotel and playing on her phone at night, she lost all interest in shopping and was exhausted. She's a homebody and doesn't like traveling. She prefers to stay in her own little space. If she hadn't wanted to visit Qinshi, she probably would have stayed in her dorm for 7 days during the National Day holiday. So while Qinshi was playing on her phone in bed, she climbed over to Qinshi and covered herself with a blanket. Qinshi was startled. What? I want to discuss something with you? Why would you need to discuss this with me? Just tell me directly. Will you come home with me? The older girl next door pouted slightly, looking coquettish and expectant, which surprised Qinshi. Going home? A place where family members live can truly be called home. Qinshi had long lost his family, and even Xiao Yunga passed away later. He rarely returned to that place called home. To be precise, before his rebirth, he probably hadn't been back to Yiling for several years. However, that was also the place where he was born and raised for more than 10 years. It held many of his memories and emotions, so calling it home was not an exaggeration. Okay, let's go back and take a look. Chapter 77 Community Intelligence Center. Driving from Jiangcheng to Yiling is a journey of about 300 kilometers and takes about 3.5 hours. Qinshi had to inform Zhao Yuner before going home, and Zhao Yuner naturally had no objection. She just asked, "You didn't take my car to do anything bad, did you?" Done. Qinshi then recounted how he drove to help Li Haoran show off and make a scene, which made Zhao Yuner giggle and say that he was so childish. They got up at noon, dawdled for a long time before setting off, and arrived in Yiling in the afternoon. After exiting the highway at Yiling, it was still about half an hour's drive to the residential area where Qinshi and Xiao Yunga lived. As the closer they got to their hometown, the more timid they became. Perhaps Qinshi was also tired from driving, and gradually fell silent. On the contrary, Xiao Yunga became more and more excited, chattering incessantly like a little girl. She would excitedly point and talk about the unfamiliar yet familiar street scenes she saw on the road, telling everyone how this place used to be. She even brought Qinshi here before, asking if they could come and play together sometime. She didn't act like an older sister at all. Qinshi said speechlessly, "What's so great about shopping in a mall in such a small place? It's better to stay at home." That makes sense. Xiao Yunga thought for a moment and realized it wasn't entirely unreasonable. At this moment, Xiao Yunga's mother, Lu Yingmei, called and asked, "Xiao Jun, where are you? Do you want Dad to drive and pick you up?" Xiao Yunga said it wasn't necessary, without mentioning that Qinshi had driven back, only saying that they would arrive in 20 minutes. Oh. Zhao's mother continued rambling for several more minutes before Xiao Yunga finally hung up the phone. In those days, there weren't many cars on the road, and there were few traffic lights. The journey, which was originally planned to take 20 minutes, was actually quite fast for Qinshi. They arrived at the old town street where their residential area was located in about 10 minutes. This house was allocated to Qinshi's father when he was still a low-level cadre. Although he later rose to a leadership position and was transferred to another county, he was still quite young at the time and hadn't earned much money. All that was left for Qinshi was this house. More than 20 years ago, only outstanding working-class people could live here. Now, 20 years later, the neighborhood has become old and dilapidated. Like this old town, it has maintained its appearance from more than 10 years ago. Xiao Yunga's father, Xiao Changhe, was a factory worker, and her mother was a freelancer who sold clothes in a small shopping mall. When they learned that their daughter, who hadn't been home for more than half a year, was finally coming back, they prepared to welcome her at home. They chatted with the neighborhood aunties downstairs, telling them that their daughter, who was studying at Tsinghua University, had returned home. Unfortunately, Lu Yingmei was the kind of shrew who worked as a clothing saleswoman in a shopping mall, and she didn't have very good interpersonal relationships with her neighbors. Perhaps it was jealousy because other people's daughters were not doing well in school. Some women of the same age said in a muffled voice, "Xiao Jun is very good at school, but it's useless for a woman to be good herself. She has to get married and follow her husband." Yes, once you enter the workforce, what you learned in school may not be very useful. It's wiser to find a reliable husband. My sister's daughter just brought her boyfriend home at the beginning of the year. She's so young and already bought a car worth 200,000 yuan. I'm really envious of her. Lu Yingmei was annoyed. Instead of studying properly, all she did was seduce men and had the nerve to say that. So she retorted a few times, and the several women started to make a scene, exchanging sarcastic remarks. Just then, a pretty pink car turned in from around the corner of the building, and all the women's attention was drawn to it. "Hey, whose car is this? It's really beautiful. Looks expensive," it's called. Kill Marathon or something? It's a Maserati, a luxury car, it costs over $1 million. Whose relative is it? This place is like the intelligence center of this neighborhood. Even a dog that walks by will get a few words in its mouth, let alone a car. If you are not careful, you could easily ruin your reputation. The group of people looked at each other, but even though they knew each other well, they couldn't come up with a clear answer. Lu Yingmei had no time to care whether you killed a horse or a brother, she just wanted to wait for her daughter to come home so they could kill a chicken together. She was puzzled as more than 20 minutes passed, and her daughter still hadn't arrived. The thought had barely crossed her mind when the pink Maserati slowly pulled up in front of her. The passenger window rolled down, and Xiao Yunga waved and greeted them cheerfully. "Mom, long time no see." "Long time no see, everyone." "Xiao Jun." "Oh my, it's the Xiao family's daughter. She's on vacation from school and she's back in a luxury car. She must have brought her boyfriend back, but I don't get the sense that she's being a bit frivolous." "That's what I was thinking too. What if this girl went astray in the big city and ended up being kept by a sugar daddy?" These people really say whatever comes to mind, their opinions change every second. Not to mention the others, Lu Yingmei was stunned and also heard the unfriendly remarks from her neighbor. "Didn't we agree to come back with that kid Chen Shi from next door? Why did you get a ride with someone else?" It was ridiculously expensive, and she didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. "Xiao Jun, who did you come back with?" Lu Yingmei asked with a complicated expression. Xiao Yunga pulled Chen Shi, who was in the driver's seat, over and said with a smile, "Mom, didn't I say I was coming back with him?" "Ha? Chen Shi?" Not only Lu Yingmei, but all the neighbors saw Chen Shi's face and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the child from the same building who lost his parents? It looks like this car belongs to him. Where did he get the money to buy such an expensive car when he has no parents?" Although these middle-aged women were very gossipy and Chen Shi wasn't familiar with them, they had all watched Chen Shi grow up alone, so how could they be heartless? When they saw Chen Shi driving a luxury car, they all praised him for being successful. This old residential area didn't have designated parking spaces, and several middle-aged women enthusiastically helped Chen Shi direct him to park his car on the lawn in front of the building. They even gathered around the car to admire and praise it. They praised Chen Shi and Xiao Yunga together, saying they were a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and both studied at prestigious universities, making them a perfect match. Some people ask, "This car must be expensive, right? You just started college and you've already bought a car. How did you earn the money?" Coming from a small town, Xiao Yunga someone enjoyed being surrounded by envy and was a little vain. She didn't say the car didn't belong to Chen Shi, but instead said, "Who told Chen Shi to be so outstanding?" After getting her suitcase, she went to her mother's side and said excitedly, "Mom, let's go home." Compared to the envious glances from others, Lu Yingmei's expression was even more complicated. Lu Yingmei is the kind of person who is very snobbish, clinging to those who are doing better than her and looking down on those who are doing worse. For some reason, as an ordinary citizen, she harbored a deep resentment towards public officials. She knew that Chen Shi's father used to be the top official in the neighboring county, and she had disliked Chen Shi's family for many years. He's just a county magistrate. The ninth-rank official in TV dramas is essentially a civil servant. They all have to serve the government. How much money can he earn? Besides, the person is already dead. In her opinion, Chen Shi was someone who was far inferior to her. But his daughter preferred playing with him and disliked the boy even more. But now Chen Shi drove home in a luxury car, which felt like a chicken flying up to become a phoenix or a carp leaping over the dragon gate and turning into a dragon. It was like stepping on her head all at once, and it would be a miracle if she was in a good mood. Zhao's father didn't have such bizarre ideas. After all, he was a worker, and he would help out as much as possible when there were children in need in the neighborhood. In his past view, Chen Shi was sometimes carefree and sometimes bookish. After all, he had no family to take care of him, so his personality was very unstable and immature. He didn't think much of the boy. He didn't know when he last saw Chen Shi. It felt like it hadn't been long, but seeing Chen Shi now, with his dignified appearance and bright eyes, and his calm demeanor in the face of everyone's discussions, he was amazed. "It's only been a short time since I last saw you, and you've already matured a lot." I was a little dazed. Was this really the Chen Shi I knew? Chapter 78. Be my sister's boyfriend. When Xiao Changhe saw that his mother hadn't even greeted him after they brought his daughter back, he was speechless. So he called out to Qinshi, Xiaoxi, thank you for bringing Jungo back. Come have dinner with us tonight. Xiao Yunga chuckled and said, of course we have to eat together. Let's go upstairs and chat. Bye. Qinshi nodded subconsciously, okay. Both families lived on the fourth floor, and there were only 2 households on each floor. Before Xiao Changha could invite them in, Qinshi handed over the bag she was carrying. Uncle and aunt, you two chat first, I'm going home for a bit. This is? Dad, Mom, I was thinking of just coming home casually today, but Xiaoxi insisted on buying some gifts this morning to bring back for you. They assumed Qinshi was carrying luggage, but the bag actually contained cigarettes, tea, and several local specialties from Jiangcheng. Lu Yingmei, who hadn't been particularly enthusiastic just moments before, suddenly beamed from ear to ear. You silly child, you said you were coming back and then you came back, why did you bring any gifts? Her hands seemed to be fighting against her words, never stopping for a moment. You've already gone to so much trouble, and now you've gone to all that expense. Xiao Changha was somewhat flattered and couldn't help but sigh inwardly that he had misjudged Qinshi, who was much more sensible than his own daughter. After exchanging a few polite words at the door, Xiao Yunga waved and said, you must be tired from driving. Go and rest first. I'll call you when it's time to eat. They went inside first, and then Qinshi took out her key to open her own front door. As soon as the door was pushed open, a long creaking sound came out, indicating that it had been used for a certain number of years, and a layer of dust had fallen, which was a bit pungent. After entering the house, Qinshi slowly looked around at everything inside, both unfamiliar and familiar. He had lived in this house since he could remember. The interior was simply decorated, neither rich nor poor. But after working there for a few years, the neighborhood was demolished to develop into a commercial area. He didn't want the house in the small town, but instead received hundreds of thousands of yuan in compensation. As a result, his memories of the old house gradually faded away. Returning now, I have a different feeling. He first packed his luggage, made a bed, and then cleaned the bedroom, living room, and even the unoccupied study and room. After finishing all that, it was already evening. The sun was high in the west, scattering orange-red rays through the clouds, which turned the living room curtains into a dim, yellowish color. As the sun gradually set in the west, just like any ordinary day more than a decade ago, Qinshi leaned back on the sofa, squinting, her thoughts swirling. From bustling crowds to solitude, Qinshi has experienced countless such days and nights, and has long since become accustomed to them, no longer considering them tragic. Perhaps his heart had long since become a stagnant pool of despair, especially after reading aimlessly and working aimlessly, without a steady partner or genuine feelings, where even the slightest breeze could not stir a ripple. However, the chance to start a new life and see people and things from the past seems to have stirred up ripples in this stagnant pool of despair once again. He may have died of loneliness long ago, since he never felt it in his previous life. He didn't know when it started, but his life regained its color, his heart was revived, and he felt lonely instead. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Zhao Yuner. The living room was gradually swallowed by darkness until the phone screen lit up, and the faint glow illuminated the ceiling. Qinshi felt the light. As if they were telepathically connected, Zhao Yuner sent a message to Qinshi. Yuner, little Chen, are you home yet? Don't forget to let me know you got home safely. Zhao Yuner was the first ripple in his heart, the light that ignited his youthful heart. Dawn, thank you, Xiao Xiao. Ah. Seeing Qinshi's inexplicable gratitude, Zhao Yuner was completely bewildered, not knowing what he was thanking her for. Yuner, you're welcome, it's just a car. Qinshi, no. Yuner? After waiting for a while, nothing more came of it, but Zhao Yuner didn't take it to heart. She was already used to Qinshi's tendency to only say half of what she meant. Her delicate little feet, clad in pink slippers, darted out of the room and excitedly entered the living room. Daddy, can I talk to you about something, please? In the next room, Xiao Yunga was helping her parents cook. Lu Yingmei asked curiously, what is Qinshi doing outside? His car must be expensive, right? Xiao Yunga didn't want to say that it belonged to his classmate, so he said evasively, how would I know him? I only went to Jiangcheng to visit him a couple of days ago. All right. Lu Yingmei wondered if this guy had rented the car to show off his wealth. It was all very mysterious, even Xiao Yunga didn't know the inside story. However, I suppressed my curiosity for now and decided to ask after we had dinner. As darkness fell, the meal was finally prepared. Xiao Yunga had a key to Qinshi's house, so she went over and pulled the lazybones out of bed. Time to eat, you lazybones. They're here, they're here. Qinshi had just finished sending a message to Zhao Yuner when she went next door with Xiao Yunga. The overall decoration was almost the same as Chen Shi's home. It had been more than 10 years since Chen Shi had been here. What are you looking at? Time to change your shoes. Xiao Yunga helped Chen Shi get slippers and put them on. They had just entered the room when a little boy, whose height only reached Chen Shi's waist, pounced on her. Brother Xiaoxi, I miss you so much. She even rubbed her head against Chen Shi and acted like a spoiled child. Xiao Qing, it's been a long time. Chen Shi smiled and rubbed the child's head. Indeed, it had been more than 10 years since they last met. This child is Xiao Qingga, Xiao Yunga's younger brother. It's strange that the couple's names are like this. They originally only had one daughter, but the family planning policy was strictly enforced, so the couple wanted a boy and gave her the name June. Later, family planning was no longer strictly enforced, but a boy was born unintentionally, so the character was given to him, reversed. Xiao Qingga looked up and said with a grin, Brother Xiaoxi, is that car downstairs yours? A Maserati Trident, so cool. He even made Chen Shi lean down and whisper in his ear, how about you become my sister's boyfriend, my brother-in-law, and then you can give me a Maserati? Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. Is there really such a good thing? But this little rascal is so clever and mischievous he dares to say anything. If his sister hears him, she'll give him a good spanking. Chen Shi didn't hide anything and said with a laugh, unfortunately, this car was lent to me by a classmate. Just then, Lu Yingmei came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of chicken soup. Hearing what he said, she was both happy and disappointed. The good thing is, the car wasn't his, and he was still doing worse than his family. Disappointingly, the car wasn't his, so he couldn't cling to it anymore. Human nature is often this complex. Lu Yingmei had originally planned to be quite enthusiastic, but now her attitude was much more indifferent. You're really carefree, driving such an expensive car, aren't you afraid of damaging it? Chen Shi wasn't stupid, he could tell that Lu Yingmei didn't like him much and often kept her distance. He also didn't like Xiao Yunga, his mother. But at least I've been reborn, and I'm no longer the child I used to be, so it's hard to say whether I like it or not. He simply acted as if it didn't matter. She doesn't care about the money, and she doesn't really know how to drive, so she just let me drive the car. You talk about owning a car worth over $1 million so casually, and just let anyone drive it. How rich must you be, and how good must your relationship be? Lu Yingmei was immediately speechless, as if she had choked on chicken droppings. She couldn't tell whether Chen Shi was doing well or badly. Lu Yingmei is good in every way, except that she can't get rid of her snobbishness. Xiao Changhai is too lazy to even talk to her anymore. What kind of eyesight do you have? At least Chen Shi brought his daughter back with a gift. It's his skill that this child can drive other people's luxury cars. He has a bright future ahead of him. Chapter 79. Don't come into my room. Alright, let's eat. Urged by Xiao Changhai, the group sat down at the table. Since it was a small square table, Zhao's parents sat on one side, Chen Shi sat in the middle opposite them, and Xiao Yunga and his sister sat next to him. Little stream, you're growing a lot, eat more meat. Try Uncle's braised pork ribs. Eat more vegetables too, so you can have a balanced diet. Xiao Changhai didn't serve food to his children, but first filled Chen Shi's bowl to the brim, and even served him a bowl of soup. Thank you, Uncle. Please don't be shy. Chen Shi was neither humble nor arrogant nor polite. He sat opposite Xiao Changhai with a dignified, mature and steady demeanor. The more Xiao Changhai looked at him, the more pleasing he became, and he was all smiles. Sometimes he would have this thought, his daughter takes such good care of Chen Shi, even though they've all grown up, and they're still so close. Does that mean she's fallen for the child? He even went so far as to think that Xiao Yunga might marry Chen Shi in the future. This child comes from a poor family and is not mature enough, but his grades and character are not bad. Although he is not the best choice, he can be barely accepted as a son-in-law who lives with his wife's family. Dad! How can you be so biased? Xiao Yunga puffed out her cheeks, strongly expressing her dissatisfaction. She's such a big girl, and she's still competing with Xiaoxi for attention. Xiao Changhai said helplessly. Although he said no, he still picked out a few pieces of meat with better quality for Xiao Yunga. As if she had won a victory, Xiao Yunga winked at Chen Shi secretly. Not mature at all. The usually composed Xiao Changhai was speechless as he observed this. Why be so mature at home? Xiao Yunga shrugged. Lu Yingmei couldn't possibly serve food to Chen Shi, so she kept piling food into her own son's bowl, causing Xiao Qingga to complain with a distressed expression, Mom, I can't finish this. You have to eat it even if you can't finish it. Xiao Yunga added, if he doesn't want to eat, then he doesn't have to. He can eat tonight if he gets hungry. I'm not eating, or there won't be any left to eat. Lu Yingmei kept muttering to herself, and Xiao Changhe glared at them, saying, "Eat your food properly, stop talking so much nonsense." They immediately became obedient. Xiao Yunga didn't care at all, and even secretly stuck out her tongue. They're actually quite cute. Chen Shi couldn't help but smile. I hadn't realized this family was so interesting before. For some reason, Zhao's father, after only meeting Chen Shi once and having a meal with him, began to fantasize that Chen Shi was indeed the right candidate for his future son-in-law. They asked Chen Shi about his studies at school, whether he had a girlfriend, and his future plans. Chen Shi naturally couldn't tell him everything. She kept a distance and responded politely, as if she had said everything, yet also as if she hadn't said anything at all. Xiao Changhe couldn't detect anything wrong with it. He was just an excellent student, didn't have a girlfriend, and planned to work in the computer industry in the future. He was practically perfect. Fortunately, Chen Shi had no idea what he was thinking, otherwise she would have been absolutely stunned. I treat your daughter like a sister, but you want to marry her off to me? Isn't this just a simple little story after the rain? Chen Shi rejected the idea in his mind. His current task was to prevent Xiao Yunga from dying in the car accident next year. It had been a long time since I'd been back to Yiling, so Chenxi was a return visit. I spent half a day driving around to reminisce about the city. It was basically unchanged from what I remembered, and its development had been very slow. Actually, I don't have any particular feelings about it. I'm used to being alone outside, and Chenxi, who is in her 30s, doesn't have much to miss. Then, Chenxi still has quite a few friends in Yiling, and took advantage of the few days of holiday to go out and meet up with them. I didn't drive there either, otherwise it would have seemed too pretentious. Of course, this doesn't include Dengbin. That guy went out with his girlfriend and didn't join the group of bachelors. Over the next decade or so, some of these friends became long-term companions, while others lost contact long ago. However, they were all still very young and would head to internet cafes at the drop of a hat. To be honest, I'm pretty tired of the games, and sometimes without a few girls to keep things interesting, I really don't enjoy playing them. I doubt I'll ever experience the joys of my youth again. After National Day, it will be Chen Shi's next stop. He will say goodbye to the old Chen Shi and truly embrace the identity of college student Chen Shi. That noon, after finishing the game, everyone went home. When Chen Shi arrived at his own door, he took out his key and inserted it into the lock. Just then, he heard the sound of the door opening next door. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of long, white legs wearing slippers, and then you see Xiao Yunga wearing gray loungewear shorts and a tank top, fanning herself with one hand and carrying a bag of trash in the other as she steps out the door. The two just stared at each other without saying a word. When Xiao Yunga threw the trash into the trash can in the hallway and returned to her door, she leaned on the doorframe with one arm, gently waving her fan, and smiled at Chen Shi, beckoning with her finger. "Want to come to my house? No one's home today." Seeing that the girl next door had opened the door for her, Chen Shi thought for a moment and figured it wouldn't hurt to go in for a bit. "I'll just go in for a little while." Chen Shi changed into slippers and came to the living room. Xiao Yunga had already opened the refrigerator. "Do you want ice cream or watermelon?" "Watermelon, I guess." "Okay." Chen Shi wiped the sweat from his forehead. It had only been less than a kilometer since he came back from the internet cafe, but he was really sweating. Xiao Yunga took half a watermelon from the top shelf, tore off the plastic wrap, and sliced it on the coffee table with a knife. Without a second thought, Chen Shi took the slice he had just cut and started taking big bites. He ate 3 large slices in one go before slowing down, and the heat on his body dissipated considerably. "It's so hot, but this feels so good." Chen Shi exhaled forcefully. "Sis, can I eat your grapes?" "Sure, eat whatever you like, don't be shy." With the adults at home not around, Chen Shi relaxed a bit, lying on the sofa and starting to eat. Xiao Yunga had somehow gotten into licking one of those old-fashioned, big-headed ice creams. Seeing his silly, puffy face, I laughed out loud. Was going to the internet cafe fun? You must be so hot. Yes, it's still more comfortable at home. There was an old-fashioned wall-mounted air conditioner in the living room. Its cooling capacity was terrible, and the fan blowing over it felt like it was blowing hot air. Chen Shi was speechless and grabbed the fan to fan herself. No wonder Xiao Yunga was dressed so scantily. At this moment, Xiao Yunga was lying in the corner of the sofa, her legs stretched towards Chen Shi. She was wearing a cool tank top and home shorts, and her long, beautiful legs and snow-white arms were completely exposed to the air. One of her legs was bent, and a large area of fair skin was sometimes visible and sometimes hidden under the loose shorts. Chen Shi's gaze drifted off. Where did Xiao Chang go? After a while. You're a shrinking god or demon. Xiao Yunga was engrossed in watching Scarlet Heart on TV, a recently released show, and didn't hear what Chen Shi was saying at all. While slurping up the ice cream, he had almost finished the chocolate and cream on top, so he took a big bite and put the rest in his mouth. The flatbread was also delicious. As a result, the melted ice cream dripped all over my hands and even onto my legs. Ouch, it's so cold. Where's the paper? Chen Shi repeated what she had just said, then took a piece of paper from the coffee table and handed it to her. Wipe it yourself. He's doing his homework in his room. Oh, I've seen this drama. Ruwashi died later, the fourth prince became the emperor, and then they met in modern times and got married. Ah! A sharp, explosive sound echoed. Why did you spoil the plot? Xiao Yunga picked up her slippers and chased after Chen Shi barefoot, but Chen Shi simply slipped away and ran to the second bedroom to find Xiao Qingge. As soon as the door was opened, a faint, feminine fragrance wafted out. Even the bed was purple, and there were sexy, intimate garments hanging on a clothes rack to the side. I went to the wrong room. That's all right, Chen Shi seems to have seen something strange. Don't come into my room. Xiao Yunga pulled Chen Shi out and slammed the door shut. He then pinned Chen Shi against the wall and said menacingly, "What did you see?" Chen Shi immediately noticed that the computer on the table was lit up, and on it was a picture, well, very artistic. Unfinished female nude photographs. But it looks very realistic. Chen Shi was too embarrassed to describe the specific actions, but as soon as he entered the room, he saw a pair of legs spread wide open in front of him. Chen Shi hesitated for a moment before finally revealing, "The drawing you made?" Visibly, Xiao Yunga's fair face flushed red in an instant. She felt like she was going to die. Chapter 80. Sister, I need your help with something. A question on Jihu. What should I do if my neighbor's younger brother catches me drawing erotic pictures at home? Xiao Yunga felt like she was going to die. If there were a ticket to Mars, she would fly there immediately. I was drawing at home, and then I rushed out to watch TV and forgot to turn off my computer. I ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Don't get me wrong. Xiao Yunga shoved Chen Shi against the wall, forcing a laugh as he explained, "That wasn't drawn by me. My computer got a virus, and it keeps popping up weird ads." Chen Shi looked at her with a half smile. "What I see is a drawing software, and it's not even finished coloring yet." Ah! Stop talking. Xiao Yunga first covered his face with his hands, then closed his eyes and started punching Chen Shi's chest with a series of wild punches. Just then, the bedroom door across the way opened, and Xiao Qingge peeked out and saw her sister pinning Xiao Shi against the wall. Because they were facing away from each other, he couldn't see what the two were doing at all. It looks like a wall slam. Curiosity shone in the little boy's eyes, and the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. Hearing the noise, Xiao Yunga immediately reacted, moved away from Chen Shi, and turned to look at her innocent-looking younger brother. Her little face was still rosy. Just as expected. It's the older sister who's pinning the younger brother against the wall. Maybe they even kissed. He saw it like that in TV dramas. After a kiss, the girl's face would turn red, and she would have a shy expression. That's how it is. He looked at Chen Shi with an innocent expression and asked, "Brother Xiaoxi, when did you come to see my sister?" "What do you mean by coming to find me?" "I'm the one who asked him to come." Xiao Yunga was truly exasperated. The situation was already awkward enough, and then this little brat said something that was so easy to misunderstand. Xiao Yunga found the kid annoying, so she glared at him and said, "You little brat, go do your homework." Xiao Qingge's eyes darted around, thinking that her sister must want her to avoid the situation and secretly go on a date with Brother Xiaoxi, so she ran back to her room with a smile. The little brat finally left, and Xiao Yunga then said to Chen Shi with a fierce expression, "Okay, I admit it, I drew it. Don't ask any questions. Just forget what you just saw." Chen Shi said with great interest, "I didn't expect you to have this skill. Actually, drawing erotic pictures isn't anything shameful." Before her expression changed, Chen Shi quickly added the next sentence. Xiao Yunga's paintings are 3D erotic pictures, with a two-dimensional style. At first glance, they look like real people. They are similar to the X-Goddess record and XX's cultivation that Chen Shi saw on comic in his later life, but they are more realistic. "I don't want to talk to you." Xiao Yunga pouted, thinking that it was better to do such things secretly in private. She really didn't have the face to talk about it in public. There was no other way, it was all due to the circumstances. She used to illustrate a novel, initially just drawing pictures of the male and female leads hugging and kissing, or beautiful portraits of them. As a result, the other party's demands became increasingly outrageous, from being vague and ambiguous to being completely undisguised, and eventually escalating into a full-blown gunfight. The picture Chen-Shi saw was one of the actions the female protagonist took when the man and woman were together. It's too vulgar to describe. Xiao Yunga would normally be ashamed to do such a thing, but what could she do when the other party offered more money? An illustration can cost several hundred yuan, it's simply impossible to refuse. Before Chen-Shi could continue the topic, the little brat Xiaoqinga ran out of the room again, carrying several homework books. Brother Xiaoxi, can you teach me how to do my homework? Sure. Seeing Xiao Yunga lie back on the sofa, Chen-Shi gave her a break and turned her attention to the little kid's homework. This is an elementary school math Olympiad problem. A project can be completed in 15 days by teams A and B working together. If Team A works for 5 days and Team B works for 3 days, they can only complete 7/30 of the project. How many days would it take Team B to complete the entire project alone? Damn it! Chen-Shi originally thought that this elementary school question would be a piece of cake, but she couldn't do it at all and directly sent a private message to Marseille. That might be a bit difficult. Why don't you ask your sister? Chen-Shi said, scratching her head. Xiao Yunga leaned closer to take a look, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was solved in an instant with a simple linear equation in 2 variables. 15x plus y equals 1. 5x plus 3y equals 730. He lay back down and kicked Chen-Shi twice with disdain, saying, "Your top scorer in the college entrance exam is so mediocre. You're not even as good as an art student like me." She thought Chen-Shi was faking it. This was just a very basic junior high school question. Chen-Shi was embarrassed. Although his grades in high school were quite poor, he wasn't so bad that he couldn't understand a simple linear equation with 2 variables. It's just that he hadn't studied for more than 10 years, and his brain hadn't caught up in the process. Xiaoqinga said, "Brother Xiaoxi, you're so funny. Even I know the answer to this question." Chen-Shi was truly impressed. He remembered learning equations only after entering junior high school. How come elementary school students these days are so clever and resourceful? Xiao Yunga continued watching Scarlet Heart. The sofa wasn't particularly big, and there wasn't even a chaise lounge. The little kid was doing his homework in the middle near the coffee table, while Chen-Shi and Xiao Yunga were on the right side. So, in order to lie down in the best position, Xiao Yunga simply stretched her long, snow-white legs toward Chen-Shi, her fair and rosy little feet resting on Chen-Shi's legs, her feet crossed together, and she happily shook her legs. The 10 delicate toes seemed very nimble, even pinching Chen-Shi's clothes and lifting his pants. Every now and then, he would reach inside Chen-Shi's clothes and rub against Chen-Shi's abs, leaving Chen-Shi feeling uneasy. "Can you please not go so far?" Xiao Yunga's feet had smooth lines, soft insteps, and delicately manicured toenails, which glided smoothly over Chen-Shi's skin. It felt like a gentle massage, with a tingling, numbing sensation. The key is that they are occasionally exposed, and when Chen-Shi looks at them, she really has no resistance to beautiful feet. These are crystal grapes. They're so translucent and make your mouth water. Chen-Shi was really hungry. To be honest, Xiao Yunga didn't expect Chen-Shi to have such a great figure, and even abs. He continued to plow the field with his feet, which were very heavy. Xiaoqinga buried herself in her homework, not disturbing Chen-Shi and her sister's little antics. She did the simple things herself, only asking her sister for help if she was a particularly boyish girl. I just find it strange that Xiaoxi is so generous. His sister's smelly feet were all over his stomach, but he didn't mind at all. I really couldn't stand it if it were me. To be fair, although Xiao Yunga is an art student, she is from the Tsinghua Academy of Fine Arts. She was among the top 3 in the provincial unified examination that year and had the highest score among art students. The elementary school math Olympiad was not too difficult for her. After tutoring math, it's time to tutor English. "Sister, what does the word parkour mean?" Xiao Yunga really didn't know. She passed the CET 4 in the first semester of her freshman year and barely passed the CET 6 in the second semester. She hadn't studied English for 2 years and had almost forgotten it. Parkour. This was something Chen-Shi excelled at, and she blurted it out almost immediately. "Is it the kind of parkour you do in the park?" "Correct." When parkour was mentioned, Chen-Shi was smiling calmly 1 second, but the next second, she seemed to have thought of something terrible, and her expression changed drastically. He had promised to find a graphic designer during the holiday, but it's right under his nose. He slapped his thigh in exasperation. Snap. Ouch. What are you doing? Xiao Yunga was so hurt by his slap that she immediately pulled her leg back. Chenxi rushed to Xiao Yunga's side, almost pressing down on her, tightly holding her soft little hand, and said with a burning gaze, "Sister, I need to ask you for a favor." Xiao Yunga was stunned by his strong reaction. Was it really necessary to be so agitated? It took her a while to react. What's wrong? Could you please draw something for me? Xiao Yunga immediately recalled the awkward scene that had occurred in her room earlier, and pushed Chenxi away. Hey, don't be so lewd. I won't do it. Roar. This naughty younger brother actually wants to use his sister's cooking skills to help him solve his personal problems. Seeing her refusal so decisively, Chenxi hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to her ear and whispered. Miss Yunga, you don't want others to know that you draw erotic pictures, do you? Chapter 81 Going to pick up my girlfriend. Miss Yunga, you don't want others to know that you draw erotic pictures, do you? Chenxi looked at Xiao Yunga, who was half pressed down beneath her, and said this. Hateful. Xiao Yunga was both angry and annoyed. This brat had become too wicked, actually learning to threaten his sister. Just then, Xiao Qingge, who was doing her homework nearby, turned around and saw Chenxi leaning towards her older sister. She immediately covered her eyes with her hands. Do not look at what is improper. Through the gap between her small hands were a pair of big, dark eyes, staring intently at the two of them. Hey. You two are pushing the boundaries too far. The older brother and sister were so eager that they were making out in front of him, a little kid. The children at that age were so confused and bewildered that I couldn't bear to watch any longer. One of them blurted out in a clear voice, Brother and sister, are you dating? Ha! Two pairs of bewildered eyes looked over, and Xiao Qingge said earnestly yet innocently, that's how it's always portrayed on TV. After the male and female leads start dating, the male lead always pushes the female lead into bed. Xiao Yunga was about to lose it. It was already embarrassing enough that her lewd drawings had been discovered, but now she was being misunderstood by an even younger kid while fooling around on the sofa. What kind of TV dramas do you watch all day? They're not serious at all. You're dating? Your brother Xiaoxi and I are talking about serious things. Go back to your room. Although the things we're going to talk about aren't exactly serious. Oh. Seeing her sister's angry expression, Xiao Qingge didn't dare to argue back, thinking that her sister was still hiding something. What a cunning scheme. Just like her parents, she tricked him into going outside so that the two of them could do naughty things in the room. Don't think he doesn't know anything. You say you're not dating anymore, but if you're not dating, can you do the things your parents do? If it were anyone else, Xiao Qingge really wouldn't have been able to comply with their wishes. Fortunately, this person was Brother Xiaoxi. After all, he had watched her grow up, so she felt more at ease having him as her brother-in-law. Humph. Whistling, Xiao Qingge returned to his room with his homework, hoping the two wouldn't make too much noise and disturb his homework. Seeing that the annoying brat had left, Xiao Yunga crossed his arms and got back to the main topic with an air of nonchalance. Why did you call me? You boys have plenty of those websites, you can just find the solution yourself. If it were a complete stranger on the internet asking him to draw something, that would be fine, but it was someone he knew, someone he'd grown up with, and Xiao Yunga felt quite embarrassed. After all, drawing involves the human body, so some references are necessary. Xiao Yunga didn't know any models, so her only reference point was herself. Of course. It's just for my own visual reference. Xiao Yunga would never pose in front of a mirror to paint that would be no different from selling himself. Even so, Xiao Yunga would never help Chenxi draw erotic pictures. What website? Chenxi was puzzled. You know, those adult websites. Didn't you want me to draw these for you? Wow, do I look like that kind of person? Chenxi was speechless. Am I such a shallow person? You have such great skills, it's a waste of your talents. Is that so? Xiao Yunga remained noncommittal. She felt it was a very practical use of the word. There's a saying, do you want to be unknown or famous? Chenxi had no idea what she was thinking, so she simply explained that she was short of a graphic designer, leaving Xiao Yunga completely bewildered. Subway surfers? Developing games? You're already doing programming projects right after starting college? Although he was from the Academy of Fine Arts, Xiao Yunge was still the vice president of the student union at Tsinghua University and had excellent grades. He had some understanding of science and engineering research competitions, which were mostly participated in by students in their third year or above. He, a freshman, wanted to join in the fun. To be precise, it's a startup, and we happen to need a graphic designer. Would you consider helping me? She didn't respond to her question and directly offered her idea. You should know how to use a computer to draw and model, right? Didn't you see it? Xiao Yunge couldn't help but roll her eyes, then said decisively, but I don't have time to help you. She said with disdain, you have time to draw lewd pictures, but no time to do anything serious. Roll. Xiao Yunge kicked Shi directly in the face, causing him to fall onto the sofa. Besides smelling a fragrant scent, she also caught a glimpse of fair skin the moment she lifted her foot. This was a good deal. If she remembered correctly, Xiao Yunge received the honor of outstanding graduate upon graduating from her senior year. Such a talent must be exceptional. So she got up, took Xiao Yunge's hand, and continued to coax her, good sister, why don't you just give in to me? You're going to be doing an internship anyway. Who wants to be with you? Xiao Yunge's gaze wandered as she thought of what Xiao Qingda had just said, realizing that she herself had misinterpreted it. She quickly pulled her hands back and crossed them to her chest, saying, I'm sorry, I'll be doing an internship when I go back for the National Day holiday. I've already signed a contract with the company. I think I'll be promoted to a full-time position after the internship ends. Forehead. She was speechless. She had been preparing a whole bunch of things to say, hoping to persuade Xiao Yunge to come to Jiangcheng to work together, but one sentence from him shut her down. She signed with a legitimate company, we can't let her breach the contract and ruin her job. Seeing his speechless expression, Xiao Yunge gave him a playful wink, but it's quite a coincidence, I can introduce you to a classmate, the top scorer in the provincial exam back then, but having become just another ordinary person? No way, he's really talented. He just has some wild ideas and is quite stubborn. He's working on anime and manga on some platform called Bilibili and stays home all day. He hasn't even done an internship. People who use Bilibili these days are definitely veteran anime fans. Shi immediately perked up. Wasn't this exactly the kind of talent he needed? Upon learning that this person was in Yiling, Shi asked Xiao Yunge to take him to meet him. This senior art student is named Gu Mengmeng. As her name suggests, she is petite, only a little over 1.5 meters tall, and very cute. To Shi's surprise, her two snow-capped peaks were even more exaggerated in size than Zhao Yun'er's. Sitting at the table, her two humps lay on it, a perfect embodiment of a youthful face and enormous breasts. Cough cough, that's not the point. Shi coaxed her into thinking he was also a veteran anime fan, and talked to her about Japanese anime culture and the development potential of Bilibili, a video sharing website. When they got to the topic, he even made a promise to her, saying that she would definitely become a million-follower content creator in the future. Gu Mengmeng was immediately flattered and captivated by Shi, nodding repeatedly. When Shi then revealed her purpose, Gu Mengmeng readily accepted it. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't want to do an internship, she was also waiting for her ideal internship position. Shi's appearance was a perfect opportunity. The two of them were on the same page, so they decided to try hanging out with him. As long as they could get an internship badge and a salary, there wouldn't be as many restrictions if they followed someone they knew. Before hiring, Shi conducted a thorough investigation and found that Gu Mengmeng's painting style and skill level were very satisfactory, so he decided to hire her. She stayed at home for a few more days and went shopping with Xiao Yunge a few times. The National Day holiday passed quickly. On the morning of the 7th, Xiao Yunge flew back to Beijing from Yiling. Gu Mengmeng was a student at Jiangcheng Academy of Fine Arts, so Shi drove with Gu Mengmeng to Jiangcheng. After dropping Gu Mengmeng off at her school, Shi went to the BMW dealership she had visited before. As soon as she entered, she found the saleswoman and said, I don't want the BMW 5 Series I ordered before. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman felt like her world had collapsed, but the next second she almost jumped up in excitement. I'll order a BMW X5. Having driven the Maserati for several days and enjoyed it, he had developed a dependency on it. If Shi were to drive a BMW again, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. I might as well just get an SUV. The BMW X5 is nearly 100,000 yuan more expensive than the 5 Series sedan, and the commission is also much higher. The saleswoman is even more attentive, saying that the deposit before ordering the car is now fully waived, and the loan discount can be reduced by another 0.5%. She also mentioned that the store has several cars that have been reserved and will be arriving soon, so you can pick up your car in as little as a week. She signed the contract on the spot. When the saleswoman saw that he had arrived in a Maserati, she couldn't contain her excitement and pleaded, "Mr. Chen, I must treat you to dinner tonight." The buttons on her chest were all undone, and she leaned lower, revealing a deep cleavage. She took off her high heels and rubbed against Chen Shi's leg through her black stockings, her eyes still flashing seductive glances. They were afraid that Chen Shi would back out halfway through. The BMW saleswoman was quite attractive and had a great figure. Chen Shi was no gentleman in his previous life, he would have been happy to spend a night with her. It's been over a month since Chen Shi was reborn, and he's also been abstaining from sex for over a month. He's been holding back for too long. If it were another day, Chen Shi might have really succumbed to temptation. Unfortunately, he had more important things to do today. Chen Shi waved her hand and declined, "No, I have something to do." The saleswoman wasn't about to let such a fat sheep run away, thinking he was playing hard to get, so she insisted, "If you're not too busy, how about we take some time after signing the contract to get to know each other better?" "Excuse me, I'm going to the airport in a bit." "Where are you going?" At that moment, a slender and youthful figure appeared in Chen Shi's mind, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. "Go pick up my girlfriend." Chapter 82 Release Notice. This book will be available on Friday, with VIP chapters expected to be released in the early morning. The author has read all the comments from readers. There are some problems with the free chapters, such as unclear main plot, too much screen time for supporting characters, and slow pacing. After the chapters are released, the author will try to tighten the plot and focus on the main character's career, reduce the screen time for supporting characters, and speed up the process of getting the female characters. Readers can raise any questions in the comments section, and the author will make timely adjustments based on suggestions and opinions. After it's published, readers who are able can support it. Thank you. Chapter 83 Zhao Yun'er's Father's Gift. 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhao Yun'er's plane arrived at Jiangcheng Airport on time. After collecting her luggage and putting it on the trolley, Zhao Yun'er walked all the way to the arrival hall. There weren't many people around, and she could almost spot the figure she was most looking forward to seeing at a glance. A joyful expression immediately appeared on the girl's pretty face, and she unconsciously quickened her pace to approach Chen Shi. Seeing that Zhao Yun'er had visibly quickened her pace, Chen Shi also revealed a pleasant smile. They gradually drew closer. Zhao Yun'er is still as beautiful, youthful, and sexy as she was before National Day. She wore a long-sleeved thin jacket that perfectly accentuated Zhao Yun'er's stunning figure, paired with a black short skirt. Without careful observation, the flesh-colored stockings on her legs were barely visible, and her long legs were quite alluring in Chen Shi's view. Tall girls often attract attention in a crowd. When Zhao Yun'er walked out of the waiting hall, she attracted a lot of attention, not to mention her charming face and figure. She was the most dazzling star in the entire hall, and she simply captivated everyone. Chen Shi also moved closer, until she was right in front of him. Zhao Yun'er smiled faintly, meeting Chen Shi's eyes with a bold yet shy expression. "You're here." Chen Shi nodded slightly, looking at the beauty he hadn't seen in a long time with great interest. Zhao Yun'er enjoyed Chen Shi's admiring gaze. She gently pinched the hem of her skirt, turned around, and showed him her flawless figure. "Is it pretty?" "She's beautiful, and her clothes are nice too." "Thank you. Have you noticed any changes in me?" Chen Shi smiled without saying a word, simply gazing silently at Zhao Yun'er's face. Her long hair, originally parted in the middle and revealing her forehead, had been trimmed into wispy bangs, adding a touch of gentleness to her overall appearance. "Isn't it pretty?" Zhao Yun'er quietly stuck out her tongue. "It's refreshing and suits you perfectly." "Real? When have I ever lied to you?" Even though it was just a simple compliment, Zhao Yun'er was so happy she almost jumped for joy. She couldn't help but take Chen Shi's arm and gently rest her head against his arm. Chen Shi then picked up a suitcase and a heavy handbag from the side and walked towards the parking lot. Upon arriving at the parking spot, Chen Shi stuffed her suitcase into the trunk, while Zhao Yun'er took her handbag and sat in the passenger seat. Clearly, she had much more luggage on the way back than before. After Chen Shi got into the car, Zhao Yun'er asked expectantly, "Chen Shi, did you bring me a gift when you came back?" "I brought it." Chen Shi opened the armrest box next to her and took out a pink Polaroid camera. "My sister said that to thank the girl who lent me the car, she would buy her a camera when she went shopping and ask me to take pictures for her if I had the chance." One sentence made Zhao Yun'er burst into laughter. In a sense, does this mean that Chen Shi's family has already accepted him? He immediately opened the camera and started examining it, asking, "This was a gift from your sister, so did you do anything about it?" Have. To be honest, Chen Shi really didn't plan to make any statement. But the performance still has to take place. She casually pressed open the top of the glasses frame, revealing a pair of Tyrannosaurus sunglasses, a unisex style. Zhao Yun'er immediately reached out, took them out, and put them on. It seems a bit too big, but the screws on the side are adjustable, so Chen Shi can use it when I'm not using it. In reality, this was given to Chen Shi by Xiao Yunga, and it was just passed on to Chen Shi. Thank you, Chen Shi. I'm really happy. I also brought you a lot of gifts. Zhao Yun'er also unzipped her handbag and started rummaging through it, showing Chen Shi the items one by one: palace pastries, rice candy, beef jerky, spicy rabbit head. Then she directly opened a bag of rice candy and started munching on it. What happened to the gift she was supposed to bring to Chen Shi? It was all food, which made Chen Shi both laugh and cry. Why is it all food? These are all local specialties from our area. Zhao Yun'er smiled shyly, placed her handbag on the back seat, and then took out a delicate little gift box from her own bag. I told my dad that I was planning to open a milk tea shop with a classmate. I discussed it with him and he agreed. Before I came here today, he told me to give this to you. When Chen Shi opened it, he found a gold and black fountain pen inside. It was very heavy, and the gold part was probably pure gold. Even though Chen Shi didn't know much about fountain pens, it looked very expensive at first glance. I secretly checked online, and it's custom made, starting at $45,000. Chen Shi's level is still far from sufficient. He pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure out the meaning of giving a fountain pen as a gift. It was too expensive and simply not something a nobody like him could afford. After hesitating for a moment, I asked, "What was your dad's reaction?" Zhao Yun'er answered very frankly. What kind of reaction could he have? He just asked me if I was male or female. I said I was male. I asked him if it was okay to borrow his car for 2 days. He said it was fine. He mainly said that the idea of starting a business was good and could be considered as accumulating experience, but that my studies should be my priority. Well, to be honest, Chen Shi was still a little nervous. Since we don't know the purpose of the pen, we can use it to sign contracts later. I'm hungry, I want to get something to eat. Good. Chen Shi started the car and left the airport. Actually, Zhao Yun'er kept it a secret. Her father said that it was okay for them to start a business together if they got along well, but they should be careful to keep their distance and be wary of each other. There's no need to tell Chen Shi about this, it would only put pressure on him and do nothing to help. Chen Shi and Zhao Yun'er found a restaurant to eat some home-style dishes. After they finished eating, it was getting late. Since the two of them hadn't officially started dating, the young woman was still a bit reserved. Although she wanted to spend more time with Chen Shi, she was too shy to say it herself. Chen Shi was initially in high spirits, but became somewhat absent-minded after leaving the airport. He was mainly frightened by Zhao Yun'er's father. After thinking about it carefully for a while, he roughly understood the deeper meaning behind giving the pen. Looks like I really need to work hard to make money. It's confirmed, you really want to open a shop with me? Chen Shi smiled at Zhao Yun'er. Zhao Yun'er nodded emphatically and said earnestly, yes, as long as it's you, I'm willing. Chen Shi agreed, saying they would discuss it properly another day. The boy and girl lingered outside for a while before returning to school. As for the car, it was parked in a parking lot not far from Zhao Yun'er's dormitory, and Zhao Yun'er would deal with it during the day when she had time. After lingering with Zhao Yun'er for a while downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Chen Shi returned to her own dormitory. As soon as she arrived at the dormitory entrance, she was met with a cacophony of noise, which made Chen Shi, who had finally had some peace and quiet for the past few days, feel a little uncomfortable. Pushing open the door, Si Kongming wasn't there. The other roommates remained as before, as if time had frozen over these past few days. Li Haoran was playing computer games at his desk, Wang Peng was playing on his phone at his desk, checking messages every now and then, and Song Yu was still lying in bed mysteriously. A strange, indescribable odor permeated the air, with a different smell at every step, the smell of stinky socks, instant noodles, rot, and the scent of blooming photinia flowers. Chen Shi was speechless. She had only been gone for a few days, so why had these people made such a mess of things? She went straight over and opened the balcony door to let in some fresh air. Just then, Li Haoran was sniped and killed. He got up and excitedly asked Chen Shi, "Old Chen, did you bring your car back?" "I already said it's not my car." Li Haoran didn't believe it, so he ran to the corridor and then to the back of the balcony, looking around. When he found no sign of the pink Maserati, he was finally relieved. Fortunately, Wang Peng lost interest in the car. He was only curious about who the woman he had been with last time was. Coincidentally, Li Haoran was also gossiping about seeing Xia Yunga and Shen Shi together last time. Shen Shi calmly explained that it was his sister. Li Haoran was puzzled. It doesn't seem like it at all. She's not my biological sister. Damn it. Could she be one of those adopted older sisters? More or less? Have you two been together these past few days? Depend on. Li Haoran and Wang Peng cursed inwardly, convinced that Chen Shi was just pretending to be serious. We thought you went home, but it turns out you went to play with your godsister. Old Chen is a real sly fox. He always says the opposite of what he means. If his sister is a fake, then the car must really be his. Li Haoran immediately sighed with regret and lamented the unfairness, beating his chest and stamping his feet as if he were dying, saying, I envy Lao Chen Guoqing for having a small eraser every day, while we can only go to the Taoist temple alone. Chen Shi rolled her eyes. Stop acting crazy here. Chapter 84. I'll give you a property ownership certificate. In the first class after National Day, Chen Shiren was absent-minded and couldn't concentrate at all. After class, I contacted Gu Mengmeng to come to Jiangda University so I could introduce her to the people in the entrepreneurship office and check on their work progress. The studio members did not rest during the 7-day National Day holiday. Since their salary was 3 times the usual amount, the employees were very motivated. Under Zhao Min's leadership, the basic operation of the game had been completed. By overlaying an existing, ugly model onto it, basic action commands such as infinite forward movement, jumping, crouching, and left and right movement can be achieved, although it will still take some time to optimize. With Gu Mengmeng's addition, character modeling, scene construction, and other tasks can be carried out quickly. Gu Mengmeng's school is quite far from Jiangda University, so Chen Shi suggested that she rent a room nearby, with the rent paid from the studio's funds. University life is colorful, but most of the time it is boring and dull, and Chen Shi is no exception, and most people are even more so. In addition to coordinating the development work of the studio, Chen Shi also had to wait for Zhao Yuner to have some free time to finalize the plan for opening the store, go out together to find milk tea shop franchises, and do research together. Although close relationships are not suitable for business, this is not a big business. Chen Shi will just treat it as playing around with Zhao Yuner. Profit or loss is not important. That afternoon, when Chen Shi went to Zhao Yuner's dormitory to find her, she happened to see a boy carrying 2 cups of milk tea talking to Zhao Yuner, who had an impatient expression on her face. Cough cough. Upon hearing Chen Shi's voice, Zhao Yuner's face immediately lit up with a look of surprise. She quickly came to Chen Shi's side and took his arm, saying in a sweet voice, "Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for so long." Question mark. Question mark. A question mark appeared above the heads of both boys at the same time. Chen Shi wondered what kind of enchantress had possessed Zhao Yuner's body, her voice so seductive. He even considered touching her body to see if it was damaged. Junior sister Yuner, who is this? How Junchan was a little unsure, seeing that Zhao Yuner and Chen Shi were having very intimate physical contact. Oh, senior, I forgot to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Chen Shi. Zhao Yuner introduced him casually, then turned sweetly to Chen Shi. Chen Shi, this is a senior from our college. He's in the student union. I ran into him as soon as I came downstairs. How Juncheng felt a pang of sadness when he realized that his name wasn't even worthy of being introduced, and even the smile he had been wearing during their earlier chat froze. When did you start dating? I've never heard of you. I don't need to report to anyone about having a boyfriend, so how did you know? This. How Juncheng was puzzled. She had been inquiring about Zhao Yuner since the beginning of the semester. Through subtle questioning, she could confirm that Zhao Yuner was single and did not have any male friends. How could she suddenly have a boyfriend after just one National Day holiday? Could it be that she hired someone to act for her, trying to prove that she's in high demand? How Juncheng tried his best to maintain his composure and extended his hand to Chen Shi. Hello, let's get acquainted. I am Hao Juncheng, the student council president of the School of Literature. I don't know who this student is. We don't know each other anymore, and we don't have any interaction. It was Zhao Yuner who spoke up. She nudged Chen Shi's arm and said, Chen Shi, let's go. We still have a lot to do. Feeling snubbed like this, Hao Juncheng's lips twitched, and he awkwardly lowered his hand. What are you guys doing here? Zhao Yuner smiled and said, Senior, this is a private matter between my boyfriend and me, so it's not convenient for me to tell you. This meaningful sentence almost broke Hao Juanqing's heart, but he still had to maintain his composure and said with a dry laugh, "Junior sister Yuner, come back early and remember to attend the class officer gathering tonight." "We'll see, but I'm probably not free tonight." As she spoke, she took Chen Shi's hand and slowly walked away. Watching the two of them leave, all lovey-dovey, Hao Junchang was completely petrified, her heart aching. It was the first time she had ever seen Zhao Yuner be so proactive in front of a boy. "I really don't know what I'm lacking. All I could do was pray that this guy would go easy on me and not let my junior, Yuner, suffer too much." Only after they had gone quite a distance did Chen Shi jokingly ask, "Zhao Yuner, when did I become your boyfriend?" If he hadn't confessed his feelings and had just become Zhao Yuner's boyfriend without even realizing it, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Zhao Yuner finally couldn't hold back any longer. She stuck out her tongue shyly and said, "That was to get rid of that person's harassment. Actually, I'm not familiar with him. Please don't misunderstand." "What misunderstanding? Do you think I'm your boyfriend, or do you think your relationship with him is wrong? I don't want to talk to you anymore." Zhao Yuner puffed out her cheeks and turned her head to the other side. The more Chen Shi looked at her, the cuter she seemed. He hadn't expected her to be a little cunning. "I take back what I said earlier, becoming her boyfriend directly would still be a good deal. Anyway, Zhao Yuner doesn't like Hao Junchang and has already clearly rejected him, but he still tries to win her over time, which is very annoying." Wow, even though he's already acting so close to Chen Shi, he's still persisting. It's speechless. In other words, he's a simp. Please, that will only make girls hate you more. And it's easy for Chen Shi to overthink things, okay? Actually, Chen Shi wasn't thinking about anything, he was thinking a lot about Zhao Yuner. Zhao Yuner was the kind of girl who was both shy and proactive. Seeing that Chen Shi didn't coax her, she quickly ran up to him, tilted her head up, and said seriously, "Chen Shi, how about I give you a gift?" "What?" "Here's a property ownership certificate for you." As she spoke, she took out a property certificate from her bag. Zhao Yuner had bought the shop at the south gate of the school without anyone knowing. Since this is my first time starting a business, and I'm not short of money anyway, I wanted to do it well and make it bigger, so I simply bought the land. I know nothing about starting a business, so giving it to you will make the most of it. The equal investment we agreed on before doesn't count. You mainly contribute your efforts, and you can ask me for money wherever you need it. Zhao Yuner smiled radiantly, innocent and carefree. Chen Shi. What do you mean? Are you telling me how to do things? You just give away over $1 million like that? What kind of person do you take me for? A long string of question marks hovered above Chen Shi's head. Damn it, am I really going to just keep dating rich women like this? Should I give in to her, or give in to her, or give in to her? Chen Shi smiled helplessly, pinched her fingers together and flicked Zhao Yuner's head hard, making it hurt a little. Hey, what are you doing? Put it away, you little rich girl. Aren't you afraid I'll swindle you out of your money and your virtue? Zhao Yuner blushed slightly, thinking that she wasn't afraid of being cheated out of money, but as for being cheated out of her body, Chen Shi would never cheat her. Are you going to accept it or not? You guess? Zhao Yuner stared intently at Chen Shi, but Chen Shi only gave her an inscrutable expression before walking ahead. Zhao Yuner was so anxious she almost wanted to stomp her feet. What are you guessing for? Since I've suddenly become so proactive, shouldn't this jerk Chen Shi be moved to tears and confess his feelings to me? Snort. Man, I suspect you're playing hard to get. Watching Chen Shi slowly walk away, Zhao Yuner thought to herself that she needed to use more drastic measures and that she would have to get him to take action sooner or later.